The Project Gutenberg ebook of the House of Dameli. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The House of Dameli. A romance author, Margaret Horton. Potter illustrator, Arthur Ignatius Keller. Release date, March 14, 2024. Ebook number 73165. Language, English. Original publication, New York, Harper & Brothers Publishers, 1901. Credits: Al Haynes. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The House of Dameli. The paper dropped to the floor. p88. The House of Dameli. A romance by Margaret Horton. Potter illustrated by A.I. Keller. New York and London, Harper & Brothers Publishers, 1901. Copyright, 1901, by Harper & Brothers. All rights reserved. To my dearest friends and kindliest critics Marie and Frederick Gookin, this volume is affectionately inscribed Contents Book I Claude Chapter I Am de Gavras Entertains 2. The Toilet 3. The Gallery of Mirrors 4. Marlavie. The Chapel 6. Claude's Farewell Book 2. Deborah I. A Ship Comes in 2. Dr. Carroll's Idea 3. The Plantation 4. Annapolis v. Sambo 6. Claude's Memories 7. The Pearls 8. The Governor's Ball 9. The Rector, the Count, and Sir Charles X, Puritan and Courtier 11. Distant Versailles Book 3. The Post I. From Metz 2. The Disgrace 3. November 13, 4. Claude's Own v. 2. Presentations 6. Snuff Boxes 7. Concerning Monsieur Maurepas 8. Deep Waters 9. The Duke Swims ex Volovent Royale 11. Thy Glory 12. One More Dameli. 13. The Hotel de Ville 14. Victorine makes end 15. Deborah Epilogue. A Trail on the Water. Illustrations. The paper dropped to the floor. Frontispiece. Dameli had thrown 6 and 6. Claude, take this and throw it out there. He suddenly stopped and turned his head towards her. I give you only this. The young man rose and bowed. Claude sat suddenly up in bed, surrounded by a group of pickaninnies. Horse and rider had flashed out at the gate. Go on, monsieur, murmured Deborah. Deborah permitted him to lead her from the ballroom. I am not the Duchess of Châteauroux. Book I. Claude. The House of Dameli. Chapter I Am de Gavras Entertains. It was the evening of Tuesday, January 12th, in the year 1744. By 6 o'clock the grey of afternoon had deepened to the blackness of night, and a heavy rain began to fall, so that the Sèvres road, a mile beyond the Paris barrier, was shortly thick with mud. The only light here visible came from the window of a wretched tavern at the wayside, and by this mine host, had he been watching, would have had some difficulty in perceiving the two riders who came to an uncertain halt by his door. It is late, Duplessis, and we have still 3 miles to go. More than that, 'tis the worst cabaret in France. And you would be no more of a Jean-Jacques than necessary tonight, Claude, returned the other good-humouredly. I should prefer drowning or to perish of a rheum by the way than be poisoned by the liquor to be had here, returned the other, flicking his saddle restlessly with his riding whip. So be it, then. Come, we waste time. Morty. A little gently there, I beseech. It is raining mud. A dig of the spur in the thoroughbred's flank, a spattering of drops from the puddle in which they had stood, a quick apology, and the landlord had lost his guests, illustrious guests, who paid never a sou too much for their wine, but could make a drinking place the fashion for weeks by 5 minutes' presence within it. The two rode for some minutes in silence, though no one of the finest apperception could have felt any enmity existent between them. The night lowered. The rain pelted coldly from the starless sky, and horses and riders alike shrank from the raw, streaming atmosphere. When the silence was again broken, the lights of Paris were visible in the distance. This time it seemed that Duplessis the Duc de Richelieu addressed his companion's secret thoughts as though he had been reading them for some time past. "Believe me, Claude, you are unwise. She is not quite of your fibre. The elder branch, you will often find, if you study these things, is less quick in sensibility, though perhaps not lacking in finesse. The king, dear child, the king is a man. I also am one, he, de Bourbon, I, de Mailly." Richelieu laughed heartily. Pretty, Claude. I must enter it in the unauthenticated register at Madame Doublet's tomorrow. Why do you not lay the matter thus before Madame de Châteauroux herself? Ah, monsieur, I think you understand her even less than I. I do not dare address her as my position admits. My cousin cannot be more proud of our family than am I, and yet in the darkness Louis Armand François Duplessis de Fronsac de Richelieu, from strong force of habit, snapped his fingers. Afraid of a woman. Truly, we have schooled you well, Claude. You, Monsieur le Duc, you yourself have you kissed my cousin on the lips. Oh, I do not infringe on His Majesty's rights. Mon Dieu! If it were any but you, come, my dear Count, you are making an enormous mistake, permit me to say. The one thing which no man should ever do is to take himself in great seriousness. You have yet many a lesson to learn about women. Now hear from me a bit of gravity, which shall prove my friendship for all of you, madam, yourself, and His Majesty. When it happens that a man chooses a woman, and the woman accepts that man, whether it be for love, or something else, it is the place of the world merely to look on. A third personality will not enter complacently into the tête-à-tête. The king heaps upon his duchess the favors which only a royal lover can confer. And madame certainly does not seem loath to accept them. A dozen besides yourself are sighing after her today. Yet remember Diogenois, my friend. And an Mlle d'Angeville is charming in L'École de Femmes. De Richelieu smiled slightly, fumbled for his snuff-box, which was unobtainable at the moment, and never knew that Claude had angrily squared his shoulders and was cruelly hurting his horse with bit and spur. The mention of D'Angeville happily turned the subject, as the Duke had intended it to do, and by the time the barrier was reached the vicissitudes of the Count de Mailly and the position of Madame de Châteauroux were, to all appearances, forgotten. Once in the city, with rivers of rain above and below, and filth, crime, poverty, and utter darkness about them, Claude de Mailly and his illustrious companion made their way with what rapidity they could down the Rue de Sèvres, past Saint Vincent de Paul and the Lazariste, through the little Rue Micarme, the Place du Dragon, Rue Dauphine, and so out upon the quays. After riding for 3 squares along the river bank, with the waters of the Seine foaming below them, the two finally passed the Pont St. Louis, and, turning down a short side street, drew up before a doorway wherein lanterns were lighted, and before which 2 link boys and twice as many lackeys stood waiting. Above, upon a long iron arm, tossed by the ever-rising wind, swung a great painted sign, a harlequin in cap and bells, throwing his parti-colored cap above his head. Below, in uncertain letters, were the words Café Procope. As the 2 gentlemen dismounted, Richelieu called to one of the servants, who hastened forward to take his bridle. A second assisted Claude, while another, evidently under orders, turned and called back to someone inside. Instantly both doors were flung wide open, while the landlord of this most popular resort himself braved the weather and came out, candelabrum in hand, to greet his guests. "Ah, Cressin," deigned the Duke, nodding, as he entered the house, "are the rest not yet arrived?" "Indeed, my lord, they have waited for some time above Monsieur le Duc de Gavras, Monsieur le Duc d'Epernon, the Marquis de Mailly-Nesle, and the Baron de Holbach." "'Twas the hunt kept us. Light the way up." Claude lagged behind to throw off his wet riding cloak, brush what water he could from his hat, and shake out his hair which had flattened beneath the protecting collar. Richelieu was kept waiting for some seconds, and the landlord had become ill at ease before the young Precious signified his willingness to proceed to the room above, where his host waited. Not a bad-looking fellow was Claude de Mailly, albeit what individuality he possessed had some difficulty in asserting itself through the immaculate foppishness of his attire. His wig, a very fine one, was arranged à la brigadier, and tied with the regulation black ribbon. His forehead was broad and smooth, his eyes of a greyish-green, shaded with heavy black lashes and good brows, which, however, were artificially penciled. His nose was one bequeathed of 10 generations of noble ancestry, his mouth was sensitive, his complexion dark. The dress that he wore was not expensive, though its ruffles were of fine Mechlin, and he carried both patch and snuff box of ivory and gold. Richelieu, who preceded him up the narrow stairs, was a more striking figure, taller, broader of frame, with well-shaped head, great brown eyes that had carried him through life, a hand like a woman's, with muscles of steel, a smile that had won him a king's heart, and a charm, a power of presence which had made time stand still before him, so that his 48 years were something less than Claude de Mailly's 23. Before the two noblemen and the landlord were halfway upstairs, there reached them from above the tones of familiar voices engaged in that species of conversation, half witty, half absurd, which typified the times. "Parbleu, Baron, you will be calling Richelieu out tomorrow. Your carp will be ruined. In such case, Marquis, I must order your cousin spitted. He will have been swimming the streets long enough, by the time he arrives, to have acquired an excellent flavor, of a kind. Oh, 'tis more likely that the Count de Mailly's flavor would be rather cloying. All love is sweet, but his is so really violent, gentlemen, that for a month after you would sicken with the mere thought of a risal," cried the Duke from the threshold. "And the epitaph which you would place over my picked bones," said Claude, from behind Richelieu's shoulder, "would be, sa chair, meme, atent daus cum meal, sa nature atate aussi belle. Il entre dans la vie real." Bravo, Claude. We will forgive the lost feet. "You have purchased pardon," cried de Holbach, smiling. He and de Mailly-Nesle, Claude's cousin and the brother of Madame de Chateauroux, went forward to greet the late-comers. De Holbach, Epicurean philosopher and host of the small company, gave them a genial welcome. The Marquis grasped his cousin's hands, and bowed familiarly to the Duke, while the other two men in the room, d'Epernon and de Gavras, boon companions, both intimates of the king, the one an amateur physician, the other an adept at embroidery, remained languidly seated, deigning a nod and smile to the last arrivals. After a few further words of greeting and explanation, the party of 6 arranged themselves about the oval table, on which were already placed the hors d'oeuvres and sweet wines, while Cressin hurried away towards his kitchens to command the attendance of 2 waiters and the first course of the supper. Only part of the evening's entertainment was being given by the Baron de Holbach. M. de Gavras had arranged an amusement for the night which promised some novelty even to these utterly blasé gentlemen. He proposed conducting his friends across the river to his hotel, which, by royal permission, had, very conveniently for his pocket, been turned into a public gambling house. Its redoubtable owner, when not at Versailles, lived in exquisite style in his chateau at Saint Ouen, and, since there was always a place for him in the Tuileries, the Hôtel Richelieu, or, more covertly, the Hôtel de Sèvres, in Paris, he had not yet felt any poignant discomfort through the loss of his ancestral house. On the contrary, the unique pleasure of appearing in its familiar rooms furnished with the rows of tables, frequented by bourgeois and dwellers in Saint Antoine, with the presence of an occasional petit noble, was really very refreshing to the jaded spirit of this vaporish child of highest France. It was a particularly select little company who gathered about the table in the private salon of the Café Procope on this stormy night. All of them were of the bluest of blood, all of them spent the greater part of their time about the person of the king. To all, the doors of any and every house or salon in Paris were open at any hour, and not one of them but had had hearts flung at him from the night of his first appearance in the Gallery of Mirrors to the present moment, when interest in the hors d'oeuvres was beginning to wane, and the first course of the supper should have been making its appearance. D'Epernon had commenced to bore them all with some remarks upon the recent bloodletting of His Majesty after a rout at Choisy, when Claude jumped unceremoniously from the table, crossed the room to a mirror, and took out his patch-box. "Trust you'll have no women tonight, de Gavras," he remarked, breaking in upon D'Epernon. "I am wet through. My wig is in strings, and the powder has melted away like snow in June. While my boots," taking out a large star and pasting it below the corner of his left eye, "my boots will not be fit for my valet, when we return tonight. Claude is standing there, my lords, aching with vanity to have me relate to you how crazily he has borne himself today. Seal. 'Twould be driving me mad with anxiety to learn how soon I should be registering my presence at the Bastille, had I shown myself so little of a courtier, so utterly reckless for the sake of Madame's admiration as has he." Before anyone had time to voice his curiosity, Claude turned quickly from the mirror. "The Bastille, Richelieu? The Bastille? Surely why not, my child? I have been there thrice for less, and the last time, had it not been for my ever-honored Duchess of Medina I had been carried out shorter by a head than when I went in." The five gentlemen smiled broadly at certain memories still occasionally recalled on a rainy day at Versailles. But Henry, Claude's cousin, looked anxious. "What is your last exploit, Claude? Marie has been inciting you to rashness again." Claude laughed. "Madame did not honor me by a single command. I rode a course, I shot a stag, and I won this, which was intended for a king, not me." Forthwith the young fellow drew from beneath his waistcoat something which even de Gavras leaned forward to see. It was a glove, a white gauntlet, weighted on the back with a crest heavily embroidered in gold, and set here and there with tiny sapphires of the color lately known as Œil du Roi, while upon the smooth leather palm was painted a very good miniature of His Gracious Majesty, Louis XV. The little group of courtiers glanced from the trophy to the face of its owner, who was gazing upon them with a smile not wholly unconscious, but wisely tempered with cynicism. Presently the Baron reached forward and took the costly article from Claude. Holding it with a delicate touch in the light of a waxen candle, he smiled as he observed, "Madame should not have removed this ere she gave it to you, my dear Count." "I would to God she had not," cried de Mailly-Nesle. 4 pairs of brows went gently up, but Claude's eyes met those of his cousin with such an expression of affection and melancholy that for an instant he seemed to be transformed to some other order of man. The slight pause was broken by the entrance of the first course proper of the supper. The Count took back his gage and thrust it again to the conventional resting place over his heart, and while the innumerable dishes were being placed upon the table or passed about, he returned the patch box to his pocket and seated himself between his cousin and Richelieu. "Now that Claude has given you his meager idea of the crisis through which he passed today, remarked Claude's companion, helping himself to a fillet of partridge. Permit me to advance to him my own opinion of the affair, as well as to lay the tale before you all. His coming fate shall be surmised by you. Now hark, His Majesty and a little sweet rode to Rambouillet yesterday, in the afternoon. The hunters were to follow this morning, but they say that Dorset never permits the king to rise earlier than 8 o'clock, so that he is fain to be near the forest on the day of the chase. I was with him, but, for some royal reason, Madame la Duchesse, despite some very eloquent pleading on my part, had refused to go. Possibly Madame de Toulouse is of family too scrupulous to receive her. The Dukes and d'Holbach smiled. Claude, however, was of the royal train, for, mark you, gentlemen, Louis adores the Count at 20 miles distance from Madame his cousin. Well, then, at 10 this morning the meet was called at the edge of the forest. His Majesty was in a frenzy of eagerness, and did he not look like a little god, my dear Count? Hein. But for the point. The first deer had not yet been started by the keepers when a diversion occurred. His Majesty was talking with the head man. There was a murmur behind us. I turned about, and saw the Count of Toulouse was a legitimate son of Louis XIV. Monsieur le Comte perishing of loneliness, murmured de Gavras, feebly. Not at all. On the contrary. It was Monsieur le Comte dismounted, standing beside the newly arrived coach of Madame de Châteauroux, with his head so very far inside the window that it set some of us thinking many things. Parbleu! I would that you had seen Louis' face. Madame must have risen very early, remarked d'Epernon, helping himself to a cream. Madame is always wonderful. When she stepped from the conveyance to greet her liege she looked more of a queen than her Majesty ever did. Small wonder that the king was all devotion. Before he had finished his first compliment, the heartless Leroy came forward to announce that stags do not wait. Madame was very gracious, and instantly mounted the horse prepared for her. She had driven from Versailles in her crimson habit. When all was ready, the king turned in his saddle and cried out before us, "What reward have you to offer, madam, to him who shall present you with the antlers today?" We all watched her. She smiled charmingly for an instant. Some turned their eyes then upon the king. I was more subtle. I gazed at Claude. "He is certainly very pleasant to look upon," observed d'Holbach, absently. "'Twas not his beauty, Baron. I am most tender of his modesty. But, next time I plead with Mlle Mercier for life and hope, I shall imitate the look he wore at that moment. Take care, my dear Richelieu. She will marry you if you do. On my faith, that would not be bad. 'Tis an excellent way to rid oneself of a woman. Baron, the carp is marvelous. Madam, of course, offered the glove that you have seen as gage of triumph. It is worth 80 livres. Lesage himself did the miniatures. When we finally set off, Louis' eyes were bright with certainty of success, for who would dare to engage in rivalry with the king? Come, come, Duplessis, finish the tale. You are straining the budding nonchalance of Desmailly here to an alarming degree. Richelieu shrugged. We started, Madame following at a little distance, though half a dozen ladies rode. After a quarter of an hour we got sight of the animal, and de Savre fired at it, but missed. By the manner in which His Majesty sat his horse, as we raced along to gain on the beast, we all knew that our shots must go astray today. Gradually the king drew away from the rest of us, and we reined the horses a little. That is, all but one of us played good courtier. The one was Claude. Monsieur, you might dare Satan for a lady if you would, but no one should dare the king. Dare the king he did. In 5 minutes all of us were far enough behind to watch, while they two de Mailly and de Bourbon, gentlemen were neck and neck among the hounds. Presently the count fired, and missed. I hoped that it was purpose, for he did not reload. Then the stag ran through a little clearing, so that for 50 yards it was a perfect mark. Lewis fired, of course, but the game kept on. I saw the king throw back his head with his gesture of anger. Then de Mailly, "Oh, how couldst thou, Claude," drew a pistol from his holster and fired. That bullet was made for death. I never saw a prettier shot. It went straight into the deer's neck. Another 5 yards. The animal wavered. The king was reloading his weapon. Claude was like lightning with his hands. Before his Majesty's gun was ready the pistol sounded again, and the beast fell. "Good heaven, Claude! You have done badly," cried Henry, leaning over the table. His words were echoed by the rest. "But His Majesty permitted you the trophy," drawled d'Epernon, unguardedly. "Permitted, my lord," exclaimed the young man, haughtily, "the gauntlet was not His Majesty's to give." Richelieu laughed. "'Twas a comedy, gentlemen, but a dangerous one." Louis was suavely furious, Madame annoyed and alarmed, but as indifferent as any coquette should be. Claude was charmingly humble and amorous. It was I who obtained permission for him and for myself to retire after luncheon. Certainly, Louis seemed entirely willing to grant it. So together we returned to Versailles, dressed, and came on here. And oh, I had forgot to mention it, but 'twas a marked fact that when Madame presented her left gauntlet to her cousin, the January skies instantly began to weep. Now, a question, was it from sympathy with the king, or dread for the Count de Mailly? Fear for the Count, du Plessis. The king needs small sympathy. Possibly thou art right, Baron. Who's so happy as the king? What does he lack? He is a king, he has France for his purse, he is as handsome as the queen is ugly, and the most stately woman in Europe inhabits the little apartments. What more could he wish for? Claude bit his lip and his eyes sparkled with anger. M. de Mailly, you do not eat? I have finished, Baron. Soho. I did well not to have a second course, then. Now, gentlemen, the toasts. M. de Mailly Nesle, I propose your marquise. Not his wife, de Holbeck. You mistake, Monsieur le Duc. I speak of Madame de Coigny. Ah! With pleasure. She is a most piquant madcap. Henry flushed. The lady whom he deeply and sincerely loved was a far tenderer subject with him than his reckless and heartless companions dreamed of or could have understood. But he drank the toast without comment, and was relieved to find that the conversation was straying from her as well as from his cousin's affair. Claude, perhaps, was not so well pleased. He was too young a lover, and too much in love, to rejoice that other women were being brought up for discussion, and he was too heedless of the delicacy of his position to care to contemplate its different aspects while the others talked. For, as to the matter of royal disfavor, it disturbed him not in the least, rather he looked upon the prospect of it as something which should redound to his credit in the eyes of her who at present constituted the single motive of his life. For the next 20 minutes, then, he sat over his wine, drinking all the toasts, and joining in the conversation when Madame de Lauraguise, another sister of Henry's, was mentioned. But the interest had gone out of his eyes. Richelieu marked him silently, de Holbeck smiled with kindly humor on perceiving his preoccupation, and his cousin the Marquis read his mood with regret. Henry de Mailly Nesle had long since given up any hope of control over his sister, the favorite, and, Through a lifelong companionship, Claude had been to him closer than a brother. Thus, whatever interest he felt in the latest developments of the Count's rash rivalry with the king, was all on behalf of the weaker side, that of his friend. The six gentlemen had not been more than 20 minutes over their wine when de Gavras finally rose from his chair, and, as host for the remainder of the night, made suggestion of departure. "How shall we cross to my hotel? It rains too heavily for riding. Shall we go by chair?" "By chair, monsieur. Pardieu! I had thought we were citizens tonight. Let us walk." "My dear Baron," expostulated d'Epernon, "my certitude would not stand it, I swear to you." "A murrain on your certitude," retorted Richelieu. "Baron, I accompany you on foot." "And I also," added Claude. "I wish to ruin my boots completely. I have given Rochart too many things of late." "A bad idea, Count. Pay your servants, and they leave you at once, it is such a bourgeois thing to do." "We walk, then?" inquired d'Epernon. "I am sure we must be going to do so when M. de Gavras addresses M. de Mailly upon the care of servants. Monsieur le Marquis, your servant." Richelieu and the Baron were already at the door. D'Epernon and Henry followed. There was nothing for it but for the third Duke to accept the companionship of the Count, and prepare to ruin his certitude also. As the small party passed out of the door of the café, Richelieu called over his shoulder, "Your horse is here, Claude. I had mine sent to my hotel. Surely you will not attempt to ride back to Versailles tonight. Will you lodge with me?" "Thank you, but Henry will house me, I think, will you not, cousin?" "Certainly, Claude. Madame will scarcely have any one in my wing tonight, I think, though I confess that I have not been there for a week." "A bad idea," muttered Richelieu to the Baron. "I kept my ladies in better training when I had them." It was 15 minutes' rapid walk from the Procope to the Hotel de Gavras. From the Quai des Tournelles the six proceeded to the Pont Saint-Michel, over the river, across the island, and to the new city by the Pont au Change, at the east end of which, near the Place du Chat, stood the most recent and most noted gambling house in Paris. 3 or 4 lanterns, shining dimly through the dripping night, lighted the doorways, which were open to the weather. Richelieu, d'Holbach, d'Epernon, and Henry entered together, with Claude and de Gavras close behind. It was Richelieu who accosted the manager of the house in the entresol, for the owner of the place was not desirous of recognition. M. Basquinet, discerning that the newcomers were of rank, in spite of the fact that they came on foot, at once offered a private room. "The devil, good cit, d'ye take us for a pack of farmers general? By my marrow, I've scarcely levers enough to grease the dice cup, let alone paying your nobility prices for new wine and bad rum. Private room, ha? Excellent, you tax collector, excellent, excellent." So spake Richelieu, in his favorite Bédade, with a tone that no dweller in the Court of Miracles could have bettered for its purpose. The little party smiled covertly at sight of the landlord's crestfallen air, and then the other 5 followed their new plebeian leader up the broad ancestral staircase, leaving behind the steady murmur of voices and the chink of coin which had reached their ears from the chance machine rooms on either side of the hallway. On the second floor were the public rooms for played games, on the third, private apartments for such as chose to make a retreat of the place. And, in truth, many a well-known quarrel had fomented, and many a desperate duel already been fought, in those chambers, which of old had sheltered the royal and noble guests of the family de Gavras. The dice room, the destination of Monsieur Le Duc's present distinguished company, was very large, having once been the grand salon of the house. It was well filled by this hour, thick with smoke, heavy-aired with the fumes of mulled wine, and alive with the clack of the implements of the game and the subdued murmur of exclamations and utterances. The 6 gentlemen made their way to a table in the far corner of the room from which the door was invisible, and, seating themselves, they called at once for the cups, English pipes, and English rum. "By all means, rum," nodded the Baron de Holbeck. "What other beverage would harmonize with this scene? We are surrounded by those a step lower than the bourgeoisie. For the time we also are lower than the bourgeoisie. And by tomorrow we shall have still stronger means of appreciation," retorted d'Epernon, "for our heads will feel as those of the bourgeoisie never did." The rum was brought, however, together with dice, and those long-stemmed clay pipes of which one broke 3 or 4 of an evening, and but rarely drew more than one mouthful of smoke from a light. Still imitating the manners of those about them, each 2 gentlemen played with a single cup, thus doing away with any possibility of loaded dice. Unlike the common people, however, they used no money on the table, perhaps for the simplest of reasons that they had no money to use. Poor as a nobleman, rich as a bourgeois, was a common enough expression at that day, and as true as such sayings generally are. How debts of honor were paid at Versailles none but those concerned ever knew. But paid they always were, and that within the time agreed upon, and there was no newly invented extravagance, no fresh and useless method of expenditure for baubles or jeweled garments, that every courtier did not feel it a duty as well as pleasure to indulge at once. For the last 25 years there had been, as for the next 5 there would be, a continually increasing costliness in the mode of court life, and a consequent diminution in court incomes, until the end of all things for France's highest and best should come with merciful, swift fury. Each member of the party, this evening, played with him in whose company he had walked from the café, de Givry and the Count, Richelieu and de Holbeck, d'Epernon and Mélinesle. The 3 games were in marked contrast to those carried on about them. Not a word relative to losses or winnings was spoken. The stakes were agreed upon almost in whispers, the cubes were rattled and thrown once, then again from the other side. The differences were noted mentally. Winner and loser sipped their rum, drew at a pipe, and made a new stake. Sometimes 10 minutes would be spent in watching the noisy eagerness of men at a neighboring table, for that was the chief object in their coming tonight. The great hall was filled with those of an essentially low order. Coarse faces, coarse manners, coarse garments, and coarse oaths abounded there, though now and again might be found a velvet coat, a lace ruffle, and a manner badly aped from the supposed elegancies of the court. A strange and motley throng gathered from all Paris wherever this common vice held men in its grip. Here those from the criminal quarters, from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, from the streets of petty shopkeepers and tradesmen, from the little bourgeoisie, came to mingle together, indiscriminately, equalized, rendered careless of the origin of companions by their common love of the dice. Here were men of all ages, from the fierce stripling who regarded a franc as a fortune, to the senile creature, glued to his chair, the cubes rattling continually in his trembling cup, and the varying luck of the evening his life and death. All the pettiness and some of the nobility to be found in mankind were portrayed here, could those who had come to study have read aright. De Holbeck, the philosopher, doubtless did so, for men had been his mental food for many years. Nevertheless he said nothing to Richelieu of what he discovered, but took snuff when he lost, and puffed at his pipe when he won, and cogitated alone among those whom he knew so well. Time drew on apace and the evening was passing. There were few arrivals now, the rooms were filled, and it was too early for departure. M. de Givry wished, possibly, that the hours would hurry a little, for he was losing heavily to Claude. Nevertheless he gave no sign of discomfort, and even interrupted the Count's purposeful pauses to continue the game. Just as D'Amalie shook for a stake of 500 livres, two people, gentlemen by dress, entered the room. Claude threw high. The Duke, with an inward exclamation of anger, gently received the cup. He shook with perfect nonchalance, and finally dropped the ivory squares delicately before him. "Bravo, M. de Gavras, you have thrown well." The Duke started to his feet. His example was speedily followed by the rest of the party, who, after bowing with great respect, stood looking in amazement at the newcomer. His companion, who was bareheaded, remained a little behind, grinning good-naturedly at the gamesters. Richelieu spoke first. "Indeed, your mage pardon, Duplessis," the Chevalier mellowed. "Your pardon, sire. You take us by surprise. Has anyone suffered from the shock?" Sire, I think, since your coming has turned my luck," remarked Claude, with the double meaning in his words perfectly apparent to everyone there. Yes, I had thought M. de Gavras must win with 11. Come, gentlemen, add 2 to your party, and forget, for the evening, even as he will do, the unimpeachable propriety of M. de Barriere. ****, the chief of police, and a favorite companion of the king. De Barriere laughed, and drew 2 more chairs to the table. "Do not stand," continued the king. "I am merely Chevalier tonight." Louis seated himself beside Richelieu, with whom he evinced a desire to speak privately. De Holbach, perceiving this, began at once, with his usual tact, to entertain the rest of the company by an anecdote concerning D'Alembert and Voltaire. Immediately the king turned to his favorite courtier. "D'Amalie came straight to Paris with you today." "We rode to Versailles first, sire, changed our clothes there, and came hither immediately." "And now the truth, Richelieu." "I will brook nothing less." "He did not see Madame after he left the hunt." The Duke opened his eyes. "We left Madame de Chateauroux with you." "We have not seen her since." The king drew a deep breath. "She left the hunting party half an hour after you, knowing that it was not in my power to follow her. I feared it was to join him. I have left everything to make sure of his whereabouts. The fellow drives me mad." While Louis spoke, a gleam came into the Duke's eyes. He smiled slightly, and said, with a nod towards de Barriere, and that daring which was permitted to him alone, "Your Majesty brought a lettre de cachet in someone else's pocket." Louis looked slightly nonplussed. He shrugged, however, as he answered, "No lettre de cachet will be used." Then, as the laughter from the Baron's tale subsided, the king addressed the party, "We will not stop your game, my friends. In fact, I will myself play one of you." "And which of us is to be so honored, Chevalier?" inquired d'Epernon. "It is a difficult choice, I confess. However, choice must be. Monsieur le Comte, will you try 3 turns with me?" There was a little round of glances as Claude bowed, murmuring appreciation of the honor. "The dice, then," cried the king. "Richelieu, your cup." "We will play with but 1. And he who throws twice best shall win," repeated the Duke. "Yes." "What are the stakes?" inquired the Baron, gently. Claude's heart sank, while his cousin dared not allow his sympathy to appear. It was frequently ruinous work, this gaming with the king, and the revenues of the younger branch of the house of D'Amalie were not great. "The stakes," returned Louis, with a long glance at his opponent, "shall be, on my side." He threw back his cloak, unbuttoned a plain surtout, and from his ruffles unfastened a diamond star of great value. He placed it upon the table. There was a little, regular murmur of conventional admiration. Claude bit his lip thoughtfully. "And mine?" he asked, looking squarely at the king. Louis coughed, and waved one hand, with a gesture of deprecation at the question. "Yours should not be so large. We play to the goddess of chance. You won, today, a certain gauntlet of white leather, a simple thing, but it will do. I will play this for that. You see the odds are favorable to you." Claude flushed scarlet, and not a man at the table moved. "The gauntlet was a gage, sire." "We play for it," was the reply. The count glanced round the circle, noting each face in turn. Baron de Holbeck was engaged with snuff. The other faces, excepting only de Barriers, were blank. But Richelieu's eyes met those of Claude, and the head of the king's favorite gentleman shook, ever so slightly, at the rebellion in the count's face. Then, very slowly, de Mailly unfastened his coat and drew from its place the glove of Madame de Chateauroux. He laid it on the table beside the star. "We play," cried His Majesty, smiling as he seized the Leithern cup. He shook well, and dropped the dice vigorously before him. "7," cried the company. It was 4 and 3. Claude received the implements from the king's hands, tossed and threw. 8, was the return. It was 3 and 5. The king bit his lip, and hastily played again. The cube stared up at him impudently. On one was a 3, on the other a 1. None spoke, for Louis frowned. Claude was very sober but very composed as he tried his second chance. It seemed that he could not but win. The courtiers hung quietly on the play. When the cup was lifted from the dice there was a series of exclamations. Claude himself laughed a little, and the king drew a long sigh of relief. 2 and 1 had de Mailly thrown. It was Henry who voiced the general interest. "You are even," he said, quietly. The king suddenly rose to his feet. "Not for long," he exclaimed. For some seconds he rattled the dice in the box, not attempting to conceal his palpable nervousness. When the black spots which lay uppermost were finally counted, a smile broke over the royal lips. 10 points he had made this time. De Mailly, who had also risen, looked at them for a second with compressed lips, but did not hesitate in his throw. Like de Gavras, he dropped the squares before him with pointed delicacy. Then he stepped quietly back, with a throb at his heart, but no change in his face. Not a courtier spoke. "We will play again," cried the king, loudly, for they were, indeed, no longer even. De Mailly had thrown 6 and 6. De Mailly had thrown 6 and 6. "Pardon, your Majesty," said Claude, in reply to the king's voiced desire. "I could not play again against France and hope to win, though by but a single point. Therefore I beg that you will spare my humiliation, and accept the gauntlet as proof of your gracious forgiveness of my daring." At this Richelieu looked open-faced approval upon the count, and de Gavras and d'Epernon, who had been roused from their ordinary state of ennui by the pretty comedy played before them, glanced at each other with appreciation of so excellent an act of courtiership. "Monsieur le Comte, if I accept your generosity, it must only be on condition that, as gage of my esteem for you, and our mutual goodwill, you wear this star. Permit me to fasten it upon your coat." The small ceremony over, and the light of royal favor glittering in the candle rays over the Count de Mailly's heart, His Majesty, with tender touch, took up the coveted gauntlet, put it inside his embroidered waistcoat, and, placing his hand on de Barrier's shoulder, bowed a good night to the party and the Hôtel de Gavras. Immediately after the king left, the other participant in the struggle for a woman's gage also rose. Claude was tired. He had no mind to be assailed with the volley of epigrams, bons mots, and various comments that he knew would soon begin to be discharged from the brains of his companions. Certainly, he should have considered the episode a happy one. Already, since that talk of esteem and goodwill from the king, he could feel the change in attitude assumed towards him by de Gavras and d'Epernon. But the sight of these figures wearied him now, and he suddenly longed for a solitude in which to face his rapidly growing regret that his cousin's glove had passed out of his possession. "What, monsieur," cried de Gavras, when he rose, "you will not give me the chance to retrieve myself tonight?" "Small hope for you with such luck as the count's," returned d'Holbach. "When a man wins 2 points off a king, by how much may he defeat a duke?" Reply, Richelieu. "It is geometry." Richelieu laughed. "I congratulate you, Monsieur le Comte," he said. Desmailly bowed. Then, turning to the Marquis, he held out his hand. "Will you come, Henry, or must I beg shelter of Madame la Marquise alone?" "I come, Claude." "Good night, and thanks for a most charming evening, and a comedy worthy of Granville, messieurs." "Thank thy sister for that," returned de Gavras. Claude made a general salute, and then, without further parley, accompanied his friend from the room and the house. "My horse is still at the Procope," observed Claude at the door. "No, I ordered it sent to my hotel before we left the café." "We walk, then." "I am afraid so. I did not think to order my coach, and not a chair will be obtainable on such a night." "It is as well. The exercise will be a relief." They started at a good pace up the long, wide thoroughfare that bordered the river, and walked for some minutes in a silence that was replete with sympathy. It was some distance from the gambling house to the Hotel de Mailly, Henry's abode, which was situated on the west bank of the Seine, on the Quai des Thetans, just opposite the Tuileries, on the Pont Royal. The wind was coming sharply from the east, bringing with it great, pelting raindrops that stung the face like bullets. Henry was glad to shield his head from the cutting attack by holding his heavy cloak up before it. Ordinarily the walk at this hour would have been one of no small danger, but tonight even the dwellers in the criminal quarter were undesirous of plying their midnight trade by the river bank. The cousins had passed the dark cluster of buildings about the old Louvre before either spoke. At length, however, the Marquis broke silence. "Claude, you have passed a point in life today, I think." "With the 2 that I won from the king, Henry." "Those and the gauntlet of Marie Anne." There was a little pause. Then Claude said, in a tone whose weary monotony indicated a subject so often thought of as to be trite even in expression, "Do you ever regret that Anne went the way of the other 2? Will she, do you think, finish as did poor little Pauline? Or will some other send her from her place as she did my brother's wife, Louise?" As Claude had hesitated over the questions, so was Henry long in making reply. "I do not allow myself, Claude, to wonder over might-have-beens. There is a fate upon our family, I think. But of the 3 of our women who have gone her way, Marie is the fittest of them all for her place. Little Pauline Félicite, we named her death, my God, I do not like to think of it. And poor, weak Louise, your brother loved her dearly, Claude. And he is dead, and she is making her long penance in that great tomb of the Ursulines. Hey ho! Thank the good God, my cousin, that you have neither sister nor wife in this court of France. There is not one of them can withstand the great temptation. Our times were not made for the women we love." And for the rest of their walk both men thought upon these same last words, which, through Claude's head, at least, had begun to ring like a dark refrain of prophecy, of warning. Our times were not made for the women we love. It was half an hour past midnight when the Marquis pounded the knocker on the door of his hotel by the Seine. It was opened with unusual readiness by the liveried porter, who betrayed some surprise at sight of those who waited to enter. "Oh, my lord is not at Versailles." "As you see, we are here," returned Henry, adding, "my apartment is ready." "Certainly, Monsieur le Marquis apartment is ready." "And one for Monsieur le Comte." The servant bowed. "Light us up, then. Claude, will you have supper?" "No. Nothing more tonight." "Very well. Gaillard, is Madame visible?" The porter coughed. Madame la Marquise was at Madame de Tencines till late. "Madame, I think, is not visible." Mélinesle shrugged his shoulders, and proceeded to the staircase. As the servant followed with a candelabrum he made a curious, soft noise in his throat. Forthwith a footman glided swiftly into the hall from an ante-chamber, and took the other's place beside the door as if waiting for someone. Both nobles saw it. Neither spoke. 5 minutes later Claude was alone in his room. Henry had left him for the night, and he refused the services of a lackey in lieu of his own valet, who was at Versailles. The servant had lighted his candles, and a wood fire burned in the grate. His wet coat had been carried away to dry. His hat, surtout, and gloves lay upon a neighboring chair. Amid the lace of his jabot glittered the jeweled star which, 2 hours ago, had flashed upon the breast of the King of France. Claude seated himself, absently, in a chair beside the cheerily crackling fire, facing a great picture that hung upon the brocade wall. It was Boucher's portrait of Marie and de Mélinesle, Marquise de la Tournelle, Duchesse de Châteauroux. She looked down upon him now in that calmly superb manner which she had used only this morning, the manner that the court had raved over, that women vainly strove to imitate, that had conquered the indifference of a king. And as Claude de Mailly gazed, his own air, shamed perhaps by that of the woman, fell from him, as a sheet might fall from a statue. In one instant he was a different thing. He had become an individual, a man with a strong mentality of his own. The courtier's mask of imperturbable cynicism, the conventional domino of forced interest, the detestable undergarments of necessary toadyism, all were gone. Not the patch on his face, not the height of his heels, not the whiteness of his hands nor the breadth of his cuffs could make him now. Perhaps she whose painted likeness was before him would no more have cared to know him as he really was than she would have liked the words that he uttered, dreamily, before her picture. But it was the true Claude, Claude the man, nevertheless, who repeated aloud the thought in his heart, "Our times are not made for the women we love." Chapter 2 The toilet dawn, the late dawn of a grey, wintry morning, hung over Versailles. Within the palace walls those vast corridors, which had lately rung to sounds of life and laughter, stretched endlessly out in the ghostly chill of the vague light. Chill and stillness had crept also under many doors, and they breathed over that stately room in which Marie Anne de Châteauroux was accustomed to take the few hours of relief from feverish life granted her by kindly sleep. Though the favorite's apartment was as dark as drawn curtains could make it, nevertheless a thin gleam of grey shot relentlessly between hanging and wall, and, falling athwart the canopied bed, announced that Madame's temporary rest approached its end. Against this decree, however, Madame's attitude would seem to rebel. She lay, apparently in profound sleep, in the very center of the great bed, sheets and cover drawn closely about her, up to her throat. Only one hand, half hidden in lace, and her head, with its framing mass of yellow, powder-dulled hair, were visible. In her waking life that head of the Duchess of Châteauroux was celebrated for its marvelous poise. And even now, as it lay relaxed upon the pillow, the effect of its daytime majesty was not quite lost. Viewed thus, devoid of animation or expression, the pure, classic beauty of the face showed to better advantage, perhaps, than at another time. Already, however, ennui, and the constant effort at appearance of pleasure, had left their marks upon the regular features, and, indeed, much other than mere beauty might be found in the countenance. If there were power in the breadth of the forehead, there was too much determination in the chin, while at each corner of the delicate mouth a faint line gave a cast of resolution, dogged and relentless, to the feminine ensemble. Presently, as the shadows melted more and more, the woman's silken lashed eyes fell open, and the first of her waking thoughts was expressed in a long, melancholy sigh. The duties of the Duchess as Lady of the Palace of the Queen necessitated her presence at the grand toilet of Her Majesty on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, therefore, except on those weeks when she was in constant attendance on Louis Consort, the Châteauroux accustomed the court to a toilet of her own, which the king's faction religiously frequented, while the queen's circle, the religious party, rolled their eyes, clasped their hands, violently denounced the insolence of it, and fervently wished that they might go, too. Certainly Madame's morning receptions were eminently successful, and, however much gentle Marie Leczinska might disapprove of them in secret, she never had the courage to anger her husband by voicing her sense of indignity. Thus, 6 mornings of the week being provided for, on Saturday the Duchess confessed herself, though no absolution was to be had, and prayed forgiveness for the other part of her life. As Madame awoke, and the clock upon her mantelpiece struck 8, a door into the room swung open, and a trimly dressed maid came in. She pushed back the curtains from the window, looped them up, and crossed to the bedside. "'Tis you, Antoinette," came a voice from beneath the canopy. "Yes, madam." "Shall I bring the water?" "At once." As Antoinette once more disappeared, Madame sat up and pushed aside the curtains of her bed. For the following quarter of an hour, while the first part of the toilet was being performed, the second and elaborate half of that daily function was prepared for in the second room of the favorite's suite, the famous boudoir. A remarkable little room this, with its silken hangings of Persian blue and green and white, and a remarkable little man it was who sat informally upon a tabouret, in the midst of the graceful confusion of chairs, sofas, consoles, and inlaid stands, while in front of him was the second dressing table, whereon reposed the paraphernalia of the coiffeur, and beside him was a small bronze brazier, where charcoal, for the heating of irons, burned. The profession of M. Marchand was instantly proclaimed by his elaborate elegance of wig. He had been, at some time, perruquier to each French queen of the last 3 decades, from Madame de Prie to the ill-fated sisters of the present Duchess. Just now he was ogling, in the last court manner, the second wardrobe girl, who stood near him, beside a spindle-legged table, polishing a mirror. And Celestine ogled the weazened Marchand while she worked and wondered if Madame would miss her last present from D'Argenson, a Chinese mandarin with a rueful smile, who sat alone in the cabinet of toys, and ceaselessly waved his head. The courtly companionship between the two servants had lasted for some time when there came a faint scratch on the bedroom door. It was Antoinette's friendly signal. The hairdresser leaped to his place and bent over the irons, while Celestine forced her eyes from the bit of porcelain and put away her polishing cloth as Madame de Châteauroux entered the room. The Duchess seated herself before the first table, where MLLE Celestine administered certain effective and skillfully applied touches to the pale face, and when these had rendered her to her mind for the hour, Madame surrendered herself into Marchand's hands, where she would remain for a good part of the morning. The preliminary brushing of the yellow locks had not yet been completed when the first valet de chambre threw open the door from the ante-chamber and announced carefully, "The Duc de Gevreuse." De Gevreuse, as usual, delayed his entrance a full minute. Then he came in languidly, snuff-box in his right hand, hat under his arm, peruke immaculate, and eyeglass dangling at his waist. He bowed. Madame raised her hand. The Duke advanced, lifted it to his lips, and left upon its fair surface a faint red trace of his salute. Madame smiled. "You have come to me early," she said. "I arose," remarked the man, pensively, "to find the world in grey. I arrayed myself to match the sky, and came to seek the sun. When I leave you I shall don pale blue, for you will drive the clouds from my day." Madame smiled again. "Thank you. But the grey is marvellously becoming. Pray do not attempt a second toilet this morning. One is singularly depressing." "Surely, you are not depressed, Madame de Versailles?" he asked, idly, examining her negligée of India muslin with approval. "Why depressed?" "Louis was furious at your unaccountable absence from the salon last evening, and would play with no one. He stayed in a corner for 2 hours, railing at Dory and permitting not a soul to approach. Is it in pity for him, this morning, that you suffer?" Madame shrugged. "I do not waste time in pity of His Majesty. At the request of Madame d'Alincourt, I spent last evening in the apartments of the Queen." "Good heaven! Then, Madame, allow me to express my deepest sympathy. I had no idea that you would play so recklessly with ennui. Why, your very gossip is a day old. You, then, monsieur, I hail as my deliverer. Will you not act as my nouvelles à la main, that I may make no irretrievable blunder today? Madame desires, the king is at her feet. Madame requests, and the gods obey. Where must one begin?" "At the beginning." De Gavras smiled slowly in retrospection. It was for this precise opportunity that he had risen an hour early and dared royal displeasure by being alone with the favorite for 30 minutes. He rose from the chair he had taken, drew a tabouret to within a yard of the Duchess's knee, and reseated himself significantly. "You frighten me, my lord. It must be serious." De Gavras shrugged. "Oh, not necessarily. You shall judge." He glanced meditatively at her feet, tapped his snuff-box, and began to speak just as Marchen finished the first curl. "Without doubt, madame, even after the deplorable past evening, you still recollect the rather outré events of the day before. You cannot yet have forgotten the last Rambouillet chase, the gage you offered, His Majesty's unfortunate chagrin, and the intrepid, if rash, ardor of your young cousin, Count Claude. Thus far my memory carries me, monsieur. Continue." "Well, the rest is, indeed, curious. In spite of the Count's heroic gallantry, he appeared, later in the day, to have repented somewhat of having so eagerly dared the royal displeasure. A company of my friends were so good as to visit, with me, my hotel, you know its condition for play, on this very evening. By great good fortune, His Majesty, together with a companion, did us the honor himself to join our party a little later. When the king beheld his successful rival, the Count, seated with us, he instantly proposed that the two of them play a round for high stakes. Louis, madame, offered a diamond star valued, perhaps, at 50,000 francs, or more, against my glove. Even so. You have, perhaps, heard the tale, queried the Duke, hastily, with a suspicion of anxiety in his voice. Madame de Châteauroux noticed this, but her face continued to be as impassive as that of her smiling mandarin. "You forget my evening, monsieur." "I know nothing." "Continue, I beg of you." "Monsieur le Marquis de Coigny and the Comte de Maurepas," announced the valet. De Gavras coughed, but his face expressed none of the disappointment that he felt. Madame de Châteauroux greeted both gentlemen with imperturbable courtesy, and the three nobles, after her salutes were over, exchanged greetings. Then the favorite said, at once, "Pray be seated, messieurs. M. de Gevres is telling me a most interesting anecdote. Pardon if I ask him to finish it. Since it in a way concerns myself, I am so vain as to be curious." The latecomers bowed and looked at the Duke, who, in that instant, had mentally sounded the intruders, considered his course, and decided to risk a continuance of his original plan. Without any noticeable hesitation, the story went on. As I said, His Majesty and the Count de Mailly were to play together for possession of the glove. The king threw first 4 and 3. De Mailly came next with 5 and 2. "Ah," murmured de Coigny. Again Louis with 10, and the Count turned precisely the same number. His Majesty was visibly tingling with anxiety. He was about to throw for the last time, with a prayer to the gods, when the Count took pity on him. "He offered the glove?" asked Madame, quietly. De Gevres bowed. "In a way, Duchess. He offered to exchange the stakes." "Oh," cried Maurepas, angrily. "Dastardly," muttered de Coigny. Madame de Châteauroux flushed scarlet with anger beneath her powder. Little Marchand, trained to high gallantry by long experience in haunts of the elect, left an iron in too long, and slightly scorched a lock of hair. His little eyes winked furiously with disapproval of the Count. "Monsieur le Marquis de Mailly Nasle," came the announcement. De Gevres coughed again, and, amid rather a strained silence, Henry entered the apartment of his sister. He looked about him for a moment or two with some curiosity, feeling the awkwardness of his arrival, and considering what it would be wise to say. Maurepas, the diplomat, recovered himself quickly, remarking, in a tone which relieved them all, "This brother's devotion, my dear Marquis, is gratifying to behold. One is really never so certain of finding you anywhere at a given hour as here, in your sister's boudoir. Madame de Coigny has, I believe, no mornings à la toilette," observed Madame de Coigny's husband. Maurepas looked sharply at the speaker, while the others smiled, and the Duchess made everyone still easier by laughing lightly. "Her sang-froid is unapproachable," murmured de Gevres to Maurepas, behind his hand. "You have certainly put it to strong test this morning," was the reply, rather coldly given. L'Abbé de Saint-Pierre and L'Abbé de Vries. The two ecclesiastics entered from the antechamber and advanced, side by side, towards the Duchess. The taller of the two, Saint-Pierre, was a very desirable person in salon society, and could turn as neat a compliment or as fine an epigram in spontaneous verse as any member in the rhyming brotherhood. At sight of Saint-Pierre's companion, who was a stranger here, the Marquis de Coigny gave a sudden, imperceptible start, and Henry de Mailly suppressed an exclamation. "Madame la Duchesse, permit me to present to you my friend and colleague, l'Abbé Bertrand de Vries, of Fontainebleau. I am charmed to see you both," deigned her grace, giving her hand to Saint-Pierre, while she narrowly scrutinized the slight figure and delicate, ascetic face of the other young priest. The mild blue eyes met hers for a single instant, then dropped uneasily, as their owner bowed without speaking, and passed over to a small sofa, where, after a second's hesitation, he sat down. Saint-Pierre, who seemed to cherish some anxiety as to his new protégé's conduct, followed and remained beside him. Unused to the boudoir, one would imagine. It is unusual for one of his order. "I am astonished that Saint-Pierre should have brought him to make a début before you," observed de Gevres to La Châteauroux, who had not yet removed her eyes from the new priest. "Saint-Pierre knows my fondness for fresh faces," she replied, indifferently, picking up a mirror to examine the coiffure, just as her lackey entered the room with small glasses of negus, which were passed among the party. While de Coigny raised a glass to his lips, he turned towards de Vries. "You have spent all your time in Fontainebleau, M. de Vries?" he asked, seriously. "By no means, monsieur," was the answer, given in a light tenor voice. "Indeed, for the last 2 weeks I have been working in Paris." "Working? And what, if my curiosity is not distasteful to you, is your work?" queried Madame, still toying with the mirror. "By all means," murmured de Gavras, comfortably, after finishing his mild refreshment, "let us hear of some work. It soothes one's nerves inexpressibly." De Vries' blue eyes turned slowly till they rested on the slender figure of the Duke, clad in his grey satin suit, his white hands half hidden in lace, toying with a silver snuff-box. The eyes gleamed oddly, half with amusement, half with something else, weariness, disgust. Surely it was not ennui, and yet in an avowed courtier, that was what the look would have seemed to express. "I will, then, soothe your nerves, if you wish it, sir. My work certainly was very real. For the past 2 weeks my abode has been in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, but my days were spent in a very different part of the city. At dawn each morning, in company with my colleague Not M. de Saint-Pierre, here I left behind those houses whose inmates rejoiced in clothes to cover themselves, in money enough to purchase a bone for soup daily, and who were even sometimes able to give away a piece of black bread to a beggar. These luxurious places we left, I say, and together descended into hell. It might amuse you still more, monsieur, to behold the alleys, the courts, the kennels, the holes filled with living filth into the midst of which we went. Their women disfigure or cripple their children for life in order to give them a means of livelihood, that they may become successful beggars. Their wine is not heard of, but alcohol is far commoner than bread. There you may buy souls for a quart of brandy, but must deliver your own into their keeping if you have not the wherewithal to appease, for a moment, their hatred of you, who are clean, who are fed, who are warm. Cleanliness down there is a crime. Ah! How they hate you, those dwellers in the hell of earth! How they hate us, and how they curse God for the lives they must lead. The name of God is never used except in oaths. And yet a girl, whose dying child I washed, knew how to bless me one day there. It seems to me that they might all learn how, if opportunity were but given them. There has been some bitter weather lately, when the frozen Seine has been a highway for tradespeople. Those creatures among whom I went make no change from their summer toilets, gentlemen. Half all the children are quite naked. The women have one garment, and their hair. The men are clad in blouses, with perhaps a pair of sabots, if they can fight well to obtain them, or are ready to do murder without a qualm to keep them in their possession. It is among these people that I worked, Monsieur de Gavras, with my colleague. How eminently disgusting, replied the Duke, calmly, but his remark was not pleasing to the rest of those present, who had been actually affected by the description. Henry de Mailly had risen to his feet, and, after a moment's pause, asked, rather harshly, "Who was your colleague, monsieur?" The Marquis de Coigny shot a quick, warning glance at Henry, and raised his hand. "Monsieur l'Abbé, I am interested in your story. Would you do me the honor to breakfast with me this morning, and tell me more of this life?" The little audience stared, and La Chataureau lifted her head rather haughtily. De Vries appeared, for some reason, to be very much amused. "You are too good, Monsieur le Marquis. I have already partaken of my morning crust. Besides, you, doubtless, are happy enough to be daily in the company of Madame de Chataureau, while I, monsieur, am a poor priest, not often admitted to the dwellings of the highest. He rolled his eyes towards the figure of the Duchess, who was becoming visibly gracious under the effect of this slight compliment. You are not, then, a sharer of the opinions of those poor creatures amongst whom you have worked, and who, as you truthfully suggest, have some little cause to hate us, who have so much more in life than they, queried Maurepas, with the interest of a minister of the interior. No, monsieur, assuredly I have no feeling of enmity towards the nobility of France. I should have no right. You see, I know very little. Suddenly De Vries caught the eyes of Saint Pierre fixed on him in so curious a glance that he was forced to stop speaking. His mouth began to twitch at the corners. He shook with an inward spasm, and finally lay back upon the sofa, emitting peal after peal of silvery, feminine laughter. Victorine, cried the Duchess, starting from her chair. Victorine, you madcap! So you have come back again. Madame de Coigny insisted, murmured Saint Pierre, uncertain of his position. The rest of the gentlemen sat perfectly still, staring at the little marquise, and trying, out of some sense of propriety or gallantry, to keep from joining in her infectious laughter. Only Henry de Mailly sat near a window, his head on his fist, staring gloomily out upon the barren, stone-paved court. My dear madam, cried Maurepas, when she had grown tearful with laughter, your disclosure has done me an excellent turn. It has saved me 500 livres. I was about thus to impoverish myself that you might be permitted to get still closer to heaven by spending another week in the criminal quarter distributing them. The Marquise de Coigny grew suddenly serious again. M. de Maurepas, let me take you at your word. I beg that you will send the money to him who was my companion in the work, l'Abbé de Bernis. Oh, François de Bernis, asked Saint Pierre, in quick surprise. I have met him at the Vincent de Paul. Her Majesty, I believe, receives him at times into her most religious coterie, put in de Maurepas. Well, since you know who he is, I will continue, if you will permit me. I beg that you will all, at least, believe that what I have said concerning my occupation in Paris was wholly serious. Indeed, I am in the highest sympathy with the work of the Jesuit fathers among the people, and there are few men in our world whom I respect as I do M. de Bernis. At these words, so solemnly spoken that they could not but impress the listeners with their sincerity, the eyebrows of Saint Pierre went up with surprise, though he remained silent. As a matter of fact, the reputation of the Abbé François Joachim de Pierre de Bernis was not noted for its sanctity. Will you, then, permit me, madam, to double my first offer, said de Maurepas, with his mind on the treasury. I will today send you a note for 1,000 livres, which I beg that you will dispense in charity. M. de Maurepas, I wish that you could imagine what your word will mean to those poor creatures. And shall you yourself return to Paris with the money, madam? Inquired de Gavras, smiling slightly. De Coigny moved as though he would speak, but his wife answered immediately, in his stead, No, Monsieur le Duc. I have no intention of taking permanently to a black gown. For 2 weeks it has occupied me satisfactorily to attend the poor. Now I shall come back to court till I am again fatigued by all of you. After that I must devise a new amusement. Really you all know my one eternal vow, I will not become successor to Madame du Deffant. Death, if you like, never such ennui as hers. M. de Mailly, will you give? She did not finish. Henry had sprung quickly to his feet, but de Coigny was before him. Pardon, Monsieur le Marquis, said he, with great courtesy, will you allow me, today, instead? Tomorrow I shall once more relinquish all to you. De Mailly could not, in reason, refuse the request, though it was against the conventions. He merely bowed as husband and wife, having variously saluted La Chateauroux and the rest of the company, passed together out of the boudoir. Madame Victorine's eccentricity and her terror of being bored are excellent things. The husband seems to fall in love with her more violently than ever after each adventure. Ah, Madame la Marquise is too charming to be anything but successful everywhere. Really, Henry, you and Abernus Henry, angry at the first word, turned upon the Duke. Monsieur, I would inform you that Madame de Coigny is yes, yes, yes. Pardon me, de Gavras rose, I understand perfectly that Madame Victorine is the most virtuous, as she is the most charming, of women. Madame la Duchesse, I have been with you seemingly but 1 moment, and yet an hour has passed. His Majesty will be receiving the little entries. I bid you au revoir. The Duchess held out her hand. The courtier kissed it, bowed to the 3 remaining men, and gracefully left the boudoir. When the door shut behind him, a breath of fresher air crept through the room. Mélie Nesle, who had been restlessly pacing round and round among the tables and chairs, paused. De Maurepas drew a tabouret to Madame's side, and began to talk with her in the intimate and inimitably dignified manner that was his peculiar talent. Saint Pierre was thoughtfully regarding nothing, when Henry approached and sat down beside him. Just as they began to speak together, Marchand stepped back a little from the chair of La Chateauroux. "Madame," he cried, "the coiffure is finished." At the same instant the door to the antechamber again flew open. "The Comte de Mailly," announced the valet. There was a second's pause and Claude ran into the room. "My dear cousin," he cried, buoyantly, hurrying towards her. Madame de Chateauroux rose slowly from her place, stared at the newcomer for an instant with the insolence which only an insulted woman can use, then deliberately turned her back and moved across the room. Maurepas was already on his feet, and now, seizing his opportunity, he bowed to the woman, indicated Henry and the Abbé in his glance, passed Claude with the barest recognition, and left the room congratulating himself on his adroit escape before the storm. Mélie Nesle and Saint Pierre sat perfectly still for an instant out of astonishment. Then, happily, the Abbé came to himself, rose, repeated the performance of the minister, and hastened from the unpleasantness. The instant that he was gone, Claude broke his crimsoning silence in a somewhat tremulous voice. "Name of God, Marie, what have I done?" Madame was at her dressing table. Picking up a small mirror, she retouched her left cheek. "Marie," said Henry, gently, "it is but fair that you let him know his fault." A shiver of anger passed over the frame of La Chateauroux. Then, suddenly whirling about till she faced Claude, she whispered, harshly, "My gauntlet, Monsieur le Comte, my white gauntlet. Return it to me." Again Claude flushed, wretchedly, while his cousin spoke. "He has it not to return, Marie." She turned then upon her brother. "So you, also, know this insult, and you counsel me to let him know his fault. Ah, but your school of gallantry was fine." "This insult," repeated Claude, stupidly. "Fool! Do you think I do not know it?" Count and Marquis alike stood perfectly still, staring at each other. "Your innocence is awkwardly done," commented Madame. "Show me the price, Monsieur Claude, for which you sold my gage." "Price," echoed Henry, angrily. But Claude drew a long breath. "Ah! Now I but begin, to understand. Which was it that came to tell the story, Madame? Was it d'Epernon, or Gavras, or Richelieu who twisted the account of a forced act into one of voluntary avarice?" The favorite shrugged. "Charming words. I make you my compliments on your heroic air. Will you, then, confront M. de Gavras before me. Most willingly, madam. Afterwards, by the good God, I'll run him through. La Chatoureau bent her head, and there was silence till she lifted it again to face her young cousin. His eyes answered her penetrating glance steadily, eagerly, honestly. And thereupon Madame began to turn certain matters over in her mind. She was no novice in court intrigue, neither had she any great faith to break with de Gavras. It was a long moment, but when it ended, the storm was over. How did it happen, Claude? I gave the gauntlet to the king, when, man to man, he was beaten at dice. You received nothing in return. Claude was uncomfortable, but he did not hesitate. Yes, he said, with lowered eyes. I have brought it to you. I hate it. From one of the great pockets in the side of his coat he drew a small, flat box, which he handed to his cousin. She received it in silence, opened it, and gazed upon the royal star. The frown had settled again over her face. Suddenly, with a quick impulse, she pulled open one of the small windows which looked down upon the court of marbles. Claude, take this and throw it out there, she commanded. Claude, take this and throw it out there. Dameli was at her side in 2 steps. Eagerly he seized the jewels and flung them, with angry satisfaction, far out upon the stones. La Chatoureau looked at him quizzically for an instant, then suddenly held out both hands to him. He did not fall upon his knee, as a courtier should have done, but threw his arms triumphantly about her and bent his powdered head over hers. Muttered Henry, indistinctly, methinks I would better go and seek the fallen star. Chapter 3 The Gallery of Mirrors. The 16th of January fell on a Saturday, on the evening of which day the king held his usual weekly assembly in the formal halls of the palace. These affairs were not loved by Louis, whose tastes ran in more unostentatious directions, but they were a part of his inheritance, coming to him with the throne, his hour of getting up in the morning, and the national debt, so he made no audible murmur, and ordinarily presented a resplendent appearance and a dignified sulkiness on these occasions. It was his custom to enter the hall of battles or the gallery of mirrors, in company with his consort, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Since no courtier was supposed to make his entrance after the king, the great rooms were generally thronged at an early hour, and the first dance began at 9 precisely. At 6:45 on this particular Saturday, 4 candles burned in the gallery of mirrors, and their petty light made of that usually magnificent place a shadowy, dreary gulf of gloom. Ordinarily, at this hour, the salon was deserted. Tonight, it appeared, one individual was unhappy enough to find the place harmonious with his mood. This solitaire, who had twice paced the length of the hall, finally seated himself on a tabouret with his back to the wall, and, leaning his head against a mirror, gave himself up to some decidedly uncomfortable thoughts. It was Claude Dameli, who was young enough and unwise enough to surrender himself to his mood in such a place, at such an hour. Only late in life does the courtier learn how dangerous a thing is melancholy. Claude had not come to this yet, and for that reason, through one long hour, he remained in darkness, meditating upon a situation which he could not, or, more properly, would not, help. For Claude's eyes were well open to the precarious position into which he had got himself, they were open even to his more than possible fall. Nor was he ignorant of the direction in which salvation lay the instant bending to Louis' wishes, repudiation of the favorite, and devotion to some other woman. But, to his honor be it said, Claude Dameli was deeply enough in love and loyal enough by nature to scorn the very contemplation of such action. He could not see very far into the future. He dared not try to pierce the veil that hid the to come from him. He would not think of consequences. Perhaps he was not capable of imagining them, for, to him, life and Versailles were synonymous terms, and the world beyond was space. His vague and varied meditations were broken in upon by the appearance of 8 lackeys, who had come to light the room for the evening. Claude rose from his place and slipped away by a side door. He had nothing to do, nowhere in particular to go. The Œil de Bœuf would be deserted. The court was dressing. An hour before, dismal with the loneliness of the grey sky and the falling snow, he had left his rooms in Versailles. He was dressed for the evening, but had had nothing to eat since the dinner hour. An idea came to him presently, and he bent his steps in the direction of the staircase of the ambassadors. At the head of this, on the second floor, he halted, knocking at a well-known door. It was opened after a moment by a well-known lackey. Claude thrust a coin into the man's hand, and passed out of the ante-chamber, through a half-lighted salon, and into the Persian boudoir where sat Madame de Châteauroux and Victorine de Coigny, comfortably taking tea à l'anglaise together, and talking as only women, and women of an unholy but very entertaining court, can talk. The little marquise was dressed for the assembly. The duchess was coiffed, patched, and rouged, but en négligé. She rose nervously at Claude's entrance. "Claude! Claude! How unceremonious you are! And did you hear what we were saying of you, monsieur?" asked Victorine, smiling mischievously, as she gave him her hand. "Fortunately for my vanity, madam, no," he returned, bending over it. Then, at her ripple of laughter, he crossed to his cousin, took her proffered fingers, but, instead of kissing them, seized them in both his hands, clasped them close to his breast, and looked searchingly into her eyes. Anne, I have suffered so," he murmured. "I wonder if you care." Madame de Coigny sprang up. "At least, monsieur, give me time to retire. Your ardor is so remarkable." The Duchess laughed and gently withdrew her hand from Claude's grasp. She was in excellent spirits. Never had she passed a more uniformly successful week at court than the one just ending. If she had purchased much royal devotion, and much toadyism from hitherto lofty personages at Claude's expense, why that was Claude's affair. His career was not in her keeping, but she could, and did, treat him very amiably in private for the sake of the fierce jealousy which he was inspiring in her royal lover. It was one of her cleverest maneuvers, one that had been tried before, this playing some quite insignificant little person against Louis of France, for the king was ardently in love for the first time, and had not yet grown old in the knowledge of woman's ways. "Come, Claude," entreated Madame, "sit here, and take at least one dish of this charming beverage. And the patties are by Moutier himself. You must taste them, and Madame de Coigny shall entertain you, while my dress is put on." He accepted the invitation readily enough, seated himself at the little table, and began an attack on Moutier's patties with such goodwill that Madame de Coigny held up her hands. "Seal, Monsieur le Comte. Do you protest that you are a lover, with such an appetite? 'Tis more worthy the court of miracles." Claude put down his tea. "Ah, madame, the court of miracles. Do you know that for the last days I have heard nothing on every side but conversations about the last experiment of the Marquise de Coigny? May I ask if it proved a really successful remedy for your deplorable ennui?" Madame de Coigny slightly smiled. "Indeed, monsieur, its efficacy was but too great. At the time, I was in a dream of pity and of happiness. Since my return, my wretchedness is greater than ever before. Poof! How can you bear the air of this hideous place? It stifles. It poisons. It kills." "I hear," remarked Madame de Châteauroux, from her toilet table, that Griffith will, in a few days, formally present Monsieur l'Abbé de Bernis to Her Majesty as eligible to the post of third chaplain to the Dauphin. Now, if it were desirable, it is possible that the king might, she touched an eyebrow, might be prevailed upon to ask him to supper with the royal family. Victorine de Coigny moved uneasily, and Claude noted, from beneath his lids, that a sudden color, which did not quite match the rouge, had started into her face. "Do not jest, Marie," she murmured, half to herself. "Oh, it is quite a possibility, my dear. If you ask it, I will give him a salon here on a Tuesday evening. Will that please you? You will be able, then, to—" Victorine sprang nervously to her feet. "Good heaven, Marie! Do you not know that M. de Bernis considers me a man? How could you dream that I would wish him to know my sex? I beg of you, do not let me meet him here, or if I should, at least you must disclose nothing. It would be too mortifying." Madame de Châteauroux paused in the manipulation of her gown to look at her friend. Never before had she beheld Victorine de Coigny in confusion, never had she seen her betray the smallest sign of emotion about anything or person. Claude also regarded her with unfeigned interest. Presently he turned slowly to his cousin. "Madam," he said, softly, "why will you not make a pilgrimage with me into the Court of Miracles?" "Dear Claude," she answered, smiling dreamily, "when I go there, I must carry with me only an image of the king." And, while Claude colored with displeasure, Victorine turned her head to hide an irrepressible smile. By this time the candles in the great gallery were all lighted, and the mirrors reflected the brilliant colors of a richly costumed and continually increasing throng that passed and repassed in endless procession before them. No woman here was untitled, few of the men had less than 5, and many had 20, generations of unsmirched aristocracy behind them. Many were there who did not own the clothes upon their backs, and many others whose debts would have impoverished a half-dozen of the wealthiest of the bourgeoisie. Yet few ever went abroad with an empty pocket, and money was generally their last source of worry. Here passed the Marquis de Sèvres, a member of the king's intimate circle, a page of the court, whose estates were mortgaged, and whose Paris hotel was almost dismantled of furniture, in an unpaid-for dress of cherry and white satin, with pearls worth 50,000 livres on him, arm in arm with M. de la Popelinière, a farmer general, worth 40 millions, but not attired with half the extravagance of his companion. In a corner, taking snuff, and commenting on the degeneracy of the grand manner since the last reign, were the old Duc de Cheraste, who had attached himself to the Queen and the religious party, the Duc de Duras, who lived on the influence of his wife's implacable etiquette, and M. de Pontevesle, a successful diplomatist in a small way, and the most disagreeably ubiquitous man at court. Opposite them the Marquis d'Entragues, a man whose scutcheon had come into existence 200 years before, beginning with a bar sinister to the discredit of a certain King of France, and M. Marquis, at whose hotel could be found the best vin d'Aix in the kingdom, and who was a favorite with Louis on that account, were discussing, with the Comtesse d'Estrades, the pompous intrigues of Madame de Gramont. Every one waited, more or less eagerly, first, for the appearance of the favorite, secondly, for the arrival of the king. "It is 8:30, remarked de Coigny to Cheraste, whose group he had just joined. "I am unable to discover Madame, my wife. She must be with Madame de Châteauroux, who, by the way, is late." "The Duchess is actually more haughty than La Montespan was," returned the old Duke. "The 14th Louis showed less indulgence than his present Majesty." "Possibly. But where is the favorite of the old court with the presence, the magnificence, the carriage of the present Duchess?" cried Duras, popularly. "Quite so," murmured Pontevesle, rubbing his chin. Well, yes. She has, perhaps, the manner, admitted Charost, unwillingly. And she is here, cried de Coigny. Ah! What a carriage! What a glance! What a toilet, cried Duras, rapturously. It is not difficult to perceive that she means, at all events, to wreck her cousin as she did the little Diagenois. It is Desmaisons' own fault, then. He is mad, to betray such devotion. One would never believe that he had been brought up at court. You are quite right, M. de Charost. Such honesty and truth as his are absurdities that we do not often discover here, observed de Coigny, shrugging his shoulders. The Duchess, handed by Claude, whose eyes were fastened on her, followed by Victorine and Henry de Mailly-Nesle, was entering the salon. The perfumed crowd, half unconsciously, drew back a little on either side to make a way for her as they did for the king. Her bearing was certainly royal. The heavy velvet of her robe, with its glittering silver fern leaves, swept about her like a coronation mantle. Her breast glittered with a mass of diamonds, and in her hair were 5 stars, fastened together like a coronet. She was turned slightly towards Claude, and noticed no one till he had finished what he was saying to her, so that all had time to note the manner of her entrance and the details of the costume. Then, as Richelieu pressed towards her, she gently dropped Claude's hand and turned aside. He stood still for a moment where she left him, till he saw her quite surrounded with men and women. Then he moved away, dreading the next hour, but buoyed up with the thought of a promise she had given before they left her apartments. There were few people about him whom he did not know, and he bowed continually from right to left as he walked aimlessly through the throng. Oddly enough, however, as it seemed to him, the salutes that were returned were coldly formal. No one addressed him beyond a chilly good evening, and Madame de Gramont passed by with her eyes fixed on some distant goal. Claude's heart was beginning to throb a little, and he could feel the color surge over his face. Presently there was a touch upon his arm. Quickly he turned his head. M. de Barriere was beside him. "Good evening, M. de Mailly. Your face is troubled. In the midst of such a scene the expression is unusual. Am I impertinent to ask if I can be of service?" Claude gave the man a quick and searching glance. "Yes," he said, after a pause, "you can tell me, if you will, your idea as to why I am in disfavor with all these. And, also, if you will, answer this question, is my present position dangerous?" They had drawn a little to one side of the greatest press while Claude spoke. De Barriere stopped an instant to think before he replied, but when he did so it was evidently with perfect honesty. "My dear Count, you are experiencing these little and very disagreeable cuts, in my opinion, first, because of your reckless attentions in spite of His Majesty's open displeasure, secondly, because of an unpleasant mistake in the story of your game with the King on Tuesday evening. The first matter you alone can rectify, but the method is simple. In the second, I will try to assist you. As to the possible danger of your position, well, let me advise you to do what may be done while it still is possible. Your pardon. Au revoir." The chief of police, bowing courteously, turned aside and was lost in the crowd before Claude could say anything further. To tell the truth, the last words had nonplussed de Mailly not a little. Presently, however, he flung up his head, and, passing his hand over his forehead, muttered to himself, "You may be right, God knows you may be right. But no honest man gives up the woman he loves because his rival is a king. And, from my soul, I believe that in time Marie must love me in spite of all." And so the lights grew a little brighter as Claude passed on again through the gallery of mirrors. It was 9:15, and the company grew slightly bored. In 3/4 of an hour 200 people can easily dispose of 10 new scandals, redigest 20 ancient ones, and anticipate as many as the remaining minutes will permit. But undiluted gossip, spiced with epigram and heated with wit though it may be, grows nauseating after a while, if taken in too great quantities, and, through the great room, tonight, there were enough chronic dyspeptics of this class to make conversation finally begin to lag. The abstract murmur, to which Claude was moodily listening, changed in character. Suddenly, as the cries of the ushers at last rang out, it became as present wine to former tepid milk, Mesdames, Messieurs, their Majesties. Way for the King. Way for the Queen, will you have the goodness to move just here? The 4 royal ushers, with their white staffs, passed down the room, forming an alley for the passage of the King. No ribbons were used, as in the days of the 14th Louis. The courtiers were better trained now. They pressed back voluntarily on either side, leaving a very well-formed lane between the two crowds. A quick silence fell over the room and the circling throng was still. Each one had sought the company in which he or she wished to stand. For none knew just how long it would take His Majesty to reach the other end of the room, where he would open the first minuet. Claude, by a series of delicate maneuvers, had reached the side of Madame de Châteauroux, and, despite the silence, found opportunity to whisper, "You will not forget that you have promised me the first dance." And the favorite, looking into her cousin's eyes, felt, even in her heartless heart, a little throb of pity for the utter abandon of his infatuation. "I do not forget, mon cher. But thou shouldst have kept away from me till the progress was over." Claude shrugged and smiled happily. "Mesdames, Messieurs, their Majesties." 2 more ushers entered and passed rapidly down the aisle, backward. Louis and his wife, hand in hand, followed after. The King was, as usual, magnificently dressed and glittering with jewels. His face, however, was as unpropitious as possible. He wore his most bored and fretful look, and he walked straight down the room for a distance of 25 feet, heedless of his wife, without glancing at a soul. Marie Leczinska, on the contrary, carelessly attired in a costume of deep brownish-red brocade, pale of face, tired-eyed, yet wearing a curiously contented look, bowed timidly to 3 or 4 of her dames du palais and some of her abbés, who had the grace to return the salutes with a show of respect that was born of pity. The company, however, quickly felt the chilling breath of the master's ill humor. "Parbleu," muttered de Gavras to Richelieu, as they stood together at the far end of the gallery, "Madame herself is to be ignored tonight." But the Duke was mistaken. His Majesty, in his rapid walk, had seen many more things than one might have imagined. He knew that Claude was beside the favorite, and he accurately surmised Claude's intent. Therefore, when he came abreast of the Duchess, who was not in the front row, he suddenly stopped, turned his head towards her, and remarked, in a perfectly expressionless tone, "Madame de Châteauroux, I have the pleasure of opening the dance with you tonight." He suddenly stopped and turned his head towards her, and before she had time to courtesy her thanks he had passed on again. "Ah, de Gavras, take note," murmured Richelieu, cautiously, "'tis 2 forms of the same expression that Her Majesty and Claude de Mailly are at this instant wearing." "You are right, my friend. You should propose something of the sort as the next subject for the competitive philosophical essay at the Academy. With whom do you dance?" "The Princesse de Hénin." "And you?" "I am going to bore myself for appearances." "The Duchesse de Boufflers." "Oh! You might amuse her, then, with some anecdotes of your past sanctity. She knows them too well." She will merely insist on talking to me of the frightful improprieties of Madame de Coigny. Oh, by the way, as to that, I hear that de Bernis did not even know her sex. I have met him at Madame Doublet's, and I give him credit for rather more brain than that. Really? In that case I must take the affair into my repertoire. M. de Mailly-Nesle will be able to weep in Claude's company. Such tears appear to run in the family. You've been rather unkind to Claude of late and, moreover, it was dangerous to garble the story. His disfavor with La Châteauroux certainly did not last long. No, silly boy. Really, Richelieu, that little invention should have done him a good turn. If the Duchess had refused to speak to him for a week, he would have been saved. As it is, I am glad that my position is not his. Well, au revoir. I go to seek my Dame d'Etiquette. Au revoir. But oh, Richelieu. Remember, when you relate the tale, that it is not only from the affections of Mailly-Nesle, but from those of de Coigny himself, that the Abbé is tearing the lady. What? Coigny in love with his wife? Madly. Only it is with the most delicate unostentation in the world. He is perfectly comme il faut, and to generalize devoted still to Madame d'Egmont. A charming romance. Thank you, and farewell. Richelieu hurried away, and de Gevres also moved more rapidly than was his wont in search of his partner. While the hours of that long evening passed, the emotions varied with them. As La Châteauroux had her triumph with, so had her cousin his revenge upon, the king. The third dance Menuet de Sabres Louis performed with his wife. Under cover of imitating royalty, de Coigny sought Victorine for his companion. Henry, biting his lips, watched de Gevres lead Madame forth, and then, totally indifferent to every unengaged woman in the room, sought out his marquise, who left M. Trudaine with a little laugh, and devoted herself prettily to the husband with whom she had, as she said, merely a casual acquaintance. Meantime the king was frowning furiously on the presumption of his still dauntless rival. For Claude, in the face of a dozen competitors, under the very shadow of a warning glance from de Barrière, which unmistakably spelled lettre de cachet, had, with scarcely so much as a by your leave, triumphantly carried his cousin off from her admirers to the head of the third 20, and proceeded to make 2 wrong steps during the dance, much to the amusement of La Châteauroux and the disgust of the king, who, though France were tottering, had never been guilty of such a misdemeanor. The grand supper, which began at midnight, was virtually ended at 1 o'clock by the departure of the king, although Madame de Châteauroux, at Richelieu's side, still stayed at table, and the court, from curiosity, remained with her. There was a murmur, whether of disappointment or surprise, when the de Mailly cousins, Henry and Claude, with merely the customary salutes, passed together from the room. 5 minutes later the Duchess, refusing escort, departed unattended, and the lingering court, heartily sick of its own dull self, bored, sleepy, with aching eyes and feet, rose from the horseshoe table, and went its way to a dubious rest. For an hour every apartment on the upper floors of the palace was ablaze with light. In the city of Versailles those streets which, during the great season, were the abodes of the lesser nobility, were still alive with coaches, chairs, and link boys, while not a window in any of the tall, narrow houses but glowed with the mild fire of candles. In one of these streets, the Avenue de Saint Cloud, within the building called by its owner the Châtelet Personnel, in half the apartment of the third floor, Claude and Henry kept rooms together. Just below them, more luxurious in fashion and less in content, were the court apartments of the Marquis and Marquise de Coigny. Victorine, nearly ready for the night, with a silken negligee thrown over her elaborate white gown, sat before her dressing table, brushing with her own hands the clouds of powder from her dark hair. This hair, comparatively short, according to the dictates of fashion, was still her only claim to beauty. Thus at night, when the soft, natural curls could cluster unreservedly about her pale face and neck, the little marquise was far prettier than in the daytime. She was not beautiful even now. The mirror showed her a delicate, oval face, pallid and hollow-cheeked, two abnormally large eyes, that were green and weary-looking tonight, the brows above them lightly marked, and too straight to harmonize with her great orbs, a nose delicate, short, and tilted piquantly upward, a feature more worthy of a coquettish grisette than the daughter of one of the oldest families in France, and a mouth indefinite, long, pale, sometimes very full of character, that would have rendered Boucher and the miniature painters desperate. Victorine had sent away her maid as soon as she was ready to sit down quietly. It seemed to her that, sleepy as the girl appeared, she would be able to read too much from her mistress's face, to see too far into her mind. Besides this, it was a relief to be alone. During the strange month which she had just lived, Madame de Coigny had fallen suddenly in love with freedom. The suffering which she was enduring from bondage was the penalty she paid for her reckless willfulness. But had it been ennui now, as of old, under which she chafed, she might have made further effort to dispel it by means of another of those startling escapades which, since she had amused the king with one of them, the court had become reconciled to. This was not ennui, then. This, she thought vaguely, and with a kind of rebellion, was the haunting image of a single person, the unchanging recurrence before her mental eyes of a man's face, the face of François de Bernis, as she had seen it first a month since at Fontainebleau. The brush in her hand had almost ceased to pass over her hair, and Victorine was staring fixedly into the mirror, without, however, seeing herself. Presently the door to her boudoir swung gently open. She started slightly and turned about in her chair. M. de Coigny, her husband, in his long lounging robe of green and gold, stood upon the threshold. She regarded him silently. He hesitated for a moment, and then asked, deprecatingly, "Will you perhaps be so gracious as to permit my entrance?" "Certainly, Monsieur le Marquis, if it is your wish." "I thank you." He walked lingeringly into the delicate little place, and seated himself at some distance from her, upon a small chair. Then the silence fell again, lasting several seconds. Victorine waited, her husband was nervously at a loss for words. Finally, seeing that she did not know how to help him, he began, in a low, impersonal tone, "Madam, it is now 4 days since your return from your little journey to this abode, and to my nominal protection. During the month in which your place of retreat was unknown to me, I confess to having experienced extreme concern for your welfare. I believe that I have never spoken to you upon the subject of those short flights to freedom which, from time to time, you have been accustomed to take, in order to overcome, as I have understood, your always unfortunate tendency towards ennui. This one just passed, however, having been of so much longer duration than usual, I have taken the liberty of questioning your old servitor, Jerome, whom you were so wise as to take with you as attendant. He has informed me that, so far as he has been able to determine, your conduct as regards any of my sex whom you chanced to encounter in that month, was eminently reserved and dignified. Upon this, madam, I venture to congratulate you. I have come to you tonight, however, with a proposal on which I have meditated carefully for some weeks. At first it will not improbably appear to you to be too unconventional and perhaps too uninteresting to be desirable, but I beg, for my sake as well as yours, that you will consider it from every point of view. I have thought, Victorine, that perhaps one reason for your carelessness about existence at court was due to your entire indifference to any of the cavaliers there at your disposal. I should have surrendered my supposed rights to M. de Mailly-Nesle had I ever perceived that you desired him for your comrade. I have been impelled to the belief that you do not care for him. Therefore it is, madam, that I approach you tonight with the offer of myself to you, as devoted to you in heart and feeling, to be your companion as well as the protector of your name, or, as the court understands the word, your lover. With this request I couple the assurance that my love and esteem for you are now far stronger than 2 years ago, when we were united in marriage. The Marquise listened to this punctilious and delicate offer quite passively, with courteous attention, and no little amazement. When he had finished speaking, she sat for a little while contemplating him silently. He waited with patience while her eyes traveled over his stalwart figure and pleasant face. Finally, not without nervousness, she began her reply. M. de Coigny, I am now, at the beginning of our 3rd year of marriage, 18 years of age. Of course you remember how, for the first 16 years of my life, spent in my family's estate in Berry, I was carefully educated for the position which I now hold. All necessary accomplishments and the code of etiquette were perfectly familiar to me before that age, but there were some few things essential ones about court life of which they did not inform me. Just after my 16th birthday I left the chateau for the first time in my life. I was conveyed by my guardian to Issy, where, 15 minutes after I had first looked upon you, I found myself your wife. You will pardon me, I am sure, monsieur, when I say that my untried emotions were so strongly affected as to be, one might say, shocked. We returned to Versailles, you remember, where I was at once presented to their majesties. In the 2 days which we had alone together I had had time to admire you, monsieur. It might have come to be more than admiration. When, however, upon my first evening in the palace, it was revealed to me, inadvertently, what your generally accepted position in regard to Madame d'Egmont was, I bitterly regretted not having been taught more truly what I should have expected at this famous court, and, at the same time, I hastened, out of duty, to stifle at once whatever feeling I had come to have for you in 48 hours. So successful was I, monsieur, that I have never since been troubled by any emotion for any living thing belonging to the city and palace of Versailles. Such, then, must be my justification for the refusal of your very thoughtful offer. I can but thank you for it. I appreciate to the full the gallantry of your intended sacrifice, but I cannot permit you to make it. Believe me, monsieur, I must refuse. The Marquis de Coigny had heard her in silence. Now, at the close of her unintentionally pitiful recital, he repressed an exclamation, and sat still, looking at her, for a long moment. How brutal I have been, Victorine, he said, finally. But I never realized. I never knew. His wife raised her hand. Oh, monsieur, I beg of you, do not reproach yourself. I would not dream, indeed I would not, of blaming you in any way. It was only that I was young to the way of the world. He looked at her again, with a love-light struggling to show itself in his face. Victorine, can you not forget? Will you not let me try to make your life happy, now, at last? She returned his glance, and smiled, dreamily, as though her thoughts had flown far. Monsieur, it is not in your power, for I am happy, now, at last. The Marquis de Coigny rose. His face was passive. Only his mouth was drawn a little straighter than usual. His bow was in perfect form. I have the honor to wish you good night, Victorine. The Marquise courtesied. Good night, Jules, she said, kindly. He was at the door when he suddenly, moved by strong feeling, turned about again. She was looking at him. Their eyes met, and the glances clashed. Silently she courtesied again, and, in silence, once more, the Marquis bowed and turned away. Chapter 4 Marla on Monday afternoon, at 5:30, in a small room in the Lazariste, which was next to Saint Vincent de Paul in the Rue de Sèvres, sat François de Bernis, Abbé Coiler, and Saint Pearl, the Lazariste prior, taking tea. The Abbé François de Bernis wore, over his non-clerical court dress, a long, straight black coat, which did not set off to advantage his dark, handsome face, straight brows, nose, and mouth, smooth olive complexion, and deep grey eyes. His wig was short and round. His hat and gauntlets lay on a chair near at hand. Coiler, a weaker replica of his brother Abbé, was in much the same costume, which denoted an approaching journey, while Saint Pearl, stout, round, pale-eyed, bald, and wigless, was in his usual priestly gown. The prior had finished his second bowl of tea, and sat absently meditating on the excellence of its flavor. It was not a thing of which he partook daily. De Bernis lay back in his chair, the dish in his hand steaming unheeded, legs crossed, eyes staring into space, and a smile stretching itself over his countenance. "Thy thought, François? I would give something for the recipe of that smile at Madame de Tencines. I might tell what tale I liked to explain it, and they would credit every word." De Bernis returned to the present, and directed the smile at his two companions. "It is a tale," said he. "A very charming tale. However, our coach will have arrived before I have finished it with proper adroitness. The coach shall wait. Ah, my dear Coiler, 'tis not the first time that you will have made your bow to His Majesty and to the favourite. Consider my agitated eagerness. The sang-froid of M. de Bernis is known to be imperturbable," ventured the prior. "And your appearance at Marla will be infinitely more important if you show yourself indifferent enough to be late." De Bernis shrugged. "Very well, then. My history will disappoint you. It might be so charming a romance. It is, in reality, so unfinished. However, I will be truthful. It began upon a certain morning 5 weeks past, the week of Christmas, when, as you know, I was at Fontainebleau. At 10 of the morning I started out, on foot, my destination being the hut of one of the forest keepers, my road through the forest centre. I had some acis in my pouch, together with some food and some medicine of herbs, for the woodsman was wetted and was poor. The morning was frosty. There was some little snow on the ground, and here and there a wolf track. I went slowly, composing consolatory speeches, and meditating on holy matters. Presently I looked up, with the sense of some one near, to find myself facing a companion of the vows, dressed like myself. I stopped, saluted, and bade him good morning. He returned my greeting in a pretty tenor voice, unusually high. I looked again at the man's face. It was peculiar, but pleasing, small, oval, white, and smooth. He was very young, and his eyes were remarkably large and blue. He had been fasting, I thought. Coiler laughed. "Each day," continued de Bernis, retrospectively, without heeding the interruption, "each day thereafter, by one chance or another, we met. I am not quite sure how. M. de Vries seemed to be under no particular order of procedure, and so, at my invitation, he made himself my companion in charitable rounds. Daily I became more interested in him by reason of his reticence respecting himself, and, after a time, I fell completely under the spell of fascination emanating from his voice and his manner. By the time we set out together for Paris, and before my first suspicion of his personality came to me, my inexplicable infatuation had risen to great height. At the inn in Fontainebleau, on the Paris road, and again at the lodging that he, oddly enough, chose to take in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, there was always in attendance upon my companion an old and very respectful man called Jerome. When we passed the Paris barrier I overheard the servant, in a whispered communication, address De Vries in a word which sounded strangely like Madame. Here Saint Pearl started with surprise, and Coyer took snuff with a little impatience at the coup anticipated by him from the beginning. De Bernis went on tranquilly. At that instant all my vague conjectures and my unconscious suspicions suddenly leaped together into a certainty of knowledge. Need I add, my friends, that, as a man and a poet, I was disgusted with all the lost opportunities, but still enraptured with the glowing future? But, alas! I soon discovered that my goddess L'Abbé de Vries, as I punctiliously called her, was as unapproachable as she was irreproachable. This I came to realize gradually, and by means of repeated failures in small advances. I was still, fortunately, too careful to betray myself. It was she who proposed our pilgrimages into that most unsavory of holes, the court of miracles. Naturally I acquiesced, with the utmost eagerness, to the proposal of continuing in her society for 2 weeks more. From here I went for her every morning. I left her every evening to return hither. By degrees I became madly in love with her mystery, and so, at length, with herself, for herself's sake. I would have squandered all my small fortune for a sight of her without her abbess dress. At every turn I was foiled, either by her or by her guardian, the incorruptible Jerome. At last, a week ago, I became rash through desperation. I frankly approached this M. Jerome, offered him 100 louis d'or for her name, and 500 if he would admit me secretly to her presence that evening. Actually the fool refused me stolidly, and at length with so much vigor of purpose that I desisted from the attempt. The next morning by 10,000 devils, she was gone. I know not how, I know not where. I know not if the old man warned her of danger in my presence, or if she went of her own adorable accord. In fine, I love the lady abbess of an undreamed of convent, I love a madcap demoiselle of I know not what chateau, the siren of an undiscovered Venusberg, the angel of a heaven too high. Now, Coyer, you have learned the romance. Show me, if you have pity for the stricken, the road to knowledge and to recovery. At the close of his recital De Bernis' expression did not accord with his words. His tone was irritated, and the displeasure in it was caused as much by the failure of Coyer to appear interested as it was that the relation of his adventure recalled his hopeless defeat at the hands of a member of the sex over whom De Bernis loved to feel himself conqueror. Therefore he finished his tea in silence, and took 3 hasty and inelegant pinches of snuff. Saint Pearl was troubled at the doubtful propriety of the story related, in which he had been too much interested to refuse to listen. He now folded his hands resignedly, and meditated a little lecture to come a day or 2 hence. The Abbé Coyer was still indifferent, or apparently so. He stirred his tea and stifled a yawn before he remarked, casually, "Your road to knowledge, De Bernis, is also that to Marly, where I trust you will recover your sang-froid in the presence of your inamorata, who happens to be Madame la Marquise de Coigny. You will meet her tonight. Come, the coach is at the door." His Majesty, who had been more than usually bored during the past week, occupied his mind during the Sunday morning sermon in thinking over all the grievances of kinghood, the uselessness of affairs of state, and the possibilities of some amusement on the morrow as recompense for the prayers of today. In the afternoon he sought his Chateauroux, and, happily finding her cloudless, asked her aid in planning a diversion. "Madam," with more tact than originality, in which factor her nature was lacking, proposed a hunt at Senart in the morning, a sleighing party from the forest to Marla in the afternoon, a supper and salon at that stiff chateau in the evening. His Majesty received the idea graciously, since it did away with any possibility of morning mass, and so, though he remarked later that he preferred Choisy to Marla, and Madame alone to Madame's salons, the program was carried out as arranged, and the king seemed, in the morning at least, to be having a very good time, indeed. Late in the afternoon a long procession of sleighs stopped, one by one, at the open portals of the great Louis' favorite retreat. Their occupants were chilly, tired, and hungry. Nevertheless, the Salle de Cardinals presented a brilliant appearance when, an hour later, the company descended, in fresh and costly toilets, from the upper chambers to the supper room. The first course of the evening meal was served at 6. It was a less elaborate affair than had been the custom under the old regime, but surely no man who had not inherited the appetite of a Louis XIV. Could have complained of a scarcity in the number of dishes set forth. The company had apparently forgotten its weariness. The room rang with laughter, the air was alive with conversation, with toasts, with the relating of anecdotes, with snatches of verse, with low-voiced compliments, and the candle light was dimmed by the flash of diamonds and the sparkle of champagne. At the head of the first table sat the king, kingship dropped for the evening. Upon his right hand, more royal than her liege, was the Châteauroux, on his left, through some whim of his own devising, sat Madame de Gontaut, who had once rivaled the Duchess for her position, and came dangerously near to winning it. Louis was supposed to be not over-fond of this lady, who possessed that worst of all feminine attributes, an indiscreet tongue. But tonight he was fanning her long smouldering hopes with such a breeze of devotion that the Duchess, seeing, first of any, the newly rising flame, openly showed her anger and disgust by turning her back upon the king to talk inanities with d'Epernon, her neighbor. By the time that the first course was over, Madame was exceedingly uncomfortable. Never, since the beginning of her reign, had she known the king to treat her so inconsiderately. Once or twice, from beneath her eyelids, she glanced at her rival. Madame de Gontaut was radiant. She was racking her brain, she was tearing her nerves, to keep Louis entertained for an hour, one little hour more. She was not a pretty woman, this Gontaut, but Marie and Amélie perceived, with a pang, that she could carry off a kind of light espièglerie, which was amusing to the king because of its novelty. The glance of the Châteauroux shifted to Louis' face. His Majesty was leaning to the left, his blue eyes brilliant, his lips curved into the most charming of smiles, his hands, which sparkled with jewels, lying close beside those of the other woman. La Châteauroux forgot d'Epernon while she watched the hands. The king drummed lightly on the table. He was repeating an animated bit of gossip to his companion. His head was thrown back, and a curious smile lurked in his face. Presently his eyes, also, fell upon his hand. One of the rings that he wore was a solitaire ruby of great value, set in a band of finely chased gold. Still smiling, he slipped the ring from his finger, and contemplated it for an instant, knowing well how two women were watching him. He was not usually prodigal of gifts, this most Christian king. But this time there was a score to be paid off, a score of jealousy, and revenge is worth more than rubies. Louis leaned forward, still speaking, gently took Madame de Gontaut's hand from the table, and slipped upon its third finger the ring he had been wearing. "Oh, sire," murmured the woman, her heart throbbing with a wild hope. Louis, unable to resist the temptation, turned his head towards the Duchess. She sat so that he could only see her profile, but from it he knew that her face was flushed. He noted the stiff poise of her head, the pure immobility of her shoulder, the slight dilation of her nostril, the mouth firmly closed even while she smiled at a witticism. Louis was satisfied. His anger with Claude de Mailly was dispelled. Surely no woman would have the effrontery longer to encourage a petty cousin while her position wavered in the balance. Already the king released the hand he held and took a different tone of conversation with the Gontaut. But Louis of France did not yet realize what things an offended woman will be reckless enough to do. Madame de Châteauroux was furious, and her fury knew no prudence. She was accustomed to her way, a way which was not that of submission. Her pride was greater than the king's own, and woe to the king who affronted it. In the instant after she had watched Louis' carefully prepared scene, her eyes fell, by accident, on the figure of Claude, who sat far down the table. The sight of him showed her her opportunity for satisfaction. While she ate, while she laughed and talked and quaffed champagne and the new Bordeaux, she planned all in her mind. What matter if she lost one man his freedom? She, Marie-Anne de Mailly Nesle, would make a king suffer the consequences of his malice, and would once more make sure of her own place, her position as Queen of France. At 8 o'clock the king rose from the table. Generally speaking, the supper had not been particularly enjoyable. Everyone was wearied by the long drive, and a long continuance of gaiety over the food proved impossible. Besides this, the favorite had not set the tone of conversation, and those who knew her expression were aware that she was in the worst possible humor. Madame de Gontaut was displaying her short triumph so openly that His Majesty frowned and actually left her side as the company adjourned in informal groups to the salons next the banquet room. Madame de Châteauroux, still assiduously attended by d'Epernon, sought out Victorine de Coigny, who stood beside Henri de Mailly Nesle. The little marquise very well knew the reason for this meeting, and she was suddenly seized with a chill of terror. Looking up at her friend, she found the Duchess's eyes fixed on her in kindly interest. "He will be here," she breathed, just audibly. The Duchess nodded and smiled. "With Coeur." "It was my command," she answered. And Victorine, impulsively seizing her hand, carried it to her lips. Once in the Salon Pastorale, with none of those salutations to members of the royal family or guests of royal blood which were invariably expected, at a Versailles affair, to be made, the king, contrary to his first purpose, but led irresistibly, made his way to the side of Madame de Châteauroux. She and Victorine stood near the doorway, talking with a small company of Louis' intimates. There was some slight apprehension in the king's manner of approach, for La Châteauroux very rarely concealed any displeasure that she might be feeling towards him. But this time he was received by a pretty gesture of welcome. Louis kissed her hand, and, as he lifted his head again, caught sight of someone at the other end of the room who arrested his attention. "Since when, madam," he inquired, "have our assemblies in retreat been frequented by members of the clergy?" La Châteauroux was in no way disturbed by the tone. "Have you forgotten, then, sire, my request that M. de Bernis be presented by the Abbé Coeur, who brings him tonight?" De Bernis was one of the protégés of the Cardinal Fleury. "I thought that, in such case, his appearance before you could not be enough, and," interrupted the king at once, with the strangely gentle manner which the mention of his former preceptor and minister invariably called forth. "I shall be delighted to know M. de Bernis." The king failed to perceive the glances that passed from man to man about him at the words of the Duchess. Neither was he aware of the fact that de Bernis' presentation at court had been delayed for 8 endless years because the flagrant irregularity of his life had so displeased Fleury that the cardinal had refused to give this priest an entrée to the circle of the queen, whom he respected, or to that of the king, whom he loved. Madame de Châteauroux was perfectly aware of all this, but Fleury had been dead a year, and any qualms that she might otherwise have felt were lost in the interest of watching the face of Victorine de Coigny, who had just perceived the approach of the newcomers. At Louis' consent to the presentation, Madame de Châteauroux had at once sent a message of the eyes across the room to Coiler, who was waiting for it. After an instant the two priests moved forward, slowly, side by side, towards the royal group, de Bernis with his eyes anywhere but upon the face of Victorine. The Duchess, with an adroit grace, moved a little in front of His Majesty, who was chatting with Richelieu. Thus she was the first to receive the two. After a cordial greeting to Coiler she turned, with some curiosity, upon his companion, to find de Bernis' sharp grey eyes fixed upon her in an admiring gaze that was but just removed from an affront. Curiously enough, however, the Duchess failed to resent it. Her deadened nerves vibrated at the glance with a sensation so long unfelt that it was a keen pleasure. Certainly the man had a fascination about him. She smiled slightly, and then Coiler, who had been awaiting the right moment, presented the Abbé in punctilious form. His Majesty had graciously expressed a desire to meet you, said the Duchess at once, turning slightly towards the king. Louis, who was impatient to have done with the ceremony, stepped to her side. Your Majesty, murmured Madame, Monsieur l'Abbé de Bernis has the extreme honor of being presented to you. The king extended his hand, which de Bernis, with a low and graceful salutation, received upon the back of his and lifted to his lips. Any man who had the great good fortune to be beloved by the Cardinal Fleury, Monsieur l'Abbé, cannot but be at all times welcome at our court, remarked the king. A look of astonishment passed over the Abbé's face. He shot a glance at the Duchess, who appeared perfectly unconscious. Nevertheless he was too keen a man to allow himself to fall into a mistake so early. Your Majesty does me honor, he replied, in the slightest possible confusion. Not at all, returned Louis. I am honoring the memory of my good friend Fleury, whose death France and I have cause to regret more than any other event of the reign. With this scarcely audible reminiscence, His Majesty, in one of his peculiar moods, turned again to Richelieu, thus putting an end to the audience. Once or twice during the next 10 minutes Louis glanced a little impatiently towards the favourite, with whom he wished to speak alone, but she and the Abbé were engaged in a conversation which appeared to be absorbing to both. Presently the Duchess advanced a little and touched the shoulder of the Marquise de Coigny. Victorine turned with nervous quickness. Her delicate face was flushed and her hands were cold. M. de Bernis, will you allow me to add to your acquaintance the Marquise de Coigny, who will, I think, become your conductress for the evening, if you desire to meet others here, or your spirit of conversation, if you do not. Madam, I entrust the Abbé's happiness, for the evening, to you. De Bernis bent over Victorine's hand. Would that my life's happiness were as secure, he murmured. And a quick light came into the woman's eyes. To which lady will you be presented next? She inquired, laughingly. To none, madam, if you are merciful, was the reply, accompanied by one of those looks upon which de Bernis came afterwards to depend for many things. Dare I ask that you will grant me an hour of your companionship? Madame de Coigny refrained from saying how many hours of companionship she would have granted for the asking, but her reply was certainly gracious enough to content him, and, a moment later, they moved slowly away from the royal group. Meantime, by means of Richelieu's ready tact, the knot of courtiers about the king had been dispelled, and Louis was left alone with La Châteauroux. His Majesty watched the movements of his favourite comrade with a quizzical eye, and when the doughty Duke was obliged to carry off Madame de Gontaut by making her his own companion, the king, with huge relish, took snuff. Madame de Châteauroux posed beside a heavy portière of yellow and gold, with which her own dress of palest blue satin mingled harmoniously. In the candlelight her face was perfection itself, and her manner and expression of quiet indifference were intensely pleasing to Louis, who was tired of the efforts at talking made on his behalf. He did not now approach her closely, but remarked in a half-whisper, from where he stood, "Madame has been very cruel of late. The time, and especially the place, are unsuited to proper expression of my lasting esteem. Will Madame be so generous as to receive me in her own apartments? The heat and the people here are highly annoying." "If your Majesty commands," returned the Duchess, without moving, "I can, of course, but obey. Otherwise, I would suggest that your Majesty remain here for at least an hour longer. At that time a disappearance would be less remarkable." The king sighed. "As you please, always as you please, Anne. But I am wretchedly bored with all this. Allow me to advise your obtaining the services of Madame de Gontaut in dispelling your ennui," returned Madame, coolly. The king laughed. "Ah! You failed to understand my attention, I think. I made a fool perform for your benefit, that you might perceive how little any woman besides yourself could possibly please me." The Duchesse de Châteauroux shrugged her shoulders. "Au revoir in an hour." "Au revoir." With a bow and smile peculiarly his own, Louis moved away in the direction of the little salon, and Madame turned about to find Claude de Mailly close at her side. "Dear Claude, where have you sprung from?" she asked, smilingly. "I have been hoping all day that you might deign to speak to me. You have been very cold of late." She looked down upon him, and the smile died from her lips. "It is you who have made me so. Surely you must have realized, cousin, that you have been near to wrecking your own position." "My position is nothing to me, except when it enables me to be near to you. Then let me tell you, Claude, that were you not indiscreet you might see far more of me than you do now." How what shall I do?" Madame turned away for an instant, and a resolution came into her eyes. "It is difficult, my Claude, to talk seriously with you here. I wish to see you happier. Listen. In 3/4 of an hour go to my apartments. Antoinette will let you in. There, when I can escape from this, I will come to you, and we shall have a little consultation. You shall lay bare your heart to me, if you will, and I will turn adviser." Claude seized her hand. "You will do this? You will let me tell you all? You will listen to what I shall plead for? My God! It is more than I could have hoped. Marie, Marie, I shall make you believe me, I shall make you consent." "Chut! Someone will hear you, my child. There, that is enough. Remain here while I go. Behold, de Gevres is coming. Au revoir, then." She parted from him with a smile as easy as that with which she had begun the conversation. What was one to think of her? A woman without heart, nerves, senses? No. Only a woman of the court, a woman of the world, a woman whose heaven was Versailles, whose God was called Louis XV, whose hell would be dismissal with 10,000 livres a year. Claude stood looking after her as she gave her hand to the lisping duke, and then, tingling with excitement, with delight, with hope, with faith in his words and in her, the boy started upon the way she had pointed out to him. He went slowly across the room to the spot where stood Henry and a little group of ladies and gentlemen. He laid his hand upon the Marquis' arm and drew him a little away from the rest. Henry looked with curiosity and surprise upon his comrade's excited face, the brilliant green of his eyes, and the spasmodic manner in which he breathed. "What is it, Claude? You look as though you had an inspiration, or were about to be seized with an illness. You have had too much champagne." Henry, I am about to be the happiest man in 10,000 worlds. Henry, will you pray for the spirit of eloquence to seize me? For 1/2 hour I would be a Bossuet, a Molière, a Racine. Henry, have you ever heard me talk well? No, I have not. Name of a devil, Claude, what is the matter? Nothing. Nothing. Never mind. Good night. He started away, but his cousin darted after him and caught him by the arm. See here, my friend, you would better let me accompany you to your room. You must not make a scene. I cannot imagine how you. Before Henry finished, Claude broke into a laugh. Morty, Henry, didst think me mad? I am a trifle excited. I am weary from the hunt. What you will. I am going to retire. Do not disturb me tonight. See, there is Mlle Darganson regarding me. Let me go at once. There. Good night. After these words the Marquis paused more contentedly, and saw his cousin leave the room, going in the direction of the grand staircase. On his way Claude passed the king, who was with Madame de Jarnac, and the Duchess, still with de Gavras. He left the second salon behind and entered an antechamber opening upon the central hall. Here, quite alone, side by side in the shadow of a hanging, were Victorine de Coigny and François de Bernis. The Abbé was toying with her fan, and laughingly answering her animated questions and observations. De Mailly took mental note of her face as he bowed in passing. Never had he seen it so absolutely free from discontent or that little look of fretful weariness that neither Henry nor de Coigny himself had ever been able to dispel. Now Claude had left them behind, and the staircase was before him. Ascending rapidly, he passed along the corridor above to the old apartments of de Maintenon. He knocked, was admitted without delay, and conducted, by Antoinette, into the inner room. Monsieur le Comte will wait here. He is early, she said, as she slipped away. In the center of the room in which he was left stood a round table. To this Claude drew a chair, seated himself, and then, obeying an impulse, leaned forward on the mahogany and laid his head upon his arms. Minutes passed, and he distinguished them neither from seconds nor from hours. After a time the maid once more went through the room. There was the murmur of a phrase or two spoken in the antechamber, a door softly opened, the delicate swish of satin, and then Claude was upon one knee at the feet of his cousin of Châteauroux. She raised him up and smiled slowly into his brilliant eyes. You are tired of waiting, and, indeed, I do not wonder. But I have not been able to effect my disappearance till now. Toinette will bring a pate and a glass of wine to us here, which we will take together, not as cousins, Claude, but as lovers, he murmured. She shook her head at him. As very good friends, my dear. Ah, no, Anne, no. Surely you could not think when you had granted me so much as this that I would not dare more, would not risk all, at last chut? Stop, Claude. Why, would you finish our colloquy in a word? We have much time before us. To hurry is ungraceful. He flushed and laughed at the same time. Happily at that moment Antoinette and Fauchelet, the valet, entered together, the man bearing their repast upon a silver tray. While the dishes were being set out Madame moved leisurely over to her toilet table for a fan, and Claude sat silent till they were alone again. And now, my Claude, you will pledge me in a glass of this wine of champagne. See to thee, and me, and our house, Claude. Come drink. Was Madame suddenly nervous? Claude heard her voice tremble, and thought that her hand shook as she raised the delicate crystal goblet, with its tracery of golden grapes and vines, filled to the brim with that foaming gold which the court of the 15th Louis knew so well. To you, Anne. Only to you. The glass was at his lips, and he drank the toast with his soul in his eyes. He was blind, he was deaf. He did not hear that sound in the neighboring room that had stopped his companion's hand and fixed her eyes. The door to the boudoir was thrown violently open, and, at the same instant, there was the crash of glass on the floor. "Diable!" cried a peculiar voice, and then a silence, thick, terrifying, fell upon the little room. Slowly, so slowly that the woman was fascinated with the sight, Claude carried the glass from his lips back to the table. His eyes had met those of the king, and both men hung to the glance. The boy rose, his limbs as steady as his hand had been. And still no one spoke. Madame de Châteauroux was not acting now. Claude had not seen her first terror, but he knew when her hand crept to her mouth, perceived the trembling of it, heard dimly the sharpness of her breathing. Finally her voice came to him as if from a great distance, as she faintly said, "I had not expected your Majesty so early." "So early, madam," echoed the royal voice, suavely. "And does Madame de Châteauroux now make appointments for her evenings by the hour?" Claude shut his teeth. "Sire, you insult my cousin." Madame de Châteauroux started unfeignedly, and Louis' face flushed. His tone, however, was unmoved, as he said, slowly, "Madame, order this person to leave the room." La Châteauroux hesitated for the fraction of a second. Then she turned to Desmailly. "Monsieur," she said, "do you need further?" But before she could finish, Claude took the affair into his own hands. Moving until he stood between her and the king, and looking straight into her now impenetrable face, he spoke, "And, when I came here tonight, I think you must have known what it was to say, and you will let me speak it now. And I love you. I love you more dearly than anything upon earth. I offer you what I have to give: marriage, and the devotion of my life. You have been mistress of France, but I offer you an honester home, one in which you may obtain absolution. Choose, then, here and now, between us two. I ask that the king, as a man, will allow that choice between marriage with me and freedom to live where we choose, or the other life." In the stillness which followed, Louis de Bourbon glanced from the woman to the speaker and back again. Truly, the boy had courage, but something lacked in wit. Then the king felt for his snuff box, opened it, smiled leisurely, took a pinch in his fingers, and, before absorbing it, remarked, dryly, "Choose, madam." La Châteauroux bent her head. It was not what she had planned, this situation. She herself it was who was bearing the difficult and the despicable part in it, for Madame was but 27, and had still traditions of the family honor clinging to her. The answer came as though it cut her a little to speak her words, there, with the king's cynical eyes upon her, and all Claude's young, mad hope in his face. "Claude, I wish you good night. Will your Majesty do me the honor to take a glass of wine?" Chapter V. The chapel Tuesday morning at Marly proved an ordeal for the army of valets and maids attendant on the ladies and gentlemen who had taken part in the amusement of the day before. His Majesty, indeed, could not be said to have set a good example to his companions. He was sulky, he was depressed by the weather, and he wanted de Barriere. While he was still in bed he was informed by de Rosset, his first gentleman, that the chief of police could not possibly be brought to Marly from Versailles under 6 hours. Louis made no comments, but kicked the bedclothes aside and began to dress himself with extreme rapidity, receiving his garments as willingly from the plebeian hands of Bachelier as from those of de Rosset, whose business it was to conduct matters properly. Being finally arrayed in a very much shorter time than usual, the king adjourned to the conventional room and sat down to the breakfast prepared for him. After gloomily striking off the tops of his eggs, dipping a bit of bread into each yolk, and throwing the rest away, till he had demolished 17 of these commodities, without eating what one would contain. He ordered his sleigh prepared, and, at 9 o'clock, left Marla behind, and set off at full trot for Versailles. Behind him, at his grandfather's stiff old chateau, Louis left a pretty disposition of human emotions. Madame de Châteauroux was very anxious. The more she brooded over the scene of the night before, the more she regretted the affair. Certainly it had turned out as badly as possible. Claude was inevitably ruined. He must by now have discovered how heartless and how cruel she was, and as to Louis being more jealous, and therefore more anxious to please her than before, why, that was a doubtful question. He could be very ambiguous when he chose. As a matter of fact, Claude himself was less concerned at his position than his cousin for him. Claude had much, and, at the same time, little, to lose at court. His love was strong, but his youthful buoyancy of spirit was stronger. He was young, happy-hearted, untrammelled. There was no one dependent on him for place. He would have passed the Bastille doors without grief had it only been promised him that Henry should visit his room there once a week with the latest stories and gossip, and that the doublet Persanin Nouvelles à la main and a billet from his lady should reach him every Wednesday and Saturday. This was not more on account of his frivolity of taste than because of his ability to make for himself a home and amusements out of the most unpromising material. He was blessed with two things, that only the gods can give and the gods only take away: a system of pure optimism and unbounded faith in the goodness of human nature. Claude by no means lay awake during the hours that were left between his retirement and the dawn, on that night at Marly, but his eyes unclosed in the morning more heavily than was their wont, and it took him but a second to define the sense of weight at his heart when he was awake. Sounding the handbell for his man, he made a rapid and silent toilet, and then hastened off to the neighboring apartment of his cousin the Marquis. Henry was in bed, still in that dream stage between sound slumber and preliminary yawns. Claude's repeated and vigorous knocks at the door succeeded at last in bringing him to a realizing sense of all that is disagreeable in life. "Diable! Is it you, Chaumel? What do you mean by rousing me at this hour? Is the chateau on fire? Is the king ill or in a temper? Wait. I open." The Marquis, shivering with cold, crept out of bed and unlocked his door. "Oh! You, Claude. I might have guessed it. One's family is so inconsiderate. Will you come in? I'm going to bed again to keep myself warm. For the love of heaven, get Chaumel to bring a tripod of charcoal or to light my grate here." Claude obligingly sounded the gong, whereupon the Marquis man appeared with admirable promptness. "Run to my room, Chaumel, and bring in the chauffier you will find there. His Majesty's too tender of his forests to provide us with wood for burning. It's abominably cold." The valet hurried away, to return in 3 minutes gingerly carrying by its handles a tripod filled with glowing charcoal, that gave out a very satisfactory heat. "Will monsieur rise now?" "No," answered Claude. "Set it there. Bring the water in half an hour from now. He will be ready for you then." The man bowed and disappeared, while Henry, from the bed, grumbled discontentedly, "How in the name of 1,000 devils dost thou know at what hour I will rise? Wilt let me sleep again now, or not?" "Not, Henry," was the reply, as Claude drew a tabouret up to the bed and spoke in a tone so new that his cousin sat up and looked at him. "You are in trouble, Claude, and you do not tell me of it." Claude leaned over the bed, took up the pillows, and fixed them, as a woman might, at the Marquis' back. "Sit there so, and pull the coverlet about thy shoulders, and then listen to my history, and tell me what the end will be." Thereupon the younger de Mailly proceeded to recount, very accurately, with neither exaggeration nor palliation, all that had occurred on the previous night, together with certain incidents which had gone before, unthought of, but which now stood out from the tangle of life with significant relationship to the present situation. The Marquis listened closely, with increasing anxiety in his expression, and when Claude ceased to speak there was a silence between the cousins. It was this silence that forced upon the Count his first twinge of real dread. "Well, Henry," he said at last, with sharp intensity. "Well, Claude," returned the other, sadly. "What dost think of it?" "I think, do you remember, Claude, the affair of young Dieudonne's?" Claude started. Then he rose, walked measuredly over to the window, and looked out upon the bleak landscape. His face was invisible as he said, in a muffled voice, "François Dieudonne's, the Italian, who once asked in marriage the hand of the Marquise de la Tournelle. François, Duc Dieudonne's has lived since then near Geneva, while Madame de la Tournelle was created Duchesse de Châteauroux." "I meant that one, Claude, yes." "And you think," said the young fellow, turning about, and squarely facing his companion, "you think that I shall be invited to undergo the same fate?" "Ah, Claude, my cousin, my comrade, surely not. Surely the king is older, his penchant for Marie is now perfectly understood, perfectly secure." "Nay, don't say that," interrupted Claude, suddenly. "Why should he be secure with her?" "Ah, Henry, last night she refused my offer of marriage, it is true, but it may have been to lessen his Majesty's fury against me. Henry, I swear to you, that with her, for her, as my wife, I would live in the desert, a wilderness, anything, and be the happiest man in all the world. She knows this. Henry, she must care a little." Mailly listened with a face more serious than ever, and, when Claude finally stopped, he shook his head. "Do not put your faith in her, Claude. I, her brother, warn you. She gave up everything in life to win the place she obtained. Remember how Dieudonne's was her promised husband when he was exiled with her consent. Remember that she drove her own sister, Alexander's wife, out of Versailles, to the Ursulines, for life. She know, Claude, she will not help you. She cannot." The younger sighed. "Ah, well, I ask too much, perhaps. At any rate, it may mean nothing more than a month in the Bastille. That would not be at all difficult. Indeed, I should indulge in a much needed rest. You and de Coigny should come to tell me all the news. I would invite Monsieur le Gouverneur, and, possibly, my turnkey to dine, and we should all be merry with feasting and fasting by turns. You see, Henry, my spirit will not be shaken till the final blow. This room is like a furnace. When, dear Lord Doleful, are you going to rise?" "At once, Claude. My friend, your buoyancy is worth rubies. Even now I am mourning for you more than you for yourself. How are you able to move hand or foot? Come, you are aping d'Epernon. You make a bad lover. No woman likes a man with a face so long. Ah! And that reminds me, but what shall you do when you are dressed? Coffee if 'tis to be had here, and eggs, the health of Madame de Châteauroux, that of Madame de Coigny, Arcelay, Versailles, you with me. Now, of what is it that you are reminded? Good. Good. Hurry now, Chaumel. I famish. I was reminded that, last evening, as I left the last ante-chamber on the great hall, I beheld your charming Victorine, herself charming and being charmed. Ah, Morty! It is that vile Abbé de Bernis, they call him, who was her companion in Paris. A handsome fellow, observed the Count, from a mirror where he was adjusting his wig. The Marquis turned so sharply under Chaumel's razor that he narrowly missed having his chin laid open. "You think so?" he cried out, anxiously. Claude burst into a shout of laughter. "On my soul, Henry, you are a prig. Use a little indifference towards her. 'Tis only that can save you now. Why, positively, you are absurd. How is it that you arrange the gallant now? A trifle smaller than you have it there, and farther down towards the left ear. There. That is better. Thanks. Ah, Chaumel, 5 livres to you if you have Monsieur Le Marquis ready by 9:30. Chaumel more than won his prize, for it was but just 9:30 when the cousins, having finished their coffee and eggs, were announced at the apartments of the Duchess. Madame de Châteauroux, policed, hooded, and muffed in crimson velvet and sables, sat pensively at her window, awaiting the arrival of her sleigh. She rose in unfeigned agitation at the entrance of Claude and her brother. "Ah, Monsieur le Comte! How rash you are! You compromise me, you make your own case infinitely worse. Henry, how could you have permitted him to come?" "Madame," cried Claude, beseechingly, but the Marquis interrupted. "The king, has left Marly. You I know. I know. Whom did you see in the hallway as you came here?" "Anyone. De Gavres and Richelieu," answered Claude. Henry, frowning, pinched him. "Good heaven," cried the Duchess, "we are lost, both you and I. Oh, you are thoughtless, cruel. Go at once, both of you, and let de Gavres see you instantly depart for Versailles. I shall not now leave here until 12 o'clock. Go. Go." She fairly pushed them from her into her antechamber, pointing, as she did so, to the outer door. Claude had turned scarlet, but Henry was very pale. Both of them bowed in silence, for there seemed no word suitable for bidding the fair and haughty, now very tearful and eager Châteauroux, good-bye. Once outside, the Marquis turned and looked at Claude. "De Gavres was to see us again," he muttered, angrily. "De Gavres be," was the low reply. "I return to Versailles. And I accompany you." Good heaven, Claude, don't think that she meant it all. You see how everlastingly she must work against all that is generous in her. Ah, messieurs. Your morning interview with Madame, your sister and cousin, was short. You are leaving the chateau. We follow the example of His Majesty, Monsieur. And I, gentlemen, shall follow your first lead. I hasten to pay my compliments to the Duchess. I have the honor to wish you an enjoyable ride. Richelieu, in a morning toilet of fawn color and lavender, an embroidery bag upon his arm, a patch box in one hand, smilingly passed the cousins and went on his way to the apartments of the favorite. Madame was divested of her wraps and resigned to Marly for another 2 hours. Richelieu seated himself comfortably in the historic boudoir, 1 foot, prone to repentance for many truffles and overmuch Vendée, reposing tenderly on a cushion, his embroidery in his hands, and a snuff-box nearby. The favorite, gracious, but a trifle on her guard, placed herself opposite to him and waited. The Duke took several contemplative stitches before he remarked, gently, "Madam, you look unwell this morning. Now, were I you, I should not be nervous. As I imagine, you were slightly rash yesterday, did not manage quite so perfectly as usual. You have, no doubt, sacrificed the cousin, but you are still secure. His Majesty has spoken to you." "By no means. But the mad haste with which he departed this morning portends extreme disease of mind." It is his fear that, after all, Claude may hold charms which he does not possess. The Duchess raised her eyes to the ceiling. "Dear uncle," she said, "Louis is perfect. I adore him. Ah, but you either make him doubt too strongly or you let him know it too well. You are too impassioned, Anne. I have always told you that. I assure you I should have been married 20 times, instead of only twice, had I not been able to have any woman for the asking." La Chateauroux, perhaps unconsciously, sighed. "Ah, madam, life is cruel to us all. But now, Anne, come, confide in me, as your good counselor, certain particulars which the court but guesses. What is the last madness of young de Mailly, and why did the king, after a petit lever and a vile breakfast, without admitting a single entry, order his sleigh an hour ago and set off for Versailles and de Barriere as if pursued by all the furies? All knowledge is yours, my Anne. Share it with me." Madame de Chateauroux rose from her chair and swept 2 or 3 times up and down the little room. Richelieu, examining her at his leisure, could discover no trace of agitation in her manner. Suddenly she stopped still and turned towards him. "I do not deny that Claude is lost," she said, slowly. "But, if he is it not his fault alone? He is not ignorant of the ways of the court. Why should he put himself, his career, in my hands? He will reproach me, without doubt. All will do that. Again I shall be called, as in the other case, without heart, without generosity, without love for my family. Mon Dieu, you remember the scandal when my father left Versailles? Bah! Put me out of my position, uncle. Imagine me as a mere bourgeois of the people. Well, then. What woman but will become selfish, forgetful of all, for the man she loves? What are those others, who stand in her way, to her? And I, Monsieur le Duc, am a woman who loves. I have the courage to love the king." A flicker passed through the eyes of the Duke as he bent over his embroidery. Was it amusement, or was it revelation? Could it be but a recollection of certain common court memories that appertained to the love of Marie and de Mailly? Was it a fleeting remembrance of the brief and stormy careers of the 2 older sisters of this woman, both of whom had held her place, the one dying in it, pitifully enough, the other dismissed by the open command of the Marquise de la Tournelle, then just coming into power? Was it a vision of the angry helplessness of the old Marquis de Nesle, driven away to die in exile, because his pride of family was too great to sanction his daughter's dishonor? Was it a thought for a brother's hidden shame, of the merciless flouting of a helpless queen, of the dismissal of every minister who held at heart the best interests, not of the mistress, but of France, of the ruin of every courtier who had not paid his court to her, of the fate of the hapless Diagenois, the impending ruin of young de Mailly? Was it, perhaps, a vision of prophecy concerning others to come, on whom disfavor should fall? Belleville, D'Argenson, Chartres, Maurepas, the Dauphin of France, nay, finally, after all, before all, himself, the great, the incomparable Richelieu, estranged from the king and the court through the love of this woman? After all, the flutter of many thoughts takes but an instant, and Madame had scarcely time for impatience when her good uncle was answering her with well-calculated lightness. "You are right, Anne. And how drunk with the happiness of such love should our most gracious Majesty be? Perhaps he has flown away this morning that he may reflect in happy solitude on his great good fortune." Unfortunately, however, as Richelieu well knew, this was not precisely what his most gracious Majesty was engaged in this morning. Upon his unexpected arrival at Versailles at so early an hour, the king's first cry was for de Barriere. The attendant of whom he made demand performed his obeisance, looked nervously about him, and scurried away on a search. In the meantime Louis ascended to the deserted council chamber off the Œil de Bœuf, threw off coat, hat, and gloves, and pounded on the bell for someone to remove his boots. A valet came, together with the unhappy announcement that M. de Barrière was in Paris, had been there, indeed, since yesterday morning on important business. Louis fell into one of his silent rages, dispatched a document commanding the instant return of the chief of police to his side, growled an order to serve his dinner to him alone where he was, and sank into his official chair at the great table in a fit of sulks which lasted him all day. De Barrière's arrival, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, elicited the first gleam of satisfaction from his dull eyes. He ordered a fresh installment of wine and cakes, closed the doors of the room, and motioned the minister into a chair across the table, where he could stare conveniently into the small, dark face. "Well, sire, you have work for me?" inquired the official, with badly concealed irritation. De Barrière had been forced to leave certain matters relative to the farmers general in a distressingly unfinished state in Paris, had been harassed all through his ride with details of the king's anger, and finally arrived at Versailles tired, nervous, and out of sorts, to be summoned instantly before Louis, who would probably occupy him till 7 with his usual tiresome and fussy budget of court intrigue, gossip, and grievances. And at such times there was certainly one minister of France who cordially hated his position. "You have work for me," repeated de Barrière again. "Yes, yes, yes. I want a lettre de cachet at once, and you to deliver it," was the reply. The poor servant groaned inwardly as he drew from his pocket an ever-ready bunch of these conveniences, prepared for filling out. "What name, sire?" "It is immediate." "Yes." "No. Wait. I will tell you about it," responded the king, leaning comfortably back in his chair and munching a gâteau perlane. De Barrière passed the back of his hand over his forehead and resigned himself. Louis began to speak, recounting in a leisurely but not unentertaining fashion the last developments of the affaire de Mailly, as it was called at court. Presently, despite himself, de Barrière grew interested in the tale. He remembered his last conversation with Claude at the Assembly, perceived that the young man had not taken his advice, but had gone along upon his own career of audacious fidelity to a foolish cause. On the whole, de Barrière rather admired him, and certainly regretted his approaching fall. Besides this, there was that other amusing phase of the matter, that of Louis' furious jealousy of this two-penny count, for whom the favourite doubtless cared not the least in the world, save for the fresh fires of royal devotion that she could kindle at his hands. All things considered, de Barrière had spent duller hours than this in his Majesty's presence. "And now, my good de Barrière," finished Louis, more comfortably than ever, "you know all. What shall I do? Shall it be the Bastille for a couple of years?" "Hein. No, no, your Majesty," returned the king's companion, calmly. "What?" "Listen, sire, I beg of you, to my reasons. In the first place, La Bastille is no longer what it once was as a place of retirement for rash members of the younger nobility. It is generally crowded to the doors. It is by no means strictly kept. The apartments on the east side fairly reek with a court atmosphere. All day long there is a continual stream of visitors for the prisoners, who keep quite as much in touch with the times as though they dwelt in the Œil de Bœuf. I assure you the reputation of a court gallant is not complete till he has lived a month or two in that old fortress. M. de Mailly's fame would be greatly enhanced during his residence there, and it would be by no means unusual were Madame de Châteauroux herself to visit him." The king blasphemed below his breath, and the minister smiled covertly. "Precisely so, your Majesty. No, it is not bold, bar, and stone walls to foment his passion that our young count needs. On the contrary, it is space, time, other courts, other women, new comrades, in fine, a second case of Diogenes that will fit the amorous M. de Mailly. He bravo, bravo, de Barriere. Excellent, by my faith. It is enough. Wait. Louis touched his bell, and a lackey appeared. More candles for the table. Lights were brought and set before the minister, who drew from a drawer in the table some paper, quills, a sandbox, wax, and the small seal. Right, commanded the king. And the delivery, sire, shall take place when? Tomorrow morning, in the chapel, after Mass. De Barriere frowned. Your Majesty is a second Molière, he observed, politely. Louis, holding a glass of Burgundy to the light, bowed thanks. To the delight of the pale puppet queen, Marie Leczinska, Louis, on Wednesday morning, came to her apartments in the best of humors, to conduct her in person to Mass in Mansard's famous chapel. It was an unwritten law in the sanctuary that husbands and wives, not a few of whom had seen each other for the first time at the altar here, but had no cause to love it the more on that account, should sit together. Their Majesties, with Mesdames Henriette and Adelaide, and Monseigneur, the young, Jesuit Eichel Dauphin, set the example by appearing en famille in the front space. Behind them sat those of the Queen's ladies who were unmarried or widowed, together with all the demoiselles d'honneur, presided over by the unbending Duchesse de Boufflers, who, in spite of herself, could not prevent the glances that passed between this delightful bevy and the company of gallants across the aisle. Madame de Châteauroux, here always somberly dressed, excited no comment. Claude de Mailly, alone, out of the whole court, chose his place with reference to her, and in this place today, as usual, he sat, his head on his hand, dreamily listening to the chanting of the choir, and the low intoning, mingling the incense of his earthly but none the less pure adoration with that which ascended from the golden censer to a higher heaven. Madame de Châteauroux was pale today. More than one person had already noted that fact, and remarked it to a neighbor. If Claude were whiter about the temples and lips than she, none but Henry, beside him, knew it. Never once throughout the service did Madame turn to answer the unwavering look that seemed as if it must draw her cold blue eyes by very force about to answer it. But Louis' smooth, satin back was within reach of her hand. She could almost stir his loosely tied locks with her breath. She felt Claude's presence with rare discomfort. The knowledge of his danger was crying to her conscience painfully, but she could not speak, and her eyes must keep their place. Behind the de Maillys, Marquis and Count, Victorine de Coigny, pale also, great-eyed, and small, sat beside her tall husband, who, though he stared steadily at the altar, failed to make a single response, and no more knew the subject of the address than did his wife, whose thoughts were wandering in far and fair new places. Mass, to the relief of every one present save, possibly, Marie Leczinska and her son, came presently to an end. In a measured press the many-colored throng passed down the aisle after the sovereigns, bowing, chatting, shrugging, smiling, retailing the last bit of gossip as they might do today, happy in the knowledge that 24 hours intervened between them and the next chapel. Madame de Châteauroux, who, to the end, had resolutely avoided her cousin's entreaty, was among the last to set forth for less depressing apartments, surrounded, as usual, by a group of the king's gentlemen. Behind her, aimless, objectless, speaking to few, addressed by many, for a high interest centered around him now, went Claude, with Henry still close beside him. They arrived together at the door, and Mailly Nesle, a pace ahead, was whispering a compliment into the ear of Madame de Coigny, when a light hand fell upon Claude's shoulder. The young fellow started under the touch as though thrilled with a sudden presentiment. The Count de Maurepas was beside him. "Be so good as to come back with me for an instant, monsieur," whispered the minister. Claude turned and placed himself beside the other. They waited together till the last stragglers had left the chapel. Dim light, and silence that was a relief, fell about them. Up at the far end of the room an acolyte was extinguishing the candles at the altar. Then de Mailly quietly faced his companion. "What is it that you want?" he asked. "This, M. de Mailly. Believe me, I regret exceedingly my duty." M. de Barriere, however, requested without further ado. Claude took from Maurepas' hand the letter that he held, with its dangling brown seal. "You choose an odd place for its delivery," he remarked, as he unfolded the paper. De Maurepas, to whom his good friend, the chief of police, had entrusted this unpleasant task, slightly bowed. He was watching the man beside him, the new royal victim, the gentleman who had been his companion in so many places, at so many times, for years. He saw Claude read that short, polite, rather suave missive, which gave small reason for its being, but made the gravity of its threat perfectly apparent in royal language. Claude read it twice, quite through, to the last word, the signature. Then his hand fell heavily to his side, and the paper dropped to the floor. Maurepas stooped to pick it up, but someone else was quicker than he. Henry de Mailly, returning in search of his cousin, had stood for a full minute unnoticed on the threshold. Now, retaining the letter, he turned a questioning gaze towards the pair. Maurepas failed to meet his eyes, but Claude smiled. "I am starting soon upon a journey, Henry," he remarked. "Monsieur le Comte, may I request that you convey my farewells to His Majesty, since I have not the honor to bid him au revoir in person? Permit me to wish you a good morning." Claude bowed bravely, but ungracefully enough, and looked towards the Marquis. His lips were dry, his cheeks suddenly flushed, his eyes very bright. Henry understood the look, and passed with him out of the chapel. De Maurepas was left alone to gaze after them. When they were gone he shifted his position slightly, but made no move to leave the room. Presently de Barriere appeared from the vestibule and joined him. "I saw them go," he said. "How did he take it?" Maurepas shook his head. "I am not certain, but I think it was hard for him. I imagine that he was not very sure of what he did. He asked me to say au revoir to the king." "Bah! You might have done this yourself, de Barriere." "I don't like such work." "And do you think, Monsieur le Comte, that I like it better?" queried the king's favorite minister, with a weary frown. Chapter 6 Claude's farewell. On the morning of Thursday, January 21st, when a feeble ray of sunlight first straggled into the window of Claude's room on the Avenue de Saint-Cloud, in the town of Versailles, it fell upon an early company of 4 men engaged in an unwonted occupation. Upon the canopied bed, half-dressed, unwigged, powderless, sat Claude, directing, with some animation, the movements of 2 men, his own valet and Henry's, one of whom stood before an oaken wardrobe, while the other knelt upon the floor beside a traveling coffer of brown hide, studded with brass nails. At some distance from these 3, by a table, was the Marquis, quite dressed, his head leaning on his hand, watching operations in silence. Now and then he turned his eyes to the face of his cousin, while for the rest of the time they wandered about the disordered room. Henry's face was unusually pale today, and under his eyes lay shadows of sleeplessness. His mouth was set firmly, and the hand that hung by his side was clenched. Certainly the room was in a state. All about it, on every chair, on the bureau, the desk, the tabourets, and upon the floor, lay clothes, court suits, riding suits, hunting suits, everyday suits, dressing gowns, boots, shoes, slippers, long stockings of silk and of thread, laces, ruffles, fine linen shirts, undergarments, wigs, a peruke, 2 swords, hats, cloaks, gauntlets, every article known to the masculine wardrobe of that day. From the various heaps Claude, by means of a riding whip which he held, designated what he wished packed. Chaumel would pick it out and carry it to Rochard, who folded it and placed it, with melancholy care, in the little coffer. I must have 1 court suit, but I vow I'll take no more. Which shall it be, Henry, the peach-colored or the white satin? Speak, man. The Marquis, with an effort, raised his head. Both. You will need the white one for your wedding. Claude stared at his cousin for an instant, and his lips twitched with laughter. Then, with a sudden change of expression, he pulled from his breast, where it had lain all night, the letter that Maurepas had delivered to him. He had not read it since leaving the chapel. Owing to certain circumstances which of late have had the misfortune greatly to displease SM, the king desires to inform Count Claude Vincent Armand Victor de Nesle de Mailly that the absence of the Count from the chateau and city of Versailles after the noon of Friday, January 22 d, in this year of 1744, will be desirable to SM, and that after the first day of the month of February, Monsieur the Count, if he has not already crossed the line of the French kingdom, would of necessity be placed under the escort of one of His Majesty's officers. The king wishes Monsieur the Count a delightful journey, and begs further to add that when Monsieur shall desire to present Madame la Comtesse his wife to their Majesties at Versailles, his return to his present abode will be most pleasing to Louis R. As Claude for the second time perused this curious letter, his face darkened, and, at the last lines, flushed. I heard your au revoir sent to His Majesty, observed Henry, and, after I read the dismissal, I understood it. You will discover some pretty child in Madrid or Vienna. In 6 months you will be back again with her for presentation, and here she will quickly find some marquis or duke for cavalier, while you return again with your rashness to the little apartments. The Marquis spoke these words by no means in raillery, but with such a tone of solemn prophecy that Claude turned a serious and questioning gaze upon his cousin. Then he shook his head. Do you, indeed, Henry, think so ill of me as that? Should I, by such a loveless bargain, dishonor myself and the woman who bore my name? What of the shame to me in bringing such a one, unprotected even by my affection, to this court of Versailles, of all places on earth, to plunge her into the life that she would find here? You would run me through for a deed like that. Besides, I am going from here to no court. I leave by post tomorrow for Flanders, Antwerp, or some seaport. And after, unless I travel in the Low Countries and up into Sweden, I have a mind to turn to strange places. Perhaps I shall sail for America. Ah, Claude, it is too far. Where wouldst thou go? To our colony of Louisiana, or the settlements of the south coast, the flower land that is pestered with Spanish and English pirates? Be sane, my Claude. Remain nearer home. Surely some day you will return to us. Think of the homesickness. Without thee here, Claude, Henry went no further. His voice had broken, and he suddenly hid his face in his hands and bent over the table. The Count sprang from the bed, crying roughly to the 2 servants to continue their work. Then, standing by the chair of Mailly Nesle, he put both hands affectionately on the 2 bent shoulders. Henry, look at me. Thou shalt not take it in this way. I have got no more than has come to 1,000 others. I have loved too well. And since I may not have that one thing for which I would sell the soul from my body, 'tis small matter, after all, where I live, or what my portion is. Some day I shall return hither, doubtless when or thou shalt come to me. Things may occur, perhaps, that shall make all right. Take courage. Thou art a man. There is no time for this. We must talk together of many things. There is my money, my rents. The Marquis raised his head, and Claude nodded with satisfaction to see that he was again in control of himself. 'Tis better, Hein. Thou knowest, Henry, I get from Touraine and Languedoc together some 50,000 livres yearly. I have made that suffice me here, with what I could win at play. My debts, as fortune wills, are paid. Can the king say as much? What has paid for this life will stay me better abroad, in whatsoever land I may find myself, than it has done here. How to receive it, that shall be my task, Claude. In May, as you have done, and again later in the year, I will go to both estates, as I visit my own. Your stewards will accept me as master, I imagine. They are good fellows, both. Between them they steal, with perfect regularity, 7,000 yearly. So little? They are not good, then, but stupid. Mine, on my single estate, costs me 10. Your land's nearly double mine. The Marquis shrugged. Well, and each 3 months you will write to me, that I may send the rents where you may be. Yes. I will burden thee with news more often than that. Do you know, my friend, I have a mind to set out from Flanders or England for King George's colonies. It has been said that the summer is a paradise in Virginia, or in Lord Baltimore's province. 'Tis too far, Claude. Italy or England well. But America? Seal. I should be as content with you in the moon. It is no more than a month's voyage in fair weather, I have heard. Aye, and 6 in foul. Ah, well, we'll not speak of it now. And the language. Recollect your love of the English tongue. I do not love French today. I swear to you that I will perish at once rather than go to swell the peopling of our Christian Majesty's damnable colonies. Chut! That is treason. Finish your selection of garments there, and let us go out to seek a dinner. I perish of hunger. I come. You must not die today. Is the suit of olive there, Rochard? Then his next word was interrupted by a tapping at the door. Umph! Some gossip to visit you, growled the Marquis. Claude drew his dressing gown about him and motioned his man to the door. Open, but not too widely, he said. Rochard unclosed the door, pushed it open 6 inches, and peered out. After a low-voiced colloquy with someone outside, he turned into the room again, holding out to his master a note addressed in a handwriting which Claude dreamed of. As he opened and read it, the boy turned very white. Henry, who was watching him closely, hurried to his side. What is it? Nothing, was the quick reply. Rochard, it is the valet, is it not? Fouchelet, yes, Monsieur le Comte. Tell him that I will come. Rochard bowed and went to deliver the message. Claude Anne has interceded for you. No. She dare not do that. She is mad enough to see you again. To say goodbye, was the reply, formed with dry lips. Then suddenly he cried out, sharply, Henry, I cannot go. I will not leave her to that man. Either I stay here to die, or she shall come with me as my wife. Henry, I tell you I cannot leave her. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Duchess was alone in her dressing room. She was alone, had been alone through the whole morning, refusing admittance to the usual visitors of the toilette, in the hope that Claude might come. She had learned, like the rest of the court, of the letter delivered in the chapel. But the reason of it, which was so well known to her, the court but guessed. Her desire to speak with her cousin again was unaccountably strong, and she could not believe that he would make no effort to see her for the last time. Nevertheless the hours had passed, and Claude neither sent her any word of farewell nor came himself. She was anxious, and she was bored. The king, who had that morning been informed that she was ill, had gone hunting. Versailles was deserted. Even Victorine was at Rambouillet. And so Madame, more restless with every passing instant, was at last guilty of the imprudence of sending for the man whose banishment was caused by his having dared to enter too closely into her life. Her note finally dispatched by the only man in her household whom she could trust, she drank a second cup of chocolate and ate a fillet of venison, of royal shooting, with some appetite. Afterwards, with the assistance of Antoinette, she made one of her most careful negligee toilets, in which the carelessness was obviously becoming. Her dress was entirely of white. She wore not a single jewel, wiped off every trace of rouge, took the ornaments from her hair, and brushed its powdery locks till the bright gold lay in natural waves about her neck, and Madame de Châteauroux had become as beautiful as flattery itself could have painted her. She was, at this time, nearly 27 years of age. Her face was still young, but her manner was older than that of the king. She had acquired long ago the carriage of a king's consort, and that was, indeed, a role which she had played so much that it had become a natural part of herself. She had faced difficult situations since her childhood, and never, save once with her dead father and once with her husband, the old Marquis de la Tournelle, had she lost control of herself and of the affair in hand. It had made her too self-confident in appearance, a fact which she realized, but could not change. She would have liked today to play a younger part with Claude, but she sighed and shook her head as Antoinette finally tied back the shining hair with a white ribbon, and the grand manner descended upon her like a pall. It was now a full half-hour since she had sat in the little room, waiting, and looking out upon the bleak courtyard below her window. She had ceased to think, and her appearance was that of a statue in marble, when Antoinette softly pushed open the door of her room and allowed a cloaked and hat figure to pass in. The door closed again after the entrance, and at the same time there was a little click from the ante-chamber beyond, as the faithful maid locked the door that opened upon the great corridor. In the boudoir of the favorite two people were alone. With a slight movement of the shoulders Claude dropped his enveloping mantle upon a chair behind him, and threw his hat down upon it also. Then, impulsively, he turned towards his cousin, as though upon the spot he would have taken her in his arms and told her all that he had come to say. But there was something in her attitude that stopped him, something that even forced him back a pace from his advance. As a matter of fact, the Duchess meant to be herself mistress of the scene, and, having no idea of Claude's ill-advised intent, she seated herself quietly on a chair with her back to the drawn window curtain, and, with a gesture peculiar to herself, bade him draw a tabouret to her knee. He went to her obediently, looking at her with repressed expectation in his white face. After an instant's hesitation she said, slowly, "And so, my poor Claude, it is come to the end." His reply was quick. "No, Anne. It is not the end yet." "What? What are you saying?" "You are exiled, Claude." "Ah, yes. The king told you that." "It was not the king told me that." "Do you mean that the story of the letter of banishment is not true?" Claude was silent. "Why do you say it is not the end?" "Because, Anne, I mean that for me it shall be the beginning." "Of what?" Of freedom, of life, of love. Love. Yes. The Duchess was puzzled. She drew slightly away from him. Then there is someone of whom I know nothing. Yes, and someone of whom you know nothing. Would you hear who it is? No, remain where you are. That someone whom I love, whom I have come to today, with whom now I am going to plead for life, is your real self. You have forgotten it in life here, my Anne. You have forgotten, in the midst of your estate, in the midst of the court ways, what you were before all that was part of you. Listen. We played together, you and I, and Alexander and Henry and Louise and Pauline, in the gardens of the old chateau, by the river bank, and through the forest. We were the youngest, you and I. Alexander was our leader, and we obeyed him as our general. I liked you then better than the other girls, though you always mocked at me for a baby, while Louise was gentle, and Pauline always in difficulty. And after we separated, all of us. You were sent to the Ursulines, I to Languedoc with a tutor, Alexander to Paris. It was there in the old Hotel de Mailly, at Alexander's wedding with Louise, that again we came together. Ah, and, I think you have not forgotten what followed. The first scandal, Alexander's death, Louise's life in the little apartments, how the king grew weary, how little Pauline was brought from her convent, how she, too, was sacrificed to infamy, and how she died, how she was murdered, and, you stop, Claude. Not yet. Pauline was murdered, I say poisoned, in her sickness. And then the way was opened for you by Madame de Mazarine's death. How should the rest of us have guessed your father, Henry, already unhappy with Madame de Mailly Nesle, how should we have guessed that you, too, should have followed in the footsteps of your sisters? Mon Dieu, and in your widowhood, after Maurepas took the Hotel Mazarine, Henry's house was open to you. Why did you choose instead to put yourself under the protection, not of the Queen, not of Louise, but of His Majesty? And then the end was so swift. You drove Louise pitilessly away, you ruined Diagenois with your coquetries, you infatuated the king with your daring and your loftiness, your title was bestowed, you reigned, and then comes the last, my history with you. I know your life, and, from its beginning to today. You know what my feeling has always been. And now, when I am so nearly at the end of hope, you would have me make no resistance to fate, you would have me acquiesce, you would have me bid you goodbye with de Gavre's manner, and depart, quietly. I have right to more than that. All this is well enough if you wish it, little one. Neither do those long recollections of thine disturb me, save that they are very stupid, my Claude. But now, how shall you continue? Are there yet more of them? Evidently the Duchess was not over-pleased with the interview, so far. I have done with the recollections, but I have more to say, returned the boy, undaunted by her manner. I have something to say which, once before, you have heard, but which you shall listen to again. It is why I obeyed your note. In other case I should have left Versailles without seeing you. It is something that I am going to offer you, something that I have to give that is not elsewhere, I think, to be found in Versailles. You will seek long, and, before you find it again. It is something that you, and every woman about you, make light of daily, and yet it is what women and men sell their souls for. Love, murmured Madame la Duchesse, absently. Yes, it is love, my love, that I have to give. And, to you, here, being as you are, what you are, belonging to none who has the right to guard you, paid with much gold, it is true, yet with false gold, puppet queen, without real honor in any heart, your name a byword in many countries. Ah! Ah! You insult, I speak truth. You know that. To you, I say, who have so little of love, none of real honor, I offer all. I offer you marriage, a name unstained, a pure-hearted devotion, a life that shall be pure. Ah, now, and, now, I am making you feel. There. Do not turn from me. No, no. Listen. I did not mean it. Forget what I have said, forgive it. Think only of how I have suffered. Think how utterly I love you, how I am a man desperate. My whole existence, my heart, my mind, my hopes, are here at your feet. Crush them, you kill me. You cannot spurn all. To leave you is to enter a living death. But you must know what love means. It means that my soul belongs to you, that in you, for you, only, forever, I live. How, then, can you let me go from you? You will be tearing the heart from my body. You know that all my life it has been you. Had I ever cared for another, it would not have mattered so. And he was upon his knee. And you shall come with me. You shall come away with me into the sweetest exile that ever man was blessed with. Why, look you, I take you from a palace, but I will give you that which I shall transform to paradise. Oh, my dear, I can say no more. And, I die for you. Both her hands were in his, clasped so tightly that she was pained. Much of the force of his passion had entered into her. It could not but do so, for it was too real. She was trembling, her breath came unsteadily, and she could not give her answer with his upturned eyes upon her. Gently, very gently, she pushed him aside, rose from her chair, and, turning away from him, began to pace the end of the room, steadying herself as she walked. Demele, a little dazed now, the reaction from his nervous strain already beginning to overcome him, passed slowly to the opposite side of the dressing room and stood there with his back to the door, one cold hand pressed to his damp forehead. His face was deathly white. His body quivered. Presently Madame stopped, in her walk, before her cabinet of toys, opened one little drawer, and took something therefrom. Then she went over to where her cousin was standing, and, with an effort, spoke. "Thank you," she said, dreamily, "for what you have said to me. May God, in His goodness, bless you, little cousin. You know that it is all useless, what you wish. Some day you will be glad that my place was here, that I knew that I was not fit for you. Remember it. I am not fit for you. You spoke truth at first. See, I grant you all that. You must go your way alone. Such as I could not make you happy. I give you only this if you care to take it for memory. 'Tis all I have. As to my love, who knows what I love or where? Adieu. I give you only this." She held something out to him, something white, and heavy with gold and little jewels. It was the mate to that gauntlet which he had won from her and given to the king 10 days ago. He took it, mechanically, and placed it, almost without looking at it, in a pocket. Then he picked up his cloak and his hat. Slowly he put both on, and, once more, all accoutred, he turned to look at her. Her back was towards him. Her head was bent. He could not speak coherently. He put out his hand and felt for the fastening of the door. There was a long, inaudible sigh. The door swung open. An effort, 2 steps, a slight mist before his eyes, he was gone. In the antechamber Henry, with haggard face and tears unconcealed, waited also for a clasp of the hand, to bid him Godspeed to his banishment. Book 2 Deborah Chapter I A ship comes in all night. The waters of the Chesapeake and those of the Atlantic beyond had been tumbling under the force of a fresh east wind that was bearing an incoming vessel straight up to her harbor and home. But with the first streak of gray along the far horizon, night ceased to flap her dusky wings, and the wind fainted till it was but a breath. As the wavelets lapped against the ship's side, her captain, longing for home, shrugged his big shoulders and ordered out more canvas. It was a fair dawn. The whole stretch of sky over the bay was flushed with pink and beamy with gold, while beyond this the clear greenish turquoise of mid-sky and the west grew so vivid that the last clinging night mist melted away, and the day waited only for the sun. He came at last, a great, fiery wheel, dripping from a watery bath and pouring his splendor back to the waters again till the river ran gold, dazzling the eyes of the gulls that veered across its breast down to the bay and out towards the salty sea. And the sun woke the forests of birches and poplars and spruce, colored the dandelions in the grass all over again, drank dew from the flower cups, played with the breeze among the peach blossoms of the orchard on the bank, and finally entered into the quaint breakfast room of a colonial house, Trevor Manor, that stood on the River Severn, 3 miles from the city of Annapolis. Adam, the house butler, very black and very sleepy, was in this small apartment, dusting. From the next room Lilith, his wife, hummed, in a rich contralto, over her sweeping. Otherwise the house was still, for the sun rises early in May. The breakfast room wherein Adam worked, or played at work, is worthy of description, perhaps, for the colonial countryside knew nothing just like it. It was the southwest corner room on the lower floor, opening out of the library, but so easily accessible from the kitchen, which was 50 feet from the house, that the family commonly used it for all their meals. The general southern fashion of dining in the central hall, from a custom of hospitality, had its drawbacks. On the north side of the breakfast room were the library door, a small buffet covered with the best chine, some chased silver, and a little Venetian glassware, the pride of the family heart, and, on the other side of the doorway, a badly done family portrait. In the east wall was a large fireplace, with a mantel above, on which stood 2 large porcelain jars and a black bust of Plato, over which hung a recent print of His Majesty King George. To the south a large window looked out upon the yard behind, but the western wall of this little place was no wall at all. Across the top of it, just below the ceiling, a grudging support to the upper story was given by a heavy oaken beam. Beneath this all was glass. The little, opal-like, diamond-shaped panes, were wont to catch the rays of the afternoon sun, and make the room, from noon to twilight, a blinding, rainbow cloud of light. A door, too, there was here, all of glass and bound with lead, a real triumph of craftsman's skill in those simple days. It had been Madame Trevor's idea, however, and where was the workman in Maryland who would not have been stimulated to inspiration with Madame Trevor to oversee his work? The door opened upon a terrace which led by a little flight of steps down into the rose garden, or, by a diverging path, off to the big round kitchen, in which last building the morning fires had been lit, and Chloe, with Phyllis, her scullion, daughter, and probable successor, was plucking spring chickens for the morning meal. Adam and Lilith, their first tasks ended, were now setting the table in the breakfast room, with tablecloth of unbleached linen, the ordinary service of burnished pewter, silver knives, and carving set of steel, horn-handled. When the 6 places at the oval table had been laid, Lilith disappeared through the glass door, to return presently with a great platter of newly picked strawberries, green-stemmed, scarlet and fragrant, and still glistening with dew. These were set in the center of the table, while on either side stood an earthenware bowl heaped with sugar, patiently scraped by Adam from the high, hard loaves that came, wrapped in bright purple dye paper, up from the Spanish Indies. The sun being by this time nearly 2 hours high in the heavens, the breakfast room was deserted by serving folk to regain a more tranquil tone for the reception of its ordinary habitants. Through the open door came the breath of the May morning, heavy with the sweetness of the garden just outside. Plato gazed mildly down upon the 2 or 3 lazy flies that hummed over the strawberries, and once a robin from the woods nearby skimmed into the room, brushed past the decanters on the buffet, halted for a second on a jar near King George, and made a darting exit through the open southern window. Finally, into the waiting solitude, came Sir Charles. Sir Charles, tall, slender, graceful, freshly wigged and powdered, his lieutenant's uniform of scarlet and white in harmony with the morning, the gentleman's magazine in one of his well-kept hands, an eyeglass on a silken cord in the other. He seated himself in an evidently accustomed place at the table, pushed back his chair a little, comfortably crossed his legs, and began to reperuse an article on the best methods of preserving fox brushes, which had engaged his attention the evening before. He was not a rapid reader, and he had not half finished the column when he felt, unmistakably, another presence near him. Thereupon he permitted himself an unmannerly luxury. "Good morning, Debbie," he murmured, without looking up. "Good morning, Sir Charles," was the reply. Then, quickly throwing aside his paper, the young man rose, bowed as he should have done, and stood looking at her who was before him. The young man rose and bowed. Deborah stood in the glass doorway, half in and half out of the room. Her face was slightly flushed, and her hair, as usual, in a state of delightful, crinkly disorder. Otherwise her appearance was immaculate, and, for all Sir Charles could have told, she might have been in a costume of brocade and lace. It was no more, however, than a faded blue and white homemade linen over a petticoat of brown holland, with a small white muslin kerchief crossed upon her breast. She was bareheaded, and the hair that had been tossed into 1,000 rebellious ringlets was tied back with a blue ribbon. Deborah Travis, Sir Charles Fairfield's second cousin, and Madame Trevor's first, was, at this time, 17 years old, and not yet so pretty as she gave promise of being later. Nevertheless, Sir Charles's poorly concealed devotion in her direction was a matter that was not discussed in the Trevor family. The tongues of slaves, however, are seldom bridled among themselves, and neat things upon this interesting topic were not infrequently spoken round cabin fires on cool evenings in the quarters. "You've quite recovered, I trust, Deborah, from your indisposition of yesterday." The girl's cheeks grew pink as she answered, quietly, "Quite, thank you, Sir Charles." "'Twas another experiment in the still room," he ventured. "Of course," she responded, reluctantly, and in a tone that finished the topic. There was a pause. The governor's lieutenant was finding himself again. "Will not you come in, Mistress Debbie," he said, finally. "Or may I come out and walk in the garden a little with you?" "Thank you, I shall come in. Breakfast is ready, but the rest are late." "And you have been in the still room all this while?" "No, I have been in the 12-acre field, and as far as Hudson's swamp." "Devil take me! What were you doing there?" "I was hunting for a plant but I could not get it. I brought home some young tobacco instead." Why Deborah, 'tis always plants with you. Can you find nothing nearer home to suit your pleasure? Tell me the plant you sought, and I will hunt for it to the other end o' Maryland, if you command." "Thank you, Sir Charles, but in a month I shall pluck it for myself, at the end of the huckleberry path." "'Tis spotted hemlock." "I found one, young yet, but well looking, which I shall gather as soon as 'tis big enough." "Spotted hemlock? Child, 'tis rank poison." I'd a horse die of it once in. He broke off suddenly and turned about as Madame Trevor, with her younger daughter, Lucy, rustled into the room. The elder lady looked rather sharply from her nephew to her young cousin as she came in, but she could read neither face. Sir Charles bowed with great respect, and Deborah gave her usual demure courtesy for the morning. Lucy was a slight, pretty little creature, with thin, silky dark hair, lively blue eyes, and a waist as trim as Deborah's own. She greeted the two cousins with equal grace, but seemed to prefer Deborah's company, drawing her a little on one side to show a spindle prick upon her finger. Their whispered conversation was interrupted by the entrance of the master of the house, Madame Trevor's only son, Vincent. He was a well-built, muscular fellow, a trifle short for his breadth of shoulder, with the family's blue eyes, and hair so black that the powder but badly concealed its hue. He greeted his mother with profound respect, lightly kissed his little sister's cheek, and nodded to Deborah in a preoccupied fashion. Then, joining Charles at the buffet, he proceeded to mix their first potation of the day, 2 Venice glasses full of Jamaica rum, sugar, and water. Both gentlemen drank to the health of Madame Trevor, who acknowledged the usual courtesy with a slight nod, and then, seating herself at the head of the table, drew towards her the platter of strawberries. "We are not to wait for Virginia?" asked Vincent, taking his place. Madame was about to reply when, from the little passageway beyond the library, came the crisp rustle of stiff petticoats, and Virginia Trevor, the belle of Annapolis, tall, fresh of complexion, unrouged, of slender figure, and delicate patrician features, came smilingly into the room. The gentleman hastened to rise, and Sir Charles lifted back her chair. "Thank you. Your pardon, madam, for being late. Amanda was very slow. After your wakefulness of last night, I had not imagined that you would attempt to rise this morning," answered her mother. Virginia glanced at Lucy, and a half-smile passed between them. It was over before Madame Trevor perceived it. "Debbie was the sick one yesterday," observed Lucy, gently. "But you seem to be quite recovered today," she finished, turning to her cousin, just as Adam entered from the kitchen, bearing with him a platter of fried chickens, crisply browned and smoking, while Lilith followed with hoe cake and bacon. "Deborah's illness appears to be a matter of her own choice," remarked Madame Trevor, with displeasure in her tone. "She has been warned of the dangers of her strange and useless experiments. If she chooses to go her way against all advice, she must accept the consequences of such folly." Deborah was silent, and appeared unconcerned at the reproof. Virginia, however, rather unwisely, spoke in her favor. "Indeed, Debbie's experiments would seem to me most useful, mother. You yourself say that no one about Annapolis can make such rose and lavender water, or distill such cordials and strong waters as she. The still room, too, is a different place since she was given charge over it. I was not of the opinion, Virginia, that Deborah's illness resulted either from rose water or from cordial. And, as to the still room, who enters it to know how it may be kept? Madame Trevor, I have never refused entrance to any one of the family or the slaves who has wished to enter the room you gave me charge over." "Indeed, Lucy, that is enough, Deborah." Sir Charles Fairfield, though to all appearances he had not been listening to the short conversation, flushed a little at the manner in which it was ended, and, raising his voice, he addressed Vincent, "Will you ride into town with me today? I've not waited on His Excellency for a week. On my life. They give us an easy time out here. Fancy a full-pay staff officer at home, in camp, not seeing his colonel for a week. I must really ride in today. Come with me, Vincent, and see what idea there is of a chase next week." Vincent poured out another tankard of quince cider and slowly shook his head. "'Tis not possible today, Charles. They are just beginning to top the tobacco. I am going over all the farther fields with Thompson, and there are 3 new blacks to be graded. If you'll go tomorrow, I'll ride with you, but not today." "Pardon, Mostrave," cried a black boy, in house livery, who came running in from the front. "Dr. Call and Mist called tea outside on the HOSES, and say, can they come in?" "Mr. Calvert," cried Lucy. "Go to meet them and bring them here at once, Vincent," commanded Madame Trevor, at the same time sounding a handbell for Adam and Lilith. Vincent and Charles together hurried out of the room, while the ladies drew more closely together at the table, and 2 extra places were laid. "Bring some fresh chicken and hot bacon and hoe cake at once, Adam, and have Chloe fry some oysters and tap a barrel of applejack." The slaves scurried away to the kitchen again as the sound of deep masculine voices was heard in the library. The guests entered the breakfast room side by side, and the 4 ladies rose to greet them, Madame Trevor first, with her daughters just behind her, and Deborah, with suddenly eager eyes, a little to one side. Dr. Charles Carroll, father of Mr. Carroll, of Carrollton, foremost Whig and Catholic in Annapolis, always in disfavor with the governor officially, and excellent friends with him of a Saturday night, 45 years old, wealthy, bluff, a little gray under his bagwig, booted, spurred, fresh of color, and bright of eye, greeted his old friend and mentor, Madame Trevor, with hearty good humor. Beside him was Benedict Calvert, a son of the Lord Proprietary, but Protestant bred, Whig by preference, slender, handsome, unusually dignified, and quite unaffected. After the various salutations the entire party reseated themselves at table, and the guests, hungry after their early canter, helped themselves without stint to the freshly cooked food brought in for them. The doctor had placed himself, as usual, by Deborah, who was all attention now, while Mr. Calvert, with a sympathetic smile of understanding and good comradeship, was by Lucy, with his hostess on the other side. "And now, madam, young ladies, Sir Charles, and our host," cried the doctor, in a hearty voice, "we are about to repay your hospitality with news, excellent news, for every one of you." "Ah! Let us hear it, doctor," cried Vincent, while the others murmured assent. "Well, then, for the ladies first. The Baltimore is in port, after a bad voyage. She sailed from Portsmouth on the 20th of February. I was on the South Piers as she came to anchor. Her cargo or part of it is all for feminine ears to hear. She has with her the last fashions from home, and the material to reproduce them. There are paduasoys and lute strings, and satins, and laces, and damasks and silverware, and chine, and glass, and ribbons and combs, and shoe buckles, and silk stockings, and most wonderful garters, I'm told, and nay, now, doctor, 'tis far enough," cried Sir Charles, and the gentlemen laughed. "Well, then, there are those things, and more. And on the morrow, at 10 of the morning, there is to be a public sale on the docks off Hanover Street, where he who has the wherewithal may buy. And I am bidden to ask you all to ride in and spend what moneys you can wrest from Vincent's hands, and, after, to come to my house, where Mistresses Letitia and Frances will serve you with a fair widower's dinner. How now, what think you of my first news, damsels?" "'Tis what none in the world but you could bring, Dr. Carroll," replied Madame Trevor, beaming graciously. "And we may go, mother?" asked Lucy, voicing the anxiety of her more dignified sister and her silent cousin. "Yes, we will go, and our compliments and thanks to Mistress Letitia and Mistress Frances for their asking. Deborah, child, you must have tabby for a new petticoat, and I shall get you all muslins. And I must have a new set of plumes for mother, may I not have a flowered paduasoy this year? Come, come, girls. 'Tis our turn now? Surely, doctor, you do not imagine us interested in sales of silk stockings and satins? What is the news for us? Asked Vincent, with a slight smile. Benedict Calvert laughed. Troth, sir, 'tis not every man that is so unfeignedly disdainful of silk stockings and satins, whether for his own attire or for a lady's. Howbeit, there is other news that you may like to hear. In the assembly yesterday the matter of the commissioners for Lancaster was finally settled. Word has come from Virginia that the council will open on the 25th of June. Our men will probably leave here on the 20th, and I am elected to go, devil take me, cried Sir Charles, ruefully. No such luck. Do not bemoan thyself, Charlie. Not one of the governor's staff, and only one official marshal is of the number, returned Benedict, grinning broadly. 'Twas a prudent choice. Not a radical on either side. Then the doctor's scarce in, observed Vincent. That am I not, returned the doctor with eminent good humor. But Mr. Calvert, the worshipful Mr. Calvert is, and so are Phil Thomas, and the Reverend Mr. Craddock, and Edmund Jennings, and Colville, and yes, Bob King. There, at least, is one radical for you. Well, well. Even such as they should manage, together with their right honorable compeers from Virginia and Pennsylvania, to buy the right of our colonial lands from the Six Nations after 150 years of occupancy willy-nilly. Quite so. And now that's all our news, Madam Trevor. Does it equal the breakfast? Not quite all, seeking your pardon. But the other matter is for the ears of Mistress Debbie here, whom, if you will permit me, madam, I will, after breakfast, attend to her sanctum the still room. Deborah did not move. Her eyes dropped, and sharp-eyed Calvert himself could not have guessed the eagerness hidden under her perfect mien. Deborah has been too much with her drugs of late, Dr. Carroll. I think it were better if you talked with her on some healthier subject. I am not overfond of her ill-considered ways. They are morbid, much of the time. Ah, madam, I am sorry for that. I look forward to the consultations with little Mistress Deborah as the happiest reminiscences of my professional days before I abandoned physic for merchandise. Your young cousin has remarkable talent about it. Madam Trevor shrugged her shoulders. If you put it in that way, Dr. Carroll, how can I refuse you your pleasure in coming to our plantation? If 'tis a question of talking with Deborah or not coming at all, why Deborah is all at your service. By my troth, Madam Antoinette, if that is a pleasantry, it is not one that I like overmuch. How could you so take my words? Come now, doctor, hurry on. Conduct the damsel to your physicking room, and I'll wait here. You forget that our road leads on to the King's. To be sure. Well, Debbie, let us be off. I must see your manipulation of the new retort. Thereupon the doctor and his protégé, leaving the others still at table, went together out of the glass door, down the path, across the yard, with its great poplar trees and the groups of pickaninnies playing, as usual, about the high well sweep, to a small building a trifle northeast of the cabins and half hidden in great lilac bushes that clustered before its very door. This was Deborah's sanctum, the still room, and into it she and her companion retired. The single room contained 3 large windows, through one of which nodded a thick bunch of purple lilacs, heavy with perfume, and still damp with dew. Along the windowless wall of the room ran a stout pine table, on which, among various utensils, stood two chemists' retorts, one the old iron alembic, the other Deborah's greatest treasure, a glass retort for which Dr. Carroll had sent to Europe. In one corner stood the charcoal box, a tall, iron brazier containing some smouldering coals, and a keg for water. While Deborah built up her charcoal fire and carried the brazier to the table, Carroll went over to a corner cupboard, opened its door, and looked in upon the 5 shelves where, ranged in orderly rows, stood all the phials and flasks that Deborah had been able to collect. Only a dozen or so contained more or less muddy-looking liquids, and on each of these was pasted a paper label covered with fine writing. One after another the doctor picked them up and examined them. "Aha!" he exclaimed, finally, taking the cork from one, and smelling the cloudy mixture within. "Aha! You have it here. I thought so. Now, this is precisely the thing that I should advise." Deborah went over to him. "What? The monkshood? 'Tis a poor solution. For want of pure alcohol, I had to use rum. No matter. Let us manipulate this a bit, Debbie, instead of your tobacco there. For this is necessary. And while we are distilling some pure aconitum napellus, I will tell you a little story, and weave for you a prettier romance than ever you did find in the chirurgian's mate or old Galen's art of physic, that once I found you with, or even the whole duty of man, which I swear you have not read." "Yes, I have. But the story, Dr. Carroll. Was 't the news you had for my ears?" "Even so, mistress. Now careful with the body. We mustn't spill this. Where's your filter? That's it. A slow evaporation will be best. Can you fix the other end? Good. You have a deft hand. Well, now, the tale runs this wise. You heard me say that I was at the piers when the Baltimore came in this morning. I'm half owner in her, and, besides that, Croft is a very good friend of mine, and 'tis 4 months since he sailed from here. He the captain, Debbie, came off from the ship in his boat, looking a bit tired and haggard, and more glad to get home again than ever I saw him before. They'd a nasty voyage, been short of water for a week, and, besides that, he had a tale to tell about one of his passengers. At Portsmouth only 4 came on board, one of them a young fellow, a Frenchman, known to Lord Baltimore, who commended him to the care of Croft. It appears that the young man is of the nobility and high up in court society at his home Paris, I suppose. But, for some reason unknown, he packed himself on board the Baltimore and sailed for a place certainly far enough away from his friends and his people, whoever they are. Croft says that it can't be an unlawful thing he's done to make him come away, for the Lord Proprietary himself came down to the ship with him and tried to persuade him to give up the idea of coming. I suggested to Croft that, if it were not outlawry, love were the thing to send a man flying like a fool from civilization, and Croft vows I hit it. This noble Marquis de something or other, Croft said, mooned about the ship like a soul in purgatory for the first weeks out, and thereupon he fell sick in good earnest. It seems he's been in a raving fever now for days past, sometimes delirious, sometimes in coma. He's talked over much, from what I can hear, about Louis, the French king, and a lot of madams, and a Henry his rival, perhaps, and I don't know what all. See, there's the first vapor. Now 'twill be just right. Well, Croft said he must see this man safe off his hands and in some place where he could be cared for, before he'd make report of the voyage. So, Debbie, I sent a black up to the ordinary of Mrs. Miriam Vaz, and she came down herself to the wharf, just as they got the man ashore. De Mailly, his name is. By the great Plutarch, Deb, he's the man for us. Never have I seen a creature in such condition. I think he must have been well enough looking once. but now, he's a skeleton from fever. His face is shrunken and as bright as a hunting coat. His hair 'tis long and black tangled into a mat, and his clothes, of excellent make they are, hang about him like bags. He was conscious when he landed, but I didn't hear him speak a single time as we drove him up the hill and to the ordinary, where Mrs. Miriam is to care for him. Now, Deborah, here's my part of the tale for you. Tomorrow, when you come in town for the sale, after you dine with us at noon, I shall manage so that you go down to the Vaz house and yourself see this fellow, judge his symptoms, and administer this very stuff that is coming out fine and clear now to him, in your own way. 'Twill be the best practice you could have, you could scarce make the man worse, and 'twould be a grand thing, Deb, to accomplish such a cure as that. My faith, you'll be having me return to the profession in a year more. But hang me if I'd not be found a better practitioner with your assistance than Richards, dispenser of poisons that he is. And so are we, Dr. Carroll, returned Deborah, soberly, as she carefully watched the process of evaporation in the retort. Indeed, I think that I like better knowing the things that will kill than those that will cure. Bloodthirsty maiden, don't you know 'tis all the same thing, and how do you like my plan? I think, sir, that madam never would permit it. 'Twould be a most highly improper thing. Nonsense, nonsense. If you were my own maid, you should certainly do it. I'll manage. Trust me, that is, if you care for it. Are you indifferent? Deborah was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed. I'm not indifferent. And I'd dearly like to see a gentleman from court, even though it were only from the French court. Only the French court? Why, child, 'tis the greatest in the world for courtiers and gaiety. What more would you have? Deborah had no time to make answer, for at that moment one of the house slaves came to the open door of the still room. Beg pardon, Mist call tea senti say the hoacae ready, and does doctor want in at Mist King's? Oh, is he goin' eat Miss Deb's dis something I done forgot what? Carol laughed. Troth, Debbie, Mistress Lucy must have been less entertaining than usual this morning. I must go, I suppose. Can you finish this alone? You seem to know all the processes. Yes, I can finish it in an hour, if madam lets me stay here. I'll try to see that she does. Will you bring the aconitum tomorrow, then? Yes. Deborah smiled and courtesied. The doctor bent over and kissed her hand with affectionate gallantry. Good morning, Hygia. Goodbye, sir. Till tomorrow. At the French court, I believe, they say au revoir, he added, mischievously, while the girl smiled. Then Carol strode off, with David at his heels, leaving Deborah alone at her favorite occupation, wondering a little, in an absent-minded way, over the unusual event that her somewhat eccentric mentor proposed to bring into her life. Mr. Benedict Calvert, with the Trevor family clustered about him, stood, riding whip in hand, in the portico of the manor, in front of which, on the driveway which curved out towards the river, were the two horses, Carol's and his, held by one of the stable boys. Mr. Calvert was laughing and talking blandly with Lucy and Sir Charles, but Madame, with her elder daughter Amie Vincent, stood a little to one side, and annoyance was very plainly readable in the face of the mistress of the house. The doctor, with a cheery smile, came briskly round the corner of the east wing. It took but one glance to tell him who had really called him from the still room. Most puissant Lord Commissioner, behold me here at your command, he cried, approaching his companion. Deborah is not with you, observed Madame Antoinette rather uselessly. No. Shall I call her? I left her in the preparation of a little matter which I had requested of her. Pardon me. I did not know that I was taking her from. He made as if to go after her, when Vincent interposed. Don't trouble, doctor. She will be only too glad to finish what you asked. Afterwards there will be time enough for the spinning, or the weaving, or whatever is necessary. Carol thanked the young man with a little glance, and began at once making his farewells. He perceived that the time for introducing the project of Deborah's visit on the morrow was eminently unpropitious. Mr. Calvert made graceful adieus to the ladies, lightly saluted the master of the house and the governor's lieutenant, and leaped upon his animal. A moment more and the two were cantering away, side by side, still looking back to the portico. When they were at length hidden by the bend in the road, Madame Trevor turned to the two girls. Virginia and Lucy, go you both and overlook your wardrobes and the linen in the press, and think out what is needed that we may buy at the sale tomorrow. Deborah may help you when she comes in. Charles, you ride to town, do you not? And, Vincent, I would have a moment with you before you go to the fields. The little party dispersed as it was bid, Vincent following his mother into the house and to the west passage, where hung her garden hat, her lace mittens, her basket, and her pruning knife. Thus accoutred, she led the way through the breakfast room and out upon the terrace that overlooked the fairest spot in Madame Trevor's world, her garden. Here she paused, her eyes wandering for a moment over the scene about them, before she turned to her son. I wanted to speak to you, Vincent, of the sailing of the Baltimore. Within 2 or 3 weeks she will be going out again, 'tis likely. True. And what has that to do with us? Inquired the young man in some perplexity. His mother sighed. Vincent, I confess to anxiety. You are aware, I think, of the reason of Charles Fairfield's colonial appointment? You know why he sailed with you in the autumn when you came home to us to take your father's place here? You know why he has made his home in our house instead of in Annapolis with the other aides? Yes, I know, responded Trevor, shortly. Remember, Vincent, it was your father's wish, it is your uncle's, it is mine, that we should all be brought a little closer to Old England by Virginia's marriage with her cousin. And the sailing of the Baltimore. I am going to send off my jewels, my wedding pearls, to have them remounted in London for Virginia. And when they come home, that should be in August, when they come home, you and Charles must come to an understanding about your sister. Remember, Vincent, as the head of the family, you have a place to fill. There are certain matters about which you cannot afford to be careless, matters of more importance than the tobacco crop, or the price of slaves. I wished to ask you this morning if, when we drive in town for the dock sale tomorrow, you will see Captain Croft about entrusting the pearls to his keeping. Certainly, madam, if you wish it. Shall I take them tomorrow to him? No. Not till just before the ship's sailing. They are too valuable to leave in a captain's cottage. This is what I had to say, Vincent. Go, now, to your fields, if you wish. Vincent bent over and kissed her hand. Then he started towards the house. After half a dozen steps he halted suddenly and looked back, as though he would have spoken. His mother, however, had descended the terrace steps and was already bending over her flowers. So, after a little pause, he turned about again and continued thoughtfully upon his way. Chapter 2. Dr. Carroll's idea. Deborah's bedroom was extremely small. It was merely one corner of the west wing, partitioned off from the spinning room and the great hand loom, and there was barely room in it for her bed, dressing table, chest of drawers, wash-stand, and 2 chairs. Besides these necessities, there were 2 windows and a strip of carpet, to be regarded as luxuries. Deborah herself, however, curtained the bed and windows after her own fashion, in white India muslin, put a ruffled cover over the dressing table, displayed what ornaments she possessed prettily about the room, and so regarded it with satisfaction ever after. Her two windows both looked out over the back of the plantation, the flower garden being directly below, the woods to one side, the tobacco barns at a distance. The room underneath Deborah's, which occupied the whole of the west wing on the ground floor, had been given to Sir Charles, and in the passage that connected this with the main house were the stairs. When Deborah woke from her dreamless sleep on the morning after the doctor's visit, the first active thought in her brain was of the dock sale for that day. It was rather later than her usual hour of waking, and she hurriedly began her toilet. Presently, however, as she was loosening her hair, her eyes fell upon the bottle of Aconitum Napellus which she had brought to her room after its preparation on the day before, and at sight of it her hands dropped to her sides, and she stood still for a moment in contemplation. Then a little shiver ran over her, and she performed something very like a shrug. "I don't like sick people," she muttered to herself, turning to sit down before her mirrored table. If Deborah's words were quite honest, then certainly this morning she was looking forward to the dock sale with unusual pleasure. She had never before manifested any strong interest in these things. In fact, she had been known to say that they were tiresome. Men did not much frequent them, no young lady was allowed money to spend for herself, and the good housewives were always more interested in table linens and utensils than ribbons or jewelry. Nevertheless, here, this morning, was Mistress Debbie, plying her hair with more interest than she had had for it since the last assembly, and when it was all ringlet and quite smooth, she saw fit to use upon it a white ribbon that had never before been worn. Also, when Lucy cried at the door that she was to wear her blue lutestring petticoat and white muslin overdress, those garments lay ready upon a chair, though once or twice before, on like occasions, there had been some spirited conversation between Deborah and Madame Trevor before the young lady was willing to give up the perverse idea that her everyday Holland was quite good enough for such an affair. When she was ready, and the lace mittens taken from their drawer, Deborah carefully placed her phial of distilled liquid in the neck of her dress, pushing it out of sight among the ruffles of her kerchief. At 9 o'clock the family coach, with 4 ladies inside it, left the house. Sir Charles, in scarlet and white, and Vincent, in bottle green, accompanied the vehicle on horseback. Vincent was reconciled to leaving his fields by the prospect of meeting some of the burgesses in the city and learning the details of yesterday's election of commissioners, while the lieutenant never needed strong urging to give a day to the mild amusements of the colonial town, with its coffee house, its feeble imitators of English beauship, its jockey club, and what few pretty women were to be visited in the daytime. The clock on St. Anne's was booming the half-hour as the coach crossed the bridge over the inlet at the foot of Prince George Street, and here, in the last house of the town, a quaint wooden cottage in the midst of a well-shaded yard, dwelt Captain Croft of the Baltimore. At its gate Vincent, with a little nod to his mother, stopped. "I've an errand here," he called to Fairfield. "We'll be at Carroll's by 12. Do you dine with us?" The aide shook his head. "Thanks, no. I'll go to the coffee house with Curtis and Belmont, if I do not dine at the governor's." "Are you coming to the assembly later?" "Yes. Till this afternoon, then," and Vincent dismounted at the gate, while the coach, with its single cavalier, all unconscious of the significance of Vincent Trevor's errand, went on again. At the New Bladen Street Sir Charles turned off towards the governor's palace, while the vehicle kept on towards the water side. Hanover Street was thronged with coaches and conveyances of all kinds, bringing in people from the country, while the ladies, and a few gentlemen of the city, picked their way on foot to the wharf. Everyone was known to the Trevors, and Madame and Virginia had their heads out of the windows continually, bowing and speaking to those whom they passed, while Lucy was now on one side, now on the other, peeping out with a covertly expectant air, and Deborah watched her, knowing very well what she sought, and knowing also that it would not be found. Virginia saw her sister's restlessness with displeasure. She said nothing till they left the coach, but when at last they had alighted at the crowded dock, Miss Trevor took occasion to whisper into Lucy's ear, "Lucy, had John Whitney seen you looking for him this morning, he would, I think, scarce have been overpleased with the manner of it." And Deborah's eyes chancing to fall on the younger girl's face, saw her cheeks grow scarlet and her eyes fall with quick mortification. The sight which met the eyes of the newcomers at the wharves was one curious enough for a person of today. The broad wooden pier, at which were fastened a dozen or so of pinnaces and small boats belonging to folk who had come from far up the river or down the bay, had been converted for the time into a mart. All up and down, in regular lines, it was dotted with little platforms of wood, which were covered with articles taken from the ship and arranged here for sale, on the day and night before, by salesmen hired for the purpose from the various town shops. The goods were the selection of London men who had made life studies of the colonial trade, and who knew, moreover, the various tastes of the various localities, north, south, tidewater, and inland. Certainly there was variety to be had here. Down one side of the dock were set forth on their platforms every possible household contrivance, with a good deal of furniture, and enough kitchen utensils, china and glass, to have set up a dozen ordinaries. Along the center of the pier were materials, ready-fashioned garments, fine damasks that could not be made at home, and fancy articles of dress and the toilet. About these there hovered, throughout the day, a fair sprinkling of gentlemen, pricing scarlet and gold-laced coats, silk stockings, ruffles, and perfumed pomades with great interest. The third row of booths held agricultural implements, tools, coarse materials, such as felt and leather, together with a few books and papers. When Madame Trevor, with the three girls, arrived at the pier, all aristocratic damedom seemed to be about the silks and damasks. Now, while carrying on a lively conversation with Mistresses King, Paca, Craddock, and Chase, Madame Trevor busily priced tabby silk petticoats and India muslins, of which she selected very pretty pieces for her daughters and Deborah. Mrs. Chase was casting longing glances at a satin bodice that Mistress Harwood held in her hands. But, as the two ladies did not speak, owing to the upper story of the Harwood house, there seemed to be but small hope of attaining to possession thereof. "What monstrous pretty cloaks!" cried Mrs. King, turning over a pile of short capes of crimson, blue, and white. "'Tis too near summer now to purchase cloth," rejoined Mrs. Craddock, pursing her lips regretfully as she held one up. "They are but 2 guineas, madam, of the latest cut, will continue in England just so for the space of 5 years, will wear longer than that," observed the salesman casually, with alluring indifference. "I declare I'll take this blue one. It is of the most excellent texture, and 'tis always cool on the river in the evening." "Virginia, will you have a white one?" asked her mother. "No, thank you, madam. I have cloaks and to spare. With your permission, I will go look at the fans farther up. My last was broken at the mason's rout. You may look at them, and I will join you presently. This crimson cape will suit Deborah. Would you like this, Debbie?" She turned about to find only Lucy at her side. "Where is she?" asked Madame Trevor of her daughter. "On the other side of the pier, I think." "Shall I call her?" "At once." "What can she be doing there?" Lucy turned about and started to wend her way among the groups to the other side of the dock, where Deborah stood over a little collection of chemists' implements. Beside her, a sacred book in his hand, was a young man, at sight of whom Lucy hesitated, her face crimson, her heart beating unsteadily. She stopped almost still for a moment to watch them. Deborah was lovingly handling a siphon, while the young Puritan minister talked to her. Presently he caught sight of Lucy, who was constrained to move towards him again when she perceived the quick light that came into his face and the bow that he made. Deborah turned, and her mouth twitched a little as she perceived her cousin's fluttering nervousness. "Master Whitney was speaking of you, Lucy," she said. "I did myself the honor to inquire after the health of you and Mistress Virginia," said the young divine, embarrassment and pleasure adding a load of stiffness to his manner. "Oh, thank you, as you see we are very well, Debbie," she added, reluctantly. "Mother wants you at once to see if you would like a crimson cloak." "I am so sorry, I would prefer this siphon 1,000 times to a crimson cloak," murmured Deborah, more to herself than to her cousin. Lucy heard her, however. "I'll ask, if you like, Debbie, and then, perhaps, we may return and purchase it. I was just about to leave the wharf, having found the book I sought. May I accompany you to Madame Trevor and pay my compliments to her?" Lucy beamed with delight, while Deborah consented with an absent-minded nod, and the three returned to the side of Madame Trevor, who greeted the Reverend Mr. Whitney with surprise and only the necessary politeness. Indeed, this young Puritan was a sore subject in the Trevor family, whose youngest daughter had lost her faith, and, presumably, her heart, to the exponent of a rigid creed, inimical to every form of that popery which was, just now, the only religion in disfavor with the erstwhile Catholic province of Maryland. The crimson cloak was purchased, the siphon was not. Master Whitney took a reluctant leave of little Mistress Trevor, and her mother, accompanied by Mrs. Paca, started to rejoin Virginia over the fens. "Surely, Antoinette, you'll scarce return home before dinner today. Will you not drive up from here and take potluck, just a cold joint with us? Thank you for us all, vastly, Barbara, but we are bespoken by Dr. Carroll. You're most kind. I am sorry. I declare I had thought to see the doctor here today, but he's not been near the dock. And he rarely misses a sale. Doubtless, he has gone to the assembly. Indeed, in one of the two places Dr. Carroll, according to unvarying habit, should have been. He happened, however, to be sitting in his own study, where, as one might say, he had waylaid himself. And he was by now sunk in a reverie so profound as to be totally oblivious of any of the proceedings of the outside world. His two maiden sisters bustled about the house preparing for their guests. His son Charles, a lad of 17, was in his own room being tutored in French and the classics by the priest who lived in the family. Thus the doctor had his study, which was his particular world, to himself, and the two people who formed the subject of his meditations were linked together by his thought for the first time. Fate and fortune can work most curiously, and destiny toss far indeed, when Claude de Mailly, of Versailles, and Deborah Travis, Virginia born, should have set out towards each other from birth, groping till they met, and for some little time after, too. Charles Carroll, being the instrument, not the confidant, of fate, was now sitting among his books, perplexed and wondering at himself. That morning, for the second time within 24 hours, he had traversed the 2 blocks that separated his house from the ordinary of Miriam Vaz, to which Claude, at the doctor's instance, had been carried from the ship which had been so nearly the scene of his death. And very differently the young fellow looked today. He had been bathed, his hair was combed and clipped, his stubbly beard shaven off, his soiled clothes removed, and a clean, Coarse linen shift substituted for the undergarments of foreign make and curious fastening which had much puzzled the excellent Mistress Voss. And in this new guise all the innate refinement and gentleness of the Dameli nature had once more come to the surface, and Dr. Carroll had no difficulty in determining that his new-found protégé was of even finer breeding than he had guessed on the previous day. Claude's small travelling coffer had been brought up from the ship, and was placed near his bed, in the clean, sunny little colonial room under the eaves of the house. It must be confessed that Mistress Voss had been through the trunk pretty thoroughly, after unlocking it with the awkward key which she had found in the Frenchman's clothes. But, with a delirious foreigner, whose disease requires quiet as much as good nursing, beside you, and a long day empty of incident to be gone through in silence, what woman could have resisted the temptation to examine so fascinating a boxful of clothes as this? And in justice let it be added, that Miriam Voss would quite as soon have thought of assaulting the governor in the street as of purloining the very smallest lace ruffle contained in this treasure box, for her forbears and her honesty had come together from Kent in the year of grace 1660, along with certain choice recipes for cordials and strong waters, and the ancestral talent for nursing which Dr. Carroll in the old days had been wont to find so useful. Meantime the genial doctor had completely wasted his morning in pondering over the almost impossible situation that he wished to bring about, and finally, as the Trevor coach drew up to the door, he left his study, resignedly determined to give his hopes to chance for fulfillment. The four ladies alighted from their vehicle, leaving behind them, to the care of the black footboy, a large number of bundles brought from the sale. Their host handed Madame Trevor sedately up the walk and into the house, where now Mistress Lettice Carroll, his sister, and Frances Appleby, his sister-in-law, both in starched and flowered paragon, with powdered locks atop of demure, quaint little heads, stood in the doorway to welcome the guests. When the ladies had removed their headgear and scarfs upstairs they returned to the drawing-room where, it being near the hour for dinner, young Charles Carroll and Father St. Quentin awaited them with the doctor. Madame Trevor Virginia, and Deborah greeted the priest with reverent friendship, for every Sunday they attended the Mass which he performed in the Carroll Chapel, where the few families of the old faith in Annapolis were accustomed to congregate, and, besides this, he had been kind enough to give some instruction to the Trevor girls and Deborah in the art of conversing in the French language. But Lucy hung uneasily back in the presence of Père Aime, till he himself went forward and gave her a few gentle and impersonal words of greeting. Madame Trevor, beside Mistress Lettice, cast an annoyed glance at her daughter, but nothing was said on the subject. When Deborah, however, left St. Quentin's side, the doctor placed himself in her way and managed to ask, in a lowered voice, as she passed him, "You brought the monk's hood with you?" And the girl nodded, gravely, "Yes." The next instant she was seized upon by young Charles, who regarded her less as a piece of femininity than some pretty thing, excellent to talk to, and a very good walker, produced by a beneficent nature for his especial benefit. They had wandered over to the window together, speaking of a forthcoming sail up the river, when Deborah's attention was caught by the voice of St. Quentin, who was addressing the doctor on an interesting topic. "If it would not displease you, sir," St. Quentin had begun, "I should like to give Charles an hour's holiday this afternoon." "And wherefore this leniency, good father?" queried Carroll, smiling good-humouredly. "For a kind of charity, I imagine. This morning, as I walked the length of the street before breakfast, Mrs. Voss came suddenly running out of her ordinary to ask if I would not go in with her at once, or at some hour of the day. She has lodged in her house, it seems, a foreigner French who arrived yesterday on the Baltimore, half dead with fever, and who was carried up from the wharves to be taken care of by her. It appears that he raves continually in French, and I fancy that the curiosity of good Mrs. Voss is growing strong within her, or else she would know how best to serve him, for she would have me come and translate for her some of his wild words, knowing that I have what she terms an unholy learning in that most ungodly tongue. As 'twas then too near the breakfast hour to obey her wishes, I promised to come later in the day. And so, thy curiosity being roused by the dames, thou canst not wait thy visit till after vespers, eh? And the doctor laughed. Seeing that it is a case of distress on the part of one of my countrymen, I would go at the first opportunity, on whatever pretence, returned the father, calmly. Well, then, you shall be off directly we finish dinner, answered Carroll, devoutly imploring Providence to come to his aid. And if that is done, I would have Deborah go with him, said Providence at once, speaking through Madame Trevor, with a message to Miriam Vos. 'Tis concerning the cherry brandy, Deborah. The last of hers was so excellent that I would have her make for us a keg this year. Tell her to take 3 trees of our fruit for it, and 1 tree for herself, which, together with 2 bushels of potatoes in the autumn, will pay for the making. You might learn her way of fermenting, while you are on the point. Then you may come back alone, if the father is not ready. Come back. Yes, there must be a coming back. Dr. Carroll, however, was rubbing his satin knee in an ecstasy of good humor, and Deborah herself, who, after a respectful bow to Madame Trevor, had shot one swift glance at the doctor, felt, as she returned to her conversation with young Charles, a curious quiver of the heart which she afterwards decided to have been one of the most delightful sensations ever known. A moment later Mrs. Appleby, who had left the room several moments before, entered with a little courtesy to announce dinner. Once seated at the round, well-loaded table, conversation, by general assent, turned again to the Frenchman who had arrived on the Baltimore. As a matter of fact, confessed the doctor, willing to tell what he knew of the matter now, it was I who sent him up to Mistress Voss. I went down yesterday directly the ship was in, and, Croft having told me of the fellow, I got to see him. Faith, he was in a most execrable way. And besides, from what I could guess from his manner, and what Croft told me, he was a gentleman of rank. 'Twould have been pitiable enough to have had him die there on the docks, so I packed him, with my compliments, his box, and my black, up to Miriam, who had him in excellent shape when I went there this morning. Charles, really, you are monstrous disagreeable, ventured Mrs. Lettice, gently. Why did you not bring the poor man here? I vow Miriam Vos can never manage alone, and nay, Lettice, he is too young for thee. 10 years ago 'twould have been a pretty enough romance, but perhaps, struck in Madame Trevor, in time to prevent tears of mortification on the part of the little old maid, perhaps I had better go, instead of Deborah. I might see the man, and find out. Nay, now, Antoinette, interrupted the doctor, in a great fright, while Deborah herself stirred a little anxiously, you'll spoil all my purpose if you do that. Let Debbie go on the cherry errand if she will, but you shall not see this Monsieur till he's well and fit to receive you. Then, if he prove what I think him, I'll make him a dinner party here, and he shall sit next to Virginia and opposite you, and you may study him at will. La! 'Twill be as bad for him as the time I had at the last assembly ball, when at supper I sat by old Master Randall, who cannot hear thunder, while on the other side was Carlton Jennings, who had next him Laura Colville, that's to marry him in the autumn. And where was Sir Charles Fairfield? Queried little Mrs. Appleby, with unfortunate would-be slyness. Madame Trevor's face changed suddenly, and Deborah colored. Sir Charles? Oh, with Debbie, I believe, was Virginia's kindly, indifferent reply. Thereupon St. Quentin, who had not been brought up in a cloister, looked approval at Miss Trevor, and adroitly changed the subject. The meal coming to an end at length, the father immediately addressed Deborah on the subject of their visit. "Miss Travis, my curiosity still burns. Will you take pity upon it and accompany me as soon as you can down to the ordinary?" "I will come at once, if Madame Trevor permits," was the reply. "Yes, get your hat and scarf, Deborah. In half an hour the coach will be here to drive us home. If the doctor will excuse your presence, you need not come back. We will stop for you on the way. You can wait in the sitting room if Mistress Voss is much occupied, for you would not, of course, go upstairs." Madame Trevor made the last remark in a tone that required no answer. Deborah merely courtesied and ran away for her hat, and, while the 5 ladies returned to the parlor, Dr. Carroll laid his hand on the priest's arm and said a few words to him in a low tone. St. Quentin raised his brows slightly, but gave no further sign of surprise. Then, as young Charles came loitering up, his father took possession of him, fearing that he might propose to accompany Deborah to the tavern. 5 minutes later the priest and the young girl were on their way, Deborah with the warm phial, filled with her extract, pressing close over her steady heart. St. Quentin spoke but once. "Dr. Carroll tells me that at his request you are to see this Frenchman," he observed, looking down at her, but he saw no sign of interest in her face as she answered, briefly, "Yes." As the two approached the quaint little building, with the small, swinging sign of ordinary over the door, its mistress, looking out of the window of the sick room, witnessed the approach of her visitors. She ran quickly downstairs to meet them, leaving her patient for the moment alone. Claude was lying perfectly still on his clean colonial bed, conscious of nothing about him, vaguely feeling the change of air, perhaps, and the improvement of his surroundings over those of the dismal ship's cabin. But he was burning with fever, and, though the tossing of the vessel had got him into the habit of being still, he yet talked incessantly in his own language, while his wide-open eyes, roving aimlessly as they did, noted everything about him, and changed it into some familiar object of his rooms at home. He saw Mistress Voss leave the window, and cried after her anxiously, "Anublis pas, chère marquise, que vous m'avez promis l'idxi menuet." Then, through the stillness, came the murmur of voices from below. For an instant he listened intently. "Henry tu est tard. Quel heure est-il? Hein. Mesquin. Sce que votre Victorine est enfin moins cruel." Footsteps sounded on the stairs, but the sick man turned away his head impatiently. "Annie fates pas un tel brute. Ma foi. Jai un tête. Apportez-moi de l'eau, chaumel ventre bleu." Claude sat suddenly up in bed with a new vision before his eyes. Very distinctly he beheld, entering the room, far in advance of his marquise, and a step or two before some abbé, a floating picture of blue and white, with delicate ruffles, a matchless throat, grave bluish eyes, and hair neither dark nor light falling in confusion about 2 slender shoulders. More and more intently he sat and gazed, while his scattered senses strove at last to adjust themselves, and his breath came rapidly through his parted lips. Deborah, St. Quentin, and Miriam Voss had stopped still, just as they entered the room. Deborah's eyes fell upon the rapt look of Damali, and were held spellbound. She scarcely saw what he was like, what were the color of the eyes she looked into, nor was she conscious of any part in the scene till St. Quentin quietly laid a hand upon her arm. She quivered and turned her head, till she beheld the priest's face. Then, suddenly realizing where she was, she passed her hand over her forehead and stepped slowly back, while the father, with an unreadable expression, advanced to the bedside, and Mistress Voss, unable to comprehend just why she had stopped so long at the door, came into the room. Claude suddenly sat up in bed. "You've some medicine, Miss Debbie, the doctor told me," she said, going to the girl's side. At the same moment Claude dropped back upon his pillows, muttering, with dry lips, "Du vin, Armand pour l'amour de Dieu du vin." Deborah looked up quickly, catching and understanding the words. "Have you something for him to drink?" she asked, before Saint Quentin could speak. "Aye. There's fresh water and a tankard here," responded Mistress Voss, hurrying over to a small stand in one corner, where stood a pewter pitcher and mug. "Then let me have the cup for a moment," said the girl, in a low voice, taking from her breast the little bottle of brownish liquid. Into the water which Dame Miriam brought, Deborah, with a steady hand, poured 5 drops of the aconitum napellus. "Now, make him take it all," she said, recorking the phial. Saint Quentin took the cup and pressed it to the lips of Damali, who was still groaning with thirst. He drained the draught eagerly and lay back on his pillows murmuring thanks and closing his eyes for the first time since early morning. The priest, attracted by his manner and his face, lifted a chair to the bedside and sat down. Deborah, after looking at him once again, drew a long breath, and moved over to the window, when Miriam touched her arm. "Leave the medicine here and come with me, Miss Debbie, till I show you some of his things." "What things?" "Wait. You must know about this, first. Never give him more than 4 drops in half a cup of water, and that not too often, twice a day, I think." "Why? Is tea dangerous?" 10 drops will kill an animal." "Mercy on us. I'll be careful, then. But come, now, to the best room. There I've laid some of his things that were all rumpled with bad packing. My faith! Such satins and laces you never did see, and linen as fine as your India muslin and shoe buckles." With which information good Miriam led the way on tiptoe from the room, Deborah, half reluctantly, half eagerly, following her. Across a narrow passageway on the other side of the house was the best bedroom of the little old inn. Here, upon the high bed, carefully covered from the sun and any stray atom of dust with a clean linen sheet, lay half of Claude's wardrobe. As Mistress Voss threw the cover aside, Deborah uttered a little exclamation. Before her were the 2 court suits of pink and white satin, with their delicate silver and silken embroidery, their elaborate waistcoats, point lace ruffles, and silk stockings. Beside them lay orderly little piles of red-heeled slippers with paste buckles, linen shirts, a jeweled scabbard, 2 or 3 pins of diamonds, of which neither woman guessed the value, some rings, a white, 3-cornered hat, 2 wigs, and an ivory snuff box, in whose cover was the miniature of a woman, surrounded with pearls. "How beautiful," murmured Deborah, laying one finger gently on the embroidered pocket of the pink coat. "How beautiful! I have never seen aught like them." "Nor I. Not on the governor himself." There was a silence as the 2 colonial women stood over the courtier's wardrobe, in this little bedroom of the far New World. Then again Deborah said, more to herself than to her companion, "And the ladies, do they, too, have such things as these?" "Oh, Miss Debbie! Have you forgot Madame Trevor's wedding satin, with the veil and train? And the brocade she wore to the governor's ball?" But the girl shook her head impatiently. "Madame has nothing in the cedar chest so wonderful as this," she answered, lifting up a ruffle of Venice lace, as delicate as frost upon a window pane. She looked at it lovingly for a long moment, and was about to replace it, when her eye fell on something which had lain beneath. It was a white kid glove, its back embroidered in tarnished gold and set with little blue stones, while in the center of the arabesques was a crest, also in gold, unstudded. The girl turned it over, mechanically. Yes, there was something on the palm, the painting of a man's face and shoulders, a handsome face, if distorted a little by the brush, the face of a man comparatively young, something dull of expression, with a pair of great, sapphire blue eyes, and curling locks of bright gold tied loosely back, but unpowdered. Deborah raised her eyes till they met those of Mistress Voss. "This does not belong to him." "Is not, I mean, a man's gauntlet?" "No, Miss Debbie. When I took off his old suit yesterday, I found that glove pinned to his shirt on the left side, over his heart." Mistress Voss nodded. The glove dropped from Deborah's hand, and Father St. Quentin suddenly appeared at the door. "The coach is coming, Deborah. Have you told Mistress Voss of the cherries yet?" "Oh no. I will as we go down." "And how's the Frenchman, sir?" The father smiled. "Luck is against my practice of French for the day, I fear. I must come tomorrow. It may be Mistress Deborah's medicine. He is sleeping like a child." Chapter 3 The Plantation. It was nearly 4 weeks since the Baltimore had set sail on her return voyage to England. The June days were flying. Peach blossoms had long since fallen, cherries were daily reddening, and the turkeys had been turned into the tobacco fields for their annual feast off the insect life so destroying to young plants. In 9 days more the commissioners from Annapolis were to make their departure for Lancaster in Pennsylvania, for the purpose of settling the long-delayed matter of purchasing charter rights from the Indians. It was, moreover, a Monday afternoon, and very warm, when Virginia Trevor came languidly up from the rose garden towards the wide and shady portico of the house. In her hand she held 2 magnificent red roses, which she now and then raised to her face, they being in perfect contrast to her white gown and petticoat of palest yellow. The portico was furnished in the fashion of a room, for in summer the family were inclined to spend more time there than in the house. Upon it now, in one of the comfortable chairs that surrounded a wicker table, sat the solitary occupant of the portico, Sir Charles. He had been here for an hour or so, ever since dinner was over, half awake, bored, wishing for amusement, but without energy to go in search of it. On Virginia's approach he rose, bowed, and went to the edge of the porch to hand her up. "Thank you," she said, smiling a little. It was a condescension. "You look very sleepy." "And you are, as ever, pleased to make sport of me," he responded, good-humoredly. "Have you no pity for a man weary of himself, his very sportiveness, and most mightily tired of the silence of the trees, the shadows, the sun, and the river yonder?" "Troth, you are in a bad way," responded the young lady, seating herself at the table and taking therefrom a reticule which held some silken knitting work. There was a pause before Fairfield observed, idly, "My aunt's roses must be highly successful this year." "Yes. These are very perfect." "And are you going to be so selfish as to keep the 2 of them, when not even one is needed to complete your bow?" "No, no. Stop." Sir Charles looked at her in surprise. "Take both the flowers if you like." She tossed them over to him, but forbear any remarks on my appearance. I am not in the mood." He fastened the roses upon his waistcoat, helped himself to a pinch of snuff, dusted his coat with a large handkerchief, and leaned towards her. "How have I offended, O Virginia the fair?" he asked, half lazily, half curiously. The young lady shrugged her shoulders. "In no way at all. This is a Monday. Have you never noticed that I am always vaporish on Mondays?" "No, I had not noticed." "Oh. As I remember it. Tell me, what did you think yesterday of M. de Mailly?" "Is 't the first time you have seen him?" "Yes. And I think him a gentleman, and that his English accent is good. He looked rather pale. For the rest, why should I think of him at all, since his eyes are only for Deborah? Deborah, echoed the man, too quickly. He recovered himself, however. Ah, well, he has seen her before. You and Lucy were strange to him. He has seen her before, repeated Virginia, surprised. Several times. Didn't you know? Carol told me 'twas her doses medicines that probably saved his life. Ah. So that is what has made her so eager over Miriam Voss. Virginia gazed thoughtfully out among the trees towards the river, of which a flashing glimpse was now and then to be caught through the feathery foliage. I thought you knew, cousin, or I would not have spoken. There was no wrong in the matter. Only Deborah is peculiar. Have no fear. I will not speak of the matter. But I am not too fond of Deborah Travis, therefore I say nothing of her affairs. It might be better for her if I did. I think not, he answered, coolly. Hark! There is someone coming up the road. Do you hear the beat of the hoofs? Yes. At that moment Jim, the groom from the stables, came running to the portico, and stood there expectantly facing the road, down which the sound of horses' hoofs was becoming plainly audible. Who is it, Jim? Asked Sir Charles. Moss Thompson shout Road, minute ago, Dad Mr. Rockwell ridin' up. Oh Mr. Rockwell. Virginia rose with a cold expression settling over her face, and Sir Charles shrugged indifferently as the visitor came in sight and presently halted his mare at the portico. He was a florid, rotund, sandy-haired fellow, the rector of St. Anne's of Annapolis, conceited, a large eater, and a fair storyteller, but without brain enough to make himself obnoxiously disagreeable. He came up the 2 steps, wiping his face with an enormous handkerchief. His dress had been somewhat disturbed by the long gallop, and his bagwig was awry. Before bowing to Virginia he stopped to adjust these matters, and then, having returned the slightly distant salute of the lieutenant, he observed, in a thin, non-clerical voice, Mistress Virginia, if it is not inconvenient, I am bent upon seeing your brother and Madame Trevor this afternoon. Vincent is in the fields, Mr. Rockwell. I will have him sent for. Pray do not do so, my dear young lady. I would not for the world put you to such trouble. No doubt he will be in later. I will see Madame, your mother, first. If you could tell me where I may find her, will you step into the parlor, please? If Sir Charles will excuse me, I will call my mother at once. The lieutenant bowed politely, and the two passed into the house, leaving Fairfield to sit down again with another shrug at the interruption that left him once more to his boredom. Presently, to his mild surprise, he perceived young Charles Carroll hurrying through the shrubbery in the distance, across the road. Carroll! Oh, Carroll! Shouted Fairfield, but, if the boy heard him, he made no reply, merely quickening his pace a little till he was out of sight. As a matter of fact, young Charles did not want to hear. It was for Deborah that he had come to the plantation, and he was going to seek her in the spot where she was most likely to be found. Having happily escaped the continued notice of Sir Charles, he reached the back of the Trevor house, and there came upon the object of his search, seated, Turk fashion, by the still-room door, surrounded by a group of black, wide-eyed pickaninnies, to whom she had been telling ghost stories in their own dialect. It was one of her favorite forms of amusement when she was a little lonely, and the small mental effort required in concocting the endless tales was more than compensated for by the unwavering devotion to her of every black imp on the place. It was no great acquisition, perhaps, to one's acquaintance, but it was one of Mistress Travis' pleasures, and one not yet forbidden by Madame Trevor. Surrounded by a group of pickaninnies, young Carroll was close upon her before he was perceived, and when she beheld his expression, she burst into so sudden a peal of laughter that her audience jumped in terror, imagining it to be the latest demoniacal accomplishment of the ghost. At sight of Master Carroll, however, they realized that their afternoon was over, and all but one ran off to the quarters. This small fellow, Sambo by name, aged 5, elegantly clad in a brown holland shirt that was many shades lighter than his skin, clung to Miss Debbie's arm, pleading for more, for he was court favorite, and might do as he chose. "I'm so glad you've come, Charles," she said, holding out a hand, which he clasped and shook as he might a man's. "I have the pinnace. Can you come sailing now?" "Oh yes. I've finished my spinning," she made a little grimace, "and the knitting, and have crushed 2 bushels of rose leaves for distilling, and have told 3 ghost stories, and now I may sail, I think." "Must I ask, madam?" he queried, dubiously. She laughed. "No. There now, Sambo, run away." "No, I can go without asking her." Very gently Deborah put away the child who still clung to her skirts, and started off, beside her companion, towards the river. Virginia and Sir Charles, from the portico, saw them pass the shrubbery. Fairfield repressed an exclamation. He would have given much to have been in the boy's place, and Virginia, catching a glimpse of his face, knew it, but was silent. "I've got that Frencher D'Amélie in the boat," observed Charles, as if offering a bit of offhand information. "I like him, and he asked to come." "What's the matter?" Deborah had stopped short in her walk. "He there," she cried, looking anxiously at her rumpled dress, knowing that her hair was all awry, and beginning to pull down the sleeves that were rolled to her shoulders. "Oh, you might have told me. How could you have let me come looking so?" "You didn't mind me, though," returned Charles, not over pleasantly. "Come, let the sleeves stay up, and don't bother with your hair. You're 1,000 times prettier so, if that's what you want." Deborah looked up at the boy with a little, mischievous smile. "I know that I'm better so. That's why I let it stay for you," she said, and Charles, near enough to manhood to make the inference, had a momentary impulse to fall then and there at her feet. He did not guess, however, why the added color had come into Deborah's cheeks, or that there was a quick tremor at her heart as they approached the boat. The wharf belonging to the Trevor place was hidden from the house by the foliage of the peach orchard on the river bank. Claude D'Amélie, waiting in the little pinnace, beheld the 2 figures approaching him among the trees, and made his way along the bowsprit that he might help the young girl into the boat. He bowed gravely as she came along the pier, regarding her dishevelment of attire in surprise as well as admiration. It was but yesterday noon that he had seen her in very different state, and had thought her charming then. But now, she accepted his proffered hand, and stepped carefully past the boom and down into the pinnace, though Charles had never seen her do such a thing before. Usually she leaped past him and was at the tiller before he could cast the painter off. "Better let me take the steering today, Deborah," observed Charles, as they swung away from the dock. "Oh, does Mademoiselle herself steer at times?" asked Claude, with the quaintly twisted S's and R's that Deborah loved to hear. "Sometimes," she replied. "River or bay, Deb?" inquired Carroll, bluffly. "The river, and let us beat up along the other shore. 'Tis prettier." "All right. Mind the sail now." Deborah obediently ducked her head, but Claude, not understanding the observation, and being turned from the canvas, sat still as the heavy boom swung over. Charles shouted, and Deborah seized his arm, pulling him down just in time. When they were underway again, Damali sat straight and looked curiously at the sail. "Ma foi cum jate aspet," he observed, smiling at the girl, who returned his glance. The incident had broken the little stiffness of her manner, a fact which the Frenchman perceived with relief. "You saved my unfortunate head another blow, Mistress Travis. I thank you for it." "I am glad that I saw you," she answered. "Charles and I have both been knocked over with it. One does not always see." "Faith, I should think not. I had Deborah senseless for a quarter of an hour here once." "Nonsense, Charles. It was not 5 minutes." "Humph. It seemed half a day to me." "There, are we near enough the bank now?" "Yes. Let her out, and run free with the wind." With this command, and a sigh of content, Deborah sank down at Carol's feet, laid her head upon the seat, and said no more. Charles could feel a bit of her calico ruffle over his foot, and her shoulder close to his arm, and was perfectly happy in watching the sail and feeling the tiller quiver in his grasp. The stranger reclined on a cushion in the bottom of the boat, facing the stern, his eyes resting half the time upon Deborah, and half the time upon the silver wake of the little boat. A more perfect afternoon the gods never contrived. The sun was by this time well on its descent, the west was a glare of glory, and the whole river caught its reflection and poured an endless golden ripple along the shores, upon whose deep velvet turf the yellow shadows were lengthening. From the bay, eastward, came a stiff salt breeze that stirred the lazy June air till it had revealed every flower breath in the land, and was as rich as only June air can be. Farther up, the river narrowed and twined between its banks till Charles was obliged to tack in order to catch the wind. For the most part the shores were wooded and still, but every now and then came an opening through which one caught the glimpse of a red brick house with white windows and pillared portico gleaming through a mist of birch or willow branches. Occasionally a gull, just in from the ocean, would dart, arrow-like, into the water, churning it white with his dive, to reappear presently, holding a captive fish, scales flashing in the light, fast in his beak. Claude Damali noted it all this natural beauty and perfumed silence that his life had lacked. It was entering into his nature at every pore of the flesh, and was to him as milk to a man dying of hunger and thirst. Only one unsatisfied desire was in his heart. And yet, was it easy to mourn, even for that, when, just before him, graceful, unconscious, careless, pure of brow, clear of eye, and with that mad hair clustering all about her neck, lay another woman, whose glance, every now and then encountering his own, would droop so swiftly that he could see the whiteness of her eyelids and the long, curling lashes that touched her delicately flushed cheeks? A new feeling was welling up in the courtier's heart, something that had never come before. He let it stay, nor tried to understand the reason for its being. But he knew that he was moved by the sight of Deborah, and instinctively he divined that his emotion was being echoed in her. Deborah was cold, with a cold which the summer sun had no power to warm. But she had not found that chill in the salt, eastern wind. She knew and understood but half that was taking place this afternoon. She had waited for its like, without knowing what it might be, for a long time. Sir Charles had brought her something that emanated merely from himself, but here, at once, in the first glance ever given her by this other, while he had raved in fever, was all that she had dreamed of, and infinitely more. Had it been some weight that was crushing out her heart, she could only have opened wide her arms and fiercely welcomed it. It was not all Damali either, she thought, vaguely, as she felt Charles move the tiller. It was the whole day, the place, the sunlight, the river, even the imperturbable Carol, who was silent for the sake of the air, and the water beneath the keel of his boat. The Severn was still swollen from heavy spring rains, and the shallows of later summer were covered now. Young Carroll presently ran the pinnace so close to the high north bank that a willow, growing in the water, sent out one pale, feathery arm that brushed Claude's head in passing. Deborah watched a long leaf draw over his neck, just below the ear. Taking the bough as it reached her, she pressed it half unconsciously to her forehead, looking up to find Damali smiling into her eyes. But when they emerged from the shadows he was looking beyond her, down the river, though the smile lingered still about his lips. Charles Carroll did not notice the incident. He was thinking of his pretty feat in steersmanship. "Well, Deb," he said at last, "if I'm to get home for supper, we'll have to come about." Deborah sighed, and acquiesced. "Mind your head, then, sir," cried the boy, laughing. And as Damali bent carefully over, he answered blithely, "Faith, sir, had you kept me out half an hour longer, I should so have lost my head that the boom could not have menaced it." "Aye, the river's pretty. The most beautiful spot in the world and seen with the most charming companions," returned the Count, bowing towards Deborah, but moving up to the high side as they came into the wind. Deborah knew instantly that their afternoon was over, and she was chagrined that she had allowed him to be weary of her. Pushing Charles from the tiller, she suddenly took his place. "There, now you shall rest, or unfasten the sheet and manage that while I wake myself up," she said. And young Charles obediently moved up beside Claude and took unto himself the management of the sail, while Deborah, sitting straight to the freshening wind, shook herself out mentally, and fastened her thoughts upon the tiller. Now, indeed, as she brought the boat so close into the wind that the water swirled gently over the low side, Damali turned towards her again. He was willing to be upset if she liked, but he did not care to have an accident occur because he had made her absent-minded. Deborah, however, was not thinking of him at all. Her skillful hand was making the little vessel fly, and there would be no false moves on her part. When they came about upon the second tack the sail flapped for but 1/4 of a second. As it filled with a puff, the little yacht fairly leaped ahead. "Jack me, Deb, if that wasn't the prettiest turn I ever saw," cried young Charles, as he manipulated the sheet. "'Twas half you, Charlie. I must have let her go had you not brought her up just at the right instant." "And did Mistress Deborah learn the management of a boat under you, sir?" asked Claude. "Mine and my father's." Claude settled back and tried to bring his mind to other subjects, but for the moment Deborah had completely fascinated him. He could do nothing better than compare her to all those other women to whom she was indeed incomparable, to try to fathom the many expressions he had seen in her eyes, and seek to determine which was the normal one. And so they left behind the upper windings of the river and neared at last the wharf of the Trevor place. The sun hung low over the treetops as Deborah stepped from the boat and held out her hand to Charles. "Indeed, I am beholden to you. We have never had so beautiful a sail. I trust, Mistress Travis, that it will not be the last in which I shall be permitted to join you," put in Claude, hastily, as she courtesied to him, and would have been off. "I trust not, but the pinnace is not mine. It is with Charles and Dr. Carroll that you must plead." So, with that small politeness, Deborah turned towards the shore, wondering a little why she should have finished so perfect an afternoon in annoyance with herself and those who had been her companions. She passed slowly up through the orchard and across the road at the top of the bank. The plantation grounds seemed utterly deserted. The family must be at supper. Through the trees she caught a glimpse of the empty portico. Hurrying a little, she went close to the doorway of a small, vine-covered arbor which was but rarely used. Nevertheless, tonight, as she passed it, there came the sound of muffled sobs from within. Deborah halted, hesitated for an instant, and then entered the little place. Inside it was dusky, but she perceived at once the glimmer of something white in a corner. "Who is it?" asked the girl, sharply. The figure stirred, and perhaps made some attempt to reply, but the only result was another hoarse sob. "Lucy! Lucy! What is it?" cried her cousin, running to her quickly. "Nay, now, pray don't cry so. Is only Mr. Calvert's going with the commissioners, so that you mayn't have him to take you to Master Whitney's church? Listen. Virginia told me she'd go herself with you there." "Oh, Debbie dear, no, it's not that at all now," came more quietly. "What, then? Try and tell me about it, Lucy. See, you are all crumpled up. Come out of this horrid place, and tell me about it. Come, now come." It was seldom that Lucy Trevor would have refused such persuasion, for she was a gentle little thing, and loved to be led. Now, however, she resisted all Deborah's kindly efforts to help her to rise, and only crouched closer in her corner, shaking with grief. Finally Deborah knelt and took the little dishevelled figure in her arms. Lucy had clung to her for a second, when a new voice interrupted them. "Lucy, are you here?" Virginia stood in the doorway. Lucy made no answer, but Deborah said, "Lucy's here, Virginia. What has happened?" The elder daughter of the Trevors came forward and stood looking down at the two figures on the ground. "The Reverend George Rockwell has asked for Lucy's hand. She should be most proud. Come, Lucy, supper is standing, and the wedding's not till tomorrow. Why do you bear yourself like a child? Good God, Lucy, do you fancy a woman ever gets the man she loves?" Chapter 4 Annapolis. The commissioners left Annapolis for Lancaster on the 18th day of June, which was 3 days earlier than had been originally planned. After their departure, Governor Bladen sighed with relief, packed up his black satins and official orders, and hied him to his country place to recuperate for the fall sessions. By the 1st of July Annapolis was deserted. All of the old families had gone to their summer houses up the river or down the bay, and it was remarked that Dr. Carroll, who chose to stay in town, and Rockwell, whom he sincerely hated, must bear each other company through the summer. But Dr. Charles was not yet reduced to the companionship of a Church of England clergyman. He had taken an immense fancy to Claude de Mailly, of whom he saw as much as Claude would let him. Indeed, he had given the Frenchman more than one invitation to leave the tavern of Miriam Vos to make a permanent abode in his own house, and could not quite understand why he had been refused. But Claude was well satisfied where he was, and had there the indispensable feeling of independence. Few guests ever came to the little tavern after the close of the spring assembly, and, when an occasional traveller did stop overnight, Monsieur ate in his room, went to the coffee house, or remained to make acquaintance of the stranger, as he chose. On sailing for the English colonies, it had been Claude's idea to travel through them, when he arrived, as rapidly as possible, courting what adventure and danger he could, and to keep his thoughts enough occupied to crush, as best he might, his hopeless homesickness. But, after living in Annapolis for a week, he found that it might be a very endurable thing to exist in Annapolis for a year. The air was different, in this new land. New thoughts and new occupations had come, after his illness, and he ended at last by making a very pleasant salute to the fate which had cast his lines in these places, determining to take the goods which the gods and Miriam Vos provided, at moderate cost, and remain in the little city till discontent again knocked upon his door. Certainly, he was not lonely. Through Dr. Carroll and Vincent Trevor he had made acquaintance with every gentleman, young or old, in the town. They received him extremely well, though, it must be confessed, some of them balked at his title. Bah! Every Frencher's account, he heard Mr. Chase cry out one morning at the market, and thereafter he requested to be presented simply as M. de Mailly to what men he chanced to meet. Through the influence of Sir Charles he had been given the freedom of the coffee house, which was really the gentleman's club, and he was asked to the last assembly of the season, which had taken place just before the departure of the commissioners, and which he did not attend. Upon an afternoon of the first week of July, Charles Fairfield, woefully bored with the weather and the lack of something to do, rode into town at an early hour with intent to amuse himself at any cost, and a pruriency towards a stiff sangaree as the beginning of matters. The second want drove him down Church Street to the coffee house. On arriving at the Jockey Club room he found its only occupant to be George Rockwell. The Queen's clergyman greeted him with great urbanity. How well would Rockwell have loved his brethren had all of them been knights, and the eldest sons of wealthy families. The sangaree was quickly forthcoming. He drank with Sir Charles, and Sir Charles drank with him, and they drank together, till the weather was of less importance and spirit acted upon spirit with delightful effect. Then it was that the divine opened a more intimate conversation. "Charles, my dear Sir Charles, were you aware of the fact that it is my hope and my intention, sir, to have the honor, at some day not far distant, of becoming, when two events shall have taken place, your brother-in-law, as it were?" "What the? Oh yes. Ha! 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 Oh yes. You're after Lucy." "To be sure, I recollect. Lucy. Well, George, I wish you well, you know that. But she won't have you." "Won't have me, Madam Trevor has all but promised her." "The more fool Madam Trevor, oh, I beg pardon. No offence, sir. But, as I hear, the affections of the lady in question are already engaged." "Engaged?" The rector looked startled for an instant. Then he recovered himself. "You have reference, I presume, to that Puritan psalm singer, John Whitney." "Oh, I'll engage to cure the pretty child of him. She is coy with me now, excuses herself when I call, has vapors when her mother insists, refuses to permit me to salute her hand. But I have no fear, Sir Charles. Consider my position. I shall get her, have no fear. Still, I have observed that she attends your rival's church," remarked Sir Charles, maliciously. The rector emptied a glass. "If you'd but help me there," he said. "I help you? Damn, what can I do, George? Since Benedict Calvert left the city 'tis Mistress Virginia, your future wife, who takes her sister to the Puritan meetings. Now, Fairfield, if you would be so monstrous obliging as to speak a word to your young lady in my favor, I'd be forever beholden to you." Sir Charles laughed unpleasantly. "Lord, Master Rockwell, d'ye think I'm married yet? What possible right have I to address my cousin on any subject but the one I most avoid with her?" "The one you most avoid? And what, pray, is that?" "The tender matter of love, George. Love and Virginia are well strangers in my heart." "Good heavens! Are you not, then, to wed the lady?" "Damn, my good fellow, I don't know. I would to heaven I did know the state of another person's affections." "Another? Oh ho! Aha! Another, truly this is gallantry. In my ear, I beg, whisper the name." "The name? There's only one woman's name in the world," cried Sir Charles, dramatically, a little overbalanced with the sangaree. "Deborah! Deborah! Deborah! 'Tis she, the fairest petticoat in the colony." D'ye hear? I've heard that she was dangerous, responded Rockwell, chuckling with interest. But is it true, is it possible, Charlie, that you are bewitched enough by this young Pomona, to be indifferent to the more glittering charms of Miss Trevor? Sir Charles sat him down in a chair and sighed. It was a true love sigh, such as there could be no mistaking in those days. I love her to distraction, was his inadequate observation. Now I wonder, reflected the rector, aloud, I wonder if, in such case, distraction and marriage are terms synonymous. He lifted his head, scratched his large neck delicately with his fingernail, and regarded the young man from that height with humorous serenity. Devil take me, how can I, George? They expect me to take the other Virginia. And there's the dower and my aunt's favor and my own dependence and, egad, I don't know. Then you won't marry her, eh? Fairfield grew a little red. I must. She's a kind of cousin, too, you know. Oh, tut. A difficult matter. When you are prepared to assist me in getting Mistress Lucy, my services, or, rather, one of them, is at yours. The marriage? Oh, Saint Quentin, you'd do that. He not Saint Quentin's service, or one that he would not perform. Eh? What are you getting to, Rockwell? The divine advanced with large solemnity to where the young man sat, bent over him, and said, in a broad whisper, now look you, Fairfield, there's a certain ceremony of which the law takes no count, certain words being left out a lady would accept it. He stepped back a pace. When you desire such a service, terms might be got at between us. Once in England with your bride, the marriage growing cold, he waved his hand, shook his head, and so finished the proposition. Sir Charles gave him a long look. The color had left his face. He rose slowly, turned his back for a moment, and took a pinch of snuff. As he faced the other again, he remarked, without much expression, what a cool-headed beast you are, Rockwell. Sir. Yes. But don't fight me today. That service. He stopped, unwilling to go on. You may want it yet, finished the rector, insinuatingly. But Fairfield did not commit himself. Before he had a chance to reply, a servant of the house opened the door. Beg pardon, sirs, but young Mr. Carroll and Mr. the Frencher are below, and, not being regulars, yes, show them up at once, cried the lieutenant, with relief in his tone. The servant disappeared, and George Rockwell turned upon his heel. He was not a little irritated at the result of the foregoing conversation, and he remained silent till quick steps sounded on the stairs outside, the door reopened vigorously, and young Charles, with Damali at his shoulder, gaily entered the room, bringing with them a new atmosphere. Good day, Fairfield. Good day, Mr. Rockwell. Faith, you both look woefully. Is the sangaree ill made? The boy was in a gale of spirits, and ran about the room tasting of the liquor, looking down out of the window, and laughing at the three others. Claude saluted the gentleman more quietly, observing to Sir Charles, I perceive that we have interrupted you. I crave pardon. I sent the man to see if you were disengaged. You are mistaken, monsieur. I assure you, in my turn, that your arrival could not have been more agreeable. Confound it, Charles, have you a megrim or a frenzy? Where have you been, sir? To a cockfight in the Prince George Street pit. You should have been with us. Captain Jordan's bird against Jack Marsh's. Jack's died. The secretary will be in a rage. I won £3, though. You see, it was the first I had witnessed, explained Damali. Devil take me, why didn't you hunt me out, Charles? I've been eternally bored for a week. You lost to him, Damali. Claude nodded. As he said, a small bet 75 francs. Fairfield looked at him curiously. £3 did not seem to him small for a cockpit wager, but he would not have voiced this idea to the foreigner for double the amount. He turned again to young Charles. Odds my life, Charlie, you've been drinking. What's it mean? Where's your tutor? Carol laughed joyously. Shooting plover in the West Marsh with father. I've a holiday, and M. Damali is making it with me. Rockwell frowned rather ill-humoredly, as though a preachment lay upon his tongue, and Sir Charles was about to speak again, when from below came the trampling of horses' hoofs and a little chorus of voices, while Carol cried from the window, Vincent Trevor, William Paca, and Carlton Jennings. They've stopped here. Ah, they'll be up presently. Rockwell, will you risk another tankard? They'll have apple brandy and Madeira. Vincent scorns rum. The rector shrugged, vouchsafing no active consent, and after a moment or two the three young gentlemen clattered into the room. There was a chorus of greeting, and Trevor introduced young Pocket to Claude, who had not seen him before. Jennings flung himself into a chair, flicking the dust from his coat sleeves with a riding crop. Pocket sat upon the long table, and Vincent, after drawing off his gloves and flinging them, with his hat and whip, upon a chair, went to the door and called lustily for a decanter of Madeira with glasses. I ordered a sangaree when we were down, observed Jennings to Paca. Trevor's thirst is aristocratic, but too small. And we'll all drink with you both, put in Fairfield, with sociable impudence, while Rockwell smiled approval. And now for the affair in hand, pursued Jennings, when the party were seated. We've a race in prospect, Fairfield, that will take 4 months' pay to back. What's that? I back the winning side, of course. Trevor laughed. Nay, then, Charlie, will you desert me? Egad, Ven, you're never going to take to racing. You've no stables. Castor needs none. Castor? Oh. By my life, Vincent, he might do. Vastly fine points, gentlemen. Rough bread, but where you'd find a better he's pledged already, then, observed Jennings to Paca, smiling. Why, who will you run against, sir? Asked Rockwell, interested, despite his ill humor, for, of all things, he loved the turf. Paca's filly, Doris. She's young for my 2-year-old, but Will is to enter her for the Fall Cup, and wants to give her practice. Pretty beast, Doris. I stake on her, I think. Are the dates fixed? No, deuce take it. There's the bother. Trevor has no jockey. Castor will carry weight, and there's not a rider in town over 4.5 stone. 5 would ride him, no less, Vincent? Queried Paca, and Trevor nodded. There was a short pause, in the midst of which a servant with the wine and sangaree appeared. The room drank with Trevor, and 2 or 3 afterwards turned to the pewter mugs which held the planter's favorite beverage. Claude had been listening intently to the talk concerning the race, and, his ear being well accustomed to the colonial accent, he had gathered the gist of all that was said. My man, Tom Cree, might know of some fellow who would do for you, Vincent. I think you could trust him if you cared to look about in that way, suggested Paca, after some hesitation. Vincent bowed. Certainly I'd trust your man, Will. But I've some objections to that course. I've no intention of starting stables. I run Castor merely to try your Doris and test my own animal. I don't want to be known as deeply interested in the turf. Get a professional rider fastened to you even by one race, and poof. You all know what it means. The group nodded. Vincent Trevor was a man highly respected by all of them. He was quiet, silent, of excellent judgment, a little given to over-tourism, no prig, but holding fast to strong principles. His friends knew his manner of life, and never expected him to step beyond its bounds. In the present case they all perceived his position, and his silence was rather dubious, till Claude de Mailly most unexpectedly broke it. This race it would not be in public. Oh no. Certainly not, responded Sir Charles. It would be on a track, or through the country, à l'anglaise. Oh, track, of course not a steeplechase, Trevor, queried Jennings, and Vincent nodded, looking to de Mailly for more. And the league's miles, I mean how many? Tracks 1.25 miles. Shall it be twice round? Castor will hold twice, but would you try Doris so? Tut, tut, Vincent. Doris isn't China. She'll not break so vastly easy. Egad, we'll make it 3 rounds, if you like. Vincent smiled. I did not mean to offend you, Will, he said. Paca began an apology at once, when Claude interrupted, if you would permit me, Mr. Trevor, I will ride your horse for you. The 5 men and Charles Carroll sat perfectly still and stared. De Mailly, beholding their amazement, and not understanding it, burst into an infectious laugh, at which Sir Charles immediately caught. A fine joke, damn, an excellent joke, he cried. Claude stopped his laughter at once. Indeed, gentlemen, it was not a jest. I was quite in earnest, I beg you to believe, he declared. Pray, sir, then why did you laugh? I see nothing to laugh at in so serious a matter, remarked Rockwell, with an air of injured dignity. 'Twas my fault, parson, retorted Fairfield, still smiling, for his humor, though English, was still not yet of the colonial type. Then you really make a serious offer to ride Castor in the race, demanded young Carroll, curiously. I offer. It is for Mr. Trevor to refuse me, if he wishes. 'Tis not that, monsieur, but you see it is vastly strange form for a gentleman to ride a track against a jockey. To be plain, M. de Mailly, since you are a stranger to our customs, none of us would do such a thing. Claude smiled and shrugged. Thank you, sir, I was aware of the English custom in this case. But I am here to amuse myself. I make you an offer, sir. Examine my weight and my build, and try my riding before you refuse it. He stood up for the small group to judge his weight, and this they proceeded to do with calm assurance and unsparing observation. Not much over 5 stone, I stake my oath, remarked Jennings, measuring the slender figure with his eye. A shade over. Might train a little, commented Paca. Not much strength, whispered Fairfield, dubiously, to Vincent. I shall not be pulling the horse in after the first half-minute, observed Claude, quietly. Can you ride, grunted Rockwell, when there came a pause. De Mailly flushed. There is a story that when M. de Voltaire was in London he was asked by a lady if he had ever tried writing verses when he was in love, as was the custom among English gentlemen. Well, what then, retorted the Reverend, irritably. Claude turned and stared at him with such a mixture of scorn and laughter in his eyes that Trevor hastily broke in, of course M. de Mailly rides, and, no doubt, excellently. But perhaps it might not be amiss if he would come out to the plantation in the morning to try my horse. And if you'll all be there tomorrow by 11 o'clock, we'll examine Castor and give him a mount in my paddock to see whether my riding is fit for such a speed, added the proposed jockey, with a mixture of wounded vanity and sarcastic pride. He was beginning to regret rather bitterly his impulsive and wholly generous offer. In time he might become accustomed to English manners. Just now they hurt him more than he would have confessed. His whole early life had been one which had fostered his natural buoyant impulsiveness of spirit, and had made him young beyond his years. It had been called his pose. But that pose, which was more than half nature, was a singularly unfortunate thing for a man thrown upon the world, in a strange country, among new manners, through which he must find his way. And just now, while the Englishmen concluded various arrangements for their plan, he was struggling with his temper, and only won the battle when Trevor and Rockwell finally rose to depart. Vincent was returning to the plantation, and the clergyman, with Lucy in his mind, purposed accompanying him. "Coming, Charles?" asked his cousin. Fairfield hesitated. The plantation held out no special inducement to him. His blood had been heated, and he was eager for some excitement after a long period of inertia. "I think not, Vincent, since you have company. If Jennings, here, cannot put me up for the night, I'll go up to Mrs. Miriam's, or to Reynolds. I'll ride with you, Trevor. I can cross the river at King's Ferry. My people will expect me tonight. Our townhouse is shut." "Very well. I leave you, then, Charles. You'll ride out in the morning with M. D'Ameley and Carleton." And me, too," called young Carroll after him. "I'll see Castor Road with the rest of you, and, egad, I'll go to the race as well." "We shall be delighted, Charles," replied Vincent, as he left the room. "Until tomorrow, then." "Good day, sir," said Paca, bowing with courtly politeness to Claude, who liked him thenceforth. The four who remained in the Jockey Club room sat silent together for some moments after they had been left alone. Then Claude, looking at young Charles, rose. "Come, Mr. Carroll, since we are making your holiday together, let us go and finish it with a supper at my inn. You will forgive me, messieurs," he turned to Sir Charles and Jennings, "you will forgive me that I do not propose a party of four. After the excitement of the cockfight this afternoon, and my ride for tomorrow, we will make our evening quiet. You might be perhaps, how do you say, ennuyé by it? Where shall we join you tomorrow?" He smiled gently as he beheld the lieutenant regarding him with knitted brows. Indeed, to Fairfield it seemed that the Frenchman had read his mind, and was bound to thwart his hopes of arranging a gentleman's night in Jennings' company. "Come, come, monsieur, be more lenient. Dine with us at the Blue Balls and join us in a game of écarté later." Yes," cried young Charles, eagerly. "'Twould be vastly more fun." He pulled D'Ameley's sleeve. "No, no, Charles, not you. It your father, damn, you ain't out of school yet, you know," stammered Jennings, voicing Fairfield's thought. Carroll flushed hot with anger, and Claude bit his lip before he answered, quietly, "It is impossible that I should dine with you tonight, gentlemen, though I thank you for your kindness. Mr. Carroll is my guest." Young Charles looked at him with sulky admiration. He was furious with Jennings, mortally ashamed of his youth, but still appreciative of D'Ameley's tact. Fairfield, seeing nothing for it but to accept his disappointment gracefully, rose, seized Jennings by the arm, waved an au revoir to D'Ameley, and with a, "Be at the Blue Balls with your beasts at 10 in the morning, and we'll ride out together," drew his willing companion away to their favorite night haunt. D'Ameley looked after them as they passed through the door, and then stood still for an instant, considering. When he turned again to young Charles, the boy's face wore a new expression. "I'm very sorry, Monsieur, if I've spoiled your night. I should have gone home without you. Claude started forward impulsively, and drew the boy's arm through his own. En avant, he cried, gaily. Why, Charles, I'd rather you 1,000 times over than any other blood in Annapolis. 'Tis a good race, yours. Your father is as gallant a gentleman as I have met, and you are his son. Come then, Charles, we'll drink to you both, tonight, in the oldest Madeira that Mistress Vaz will sell. At 11:15 on the following morning a party of 3 drew rein at the portico of the Trevor house. Young Carroll's holiday was over, and, despite his words to Vincent, he was again under St. Quentin's pleasant sway. Fairfield and Jennings bore visible traces of their manner of spending the previous night, but Claude's eyes were as bright as a bird's, his hand was steady on the bridle, and his nerves had been toned for the coming trial by a sound night's sleep. A group consisting of Vincent, the 4 ladies of his household, Will Paca and George Rockwell, who, to Lucy's dismay, had stopped overnight with his host, greeted the newcomers merrily from the portico. When they had dismounted, and a black had taken their horses, the whole party proceeded leisurely to the rear of the house, past the small barn, the quarters, and the tobacco houses, to the long, narrow stables, where the many horses for work and pleasure were kept. In front of these stables was a 4-acre paddock, fenced off from the general grounds, and only to be entered through a wide gate to the south. 200 yards behind this paddock the tobacco fields began, and the first of them was bounded by a broad ditch full of water, to be used for irrigation in dry seasons. As the group passed the slave quarters, Thompson, the overseer, came towards them with the key to the stables. And while Trevor, Paca, and Claude went with him round to the stalls, the rest entered the field itself to wait. The ladies, all of them more or less curious to watch this test of Damale's horsemanship, stood still in the open gateway, nervous lest the horse should come too near. In the interval of waiting Rockwell was devoting himself to Lucy, who received his attentions with a coldness all but rude. Young Jennings talked with Virginia and her mother, who stood a little to one side, and Fairfield seized the opportunity of conversing in a low tone with Deborah, who, dressed in yellow and blue, was as pretty as the morning itself. She stood leaning close against the fence, all ears for Sir Charles, but not turning her eyes from the closed door of the stable, responding now and then, half absently, to the very personal remarks of her cavalier. She did not perceive a sudden, slow rustle at her side, along the very ruffle of her dress, but suddenly the lieutenant darted forward. "Good God, Deborah, move! What is it?" she cried, startled at his tone. He was peering along the grass in front of them. "I'd stake my oath 'twas a water moccasin," he muttered, half to himself. The girl lifted her petticoats with both hands and shrank close to him. A water moccasin? Surely not here. She stared nervously at the turf, but saw nothing. The snake, if there had been one, was gone. "N'tisn't he there? Don't be frightened." "It was a fancy," he rejoined, suspicious of his own eyes. Deborah might have said more or retreated to Madame Trevor, but for the fact that, at this moment, the stable door slid open and Castor, with Damale on his back, trotted into the field. Will Paca and Vincent followed him on foot and made their way over to the party in the gateway. Castor, firstborn of twin foals, and the one who had all the strength and beauty alike of the two, was an enormous jet-black animal, 17 hands high, with a long, swinging step and 3 paces got from no blooded ancestors, but merely through one of those accidents sometimes permitted by the gods. He was an animal fiery enough of temper, and particular about his riders. Vincent Trevor, indeed, had been dubious about the Frenchman's ability even to mount him, but as Claude swung into the saddle and took the reins from the shining black neck, all doubts were forgotten. Castor turned his head, glanced at the man who sat him so easily, and neighed with satisfaction. As they trotted together into the paddock, Claude rode in the French fashion, as though he were part of the horse, never rising in the saddle. "Egad, he knows how," observed Rockwell to Madame Trevor, as Castor came round the field towards them. "I vow I've seen nothing so pretty," assented that lady, good-humouredly. Lucy." "I much prefer the English fashion," retorted Lucy, irritably. "How d'ye like him, Vincent?" asked his cousin, as the horse broke into a canter. "Very well. The fellow knows his business, I think," observed Will Paka, dryly. "His business, you don't think?" Trevor raised his brows. Paka shrugged. "I protest, Will," cried Charles Fairfield, warmly. "The man is a gentleman. I stake my oath on it. I've played with him, and I know." "Oh, I ask pardon. I did not know your acquaintance was intimate," rejoined the other at once, with a proper manner, and Fairfield was satisfied. At the same time he felt a light touch on his arm, and, turning, he found Deborah looking at him with a light in her eyes. "I'm so glad you said it," she whispered. "He is a gentleman." But, while Fairfield carried her hand to his lips, he felt, in some way, that her speech had not brought him unmitigated pleasure. Meantime Claude, who had lost all consciousness of an audience in his joy at being again upon the back of a fine animal, was increasing the pace of his steed. The long, light steps multiplied in number, the black hoofs flew faster yet, till the onlookers marvelled at the ease of the tremendous speed, and Will Paka shook his head as he thought of his Doris and her rider. "I'll give you 3 lengths start on the track, Will," cried Trevor, as Damali flew by for the 4th time, never moving a hair's breadth in the saddle. "Egad, he'll need it," put in Sir Charles. Deborah, her cheeks slightly flushed, moved to one side where she could watch without interruption. She saw Claude pass the stable and reach the far corner of the paddock. There something happened. A thing which looked, at the distance, like a black thread, shot suddenly up from the ground and struck at Castor's leg as he passed. The horse gave a quick, terrified plunge, which made Damali reel in the saddle, and then the animal, maddened with fear, started forward like a whirlwind. He had reared completely about and was running frantically towards the open gateway. At the beginning there had been a slight scream from Lucy, and now the men, their faces very pale, pulled the women quickly away from the opening. Deborah moved of her own accord, her eyes fixed fast on the horse, for she had seen what started its flight. In an instant horse and rider had flashed, comet-like, out at the gate, and, as they passed, Deborah knew that Damali had looked at her, and she had seen something very like a smile cross his set lips. Beyond the gate the horse veered again and made towards the south, in the direction of the tobacco fields. Horse and rider had flashed out at the gate. Claude saw, with relief, that he had an apparently unobstructed space before him. It was all that he could do now to keep himself on the horse, who no longer went at an even gait, but varied his gallop with leaps and plunges caused by pain. He was utterly beyond all control. Claude lay over on his back, both hands twisted in the long mane, his eyes half closed, breathing with some difficulty, but quite sure of himself so long as his way was clear. Suddenly, however, as he caught a glimpse of the fields beyond, his heart rose into his throat, and then sank again with a sensation which made him dizzy. 100 yards ahead was a 20-foot ditch of water, which no living horse could clear. If Castor saw it, and had still sense of his own, he might turn off. If not, the horse was lost, and Claude himself must take desperate chances. Many things flashed through his mind in the ensuing seconds. Most vividly of all, the figure of Deborah, as he had seen her a moment before, stood out before him. Then for one more instant his mind was a white blank. They were 10 yards from the stream now, and the horse was moving straight on. Mechanically, Claude took his left foot from the stirrup and swung it over Castor's back. For one frightful instant he lay full along the animal. Then, not very much aware of what he was doing, he had let himself over the side, felt solid ground whirl under his feet, and knew that all was well with him. A moment later he vaguely heard the heavy splash and the human-like scream that told of the good animal's death. Not very long after that he was looking into Vincent's face, and, as a brandy flask was held out to him, he murmured, with as much feeling as he was capable of just then, "Monsieur, I shall never be able to express to you my regret. I have not an idea how it occurred. Believe me." But Vincent was actually laughing as he replied, "My dear sir, when a poisonous snake sends its fangs into your horse's leg, its rider need offer no excuse for being run away with. And, pon my soul, for the sake of learning how to ride as you have done, I'd sacrifice every beast that ever was stalled on this place, Charlie." And from behind came Fairfield's voice, crying heartily, "Egad, when I am released from the colonies, I'll go and live in a French training school till I do learn." It was an hour later, and the excitement was over, when the Reverend George Rockwell ventured to address Will Paca on the same subject. "To tell the truth, my dear sir, I confess that I believe there must have been some truth in your suggestion in the field that our French friend knew more than a gentleman does of horses." Paca turned slowly about and looked at him. There was no answer made in words, but at times looks are expressive of inexpressible things. Chapter V. Sambo. According to the laws of colonial hospitality, Claude stayed all day and overnight at the Trevor house. To tell the truth, he was scarcely fit for removal, for the reaction from his nervous strain sent him, early in the afternoon, to the chamber prepared for him, from which he emerged at 10 o'clock next morning with many apologies for tardiness on his tongue. He saw no one, however, to whom to deliver them. The house was deserted. Finding his way, after a search through the empty hall and parlor, into the sunny breakfast room, he discovered there a single place set at the table, and Adam lounging in the doorway. The slave straightened and saluted him upon his entrance. "Sit down, sit down. I'll bring yo' breakfast right away." Upon this, he darted from the house and disappeared down the path towards the kitchen, to return in 2 or 3 minutes with a large tray upon which stood a variety of smoking dishes. This he set before the guest, who proceeded to discuss them with a light appetite. While he ate he pondered, uneasily, on how he was expected to take his departure. In this matter Adam came presently to his assistance. "Pardon, Moss Demely, but Moss Vincent wait this mo until 9 tcu, den he ride out to the fields and tell me say he be back fo din at noon, ask yo health den." "So I'm to stay till this afternoon?" asked Claude, in some surprise. "Yes, sah," responded the slave, and his prompt tone settled the matter. Claude, who had quite finished his meal, rose and strolled idly to the door which looked out upon the garden. At the far end of this, among her roses, was Madame Trevor. Demely did not recognize her at the distance, but he turned suddenly to the slave who was clearing the table. "Can you tell me, Adam, where Mistress Travis will be at this hour?" "Miss Deb? Oh, she's mos like at the still room." He went over to the door. "See lil house dear cross the yard. She's mos like dere." "Thank you." Claude nodded to the man and went out of the house, around the terrace, and so through the yard towards the small building whose surrounding lilac bushes were all in seed. Here on the step, alone and disconsolate, sat Sambo, Deborah's favorite little darky. Sambo was very forlorn this morning. A strong appreciation of the woe of this wretched life had come to his spirit under the guise of an empty stomach. All of 3 hours ago Thompson, the overseer, discovered him in the climacteric moment of a glorious charge on the chickens in the runs. An entire flock of fat, white pullets were in full flight before this single son of Ethiopia, whose triumphant war cry had unfortunately reached the quarters. Thereupon Thompson, who had no soul for the sublime, seized the conqueror by the tail of his tow linen toga and dragged him from the field to his parental cabin, where, in the presence of Chloe, his mother, a most telling rebuke was administered. The mother's heart hardened towards the small sinner, and he had been driven outside in the very face of bacon spluttering over the fire and beans baking fragrantly in the embers. After an unhappy wandering, he at last sought the homely protection of Deborah and the still room. Deborah, too, had left him, with the promise, however, of getting him something to eat when she returned. So here, in melancholy resignation, sat Sambo, as Claude approached. "Can you tell me where Mistress Deborah is?" repeated Demele. "She am gone to Huckleberry Swamp," vouchsafed the stoic. Claude reflected. Huckleberry Swamp sounded definite, but he was unfamiliar with the country. "Where is that?" he inquired, meekly. Sambo swept a black thumb over one shoulder, back of his head. "Dat way." Again Claude hesitated, finally venturing the request, "Could you, perhaps, show me a little of the way? You am goin' fin Miss Deb?" Claude bowed. "I'll come." The small figure rose suddenly, descended from his dais, and put one small black fist trustfully into Demele's. Claude looked down into the childish face, with its round pate covered with black, woolly, hair, and a gentle light came into his eyes. He was fond of children. The swamp appeared to be some distance away. The child's steps were short, and Claude would not hurry him. At last, however, they came upon a narrow, grassy lane, bordered on either side by a tangle of vines and bushes, at the end of which was the so-called swamp, a marsh nearly dry at the season, save for a pool in its very center. Upon the edge of this they paused. Before them was a waste wherefrom sprang a few saplings, some young willows, a tangle of flaming tiger lilies, and a host of those plants which grow in damp places. Claude saw no sign of a human being, but Sambo presently sprang forward. "There she is," he cried, running into the brush. Claude followed rapidly, coming at last in sight of her whom he sought. Deborah knelt upon the damp ground, bending over a plant which she was minutely examining. Claude had seen it and its flower often enough, he thought. The stem was perhaps 3 feet high, with long, narrow, spotted leaves, and clusters of small purplish flowers. These were what Deborah was studying, and on her flushed face was an expression which Claude had not beheld before. Startled by Sambo's appearance, she looked up. "Oh, good morning," she said, rising and extending her hand. "One finds you in curious places," he observed, bending over it. "It is my work." "Has Dr. Carroll come this morning?" "He had not when I left the house. He will, though, I think." "Are we to go back now?" "Not until you are quite ready, mademoiselle." "I'm ready. I must take this with me." From a little bag hanging at her side she drew a small pruning knife and 2 pieces of cotton cloth. Having cut the stem of the plant before her, she wrapped about it 1 square of the cloth and took it up in her left hand. "Permit me to carry it for you." "Hold it, then, where the cloth is." Why? Surely it is not unsafe to touch. He looked at her curiously. I don't know. Some things are. This is a spotted hemlock. I fancied it a water plant, but 'tis another variety. I will test it today, if the doctor doesn't come. Oh! Here is something more to take home. Down in the soil at their feet grew two large fungi, which bore a slight resemblance to table mushrooms, but were far more beautiful than they. The umbrella-shaped cups were of a brilliant scarlet color, fading inwards, in gracefully curving lines, to a pale center. A faint acrid odor emanated from them as Deborah knelt and cut them deftly at the ground's edge. Taking them up in her cloth, she held them a little away from her face. "What's dose, Miss Deb?" inquired Sambo, eyeing them admiringly. "A sort of mushroom, Sambo." "Oh, a most excellent dinner dish they'd make," she added, laughing. And hungry Sambo heard her. Were these pretty things good to eat? He had seen not a few of them in the grass about the roads and fields. Here was a breakfast ready for him. He considered a little, the idea of cooking not entering his head. Neither Deborah nor Damali knew when he ceased to follow them, it merely occurring to them by the time they reached home that Sambo had not been with them for some time. Claude, who had found the way long in coming, deemed it only too short on the return. And Deborah, demurely realizing that she was perfectly happy, continued to talk to him in that tranquil manner which, from its apparent indifference and self-possession, seemed such an anomaly, considering her youth. "May I ask the use of this?" asked Damali, curiously, holding out the spray of spotted hemlock. "I don't know its use. 'Tis what I am going to try to find out if the doctor does not come this morning. I am ignorant if it is as poisonous as water hemlock. I will try to learn." Claude bit his lip. "And if the doctor does come? It will be most interesting. We are to try the effect of two alkaloids in one system, and I must note the different symptoms, the combined result, and the complications which ensue from the interaction. You give these poisons to some beast. Is it not so?" Deborah hesitated for a little, finally replying, quietly, "A cat. And he will no doubt die." "No, perhaps not. That is our hope, monsieur. If we could discover one thing which might counterbalance the effect of another, can you not see that it might sometimes serve to save men's lives? It is unbecoming in me to speak of it, but did you not know that the liquid given you as medicine for your fever I distilled from the plant called monkshood? And did not that medicine help to restore you to health? And yet, sir, it was a virulent poison, 10 drops of which would kill an animal." Damali looked at the girl in surprise. She was certainly unlike any woman that he had ever met. "Forgive me," he said, earnestly. "I did not understand you. I do admire and respect this work of yours. My gratitude, how shall I express it? There is, indeed, little that one can say to the preserver of his life." "Please, don't," she cried, impulsively, and then stopped. He was regarding her so earnestly, and his look said so much more than his tongue had ever done, that she found no words at her command. So they fell into silence as once more they approached the house. Dr. Carroll, returning on the day before from his shooting, and, wearied by the dullness of Annapolis in midsummer, kept his promise and came out to see Deborah. He found her, ignorant of his arrival, preparing her retort for the distillation of the water hemlock, while Claude, willingly pressed into service, had gone to the kitchen to obtain a lighted coal for the tripod of charcoal. An addition to the equipment of the room had recently been made. Beside the cupboard in the corner stood a good-sized cage, its top and bottom made of pine boards held together by narrow wooden slats nailed upon all four sides. Within this prison of the condemned sat a half-grown tortoise-shell tabby, presented yesterday to the establishment by Sambo. As Deborah took up her hemlock and with careful hands began to strip away its leaves and blossoms, she glanced now and then at her prisoner with an expression half of pity and half of speculative interest. The animal looked very comfortable on its bed of grass, its toilet just completed, with slow eyes blinking at the light, never a suspicion in its head of a possible swift death at the hands of the slender girl at the table yonder. The stillness was interrupted by the entrance of the doctor. "Good morning to you, Mistress Debbie. At work, eh? Oh ho. Water hemlock? No. This is maculatum. See the leaves spotted? Is this as poisonous as the other, do you think?" The doctor chuckled. "Thou art a born botanist, Debbie. This poisonous? 'Tis historic. Socrates died by it. 'Tis as well obtained by crushing in alcohol, though. Did you bring the root? Now that was carelessness. The root is most virulent, delightfully virulent. You should be sent back to get it, only that I am not here to distill this morning. Monsieur Claude. Good day. Are you turned neophyte?" Claude, with a shovelful of embers, had halted in the doorway. At Carol's question he smiled and came forward. "I should be glad if I might stay and look on. I am woefully ignorant in these matters." Deborah took the shovel from his hands, emptying its contents carefully into the tripod. "Thank you. Be seated, if you care to watch us. By all means, sit yonder, Demele, and look on. Miss Travis is preparing some conium maculatum for distillation, though she will get a poor result from the mere leaves and flowers. And behold in me, monsieur, the conscienceless wretch about to destroy life in that hapless pussy, for the mere gratification of criminal instinct. What's this, Deborah?" The doctor's change of tone was so sudden and so marked that the girl turned quickly about to behold him standing over the fungi which she had placed at the far end of the table. "That? Madame uses it sometimes for fly poison. I purposed inquiring of you if the alkaloid could be extracted." Carol shook his head gravely. "It doesn't need extraction. The whole thing is replete with poison. 'Tis Amanita muscaria, the deadliest of all fungi. Have you seen the symptoms?" Deborah shook her head. "Then you shall. I mind me I had a case of them many years ago. A family ate them at supper. All four died. There was no help that I or anyone else had to give. Such agony I have never seen. The effect is not apparent for from 4 to 9 hours after eating, though internal dissemination of the poison must begin at once. After the case I mentioned, I experimented a good deal with them. Time does not seem to affect their power. After 4 months keeping I knew one of them to cause death to a dog in 10 hours. Would you care to try this today on your cat there, Deborah, in conjunction with one of the liquids? This case is taken from a medical journal of 1877. Deborah did not reply at once, and Claude hoped that she would decline the proposition. Her answer was a question: "Will you stay, doctor, till the fungus acts?" I couldn't distinguish the different symptoms alone. The doctor reflected. "'Tis 11 now. By 4 the thing should be underway. I'll get home by 6. Yes, I'll stay. Then let us give it at once." "Very well. What will you combine with it?" Deborah went to the cupboard and surveyed her array of phials. Finally, selecting one filled with a clear, white liquid, with less sediment at the bottom than most of her mixtures contained, she brought it over to Dr. Carroll. "What is it?" he asked. "It is from Nightshade. I made it a week ago." "Atropine. Symptoms? Can you give them?" Claude looked at her closely as she made reply, "I gave 40 drops to a cat." It seemed to be quiet for about 3/4 of an hour. Then it tried to mew, but that was hard for it. The muscles of its throat were strained. After a little it began to bite at things in the cage. Its eyes were large, and the pupils full, as if it were in the dark. It drank all I would give it, but could not swallow easily. Then there came spasms. Finally it fell asleep, and died 3 hours after the dose. The doctor nodded with satisfaction, but Deborah, glancing at Damali from beneath her lids, saw him look at her in strong displeasure. Instantly she flushed and her head straightened defiantly back. "Monsieur, I do not think that you will enjoy our experiments here this morning. Will you be so obliging as to join my cousins, Virginia and Lucy, in some pleasanter occupation?" There was a note of piqued command in the tone which Claude, who knew women well, would have disobeyed in any other case. Now, however, he made no reply, but rose in grave silence, bowed to her, and left the room. "On my life, that was not a gallant thing," observed Carol, placidly, when their sensitive guest had crossed the yard. Deborah made no answer. She was more deeply hurt than she would have believed possible, and she did not choose that her voice should betray her. Crossing again to the cupboard, she took from its lowest shelf a deep bowled horn spoon, with which she knelt before the cat's cage. In the meantime the doctor had been occupied in cutting the fungus into small cubes. These, together with the atropine, he took over to his pupil, who was now on the floor with the cat in her lap. She took the amanita quietly from her companion's hands, placed one piece in the creature's mouth, and manipulated its throat till it swallowed convulsively. "How much should it have?" she inquired, grimly. "About 6 pieces to a spoonful of this," returned her mentor, holding up the atropine. Unflinchingly Deborah finished her task, and then, hastily replacing the prisoner in its cage, she fastened the little door. Carol, who had looked on without comment, helped her to rise from the floor, and silently noted the fact that her hands were very cold. "Come now to the house and rest," he said, with quiet persuasion. She looked a little surprised. "Surely not. I will stay here and watch. Besides, there is the hemlock." She nodded towards the little heap of flowers and leaves by the retort. "I will distill that. The fire is ready." "No, Debbie. You're tired. Hark you, the poisons will certainly not show for half an hour, if they do then. It is probable that the muscaria will retard the action of the atropine for a much longer time. Then you must have your full wits about you, for 'twill be the most interesting thing we've done. Come now, as your physician, I insist." But though Charles Carroll's will was strong, that of Deborah Travis was stronger. He tried persuasion, command, and entreaty, finally becoming angry, and so losing the battle, for, having called her a stubborn hussy, there was nothing for it but to march off alone to the house. The girl saw him go with a sore heart, and then, doggedly determined, returned to her work, the pleasure of it gone for the first time in her life. When, after a while, Sambo strolled thoughtfully in from the fields, she greeted him with positive delight. The little boy seated himself, Turk fashion, beside the tripod, to watch the water just beginning to bubble in the body of the retort. It was an occupation which he dearly loved, and in the observation of which he was a privileged mortal, for Deborah allowed but few in her workroom. During the process of distillation she was regarded by Sambo as someone who had risen for the time to supernatural heights. She was quite a different person from the Miss Deb whom he knew ordinarily out of doors. On every occasion, however, he had been wont to talk unceasingly either to her or to himself when in her company. Today she wondered at his silence. His interest in the action of the retort was as great as ever, but every effort to draw him into conversation failed. So, after a time, Deborah, her closest attention demanded by the approaching end of the distillation, when the purest alkaloid would come from her plant, ceased also to speak, and, indeed, almost forgot his presence. The liquid had been filtered, bottled, and set aside for its second vaporizing, when she suddenly recollected that in the morning she had promised to get something for the little Negro to eat. It was sufficient cause for his silence. "Oh, Sambo. Indeed I'm sorry. How hungry you must be. Come, I'll make Chloe give you some of our dinner today." Sambo's big eyes opened wide and he slowly shook his head. "Had something, Miss Debbie. Diwan no mo." With his words came the sound of the dinner horn from the quarters. He turned. "Goin' home," he said, wearily, trudging out of the room, while the girl, wondering who had fed him, proceeded to restore order in her immaculate little domain. When she had finished, the doctor reappeared. "Madame Trevor dispatched me," he explained. "Dinner is ready. You're tired, Debbie. Come in." "Yes, sir, at once, when this sleeve is down." She pulled at the short elbow sleeve which she had pushed to the shoulder to be rid of its ruffles. "How's the cat?" asked Carol, walking over to its cage. The creature lay upon the bed of grass blinking nonchalantly, after a luncheon of milk. "Perfectly well, eh?" Note, Deborah, that the action of the atropine is already retarded half an hour beyond its time. "Most interesting, on my word. When do you think it will begin?" "That is difficult to say. By 2 or 3 o'clock at the outside. Then death will probably be rapid. Ready now. Madam is a little impatient, but she'll not show it before Demele. There the horn sounds at last." Dinner was gone through with tediously, and at 3 o'clock the entire family, with the guests, sat upon the portico, drowsy with heat and the effort of talking. The doctor, perceiving Deborah's growing impatience, was about to dare Madame Trevor's high displeasure by carrying her off to the still room to watch their cat, when suddenly around the corner of the east wing dashed a Negro, hysterical with fear. "Blessed Mahi be praised. Docto Cal, come quick. Sambo's dyin'. Give him somphin' fo he go off, fo Christ's sake." Before the last words were spoken the doctor had jumped from the porch, and the rest of the party rose anxiously. "Sambo? Sambo dying, Joe?" "Surely not. I'll come at once." "Which cabin, man?" "Show us the way," commanded Carol, energetically. Madame Trevor had run into the house to get an apron for her gown, and Deborah, seizing the opportunity, flew across the portico, leaped down on the east side, and caught up with the doctor. "I shall come, too," she said. And Carol's silence gave consent. The cabin in which Sambo and his parents lived was on the northeastern corner of the quarters, and, as the doctor, with his conductor and Deborah, approached it, a group of Negro women about its door hailed them with expressions of relief and praise. Not heeding the pious ejaculations, the three passed into the tiny hut, where, upon the mattress in a corner, covered with tattered blankets, lay Sambo. Beside him, her apron over her head, sat the mother, Chloe, rocking to and fro in absolute terror. Carol knelt at once beside the mattress and glanced sharply into the child's face. Sambo was lying deathly still, breathing heavily, his eyes wide open, his black skin dripping with sweat. The doctor felt the child's pulse, opened his mouth, and gave a sharp exclamation as he perceived the tongue to be heavily coated with a thick, grayish matter. Sit here, Deborah, and hold his hands. He'll not be quiet long. Deborah took her place at the child's head and clasped the little burning hands in her own, while Carol, in a low voice, began to question Chloe. Sambo noticed Deborah, and smiled faintly as she leaned over him. In a moment more a swift spasm of agony passed over the small features, and he uttered a guttural cry of pain. Carol ran to his side, while the colored woman, wringing her hands, sank helplessly on the floor. The paroxysm was violent. The child's body twisted and writhed. He rolled over and over upon the bed, moaning like an animal, or shrieking in a delirium of torture. Deborah, very pale, and Carol, silent and stern, held him so as to prevent as much exhaustion of strength as was possible. When he began to grow more quiet, Madame Trevor came in, looking angrily at her cousin, who, however, scarcely saw her. "It is possible that you do not need me, doctor," she said, in her most offended tone. Carol paid small attention to her manner. "If you will send out some old linen, pepper, mustard, and salt from the house, it will be all that we can use. To be frank," he added, in a low tone, "there is little hope now." Madame Trevor looked aghast, and her manner softened instantly. "Little hope? What do you mean? What shall we do?" "What I ask, if you please. Linen, salt, mustard, and pepper. Chloe, you must heat some water in the kettle there." And Carol turned about again as Madame Trevor, without another word, hurried out of the cabin on her errand. The girl, meantime, bent over Sambo, questioning him. "What was it, Sambo? Have you eaten anything? What have you done?" she asked, caressingly. Sambo, panting from weakness, answered, just audibly, "Done eaten of nt all but mushrooms you picked smon with moss Frenchman. You say dey good fo din. My God! What is it?" asked the doctor, quickly, seeing her face grow gray. "He has eaten the muscaria," she whispered, tremulously. "I know it. And it was my fault, my fault. Good heavens! What shall I do?" With a quick sob she caught the child, who suddenly sprang to her in a new spasm of pain. The muscles of his body grew rigid with contraction beneath her grasp. Sambo clutched and opened his hands wildly in the air. New sweat poured out upon his cold flesh, his eyes started from their sockets, and Chloe, catching sight of him, screamed with despair. At this moment Madame Trevor, bearing those things which the doctor had commanded, re-entered the cabin. While Carol worked over Sambo's body, Deborah suddenly left her place, turned blindly about and ran out of the cabin through the terror-stricken group at the door, and across the sunny yard to the still room. Without an instant's hesitation she flung herself against the closed door and turned its handle with her shaking fingers. Presently she found herself standing dizzily before the cage of the poisoned animal. Twice she opened and shut her eyes to make sure that her vision was not deranged. No. There was the cat making its afternoon toilet with foppish precision, stopping occasionally to regard her solemnly with its bright green eyes. Deborah was not long there. When she was sure her hope had been realized, she turned to the cupboard, snatched a bottle from its shelf, and ran at full speed out of the room and back towards the cabin. Upon the bed Sambo's body lay now outstretched, quiet save for an occasional little quiver of the muscles, and over it Madame Trevor, with grave tenderness, and Dr. Carroll, with hopeless skill, worked. Some hot gin had been forced down the child's throat, and across him were spread linen cloths soaked in water so near to boiling that they had scalded Chloe's hands, yet Sambo paid no attention either to them or to the mixture with which they were rubbing his limbs. When Deborah returned, Carol left off chafing the little black arms and went to her where she stood by the door. "What to do, Debbie?" he whispered, helplessly. "There's no hope?" she asked. Carol shook his head. "He is passing into the coma now. That is the end." "You will let me try something?" she asked, quickly. "Anything in the world. Nothing can harm him now. Where is a cup?" "What have you?" he cried. Madame Trevor started and looked around. Deborah put a tremulous finger to her lips, and shook her head. The doctor instantly understood, and let her go to the shelf in a corner, where, her back being to the others, she poured half the contents of her bottle into a tin cup. With this, slowly and resolutely, she approached the bed. Chloe stepped suddenly in her way. "What yo got?" she asked, in no friendly tone. "Medicine for Sambo," was the steady reply. "Of your own making, Deborah," came Madame Trevor's sharp voice. "Yes, yes. You are wasting precious time." "Chloe, let me pass." "No, Miss Deb. You and go and give Sambo nuv and from still house." "Dr. Carroll." There was a desperate appeal in her tone, and the man came instantly to her aid. "Listen, Chloe. Unless your child in some way gets the help that I cannot give, he must die. He is poisoned, as I supposed, fatally. Miss Deborah believes that she can save his life. You cannot let him die without the attempt." The colored woman paid no attention to the words, and still menacingly barred the way. A new idea was taking possession of her, that Deborah had poisoned the boy. Carol, who was watching her narrowly, saw the sudden squaring of her shoulders, darted quickly in front of her and seized her about the body just as she had been about to fling herself upon the girl. Deborah, keyed to the highest pitch, watched her opportunity, slipped like a cat around to the bedside, raised Sambo's head upon her arm, and, to Madame Trevor's terror, pressed her fingers on the child's throat, and forced him to swallow the contents of the cup. At once he was seized with a violent coughing fit. Deborah lifted him upright at once, pressed her hands upon his temples and the back of his neck, and kept him from that retching which would have been fatal to her experiment. Meantime Carol had forced Chloe, screaming and struggling, from the cabin, and, after calling Thompson to keep order in the group outside, he closed and barred the door. Madame Trevor then rose from her place. "Charles Carroll, you are permitting my ward to murder this child. I cannot remain here as witness to such a deed. When you will accept the assistance that I have to give, and will order this girl away, you may send word to the house." And, with these words, Antoinette Trevor rose in strong anger, shook out her flounces, unfastened the door for herself, and, without more ado, left the cabin and the dying child alone to the care of the doctor and his mad protégé. Carol witnessed the departure without a word, and it was with an expression rather of relief than chagrin that he turned to Deborah. "What did you give him?" he asked, quietly. "Atropine. 4 times more than enough to kill him. Atropine is today considered the best antidote for cases of poisoning by the Amanita muscaria or the Amanita phalloides. At the period of the story, 1744, its efficacy was unknown. The cat lives. Good God, Deborah! We must save him now." Deborah set her teeth. I will save him," she said, with slow precision. "Or else they will bury me with him." Madame Trevor, upon her return to the house, said not a word of the scene in the cabin. It was a relief to her to find that Demely had tactfully departed and that the family was alone. Lucy and Virginia beset her with questions, for the child was a pet with them all. It was something of a shock, then, when their mother turned upon them, saying sharply, "Sambo will die," and forthwith retired to her own room. The girls looked at each other for a long moment in amazement, and then Lucy cried quickly, "Let us go to see him at once." Virginia would have assented, but her brother shook his head. "Deborah and the doctor both are there. If you are needed, you will be sent for. Otherwise I forbid you to go." And so the Trevor family lived dismally through the afternoon, waiting for the supper hour, when the watchers would appear. But Adam blew the horn in vain. No word came from the cabin, and Madame Trevor, burning with curiosity and anxiety, flatly refused to send anyone to ask news of the child. The sun set, and dusk deepened to evening. Candles were lighted in the sitting room, but Vincent alone made any pretense of reading. The three women moved about restlessly, the girls not daring, and their mother unwilling to speak on the subject which occupied all their thoughts. The silence had become unbearable, and Vincent at last started to put away his book, with a resolve to go to the quarters, when the door flew open and Dr. Carroll strode into the room, carrying Deborah's body in his arms. He laid her down upon the brocade sofa, while the girls rushed to her side. "She fainted as we came across the yard," explained the doctor, wearily. "The child is dead, then. Sambo will live. The girl saved his life. She is a genius, madam, and for God's sake, get me a glass of wine." Chapter 6 Claude's memories. Deborah recovered from her afternoon over Sambo's sickbed far less rapidly than the small Negro did from the effects of his remarkable breakfast. In fact, 3 days after that upon which he had substituted the fly agaric for hoe cake, he was running about the plantation as usual, only with a new and useful working knowledge concerning vermilion-colored fungi. With beautiful impartiality he sought the still room on the afternoon of the first day that he left the cabin. He found its door locked, and presently discovered that Miss Deb was to be seen nowhere about the grounds. On making peremptory inquiries, he was informed, much to his disgust, that his playfellow was ill in bed, without Amanita for cause, and that he might not dream of such a thing as seeing her. Thereupon, retiring to the still house doorstep, young Sambo lifted up his voice and wept, though he got no consolation from the process. Strictly speaking, Deborah was not in bed. She was too restless to remain long in any one place, but she felt no desire to leave the house. What care she needed, and a little more, was lavished on her by Madame Trevor, her cousins, and the slaves. Nevertheless, she was very wretched. She could not understand her continual weariness and her impatience with the familiar scenes of everyday life. She suffered inexpressibly with the midday heat, and shivered with cold through the mild nights. Nerves were to her unnecessary and incomprehensible things, and her disgust with herself was none the less exasperating because it was unreasonable. Dr. Carroll, however, was wiser than she. A week after Sambo's affair he heard of her condition and went out to her at once. His prescription pleased the whole family, with the exception, perhaps, of Sir Charles. He proposed taking her back with him to Annapolis, to spend 10 days under his own hospitable roof, with his 2 sisters to take care of her, and young Charles for company. Permission for the visit was granted on the asking, and, upon the next afternoon, Deborah set out in the family coach, with the doctor on horseback as outrider. The only regret that she felt on leaving was, oddly enough, the parting from Sir Charles. His attentions to her during the past week had been remarkably delicate. Madame Trevor herself could hardly have objected to them. Through long hours he had sat near her while she lay upon a sofa, generally with Lucy or Virginia, or both, beside her, recounting little stories of his own or his comrades' adventures, describing London and London life, stopping when he saw that his voice tired her, fanning her, perhaps, in silence, arranging the tray that held her meals on the stand beside her, and only once in a long, long time looking into her wandering eyes with an expression that would set her to thinking of grave and far off things. Thus she left the plantation, feeling a new and not unpleasant regret at losing the companionship which had almost made her illness worth the having. Dr. Carroll's sisters, Mistress Lettice and little Frances Appleby, awaited their guest with solicitation. The coach that held her arrived at their door just at tea time, and Deborah was smiling with pleasure when the doctor lifted her out and carried her bodily up the walk and into the house, with St. Quentin on one side, his son on the other, and the little old maid smiling together in the doorway. The young lady then refused absolutely to retire, but sat up to tea, partook of some of Miriam Voss's raspberry conserve, and afterwards lay upon the sofa in the parlour with an unexpressed hope in her heart that Claude might come. Claude was to have come. Mistress Lettice, when she learned from her brother that their guest would arrive that afternoon, had sent down a polite request by young Charles that Monsieur would honour them with his presence in the evening. As politely Demely returned thanks for the invitation, gave no definite reply, but intended to go. Upon that afternoon, however, the Seagull arrived, after a fair voyage, from Portsmouth, and in her came a long letter and a consignment of rents from Mailly Nestle to his cousin. Many things were happening in France. In March, war with England and Maria Theresa had been declared, and the French armies prepared for a campaign. In May came the astounding intelligence that, through the influence of La Châteauroux, who loved the heroic, Louis would command his forces in person. A week later it was understood that the favorite was to follow in the royal train, together with the king's staff, his aides, his chefs, his valet, and the impedimenta. The letter was dated May 28. As he read it, Claude's heart burned, and with the evening, in the bitterness of his memories of the old life, and in the wretched conjectures that he made as to what was the French news now, he forgot Deborah. Where was she, Marie-Anne, his cousin? What battles had been fought over the water? Was the 15th Louis still reigning over France? Had not some chance shot struck him, and with him the third daughter of the Demelys, down in all their clanging glory? Did La Châteauroux never now think of the cousin exiled for her, at her instance? Henry did not say. And Miriam Voss of the Annapolis Inn wondered that night what news her lodger had received, that he should sit, stoop-shouldered, over the empty fireplace, and forget that, only 2 blocks away, in Dr. Carroll's house, Debbie Travis was vainly waiting for him to come to her. Claude did remember her next morning, when the sunlight gave matters a different aspect, and the letter had been shut away in his trunk. So it was with only half his mind on French battlefields and a vaguely dreamed of Dettingen, that he ate his colonial breakfast, and afterwards, as he left the ordinary and bent his steps leisurely northward towards Dr. Carroll's house, his homesickness fled quite away. The Carrolls' breakfast had ended some time ago, Claude's Versailles habits of late rising were not yet broken, and Deborah, already bettered by the change of scene and atmosphere, had come down to the morning meal. She was now in the doctor's study, leaning back in his great chair, while young Charles stood moodily facing the window, sulky because she was not yet well enough to bear a morning on the bay, so obtaining for him a vacation on plea of hospitality. "Now I know why you won't mind about me any more. Here's your Demely coming up the walk, Faith, I'll not bear it. You've grown into a fine lady, Debbie, and are no fun nowadays. I'd as soon have Lucy running with me. And you, Charles, are ungentlemanly. If you were anything but a child, I wouldn't speak to you the senate. I'm as old as you, lacking a month. Little one would think it, then. Pardon, if I intrude. I come to inquire after Mistress Travis' health. Claude stood smiling upon the threshold, for he had overheard the last words of the quarrel. Deborah, her white face flushing a little, held out her hand. As he bent over it she said, in a much gentler tone than that which she had been using, "I am really well, only I have nerves. Charles, however, is using me very ill. He says that nerves are nonsense. Do you think so? In my country, mademoiselle, they are considered serious. A lady who has them retires to her bed and expects all her friends to come and amuse her till she is better. Charles, you are heartless." Deborah looked a little shocked at his first statement and his matter-of-fact tone when making it, but she said nothing. Presently Father Saint Quentin appeared at the door. After stopping to extend a hearty greeting to Demele, he flung a Latin imperative at poor Charles, who obeyed it with the poorest possible grace, leaving the room alone to Deborah and the Count. Claude seated himself near her, and looked at her for a few seconds in silence, noting a difference in her general expression. She was too languid to be embarrassed by the pause, but, not caring to return the scrutiny, slightly turned her head and looked toward the windows. "I owe Miss Travis an apology, do I not?" She glanced towards him now in some surprise. "An apology? For what? Nay, then I will not make it. I will only tell you that, as the preserver of a child's life, I must reverence your talent, on which, I confess, I had looked with ill-timed disapproval." Deborah gazed at him thoughtfully. "I recollect now. You were displeased to think that I would poison a cat. I assure you it was the cat saved Sambo's life. Neither of them died. So Dr. Carroll told me. I have heard all that you did on that afternoon, and I, like the doctor, have not words to express my admiration. You are very kind. Please do not let us talk of that. I came here to forget. Come, would you entertain me, monsieur? In whatever way lies in my power. Why, then, it is done. It would give me infinite entertainment, monsieur, to hear the life of the ladies of the French court, where you lived. The doctor has told me what a great court it is. How do the ladies dress, what do they eat, do they go every night to the assembly? Faith, that would be tiresome enough, I think." Demele laughed a little at her comment, but did not immediately comply with the request. Memory had once more come home to him again, but this time with a curious addition. Of a sudden he found that he could definitely imagine Deborah Travis as having a place in that French court that she spoke of. It was a curious notion, and he regarded her for some time contemplatively, before he began to speak. "If you were in Versailles, Mademoiselle Deborah, you would doubtless be Madame. What? Are there no unmarried ladies there?" "Yes, a few. Those who cannot find a husband. But we are supposing that you would not be there unless some grand seigneur had married you and carried you away." Deborah laughed merrily, and Claude, with some satisfaction, perceived that she had entered into his own spirit. "Continue. Continue," she cried. "I am already perishing with interest. You would dwell in an apartment in, we will say, the Rue de Rossignols, that is the name of a street. Let us see. You sleep in a charming room hung in white brocade. Your dressing room will be in pink satin, with the chairs in tapestry which monsieur would have embroidered for you, monsieur a man embroider. Oh yes. The king himself commanded de Gevres to teach him stitches a year ago. He began 4 sieges at once, I remember, and he made an excellent bon mot about it. No matter. Your tapestries in apple green, your tables in mahogany, and your sets in ivory or gold. Which? Ivory, I think. Pink satin and ivory would be, oh, most beautiful, she replied, cocking her head a little on one side. He nodded, appreciative of her taste. The salon blue and gold, the dining room in green, and, for Monsieur's room, we will let it go. At 9 in the morning you have your chocolate in bed. Half an hour later you rise, and your toilette à la mode begins. Oh, what is a toilette à la mode? The Count shrugged his shoulders. You, in a delightful negligee, receive in the pink satin boudoir, while your hair is powdered. Yours would never need to be curled, mademoiselle. Eh bien. During the toilette you would have cakes and cordial, or more chocolate. At 1 o'clock you meet Monsieur the husband, and dine with him either alone or at the palace. For the afternoon there are 1,000 things. You attend a levee, the hunt, a salon, a tea à l'anglaise, you drive, promenade in the Orangerie or a Paris boulevard, you visit shops, you attend a sale, you receive at home, or, perhaps, if the night is to be fatiguing, you sleep. You never spin, you do not knit, nor do you distill poisons and save lives, Mistress Deborah. At 7 you sup hardly this time with Monsieur, who has his own engagements. Later you attend the opera or the Italians, indulge in a little supper with the party later, and return to Versailles shortly after midnight. If you are in His Majesty's immediate circle you go to Choisy, perhaps. But that, mademoiselle, I trust you will never do. Now do you think the life pleasant? I'm sure I cannot tell, was the demure response, but the girl's face belied her words. It was aglow with pleasure. And what is it that you would do, monsieur? How could you have borne it to leave such a life? Did you really tire of it? He rose sharply to his feet, and she broke off at once, astonished and half frightened at the change in his face. There are many thorns among the roses, mademoiselle. Life is not happier there than here. And some day, perhaps I will tell you the other side of it, why he almost whispered now, for his throat was dry, why I left it all. Oh, forgive me. I had not meant to pain you. He looked down into the face that had lost all its glow of pleasure, took her slight hand, kissed it quietly, and left her alone to think over all that had been said, to wonder over the uncertain promise of more, and to hope that he would neither forget nor repent. The little conversation had taken her mind away from herself and set it in a new and far-off channel. When Dr. Carroll came back from his walk to the wharves, he found his little guest with color in her face and animation in her air. She told him of Damélie's visit, and Carroll, judging its effect, resolved that the tonic should be administered often while his patient remained with him. The result was that, in the following days, Claude Damélie and Deborah were thrown constantly together. And during their lively conversations, or, perhaps, even more so in their desultory ones, there grew up between them an intimacy more of good fellowship than anything else, the spirit of which deceived both Claude and the doctor, though how much prophecy Deborah might have made concerning it, would be more difficult to say. One afternoon, a Friday, and 2 days before Deborah was to return to the plantation, while the doctor was at his counting house near the wharves, and the two little sisters sat together spinning in the sitting room, their guest, panting with the heat inside the house, and wishing also to escape young Charles, who would presently be relieved from his horrors, sought out her largest hat and crept out of doors, passing down the street in the direction of the Vase Inn. She had not seen Damélie for nearly 24 hours, and, as a consequence, her day was empty. She had small hopes of encountering him now, but was too restless to remain any longer in the room with the two old maids and their whirring wheels. She passed the quaintly gabled tavern, whose door, contrary to custom, was closed. Evidently Miriam was out. There was no sign of life about the windows. Claude himself was probably not there. Deborah walked on, disappointedly, as far as the courthouse, and, still not wishing to admit to herself that she had come out simply with the hope of encountering Damali, turned down Green Street and followed it to the water's edge. The Stewart Quay was deserted, and she halted there to look over the smooth, warm stretch of water. It was very still. The idle swash of the ripples against the pier was the only sound that reached her ears. The atmosphere was hazy with heat. It seemed as though it was the very weight and thickness of the air which gradually formed a solid arch of purple storm clouds above the river to the west. Presently the sun was obscured. Still Deborah stood, heedlessly watching the bay, and breathing slowly in the stifling heat. Suddenly someone appeared beside her. "Mademoiselle, mademoiselle, you will surely be wet." Deborah turned her head towards him with a smile of pleasure which she would have repressed if she could. "Did you fall from the clouds, sir?" "No, I have myself been wandering by the water this afternoon, and for the past quarter of an hour I have been watching the gathering storm and you. Come, mademoiselle, we must seek shelter and quickly. Let us try to reach Miriam's. We can run." He took her arm as she spoke, and they started together down Hanover Street to Charles, which ran straight up for 5 blocks to Gloucester Street and the Vase Tavern. As they passed the Reynolds Ordinary a deafening clap of thunder broke over them. Deborah shivered, and Damali put an arm about her to help her faster on their way. The street was empty. The heat had not yet broken, and beads of perspiration stood on their faces as they went. A long hiss of lightning glided like a snake through the storm cloud. The town was almost dark. Deborah had begun to pant, and her companion could feel the beating of her heart shake her whole frame. "C'est rien, mademoiselle. Nous sommes presque là. L'orage sera vraiment énorme," he muttered rapidly. A moment more and, as a new thunderclap rattled down the sky, a sudden cold breath struck the city. With the wind, which blew like a hurricane down the river, came a pelting rain. The two reached their destination barely in time. Claude flung open the door of the tavern, and Deborah was blown over its threshold in a gush of water. It was with some difficulty that Claude shut and bolted the door in the face of the wind. When he turned about, his companion lay back on a wooden settle in a state of exhaustion. While the gale howled without and the thunder crashed down the heavens, he lit a candle with his tinder box, brought a glass of strong waters for Deborah, and helped her gently to a more comfortable chair. He took the hat from her tumbled hair, chafed her hands till her nails grew pink again, and then stood back regarding her anxiously. "Oh, I'm quite recovered. It was a long run. Where is Miriam?" "Mistress Voss? John Squire's boy broke a limb falling from a roof, and she has gone to attend the what do you say, setting of it." "Then we are here quite alone?" asked the girl, nervously. "Surely Miss Travis is not afraid with me?" Claude looked at her in hurt surprise. "I will retire at once to my room. When the rain ceases." Deborah laughed a little. "No, no. You misunderstand. I am afraid of storms. I should be frightened to death to be left here alone with that." Both listened as the long, low growl of thunder rolled down the sky and died away. It was growing darker again. A new storm was rising. Claude, much relieved at the sincerity of Deborah's tone, drew a stool near her. "May I sit here by you, then?" he asked. Deborah nodded and leaned back in her own chair. Then there fell a little silence on the room. The girl's unconscious eyes traveled over Damali's face as he sat regarding the rain-splashed windows, and they found a new expression, a new paleness, an unusual soberness, upon the clear-cut features. Unthinkingly, Deborah spoke. "You are changed today, monsieur. I have not seen you so before. Why are you melancholy?" He turned towards her quickly. Yes, I have what we call les papillons noirs today. In some way, Mistress Deborah, 'tis your fault. In these last days I have said so much to you of my former life, jestingly perhaps, and yet feeling it, that today it has brought me homesickness. Before his frank look Deborah's eyelids drooped, and presently, with a little hesitation, she said, "You once told me that some day you would relate to me why it was that you left your home. Could you not now?" "Ah, no." The exclamation was impetuous. "It is not a story for you, mademoiselle. An older woman might hear, but do you think of me as older?" she suggested, so quietly that his resolve was shaken. "It will be hard to forgive me, I think, afterwards," he deprecated. "What shall I have to forgive? 'Tis I that ask the tale." "It is a story of unfortunate love," he said, regarding her narrowly. Her head drooped farther. "Tell me all now, monsieur." And so, out of an impulse which he could not have traced to its source, but which proceeded from a spirit of honesty and true chivalry, Claude recounted, with the utmost gentleness and delicacy, some of the incidents which had led to his exile. He said just enough of his cousin to let his listener decide what his feeling for her had been. And Deborah, oddly enough, perhaps, shrank from no part of the recital. She forgot herself, and saw through the eyes of the narrator all that he was describing. In their recent, half-serious talks on French life, the girl had gained a remarkably clear idea of what that life must be, and now this story affected her very differently than it would have done had it been her first glimpse of another existence. It resembled one of her vague dreams, this sitting alone in the cloud-darkened room, the feeble candle mingling its beams with the gloomy daylight, the shadowy figure of the man before her, and his low voice carrying on its story, seeming to be things very far away. And the fresh rain pelted on the windows, while the deep monotone of the thunder made a fitful and fitting accompaniment to the narrative. "So, mademoiselle, it was there in the chapel that M. de Maurepas delivered me the letter from the king. Henry, Madame's brother, was with me. I read the letter just there. I have forgotten if I spoke after it, or if either of them addressed me. Henry, I think, led me out and away, into the town, to our apartment. But next morning it was all very clear. Henry seemed to feel more than I. Later on that day I went to bid Madame goodbye. She was very gracious, yes, most gracious. How could you go to see her? I should not have done so. Ah, mademoiselle, I had to see her. I wished to take her with me as my wife. She did not come. None. She gave me, instead, to bring away for memory of her this." Claude put his hand inside his vest and brought out two things, the long white gauntlet, and a letter with the royal seal. As he handed the gage to Deborah, the paper dropped to the floor. While the girl looked at the glove for the second time, Demely picked up his letter of exile, and sat smoothing it on his knee. Then he asked, unthinkingly, "This letter from the king, will you read it?" She held out her hand and took the small, worn paper with its red-brown seal and the arms of France upon it. Regarding the fine, crabbed writing, she said, with a faint smile, "I do not easily read French, monsieur. Shall I read it to you, then, as well as I can in English?" She nodded once more, and he, taking the missive from her hand, cleared his throat and began, with a little effort, owing to certain circumstances which of late have had the misfortune greatly to displease S.M., the king desires to inform Count Claude Vincent Armand Victor de Nesle de Mailly that the absence of the Count from the chateau and city of Versailles after the noon of Friday, January 22d, in this year of 1744, will be desirable to S.M., and that after the first day of the month of February, Monsieur the Count, if he has not already crossed the line of the French kingdom, would of necessity be placed under the escort of one of His Majesty's officers. The king wishes Monsieur a delightful journey, and Claude's eyes, running on before his tongue, suddenly realized the subject of the next few lines, and he suddenly stopped. "Go on, Monsieur," murmured Deborah, after an instant. "Go on, Monsieur," murmured Deborah. "Mademoiselle, I cannot. There is nothing more." "Go on, Monsieur," she repeated, quietly. Claude passed his hand over his brow. Then he lifted the letter again and continued, "and begs further to add that when Monsieur shall desire to present Madame la Comtesse his wife to their Majesties at Versailles, his return to his present abode will be most pleasing to Louis R." At the close of the last line Claude looked up, apprehensively. Deborah was very white, and there was an unusual brightness in her eyes. He could not catch her glance. Her head drooped, and presently she covered her face with her hands. He sprang up, impetuously. Deborah, forget that last. I didn't mean to read it." He spoke rather incoherently. Perhaps the girl did not even understand him. At any rate, after a moment, she lifted her head with a dignity that Claude did not know. "I thank you, M. de Mailly, for telling me the story as I asked." There was a little, wretched pause, and then she added, more faintly, "See, the storm is nearly over. I must go back now to the doctor's house." Chapter 7. The Pearls. Another week went by, and Deborah, quite recovered from her slight illness, bade Dr. Carroll and his sisters goodbye and returned, on a Sunday afternoon, to the Trevor place. It was then about the 1st of August, and certain rumors relative to the reception of the returning commissioners from Lancaster, rumors dearly exciting to the feminine heart, began to radiate from the gubernatorial palace and to spread throughout the countryside. For once in its long existence rumor spoke truth. Upon the 6th day of August were issued elaborate cards, tickets, they called them then, of invitation for a governor's ball to be given upon the evening of the 21st to the returning officials. With the delivery of these cards a thrill of excitement and anticipation pulsated through all Anne Arundel County, even running a little way over its irregular borders, and innumerable were the earnest conversations through town and country houses as to costumes suitable for such an occasion. Great hopes, that sank often to despair, were entertained of the arrival of the Baltimore, with her usual cargo of vain and delightful things. It was calculated with the nicest discrimination that she might reach port, provided the winds were amiable to an impossible degree, as early as the 15th. Then the weather of the West Atlantic was watched with supreme interest. It certainly was all that could be desired. Nevertheless, the 15th came and went without the Baltimore, and there was whaling on both sides of the Severn. In time the interest in the ship's arrival came to surpass its object, though, indeed, Betty Pritchard voiced many another's feeling when she one day cried out, woefully, "If the Baltimore doesn't come in, I'll have no pink taffeta for a petticoat to my satin overdress. If I don't have the petticoat, I won't go to the ball, and if I don't go to the ball, I shall die." One of the most anxious watchers for the arrival of the ship was, oddly enough, Madame Trevor. Her anxiety concerning it quite passed the comprehension of her daughters, who had not a suspicion of what was in their mother's mind. Vincent knew more, but had never seen fit to talk to his sister on the subject of the pearls which were to form Virginia Trevor's ornaments on the day that she married Sir Charles. It was tacitly understood between young Trevor and his mother that he should speak to his cousin on the arrival of the jewels, and it was Madame's ambition to be able to spread the news of Virginia's engagement at the much-talked-of ball. The Baltimore was a considerate ship, and her captain the favorite of all sea-going men in Annapolis. Neither lost a reputation this time, for, on the 20th of August, At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Baltimore cast anchor in the lower piers, and Annapolis womanhood sighed with relief. It was but 7 o'clock on the evening of the same day, and the Trevor family sat at supper in the glass room, watching the twilight deepen over the scented garden, when Pompey hastily entered to announce the unexpected arrival of young Charles Carroll. "And he say Baltimore es here, Miss Trev," he added, eagerly, glad to be the first with the news. Madame Trevor rose with a light in her face as the doctor's son came merrily in. Having saluted each member of the party, he advanced to the mistress of the house, paused for an instant to take on an air of heavy responsibility, and finally produced, from the pockets of his new cloth coat, 2 packages, wrapped in paper and tied with cord, the one square and flat, the other 5 inches thick and also square. "From Captain Croft," he observed, handing them to Madame Trevor, while all at the table looked on with interest. In a moment the strings were cut, and the paper wrappings thrown off. 2 cases of dark green morocco appeared. With a deep-drawn breath her mother carried them round the table and set them before Virginia. "They are to be yours," she said, gently. "Open them." Virginia, surprised, but unmoved, lifted the covers from the cases. In one, upon a green satin lining, reposed a necklace of round, softly shining pearls, set in gold, with a pendant of pear-shaped pearls and sapphires. The other case contained a hair ornament, also of pearls, pink and black, in 2 even rows, surmounted by a delicate scroll-work of the smaller stones, that shone in the dusk with exquisite beauty. Virginia drew a deep sigh of admiration. Lucy cried out with delight, and Madame Trevor and the gentleman, looking on in high interest, did not notice Deborah, who sat silent, eager, with her great eyes fixed in unwinking fascination on the perfect gems. "Put them on, Virginia," cried young Charles, and there was a murmur of approval. Lilith, who had been standing by her husband at a little distance, lost in admiration, nudged old Adam. "Fetch some canlay," she whispered, excitedly. Virginia, with a little smile, took up the necklace, and her mother clasped it about her slender throat. Then the tiara was set and pinned upon her powdered curls, and Adam, coming forward with a candle in each hand, held the lights up before her. "Ginny, you must wear them to the ball," cried Lucy, ecstatically. Virginia had no time to reply, for her mother gently interposed, "They are not Virginia's yet, Lucy. She shall wear them on her wedding day." Charles Fairfield started slightly as his unfortunate eyes suddenly encountered those of Virginia, who, in her turn, flushed and bent her head. "I shall never wear them, then," was on her tongue to say, but her brother interrupted. "Charlie," he said, addressing his cousin, "come down to the river with me and see the moon rise. It's in the full tonight." "Oh, may I come, too?" said Lucy, eagerly. "No, Lucy, I need you here," interposed her mother, much annoyed with Vincent's want of tact. Fairfield, grasping the whole situation, rose at once, without a word. Before leaving the room he stole an involuntary glance at Deborah. She was looking at him, for she herself guessed what she did not know. Her lips were curled into a little smile of amusement that set the man's heart on fire with anger at Madame Trevor. He said nothing, however, but quietly followed Vincent into the still evening. An hour later Madame Trevor sat alone in the great hall. Young Charles and the 3 girls, one by one, had gone to their various rooms, and the mother was waiting alone for the return of her son and her nephew. She was unaccountably anxious over the result of the interview, though indeed there was not one reason which her nephew could, in honor, conjure up, whereby he might refuse to marry Virginia Trevor. It was with the understanding of a sometime marriage that he had come to America with Vincent months before, and because the matter had been so long silently understood, it should not have been hard for him to hear it finally discussed. Thus, many times over, Virginia's mother argued in the candle light, while she waited. And still, into the midst of her most unanswerable conclusion, would creep a doubt, a suspicion that she would not voice, the name of one whom she tried in vain to put from her mind. It was Deborah. Deborah Travis and Charles Fairfield? Absurd. And yet Madame could see the face of the girl as it had been that evening when Vincent and his cousin left the room. She could see the ironical light in the grey-blue eyes, the scornful curl of the red mouth, the unconscious insolence of the long, natural curl that fell, powderless, down her shoulder to the muslin ruffles at her elbow. Madame Trevor had a measure of justice in her, and she gave Deborah her due, admitting to herself that Virginia, in all her stateliness, with the pearls upon her, would never have tempted man to half the desperation that might be raised within him over this other silent creature, half child, half woman, of Madame's own generation. The clock on the wall ticked 10 and went on again. At a quarter after, Trevor and Fairfield came in from the moonlight to the hall. Fairfield was very pale. Vincent's face was calm and unreadable. Sir Charles, seeing his aunt expectant, went over to her, lifted her passive hand to his lips, bowed, and left the room to retire to his own. When he was gone, Madame turned a puzzled and anxious face towards her son, who stood still, narrowly scrutinizing a portrait on the opposite wall. "He has refused, then, Vincent?" she asked, finally. "On the contrary, he will marry Virginia when you please." "Then he asked too much dowry." "He said nothing at all of dowry." "In heaven's name, then what is the matter?" Vincent sighed, rather wearily. "Nothing is the matter. He does not love Virginia, of course, but nonsense, my boy. He would not marry her if she were distasteful to him. Love will come. What girl loves her husband when she marries him?" "What else did he say, Vincent?" Vincent shrugged his shoulders. "He said nothing at all. He informed me, when I spoke, that he did himself the honor formally to ask of me the hand of my elder sister. I accepted the offer. After that we walked about. I suppose you will make the engagement public at the ball on Wednesday. I'm deucedly tired tonight. Permit me to wish that you will sleep well. Good night, my dear Vincent. Your scruples portray the height of your nature. I honor you for them, but do not worry. Everything will be well. And so good night." With great relief at her heart, the mother gently kissed her son, and then, as he departed with his candle, she blew out all but one of those remaining in the hall, and with that lighted herself to her rooms in the eastern wing. At the other end of the house, in the chamber corresponding to Madame Trevor's, on the ground floor, was that of Sir Charles. Outside his room, in the passage, were the stairs, and directly overhead were the long, narrow spinning room, the hand loom in its corner, and, incidentally, Deborah's diminutive chamber. Sir Charles had retired, for want of anything better to do, and now lay on his cool, flat bed, sleepless, restless, and a prey to unhappy thoughts. It had come to pass, that thing which he had dreaded all the summer through. He was engaged to marry Virginia Trevor. In a night or two all Maryland would be ringing with the affair. In as many months he and his bride would be leaving the colonies, Annapolis, the plantation, in short, Deborah probably forever. And Sir Charles twisted and turned and tried to put the grayish eyes and the curling red lips out of his mind. They refused to go. Finally another thought came to bear them company, a thought generated by them, perhaps, and certainly bold enough and daring enough to smack of the court of a steward, and to seem absolutely mad in this prim colonial bedroom of old George Guelph State American dependency. Nonetheless, the thought had found a congenial home, and it expanded, flourished, and gained body and limb till a merry, full-grown plot was playing havoc with young Fairfield's hope of sleep. He continued to lie there, restless and scheming, till all his own thoughts were banished by the sound of footsteps and a trailing of garments, and a curious liveliness of movement coming to his quickened senses from the room overhead. Deborah also was awake. Rather, the moonlight, creeping along the pillow to her face, had roused her, by slow degrees, from a half-waking dream. Alone, in the silent, enchanted night, with no disturbing day thoughts to banish the lingering visions of sleep, the dream stayed and grew to be a fantasy of reality. She rose from her bed and moved slowly towards her open windows, through which the bluish-silver moonlight flowed, changing the room into a misty-veiled fairy place. Below, outside the window, lay the dreaming rose garden. The lazily floating odor of full-blown flowers came up to her, as incense on its way to a higher heaven. Beyond this lay the deep-shadowed wood, with here and there a high, feathery tree-top waving to the stars. The rippling plash of the river played a low accompaniment to the night hymns of the myriad creatures singing through the countryside. Far beyond the garden, rising like two cloud shadows through the luminous night, were the great tobacco barns. Slave cabins, still house, kitchen, well sweep, all were changed, by the mysterious power of night, to things of natural beauty. And Deborah was changed. Her dreams had been of courts and palaces, of dimly resplendent royal figures, among which she, and Charles Fairfield, and Claude de Mailly moved in inexplicable near relationship. She, Deborah Travis, had just been crowned Queen of all Europe by the hand of Majesty, with her cousin Virginia's pearls. Now, in the waking dream, Deborah could not turn her thoughts from those same softly shining things that Virginia was to wear upon her wedding day. Presently, with this single image in her mind, Deborah found herself outside her room, and creeping, in her white garment, with naked feet, down the stairs, past Sir Charles's door, through the deserted, moonlit living rooms, with their misplaced furniture and the scattered articles of a day waiting for Dawn and Lilith to be put straight. She passed across the sitting room, down the east passage, and, finally, in at the doorway of Madame Trevor's dressing room. Once inside, Deborah halted. Madame Trevor's garments lay, neatly folded, upon a chair. The door to the bedchamber beyond was half closed. From within came the light sound of regular breathing. Deborah smiled, and turned to the great black chest of drawers beside the window. Here also the moonlight illumined her way. She opened the top drawer noiselessly. Within, on a bed of lavender, lay the two morocco cases for which she had come. She took them up, left the drawer open, and glided quietly away again. Once more in her own room, the girl opened the cases and placed them on her dressing table, their priceless contents all unveiled. Then she went to her own chest of drawers, and took from one of them the dress that she was to wear 2 nights later at the governor's ball, a petticoat of stiff, white satin and an overdress of china crepe, of the color of apple blossoms, a thing that clung lovingly to her lithe figure, and vied in softness of tone with her neck and arms. These things she put on, with rapid, careless precision, and then, her fingers grown a little colder, she lifted the pearl necklace from its satin bed and clasped it about her warm throat. Afterwards she sat down on a low chair before the dressing table, with its dim mirror, and took the tiara from the other box, placing it over her rebellious, silky curls. "Ah, Claude, Claude, how was it, that thy cousin looked," she murmured indistinctly, with a vague smile at her thought. The dreamy, Languorous eyes that knew not all they beheld, gazed at the reflected image of her face. How beautifully the young head in its coronet was poised upon the pearl-wreathed neck. Was it a new Deborah sprung to life here, in this August midnight? Was it only a momentary madness that should not be told, this carrying out of a dim vision? What was it that Deborah murmured to her mirror? What did she say to the shadowy throngs of courtiers that pressed about her chair? Was ever La Chatoureau more regal, more gracious? Were ever Comtesse de Mailly, and poor little Pauline Félicite, Marie Anne's predecessors, more gay, more delicately glowing, than this other, of alien race? From the heap of her finery Deborah sought out a painted fan, and, with this finishing touch of coquetry, she began walking up and down her tiny room, pausing now and then at the window, for the night would not be disregarded, waving the fan with an air inimitable and unacquired, seeing herself thus in the orangerie of Versailles, or on one of the Paris boulevards as crowded with fashion and gallantry upon a Sunday afternoon. After a little she grew tired, and her mind dropped its imaginings. She seated herself beside the window, and, unclasping the necklace, took it off and held the jewels up in the moonlight, pressing their soft smoothness to her cheek, where the pendant drops hung like falling tears. Suddenly, upon the perfect stillness around her, broke a sound. Slow stealthy footsteps were crossing the floor of the spinning room just outside. Deborah grew cold with instant terror. She heard a hand placed upon her door, and then came a voice, soft, well known, through the stillness, "Deborah, Deborah." It was the lightest of whispers, but every accent fell distinctly on the girl's terrified ears. Moving noiselessly in her bare feet, she carried the necklace to the bureau, took the ornament from her head, and laid each piece in its case. Then, running across the floor, she knelt in her ball dress, at the door, grasping its handle firmly. "Deborah, you are awake," repeated Sir Charles, more delicately yet. The girl breathed fast, but made not a sound. Only her hand tightened upon the handle, and her figure stiffened with determination. "Let me come in," he said. Then silence fell between the two, separated by 3 inches of board and Deborah's wool, there in the August night. There was no one to know that he was there. Vincent and Lucy and young Charles Carroll, sound sleepers all of them, were in the body of the house, and Virginia was above her mother in the far eastern wing. The muscles in Deborah's body grew more rigid, and desperately she held herself against the door. But Fairfield was making no effort to enter. It should be only with her own consent that he would do that. "Deborah, beloved, open to me. Deborah, hear me as I have heard you for an hour past. Let me in, Deborah, my dear." She shut her eyes and pressed her forehead against her arm. There was a silence, breathless, endless, terrifying to the girl in the room. Then her weight of fear was lifted. The footsteps slowly retreated from her door, out of the spinning room, down the stairs, and entered into the room below her own. She sank weakly to her knees, and a breath like a sob shook her slight frame. She was intensely sleepy now. For very weariness, it was hard to realize the crisis through which she had passed. But there was a task still before her, and one at which she trembled. Rising unsteadily, too wise to give herself time to think, she took the jewel cases from her toilet table, opened her door, crept out, and down the stairs, and passed stealthily back to Madame's dressing room. The room, the drawer, were as she had left them. Replacing Virginia's pearls in their bed of lavender, she pushed the drawer to, inch by inch, till it was closed. 3 minutes later she had once more crossed the threshold of her own room. And while the pale moon set and the day dawned in crimson and turquoise over the distant Chesapeake, Deborah slept dreamlessly clad, and the Versailles pageants, and Charles Fairfield's strange madness all lost to her for the moment under the spell of the great blessing of youth. Matters were different with Sir Charles, below. No sleep had the dusky dawn, with its liquid bird warblings and its fresh day odor, for him. He was thinking of what he had done and of what he should do. The impulse that had driven him to go to the room above was past now. He knew only that he had forfeited her very tolerance of him, and the thought quickened his half-generated love into a sudden, fervid life that swayed his senses and fired his brain to plots and plans of unwise daring. At 6 o'clock he was dressed, and sat him down to wait for Deborah's waking. It was an endless hour, and day had begun over the whole plantation before he heard her cross the floor over his head, and knew that his waiting was bounded at last. Deborah was half-dressed before the sudden memory of the past night flashed over her. Then her hands dropped to her sides, and she sat still for a little, thinking. How should she meet Charles Fairfield before them all, or, worse yet, if possible, alone? How could he meet her? Had she done anything wrong? No. What he had done was not her concern. And thereupon, with a lighter heart, but doubt still in her face, she finished dressing, set her room to rights, for she was immaculately neat, and started away without seeming reluctance. She was going downstairs, her thoughts centered on the breakfast room as the place of ordeal. The door at the stair-foot opened, Sir Charles came out of his room and stood below her, barring the way. She stopped stock still, noting the pallor of his face and the dark circles below his blue eyes. Then suddenly she smiled, and said, brightly, "Good morning, Sir Charles." "Is it good morning to me, Deborah?" "Deborah, I make you my humblest apologies. I crave your," for she came down the last 3 steps with a changed expression. "We'll not speak of that," she said, slowly, in a perfectly frigid tone. Thereupon she would have passed him, but he caught her suddenly by the delicate wrists. "Yes, we will speak of it, Debbie. I will have it so. You shall grant me pardon, Debbie." "And why, sir, pray? Is my pardon at your command? You'll forgive me because I love you, Deborah. You'll forget when you are become my wife. You will pardon me when you know all." Down the upper hall came the blithe, morning whistle of young Charles Carroll. He was approaching the stairs. "Speak to me, Deborah," muttered Fairfield, with desperate earnestness. Deborah gave him a long, strange look from her grey eyes. It was an inscrutable look, one that baffled him who caught it, but he did not know that the feeling which it called forth had baffled also the girl. "Good morning to you, Deborah," cried young Charles. "Good morning, Fairfield. Oh, but I'm hungry. Are we going to breakfast now?" "Yes, I suppose so," responded Deborah, absently. "Do you return to town this morning?" inquired Fairfield, as they all passed through the sitting room. "Yes. Though if I could help it, I would not." "I'll ride with you, then. I am going today to call on Rockwell." "Good morning, Lucy." "Ah, Vincent. You ride to town today?" inquired Vincent, when the greetings were over. "You'll see Rockwell tomorrow, you know, at our famous ball." Yes, but I prefer today. I've a matter to arrange with him." At this speech Deborah glanced at Fairfield, and, at the meaning in his look, a wave of color rolled swiftly over her face. It was as well that, at this moment, Madame Trevor, with Virginia close behind her, entered the breakfast room, and the morning meal began. Chapter 8. The Governor's Ball. Tuesday passed as rapidly or as slowly as one would have had the last day before a long-looked-for event. Sir Charles rode away in the early morning, but returned to the plantation in the afternoon, to find even Vincent busy over a package of finery sent out, at Madame Trevor's order, from the Baltimore. Sir Charles himself was not interested. His spotless full-dress uniform, his orders, his finest ruffles, his paste buckles and silk stockings were quite ready, and there were no further touches that he could add to the costume. During the afternoon and evening he paid no attention at all to Deborah, but was, on the contrary, so attentive to his fiancée that Madame Trevor softened and grew voluble with pleasure. Wednesday dawned clear and hot, and from earliest morning every household in the county was in a moil of final preparation. Governor Bladen was to give a dinner to the commissioners and his own staff and officials before the ball. To this, of course, Sir Charles had been bidden, and he, therefore, was to leave the house at 4 in the afternoon, fully dressed for the evening, wrapped about in a long and voluminous cloak to protect him from the dust and the foam of his horse. As he passed through the sitting-room on his way out to the portico, where his animal waited, he found Deborah standing by a tableful of moss roses which she was sorting. Passing close to her side he said, gallantly, "Faith, Debbie, you'll be no fairer tonight in the satins than you are now in calico." And, while he stopped to take a bud from the heap, he added, in a rapid undertone, "If you'd not drive me mad, little girl, bring your courage with you tonight, and see that you trust to me truly, as I do to you." Then he passed on, and Deborah, unconscious of what she did, followed him slowly out to the portico and stood gazing after him as he galloped away down the dusty drive. Strange words he had spoken, and the first that he had given her all day. Yet she was not surprised by them. Words were oftentimes superfluous with Deborah, for she had the power of knowing men's thoughts. Dreamily her eyes wandered down the road at the little cloud of dust that lingered after him. She was soon to follow on that way. And how was she to return? She could not answer the question, and it was as well that Lucy at that moment called her from the house, "Come, Debbie, come and pack your things for the doctor's tonight. And 'tis nearly time to dress, and oh, Deb, think of the dancing, and the lights, and our dresses and all, and all, and all." And with sober John Whitney gone quite out of her mind for the moment, Lucy fluttered away to her room, leaving Deborah to follow as she would. His Excellency John Bladen, like most colonial governors, knew how to give a dinner to anyone, and, most particularly, a dinner to men only. Tonight 20 sat at his table, the 7 returned commissioners, the gubernatorial staff, the Speaker of the Burgesses, the Under-Secretary, Mr. Robert King, Dr. Charles Carroll, this last from friendship purely, and, for the sake of the Church, the Reverend George Rockwell. The select company ate mightily, but, later, drank more cautiously than usual out of respect to the forthcoming festivities, and finally they sat about the disordered table with some pipes of fine Virginia tobacco, presented by Governor Gooch in lieu of his own presents, some bottles of Madeira from the same patronizing source, and certain good stories, not quite invented for the ear of the Church, but apparently in no way distasteful to the eminent rector of St. Anne's, who, indeed, to be frank, told the best of them himself. It was a man's dinner, an official dinner, where, none the less, the weight of ordinary dignity was for once dropped off, and all went merry as a marriage bell. Sir Charles was seated opposite to Benedict Calvert, with a brother lieutenant on either side of him. His wit was poignant, his laughter ready, and his head cool, albeit there was enough work in his brain to have made a man less careless too anxious to eat. Rockwell being several seats away, it was impossible to speak with him on personal topics, but the moment it was announced that Lady Bladen waited in the drawing-room, Rockwell and Fairfield sought each other through the little throng, as if by mutual understanding. "You're prepared to go through with it, George?" asked the young man, putting one hand on the rector's shoulder. "Egad, if you can go it, I can, Sir Charles. You'll miss something of the festivity, but you'll be £10 heavier in pocket tomorrow, George." "Aye." And so the ladies consented? Faith, she well may. It's such a chance as she never dreamed of. The lady does not know, yet. I'll take her tonight, in the heat of the evening, when her blood will be up. She's rare, George, she's rare. Odds my life that such another woman does not live. I tut. Then you're still determined that what? It shall be legal. Zounds, man, not another word. What do you take me for? She's a cousin, I tell you, George. And I'm already engaged to Miss Trevor. The devil you are. I couldn't escape. 'Twill be all out tonight. But I'll have little Deborah if I have to fight Annapolis single-handed. About the ceremony Miriam Vos will witness for one, but 'tis usual to have two. There's the Frenchman. Faith, that would be a stroke. He's led me a jealous dance for months. We'll have him down from his room to sign the articles or whatever you do. To think that I'll be a Benedict by morning. Lord! Lord! Congratulate me, George. Come away, man. You've too much Jamaica in you, and the ladies are beginning to arrive. I hear Mistress Pocke's voice on the stairs. Come and make your compliments to the governor's lady. Having performed this duty as punctiliously as only he was able, Sir Charles left Rockwell's side and strolled slowly up the big, candle-lit room, at one end of which a band of musicians were already tuning their instruments. After a moment or two of indecision he joined a little company of officers who sat together in a corner, talking lightly among themselves, and commenting on the guests who were beginning to arrive. Oof! On my soul, there's Craddock with Rockwell. How do they stand it? Oh, the chaplain's been off so long that he's forgotten how they once struggled for St. Anne's, or else he wants to hear the story that George wouldn't tell over the Madeira. Yes, I've listened to it 14 times, but always with Jamaica to back it. There's Dorothy Mason and her mother. Egad, she's got on green again. 'Tis the only color that does not become her. Why oh, doubtless young Thomas likes it. There he is with Caroline Harwood. Poor Dorry. I'll go comfort her. One of the young men left the group and joined the knot of ladies who stood talking at a little distance from the door. Oh, good evening, Lieutenant Henry, cried a piquant-looking damsel in a gown of rather brilliant green satin, with flounced petticoat of white. Your most obedient, Mistress Mason. I can see you will have small mercy on hearts tonight. Lord, Mr. Henry, you're the most open flatterer. I vow I never looked worse. Oh, I protest. I call the gods to witness. Are you engaged for the minuet? Dorothy wriggled her shoulders, colored, glanced swiftly towards Robin Thomas, who still lingered by Miss Harwood, saw that the case was hopeless for her, and so replied, in a provoked manner, "Law! How should I be engaged when we've seen no one for a week? Our plantation's such a distance from the river. You'll honor me, then." "Oh, with thanks. Look, there are the Trevors. They were just in the dressing room when I came down. You've heard the news?" "No." "Tell it me." "Jenny Trevor's engaged at last." "What? Not to Sir Charles Fairfield? Monstrous! Monstrous! Why, he's been eating with us for 3 hours and never told. Lord! If 'twere any but you had told me, I swear I'd discredit it. There he goes to them now." Madame Trevor, her daughters, Vincent and Deborah were just entering the room. They had arrived 15 minutes before, and no time, certainly, had been wasted in the announcement of Virginia's engagement. The room was in a buzz of conversation, and not a little of it was relative to the two young people who now stood rather uncomfortably side by side, Virginia straight and cold, her companion cursing inwardly at women's tongues, and staring at the back of Deborah, who was laughing with Will Paca. "You will give me the minuet, at least, Virginia?" he asked, with considerate nonchalance. She shrugged slightly, as she rejoined, "Go and engage Debbie for a country dance, then, before she is all bespoken." Fairfield glanced at her sharply, with surprise in his look. She was smiling at him in the most unconcerned manner possible. After an instant's hesitation he bowed deeply, and left her side, but made his way first to Lucy, who was maneuvering to avoid Rockwell. From her he obtained 2 country dances, for it was the fashion to change partners after the opening minuet and every 2 dances thereafter. Then he proceeded to Deborah, with whom Carlton Jennings was speaking. "Ah, Lieutenant," cried that youth, merrily, at Charles's approach. "Miss Travis is just recounting your happiness. I'm in the same estate myself, you know, and you have my congratulations. Miss Trevor cannot fail to grace whatever station in life she may attain to. There now, that's quite enough, Jennings. Go and engage her for a dance, and pour a few of my graces into her ears." "I've come to claim some attention of Miss Travis," cried Fairfield, with such unabashed good nature that Jennings could not be angry. Thereupon, with a smile and an earnest injunction to Deborah not to forget the promised dances, he went off to Virginia. The instant that he was alone with Deborah, Fairfield's artificial manner dropped from him, and he betrayed the extent to which he had keyed his nerves. "You'll give me the 4th and 5th, and the 8th and 9th, Deborah," he whispered, huskily, drawing her a little towards the wall. The girl looked keenly into his pale face. "2 are enough." "Why do you ask more of me?" she inquired. "Because I have so much to explain to you. Because so much must happen tonight. You'll grant me the dances?" "If you like." "What is to happen tonight?" He leaned over her and looked straight down into her steady eyes. "I am going to marry you tonight," he whispered, quietly. Deborah did not change color. She scarcely realized what he had said. "How? Where?" she asked, a faint smile curling her lips. "No, I mean it. I will tell you when we dance." Pausing a moment, undecidedly, after those words, he presently turned and left her there, staring at the opposite wall, not perceiving the little throng of officers who had set upon Charles with sudden elaborate congratulations, a good deal of chaff, and some expostulation, just across the room. Nor did she see Will Paca, her partner for the minuet, till she found him demanding the subject of her meditations. The first strains of the opening minuet came from the orchestra up the room. The moving throng suddenly resolved into order, and various sets of 16 were formed. The 2 Trevor girls were excellent dancers, both showing appreciation of natural harmony by the way in which they managed themselves, Lucy lightly, with an occasional added step, Virginia, with languorous grace, keeping perfect time, yet moving more leisurely than any other woman in the room. As to Deborah, her dancing was, ordinarily, the delight of her partner, for, no matter how lively her conversation, she had never been known to halt at a step. Tonight it appeared as though she had forgotten the very rudiments of the accomplishment. She failed on all the returns, stumbled in her courtesies, walked upon the train of the lady in front of her, and, withal, maintained such unbreakable silence throughout the dance that her partner breathed with relief when the last chord was struck and the old people prepared to retire to cards. When Will Paka had left her and Robin Thomas approached for the first country dance, Deborah shook herself vigorously, and vowed that for 20 minutes, at least, she would forget the existence of Sir Charles, in favor of her partner of the moment. In the meantime Lucy had stumbled into a most unfortunate situation. The minuet over, she and her companion, talking and laughing together after the breaking up of the set, passed out of the large drawing room into the hall, across which were the card rooms. Towards these Madame Trevor, with Mrs. Harwood and Mr. King, was making her way, chatting volubly. As Lucy and her cavalier passed these three, the gentleman stopped her, smiling. "Soho. This is the maid who had the impertinence to be engaged before her elder sister. Little minx. And how do ye like Mistress Virginia's great match with your cousin? And will love keep the rectory warm for you while the windows of Castle Fairfield are blazing with lights in old England? Small puss." Madame Trevor looked extremely ill at ease during this tasteless speech, especially as Mr. King did not drop Lucy's arm at the end of it, but seemed to hold her to reply. Lucy's face was flushed scarlet, and, to crown the affair, George Rockwell, with Vincent at his elbow, suddenly joined the group. "I am not engaged, Mr. King," said Lucy, clearly. "Not engaged, Lucy? Why, how now? We had all heard from thy mother, here, that Mr. Rockwell was the happiest of men," cried Mistress Harwood, noting Madame's discomfort with a spice of malice. "Faith, Mistress Harwood, my happiness is small enough tonight," remarked the portly George, coming forward. "The lady would not even grant me one, Sir Roger." Mistress Harwood raised her brows in amusement. "For an accepted husband, you are gentle not to command one," she said, laughing. "Lucy, name Mr. Rockwell his dances at once, if he would still have them from any one so discourteous." "I blush for you, indeed," interposed her mother, sharply. "Oh, coquetry, madam. Youth is light o' heart. Come now, fair Lucy, and make this man happy," put in Mr. King, detaining her still. Little Lucy raised her head, and caught Vincent's eyes upon her. His glance was not unkind. "I shall not grant Mr. Rockwell any dance tonight, and I am engaged, indeed, but not to him." "What? I am engaged to Will Paka for the next dances." Lucy was stumbling now, fear at her daring sweeping suddenly over her. Mr. King, in the midst of his laughter, found breath to say, "Will Paka for the dances, but who for the wedding, little Lucy, who's for that?" Once more Lucy Trevor caught her brother's gaze, and she clung to it, unheeding Madame Trevor's angry face and Rockwell's mortified one. "I shall wed John Whitney the Puritan. Let me go, Mr. King. Mr. Chase is waiting." And Lucy, frightened, triumphant, proud of her faith in the man she loved, more proud of her certainty of his love for her, tore herself from Mr. King's loosened grasp, and, giving her hand to Jerry Chase, fairly ran away. The group that she left behind was silent. Madame Trevor, utterly overcome, had not a word left at her command. Rockwell was in much the same state. Vincent, not a little astonished at his gentle sister's boldness, and deciding that the feeling which prompted it must be strong, was making a decision that was rather remarkable in, and exceedingly creditable to, a man of those narrow times. Mistress Harwood planned a morning's gossip on the morrow with a neighbor, at Antoinette Trevor's expense, and Mr. King decided that, were he a young blade again, it would be a girl of such spirit that he would have for his wife. And then, as the strains of the first reel sounded from the ballroom, the little group broke up. Sir Charles, with cool forethought, had engaged no partner for these next 2 dances, but bent his steps upstairs through the house on an exploring expedition. He wandered through ladies' cloakrooms, round halls and narrow corridors, finally discovering and descending a steep flight of stairs that took him down to the first floor, through a small passage, and out of the house into the yard at the back. This was what he had sought. The little door was open, 4 slaves and servants had been passing in and out of it through the whole evening, and so, satisfied in this direction, he returned to the front of the house at the close of the 3rd dance. Deborah, just finishing a round of laughter with Carlton Jennings, received Sir Charles with admirable self-possession, and they took their place silently in the set, which was a minuet. It was now that Fairfield had determined to set before the girl his arrangements for the evening's reckless finale. Under cover of the first slow strains of music and the first careful steps, he began, "Have you any partners after the 9th dance?" "No," said Deborah, steadily, understanding him at once. "Do you know of anything to come after the 9th dance?" "No," she replied again, in a lower tone. "Deborah, have you courage for an adventure?" They saluted each other and gravely crossed over. "I have courage, Sir Charles, if I have the will." "Ah, Deborah, I entreat you to gain the will tonight." "For what?" she asked, softly. "You know." "Say it." "To become my wife." Deborah flushed scarlet, and then the color fled, leaving her deathly white. There was a necessary silence between them, owing to the dance. When they came together again, her partner went on, "Would you fear, Debbie, to walk from here to Mistress Vos's house alone at midnight?" Deborah looked at him quickly. "Why must I do that?" "Listen." Again the courtesy and bow, and he continued, "After the 7th dance you are engaged to me. For the 8th and 9th you must go upstairs, put on your cloak and hood, and leave the dressing room by the door that leads into the hall at the back. There I will meet you and conduct you down the servants' stairs, and you can escape the house by the little door into the yard. You know your way round the garden and out upon Church Street. From there 'tis easy to Miriam's." "Ah!" Fairfield went on, without heeding the faint exclamation, "Mistress Vos expects you." "I have seen her. She will make you comfortable till I come. I will give your excuses to Vincent, telling him that Carol's black has taken you home since you have a headache, or a torn ruffle, or a megrim anything. I fancy he'll not follow you. As soon as I can, I will go after you with Rockwell. At the tavern he will marry us by book, Debbie, and after I'll take you to the doctor's, and all will be well. 'Tis not difficult, Debbie. Come, you will make me live among the gods tonight." He pressed to her side for the answer, but the dance presently separated them and she had not given it. Deborah's blood was running fast, her head was hot, her eyes brilliant, her cheeks flushed, none of which things would have been had she had no thought of considering this wild proposition. Nevertheless, she hesitated. Become Lady Fairfield, and, some day, something higher? She had dreamed of it, it must be confessed, before she ever suspected that such a thing could actually be. She had even fancied, long ago, that she wanted nothing more than Sir Charles, for, as men went, he was, to her, perfection. But this idea had undergone a change, some time since. How long since? Did she care to reckon the days? Perhaps they needed no reckoning. Perhaps Deborah knew very well that since the hour when her eyes had first met those of Claude de Mailly, Charles Fairfield had changed for her forever. But Deborah had been hurt by Claude. She would think of him no more, after that day when, in the midst of the thunderstorm, they had sat alone in Miriam's tavern, and he had laid bare before her his life at the court of France. Claude de Mailly belonged, heart and soul, to another life. Here was Sir Charles, who could give one to her. Lady Fairfield, Deborah Fairfield, the name pleased her. "Debbie, will you not answer?" came a tremulous whisper from beside her. Sir Charles was becoming anxious. All at once she flung debate, prudence, the conventions, and the other man, alike away from her in a jumbled heap, and made reply, clear, firm, unhesitating, to his question, "Yes, Sir Charles. I grant your wish. Shall we walk a little?" A curious tone in which to decide one's destiny, and a curious choice of words to express such decision. But they were within possible hearing now, and, besides, Deborah was peculiar. The dance had ended before she spoke, and now they proceeded slowly down the room, side by side, silent, save when they stopped to answer some remark from others. Neither of them was ever after very clear as to how the ensuing hour passed. Both were with other partners, surrounded with other forms, moving, passing, talking, laughing, as though each present moment were supreme. Only when, out of the kaleidoscopic mass, one caught an instant's glimpse of the other's figure, distant or near at hand, a sudden heart thrill would reclaim them from insensibility, and thrust them once more under the warm shadow of that near approaching, veiled future, that seemed to portend so much to both. In the interval between the 8th and 9th dances Sir Charles again sought Deborah, and his manner banished a lingering partner from her side. She did not once look up as Fairfield led the way out into the hall by the open card rooms, and then up the distant, deserted staircase. "You are not afraid?" he asked once. Deborah permitted him to lead her from the ballroom. She shook her head with a faint smile, but her hands were cold. He put her light cloth cape about her, saw her tie a small hood over her powdered hair, and then he led the way into the empty hall back of the room. Down the steep flight of stairs she glided before him, stopping at last before the closed door, she less nervous than he. "You know the way? Are you not afraid? The moon is up. Why should I fear?" Without reply, he softly opened the little door, and his face was very pale as he bent over her. "You'll not fail me, Debbie? I love you, dear." She let him take her hand. Then he bent farther and kissed her swiftly on the lips, for the first time. Her eyes had looked into his for one startled instant. Afterwards she went forth into the night. Fairfield's heart was on fire as he watched her disappear down the garden path. Then he closed the door, breathed long and painfully, and made his way back again to the ballroom, with its throng of dancers, the candles dripping wax, the musicians mopping their brows, and Vincent Trevor and George Rockwell side by side in the doorway, looking on together. These Sir Charles approached upon his errand. "Ah, Vincent," with a very fair assumption of carelessness, "Deborah is gone home, that is, to Dr. Carroll's." Vincent turned. He had been watching Mary Chase. "Deborah? Why, what for, Charlie? Surely you've not been quarreling?" "She's not." Sir Charles laughed nervously. "'Tis nothing but a most vile headache, got from the heat of the room and too much dancing. She wouldn't have me as escort, so I sent one of the house servants with her. She took no chair, saying that the walk in the fresh air would benefit her. She begs that you'll not disturb Madame Trevor till the cards are over." "Oh, very well. I'm sorry, of course. I'm engaged for the next dance. I leave Rockwell to you." And Vincent darted off abstractedly, after a lively young woman in blue satin, who seemed in no particular need of his attentions, being much absorbed in Will Paka. "Come, Rockwell, come, we must hurry, she's gone," whispered Fairfield agitatedly, pulling his companion's sleeve. The rector stood still. What the oh? Your young one, eh? Must I come now? Of course. She's waiting, I say. Rockwell, who had not yet moved, turned on him suddenly. Listen, Sir Charles, if you marry Deborah Travis, I marry her cousin, Lucy Trevor, you understand. Deuce take it, man, marry whom you please except Deborah. Why should I care? You'll promise to take my part tomorrow against that Puritan, John Whitney. Whatever you like, man. Come. And so the two men, one still muttering Lucy Trevor's name, the other feverishly anxious for the coming scene, passed upstairs and down again presently at the back, where they left the governor's palace and the ball behind them, to follow in the footsteps of Deborah Travis, towards the ordinary of Miriam Vos. Chapter 9. The rector, the count, and Sir Charles. The day of the governor's ball had been a dismal one for Claude. The few people whom he knew in the town were all agog over the prospect of the evening, and, since Governor Blaydon had not heard of the residence of the Count de Mailly within his territory, the Count had very naturally received no invitation to the festivities. The hot day did not tempt Claude from his lodging. He stayed alone in his room, and in the evening, after a solitary walk, returned to it again, turning over an idea which had been growing on him for a week, that of leaving Annapolis. After all, its people were nothing to him. He would move on, as he should have done long before, and the girl, Deborah Travis, should occupy his thoughts no more. So thinking, with half his mind across the world, and his heart, did he but know it, all here, Claude sat, watching the hours, dreaming, as fate had him do, from dusk into midnight with her moon and stars. Downstairs, in the common room of the peaceful ordinary, Miriam Vos also kept a troubled watch, for the part that she was to play in the approaching scene began to appear to her as very doubtful in wisdom. As she sat alone in the warm night, beside her flickering candles, with the hours running relentlessly along, fear began to take possession of her. 11:30 struck from the steeple of St. Anne's. The moon was making the whole night luminous. Up Charles Street, presently, a flying shadow came, a dark, wavering thing, in round hood, flapping cape, and long, light, ruffled petticoats held up for running about two slender ankles. To the threshold of the tavern door the shadow passed, and there it halted. Claude, in his window above, saw and wondered, but did not stir. There was a half inaudible tap upon her door. Miriam started and hearkened, half believing it her own nerves. Again the tap, more faintly than before, but now good Miriam ran to open the door. Good lack! Thou art come then, Debbie. The hooded figure glided in and moved to the table, panting with the effects of the long run. Sit down, I will fetch some cordial. Deborah sank into a chair, threw off hood and cape, and lifted a flushed face. When Miriam came to her with a cup of strong waters, she drank gratefully, and presently her expression softened to a smile. I'm here. I'm here. Think of it, Miriam. And you'll leave my door again, Lady Fairfield. Oh, Debbie, is it right? Art sure I've done no wrong? Oh, if there's any wrong, Miriam, 'tis mine. She was still for a moment, and then remarked, Cousin Virginia was to marry him. I know. Madam told me long since. But he only asked for her 2 days ago, that is, Madam and Vincent made him. And then he told you, put in Miriam, glowing with romance. But where can he be? He was to come directly. He vowed he'd be here at once with George Rockwell. Oh, Miriam. If he shouldn't come. Lord. How can you think of such things, cried Mistress Vos, hurrying to the window. Deborah followed her nervously. "I'm sure he'll not come," she cried, in sudden despair. "He'll come. He'll come. Now sit down again quietly. There. That's comfortable. And so you love him dearly. How long has it been? All the summer? D'ye know, Debbie, once I thought 'twasn't he, Sir Charles. I didn't know. I thought 'twas him." Mistress Voss swept her thumb mysteriously upward towards the stairs. Suddenly into Deborah's cheeks rose two vivid spots of color. She made no answer to the woman's questions. But, indeed, there was not time now. Footsteps were halting at the threshold, and there came a light, masculine tap at the door. Miriam flew to open it. Deborah rose unsteadily. Fairfield and Rockwell together entered the room. Sir Charles went quickly to the girl's side, while the rector stayed behind to say a few words to Mistress Voss, who was an ardent parishioner of his. Deborah remained passive as her lover caressingly lifted her hand to his lips, and looked at her with deep-seated feeling. "Miss Travis, permit me to salute you for the second time this evening, and to congratulate you upon such a prospect of romantic happiness as is now opening to your vision," remarked Rockwell, with his most Johnsonian air, as he came forward. "Since it is in your power alone to bestow that happiness, George, let us, for God's sake, be about it," exclaimed Fairfield, in a passionately low voice. 3 members, at least, of the little party were growing extremely nervous. Deborah's courage, which had borne her in perfect quiet so far, was beginning to falter. Sir Charles was unreasonably fearful of some interruption. Miriam Voss was in the same plight, her eyes being fixed continually on the fast-barred door. Rockwell alone was quite at his ease. "Now then, Mistress Voss, another candle or two. Charles will stand the expense, for I vow I must have light enough to tell the lady from her husband." Deborah quivered at the last word, which, indeed, Rockwell had thrown at her. There was a dead silence as Miriam placed 3 more candles on the table, and lit them at the flame of the first. Then the clergyman took from one of the pockets of his coat the prayer book, and motioned the 2 to move back a little towards the empty fireplace. Deborah's heart had almost stopped beating, and her throat was so strained that she could not have spoken a word. Sir Charles, taking her arm, gently drew her to his side, and looked to Rockwell, who stood in front of them. He began to speak softly, omitting not a word of the service, even the address to the people assembled, now solely represented by Mistress Voss, who was supporting herself against the table. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here together in the sight of God." "Oh," cried Sir Charles, with a sudden start, "we were to have had another fellow a witness that Damali, don't you know, George?" "I am here," came in a low tone from the stairs. "Lord," cried Mistress Voss, on the verge of collapse. 4 pairs of startled eyes were lifted to where Claude, who had heard the sound of voices in his room and started to come down to learn more of the midnight arrivals, had halted in his descent, Rockwell's words in his ears. After the sharp pause, the rector was first to speak. "Well, now that he's here, we'll go on. Come down, sir, and be witness to this marriage." Claude was very white as he replied, with his slight accent, "I will remain here. I can see and hear quite perfectly, if I am necessary." "Go on, then." "Go on," cried Sir Charles, wiping his brow. "And in the face of this company to join together this man and no stop." In amazement, Rockwell obeyed the huskily whispered command. It was from Deborah, and Deborah now, her cheeks feverishly flushed, eyes brilliant, lips parted, and breath quickened, moved, as if drawn by magnetism, from Fairfield's side to the stairs. After a moment of confused silence, Fairfield said, with unnatural calm, "What is it, Deborah? Come back." "No. Come back." "No. Don't you understand? What is the matter? What are you doing?" I'll not marry you." "Deborah." After that cry from Fairfield there was silence. The rector, Sir Charles, and Miriam Vos stood as if petrified, staring at the girl, who faced them with quiet, dogged resolution written in her face. Claude, from the stairs, looked down upon her, scarcely surprised, perhaps, but with a very gentle light in his eyes. His deliberate descent into the room was the first move made by anyone. Going over to Rockwell's side, he laid a finger on the clergyman's arm. "This wedding, it is what you call legal?" "Perfectly," snapped Rockwell, in anger. "There's no license," remarked Deborah, slowly. "Indeed, Miss Travis, I protest it isn't necessary. This is perfectly legal. It is customary, quite customary. You will have the oaths of 2 witnesses, though, indeed, with Sir Charles's honor, those are not needed. Let us go on at once." "Sure you must go on now, Miss Debbie. Think of the time o' night. Come come, child," and Fairfield started towards her, with a little gleam of anger in his eyes. Deborah shrank back against the stairs, but, lo! With an adroit movement, Claude was at her side, with evident intention of interposing. "You shall not use force," he remarked, quietly. You French hound. Out of my way. I'll have you know your place." "I am aware of my place, Sir Charles Fairfield." He stepped quickly in front of Deborah. "If this lady is forced into any action contrary to her desire, it shall be because my sword is broken." There was barely a second's pause, then came a little whipping sound as 2 blades were drawn. Claude sprang on guard as Fairfield lunged. There was a flash of steel. The Frenchman made the riposte, and his sword just pierced the white ruffled shirt of his opponent, breaking the skin. The lieutenant paid no attention to it. D'Amalie returned into tears, and parried the second attack with immaculate grace. Rockwell, his eyes wide with interest, dropped his book and came over to watch the duel. It did not endure, however. After Sir Charles's third unsuccessful attempt to break the French guard, he felt his sword blade seized, lifted, and himself pushed back. Claude's blade dropped. Deborah had taken command of the situation. Drawing Sir Charles's sword out of his passive hand, she gave it to Miriam Vos, who had sunk into a chair, on the verge of hysteria. In helpless amazement she received the rapier, finding strength nevertheless to rise and go with it towards the stairs as Deborah spoke to her in whispered imperative. Presently, then, Deborah was alone with the rector, the count, and Sir Charles. All 3 paid tribute to her supremacy with expectant silence. Fairfield was sunk in desperate dejection, Rockwell merely amazed, Claude mentally reeling, for the horizon of his life was changed. It was a blank no longer. Many things were taking shape upon it. He was prepared, when Deborah took 2 or 3 hesitating steps towards him, and said, in a half-whisper, "I must go back to Dr. Carroll's. Will you take me?" With a glad light in his face, he came at once to her side. "I thank you, mademoiselle, for the honor you offer me. My life is yours." "Let us go, then," she said, her voice low and trembling dangerously. Suddenly Charles Fairfield rushed forward and, seizing both her hands, fell upon his knees. "Deborah! Deborah! Deborah! I love you. In the name of God Almighty, give me some hope." I meant everything honestly, honorably, do you hear? The marriage would have been legal. Rockwell will swear that to you. What right have you, Debbie? Debbie, you promised. Is it true that you don't care? Deborah drew away from him as far as she could. Her face was drawn and weary, and no light in her eyes answered his entreaties. Claude, who had watched her narrowly, now interposed. Grasping the other's hands, he forced them, with a single twist, from Deborah's helpless ones, and then, with that kind of brute strength that comes to all men at times, he lifted the Englishman bodily to his feet, thrust him back, took Deborah gently about the waist, and carried her to the door. Opening it, he turned around. Miriam Vaz, from the stairway, saw his face as she had never beheld it before, white, set, triumphant, his greenish eyes blazing like jewels as he cried out to Fairfield, who was stiff with fury, "We will meet where you like, when you like, how you like, but not in the presence of ladies, monsieur." The door closed, and Claude and Deborah were alone together in the still, white moonlight. She walked herself, now, only clinging fast to his arm, and trembling with the strain of the long evening. They were halfway to the doctor's before either spoke. Then Deborah whispered, just audibly, "You must not fight for me. I am not worthy. I have fought for far slighter things than this. But do not be alarmed. There will not be much bloodshed." Deborah shuddered, but was silent. She longed unutterably to try to justify herself to this man, to explain the reason for her behavior, and, as if divining her thought, he presently asked, quietly, "How, mademoiselle, did you come to do this thing? Do you love this Sir Charles? Did you think of the imprudence?" Suddenly all thoughts but one fled from her. This one she voiced with quick eagerness, "I do not love Sir Charles. Indeed, believe me, I do not love him." Instinctively Claude's arm tightened upon hers, but he said no more. He was too chivalrous a man to take any advantage of the time, the place, and their solitude. Deborah waited vainly for a word from him. When at last they stood at the doctor's gate, she whispered, "I'll go in alone. I can't thank you tonight. Goodbye." One hand of hers he took, and the moonlight and the woodbine kissed each other as he touched it to his lips. "Good night," he said. And then, without more, he let her go, saw her pass up to the door, in her pale dress and light cloak, with hooded head bent low. He heard her knock, and presently saw the door opened by a sleepy servant. Then he turned away, back towards the tavern of Miriam Vaz. Deborah felt no nervousness on entering the doctor's house. It had not occurred to her to dread lest the family had returned from the ball. In point of fact, the last reel was, at this moment, just beginning at the palace. The doctor's slave, therefore, received the young lady in dull surprise. "I had a headache, Jeremiah," she explained, faintly. "I came home with one of the governor's house blacks." "Where's the candle?" "Here, Miss Travis." "Yo want to THNT eat, perhaps?" "Oh yes, Jerry. Send Leah up with a cup of posset and some bread." "That's all?" "Yes'm." "Lor. Yo done got headache fo sure," he muttered, watching the candle that she held shake so that the flame was endangered, as she passed up the stairs to bed. Chapter X. Puritan and Courtier. "What time was it when you reached home last night, Deborah?" asked Madame Trevor. The doctor, his sisters, and their guests were seated at a very late breakfast, of which extremely little was being eaten. Deborah looked uncomfortable at the bald directness of the question. Being under no suspicious eye, however, she dropped an hour, and was able to reply, with some nonchalance, About 12, I believe, madam. Really my head, I'm not quite certain about the time. Lucy nodded sympathetically. Indeed, Debbie, if your head then was like mine now you will not complain of your health in this manner, before us all. It is most unladylike, said Madame Trevor, sharply. Lucy quivered and shrank into silence. She was in the highest disfavor with her mother this morning, and only too well did she know why. Aching head or not, there was an ordeal ahead of her for the afternoon, to endure which she was inwardly praying for strength, but over which she was in reality desperate. If Rockwell appeared at the plantation, as he had vowed to do, with Madame Trevor still in this morning's mood, poor Lucy knew that John Whitney's fate and hers hung in a hopeless balance. And there was no one to whom she could look for help. Virginia and Deborah would be very kind, but neither of them could bring any opposition to her mother's intention. Of Vincent she did not think at all. Had she done so, it would have been merely to add a new despair, for to consider Vincent as her ally against his mother was impossible on the face of it. So little Lucy reasoned, dolefully, through the meal, till her attention was caught by Vincent's question, "Where's Charles, Dr. Fairfield, I mean? I haven't seen him since we were dancing last night." "Sir Charles is not in the house," replied the doctor, with a quick glance at Virginia, whose face was perfectly passive. "Not in the house? Why, what has happened?" "Oh, very little, I fancy. Last night, as we came up Church Street, I saw him with Rockwell at the door of the Three Blue Balls. He was probably about to celebrate his happiness. Young men, you know." Vincent's face grew dark. "Pretty ways for Rockwell," he muttered, and St. Quentin, whose eye was upon him, nodded slightly. Lucy took sudden heart, but was wise enough not to look up till her mother, much displeased, rose from the table, and so ended the meal. "Mistress Lettice, we will not trespass longer on your hospitality, for which we are vastly indebted. I have ordered the coach for 11. You, Vincent, at least, will ride with us." Her son bowed courteously, and presently disappeared into the doctor's study, where he took the liberty of making use of his host's desk for a few moments. Upon finishing his note he carried it out to the deserted dining room, where Jeremiah was clearing the table. "Jerry, can you do an errand for me this morning?" "No, at once." "Fosua, Miss Trev, if Doc Call let me go. I'll explain that I sent you off. Here's a note to be taken round to the cottage that Mr. John Whitney lives in. He's a Puritan parson. His house is just on the other side of the Gloucester Street Bridge. Give him this note, Jerry, and here's a shilling for some extra tobacco, if you get it to him by 11 o'clock. Understand?" "Yeah. He'll get it SMONFO. Thanks, Miss Trev." Showing all his glistening teeth, the Negro pocketed the coin, which no slave was supposed to possess, and, leaving his work unfinished, departed at once on the very welcome errand which served to let him out of the house for an hour into the August sunshine. Vincent found the doctor in the hall, and lightly touched his arm. "I have sent your black, Jerry, on an errand, Carol. It was important, or I shouldn't have presumed. You'll pardon me. My dear Vincent, while you are with me my house is yours. Don't speak of it so soon, madam. This is a niggardly visit, I vow." Carol hurried forward as Madame Trevor entered the hall. She had just come down, the three young women behind her, each carrying a package containing her party finery and night garments. The coach and Vincent's riding horse were already at the door. After a chorus of farewells and acknowledgments of hospitality, the ladies were finally settled in the roomy vehicle, which set off in a whirl of dust down Gloucester Street. On their way through the town they passed the door of the Blue Balls Tavern, and Madame bit her lip. "Virginia, be assured that I shall speak to Charles when he returns. It is disgraceful, it is abominable, this behavior on the very night of his engagement to you. You may be certain that it shall not go unnoticed." For an instant Virginia's lip curled scornfully. Then all the former indifference came back again to her face. She made no reply to her mother's words, but, as they continued on their way, some other train of thought brought a new expression to her fine features, an expression of resigned sorrow, of hidden suffering, of strong repression, that her mother did not see, and could not have read even had she noticed it. The rest of the drive was silent. Madame Trevor, seated beside Virginia, was very firm of lip, very straight of shoulder, very immovable as to hands. Lucy and Deborah, on the opposite side of the coach, had no desire to indulge in the usual ball reminiscences common to young girls. One of them was anxious-eyed and pale with foreboding, the other sat motionless, eyes closed, face unreadable, but enduring such inward tumult as none, seeing her, could have conceived. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that same Thursday a man on foot crossed the narrow bridge over the inlet at the end of Prince George Street, and started up the country road that led along the left bank of the Severn. The day was intensely hot, the white dust inches deep, and what wind blew at all was from the west, a mere breath of parching grass and thirsting prairie lands. The man, however, was not thinking of heat. His face showed very plainly that his mind was some distance away, and that it was fixed on a subject of deep import to him. His prim black suit grew grey with sand, his immaculate queue flopped limply on his shoulder, his face was damp with perspiration, his very eyebrows were ruffled by the vigorous mopping which he now and then gave his forehead. Nevertheless, oblivious of discomfort, John Whitney plodded on his way towards the Trevor plantation, his eyes on the road, his hope in the clouds. For the first time he was treading this well-known path with an untroubled conscience. He was going to Lucy openly, not even of his own planning, but at the request of Lucy's brother, whose courteous note of invitation lay hot under his vest, next to the homespun linen shirt which it was his pleasure to wear. Whitney was within 5 minutes of his destination, already visible above the trees round the little bend in the shore, when the sound of wheels rapidly approaching from behind him caused him hastily to mount the bank at the side of the road. A caleche, drawn by 2 horses and containing a man garbed in shining pink satin, flashed by in a whirl of dust, and presently turned in at the road leading to the Trevor house. Whitney pursed his lips, stared a little, and moved on again. Claude, in his court costume and hired vehicle, stopping at the door of Deborah's home, found Jim, the stable boy, white-eyed and open-mouthed with amazement at his dress, waiting to receive him and to fetch water for the horses. "I am seeking Mr. Trevor and Madam," said Claude, on the step of the portico. "Yes, sa, if you'll walk right in, sa days right de maily. You honor us, sir." Vincent, who had witnessed the arrival, appeared from the hall and came hastily out to meet his guest. His astonishment at such a costume as he had never before, even in England, beheld, was, perhaps, visible in his face, but if Claude perceived it he said nothing. "Come inside, will you not? The heat is great today." "We Rockwell is here," explained the host, in a slightly disconcerted tone. He was expecting another visitor, and Amalie's arrival was ill-timed. "Thank you," responded Claude, still suavely oblivious, and flicking some dust from his sleeve with an enormous lace-bordered handkerchief. Side by side they entered the hall, wherein, all very stiff as to appearance, and even more uncomfortable in expression, sat Madame Trevor, Lucy, Virginia, and George Rockwell. There was the usual series of salutations, followed by a pause so heavy, so unbreakable, that Claude flushed. He glanced at the rector, to find that gentleman glaring at him with a mixture of intense apprehension and extreme anger. Madame Trevor looked infinitely annoyed, and her lips were firmly set. Lucy, dull, mute, motionless, was pathetically hopeless. Finally, Virginia, with a kind of dry humor, set herself to save the situation. "Perhaps, M. de Mailly," she said, "you come as suitor for my sister Lucy's hand." Claude turned to her quickly. "I have not that honor, Miss Trevor. I had, indeed, understood that your sister was already bespoken. I came to ask of Mr. Trevor that I may pay my addresses to Miss Travis." "Deborah," cried both Lucy and her mother. Rockwell breathed, a sweat broke gently upon his brow, and all danger of spontaneous combustion was happily at an end. "Deborah, madam," repeated Claude, quietly. At the same moment a dusty figure ascended the portico steps and came presently into the hall. At sight of him Lucy grew pink, Rockwell purple, and Virginia Trevor very white. Madame bridled as she saw her son grasp the Puritan cordially by the hand, and Claude glanced rapidly over the face and figure, which were not unlike his own. John Whitney looked measuredly round the circle, greeted his rival with perfect imperturbability, sent a long glance into Lucy's eyes, and profoundly saluted Madame Trevor, who returned the bow with the barest inclination of her head. Then Vincent spoke. "M. de Mailly, let me make you known to the Reverend Mr. Whitney, of Boston. Gentlemen, you are here on like errands. 'Tis a curious thing. Perhaps it were as well to settle all, here, at once." "I protest, sir," cried Rockwell, jumping up. "The present matter lies between Mistress Lucy, Master Whitney, and myself. I vow no stranger shall be in it." "The Count de Mailly is no stranger, sir," returned Vincent. "He has announced his intention, without hesitancy, before you. I see no objection to his learning that you and that gentleman are rivals for the hand of my sister Lucy, and that you are here today in order that the affair be decided once for all. I cannot see any necessity for discussion, Vincent. Lucy is promised to Mr. Rockwell." "Mr. Whitney has nothing to do with the affair," observed Madame Trevor, rather insolently. The controversy being now open, Claude was, for the moment, forgotten. "Madam, I crave pardon, but Mr. Whitney has just this to do with the matter. It appears, from all I have heard, that Lucy herself does not care for Mr. Rockwell as she should care for the man she marries. Also I believe she does so care for Mr. Whitney. Let me ask, Mr. Whitney, what means you have at your disposal for this young lady's support? How many slaves have you?" "How, I have no slaves at all, Mr. Rockwell, being a Christian," retorted Whitney, forgetting himself for an instant. Then, after an ominous little pause, he remarked, in another tone, "I crave your pardon. I have £100 a year from my parish, and something laid by. It is quite true that I cannot give Mistress Lucy a home like this, but I will engage to keep her always housed from God's weather, well shielded from cold, and with enough to eat if not of the finest, at least of such as should satisfy her, provided it be served with the sauce of sweet content. Moreover I will take no dower with my wife." At this last Claude opened his eyes widely, Rockwell looked put out, and Madame Trevor glanced at the speaker with a new expression. Vincent, turning from the Puritan with the barest smile at his earnestness, addressed his rival, "And you, George Rockwell, what have you?" Rockwell cleared his throat, and rose as if he were to speak from the pulpit. "My income from St. Anne's is, I confess without mortification, no greater than that which this gentleman has just said to be his portion from the meeting house. My fees and perquisites as Church of England clergyman, however, make the sum far larger annually. I think also that you, Madam, and Mistress Lucy, will recognize the difference between the, to speak gently, the somewhat humble abode of Mr. Whitney and the rectory which I myself have the honor to occupy, and where I am accustomed to entertain His Excellency himself. Pardon me, sir, but could you indeed imagine that, after my marriage, I should not instantly remove to an abode more suited than my present one to a lady's convenience? Do you imagine you interrupt, sir? I make no observations on what your conduct will be. I am only aware of what it is. It is, sir, so far as I am aware, irreproachable. Come, come, gentlemen, interposed Vincent, in some displeasure, we wander from the subject. You have not spoken of dower, Rockwell. Of course, my sister, being of our family, would not lack suitable outfit and settlement on entering a new estate. Still I was sure, interrupted Rockwell, hastily, for the point was delicate, I was sure that you would regard it as well, nay, might as a pride consider it indispensable, Vincent, that stop. Let me go away. Lucy had risen, quivering, to her feet, her mild eyes blazing, her voice low and unnatural. I will not be bargained for, bought and sold, as slaves or horses are. Vincent, you have insulted me by permitting such a scene. And you, turning to Whitney and Rockwell, you are heartless and soulless. Love. What do you know of that? She turned, with Virginia at her side, and, not looking again at anyone in the room, swept away towards the west wing. As her daughter departed, Madame Trevor rose undecidedly, then reseated herself, with a new and firm intention of having more to say in the forthcoming battle than she had had heretofore. 3 of the men, Vincent and the rivals, were staring at each other, Whitney and Trevor in mortification, Rockwell merely in surprise. Egad, murmured Vincent, softly, the little girl was right. I apologize to you, Mr. Trevor, and to Mistress Lucy, for my utterly thoughtless and discourteous behavior, cried Whitney. Indeed, I was thoughtless and unfeeling. I most painfully acknowledge that your sister's anger became the situation. Oh, the lady was piqued, sir, at your lack of worldly goods, observed Rockwell, with a grin of ingenuous conceit. Claude regarded the man with languid disgust. Vincent flushed angrily, and Madame Trevor rose. We waste time, gentlemen, she said. It is perfectly fitting that these matters should form part of the discussion. For my part, Mr. Rockwell, I am entirely with you. I wish my daughter to marry you, since I believe you competent of caring for her as should be. As to the settlements, of course, pardon me, madam, but this is quite useless, interrupted Vincent, coming forward, with the light of sudden resolve in his eyes. You are aware that once before this matter has been most unsatisfactorily decided in this way. My sister has continually denied your statement that she was affianced to Mr. Rockwell, and I have been led to believe that it was through her attachment to Mr. Whitney, who some time since honorably professed to me his love for her. As legal head of this house, then, I cannot feel it otherwise than just to insist that my sister herself, and none other, shall choose between these two, and I now say that it shall be entirely without consideration of dower, settlement, or perquisite. Further, I maintain that, if Lucy choose to reject both of these gentlemen, of her own free will, she shall thereafter be housed and protected under my roof till she find some one to her taste, or till she die here unmarried. Well spoken, sir, cried Whitney, bravely, while Madame Trevor stood aghast, and Claude, intensely interested in the scene, deliberatively crossed the room and sat down with his back to the wall. "You mean to inform me that my authority is at naught in this household?" inquired Madame Trevor, hoarse with excitement and anger. "I am thinking only of Lucy's happiness," returned her son, gently. "She must be called to come back. I, certainly, shall not remain to witness this scene. Gentlemen, excuse me for one instant. I will summon my sister." Vincent left the room, but, in spite of herself, his mother stayed. She was too deeply interested to go, and, despite her traditions, Lucy's happiness was really quite as dear to her as to her son. Claude, from behind the others, philosophized a little in the silence. How differently had such a scene been conducted in his country? There would have been no argument, no difficulty. Above all, Lucy herself would have been the last person to be consulted. Rockwell, for his means and position, would certainly have been chosen, and, if it were a court affair, Whitney might have become her general escort afterwards. Claude sighed. This colonial boorishness produced far better results. Ethics here were regarded with some degree of blind appreciation. In his own country it was not so. A second sigh was in his heart when Lucy, preceded by her brother, re-entered the room. There was still perfect silence. Near the doorway the young girl paused. She was pale and red-eyed, but steady of manner. The two clergymen, side by side, faced her, with Vincent to the right, and his mother upon the left. Claude, quite forgotten, still looked on from the opposite wall. "Lucy, I have brought you back here that you yourself may make choice between these men. Let me now, then, entreat you, most earnestly, to consider, to decide not hastily, but as in heart and mind you deem wisest. Love is not always all. Respect, firmness, wisdom, ability to protect, these are as strong. I place confidence in you, Lucy, and, in return, I ask sincerity from you. We will wait as long as you will. Choose." During his words Lucy had looked earnestly at her brother. Now, however, her eyes fell. A delicate smile broke over her face, and when finally she looked up it was to encounter the eyes of John Whitney, who was regarding her with a look of such mingled love, fear, and longing, that she would not torture him by suspense. Gently she extended one hand, one arm to him, while her lips smiled "come," and her face grew beautiful with the love light in it. He went, never heeding the rest, no longer aware, perhaps, that they were by. And, as he clasped her in his strong, young, Puritan arms, Claude looked courteously out a window, but Madame Trevor, with a curious dryness in her throat, turned suddenly away. As to Rockwell, he left the house very quietly, with just what feeling in his heart no one ever knew. Then Vincent, all at once perceiving Claude, and remembering his pink satin errand, took him quietly by the arm, and led him into the parlor, Madame Trevor following them. The three sat down in the stiff little apartment, the closed door shutting the two in the hall from their sight. Claude's hour of patience was ended. His time had come now, and he was astonished to find himself nervous. "I must, sir, crave your indulgence for my seeming discourtesy in keeping you waiting so long. However, as you have been a witness of the affair which detained me, you may perhaps be lenient with my rudeness." Claude made a proper rejoinder. He was but half conscious of what he said, but most vigorously aware that Madame Trevor's eyes were traveling rapidly over his costume. "You have already announced, monsieur, the surprising nature of your errand, and I presume that you now desire to discuss it with us." Inwardly, Claude smiled at the words. They struck him as being very absurd, though, according to prevailing English notions, They were excellently chosen. I love your cousin, Mistress Deborah Travis, Mr. Trevor, and I am come to you to request permission to address her on the subject of marriage. I am a stranger in your colony. I have no friends who know my family and estate. I have brought with me such papers as I possess, such as can in any way speak for the assurance of my birth, and them, and my word as a gentleman, I must ask you to believe. Vincent was silent for some moments, considering, while Claude drew from one of his side pockets a little, flat parcel of papers, and sat nervously fingering them. It was Madame Trevor, who, after she had once more minutely examined him, from his bagwig to his red-heeled shoes, voiced Vincent's wish, "Will you, sir, be so vastly obliging as to tell us, in your own manner, your title, estate, lineage, and means of livelihood? I am sure, sir, that common prudence and the ardent desire for the welfare of my ward will seem to you adequate reason for such a request, and that you will have no hesitation in being perfectly frank with us." Whatever the reason, Madame's manner was as suavely gracious during this speech as Vincent could have wished, and he, therefore, did not add to it, but, expressing his approval with a slight nod, was expectantly silent as Claude began. "My name, Madame Trevor, is Claude Vincent Armand Victor and de Nesle, Comte de Mailly. I am of the younger branch of the family Mailly Nesle, my father having been the second son of Victor Armand Henry Claude, who died in the year 90 of the last century. My estates, which are in Languedoc, in the south of France, provide me with sufficient rental to maintain me comfortably at Versailles, where I have resided for many years. The elder branch of my family, which takes the title of Marquis de Mailly Nesle, is well known and of high position at court. 7 months ago I fell into disfavor because of my desire that a cousin of mine should wed a gentleman of whom His Majesty did not approve. I was requested to leave Versailles for the time, and so, determining to travel, I came first to the colonies, and how I have lived here you know. I should be free to return to court if Mistress Travis, should she accept me, would care to go thither. To be frank, I am myself a little homesick for my country. I should like to go home." Claude stopped, having wandered too far in his explanation. He saw Madame Trevor regarding him blankly, and he read suspicion in Vincent's face. "It is, pardon me, sir, an unusual story. Do they exile men in France for having opinions concerning a cousin's marriage?" "So it would appear, from my case," returned Claude, dryly. "Again pardon me, but have you a document of exile with you?" Claude hesitated. The last sentence in that royal letter was the most awkward possible thing for a man who wished, in all sincerity, to marry. Long he studied young Trevor's face, and he saw the distrust therein growing with every instant. At last, with an imperceptible shrug, and a sigh, he took from his other pocket the small, worn paper with its red-brown seals that he had read to Deborah. "It is in French, monsieur. You doubtless read it?" Vincent took the paper scornfully, and began its perusal with a facility due to intercourse with Ame St. Quentin. When he finished it, his mother held out her hand for the letter, and, as she read, Vincent, looking squarely into the other's eyes, said, slowly, "You, monsieur, were the gentleman of whose marriage with your cousin the king did not approve." Claude, returning the look eye for eye, bowed. "And who is this cousin?" "The Duchesse de Châteauroux." "Good heaven!" Madame Trevor, her face suddenly all alight, was looking at the young fellow in amazement and something else. Could the other be admiration? "Your cousin is the Claude nodded. Silence. It lasted for a long time. De Mailly felt his cause to be growing desperate. He did not understand. Morals, which were stanch in so far as episcopal rectorship and 500 a year were concerned, were nevertheless to be differently regarded in the presence of a courtier count and cousinship to an almost queen. It was again Madame Trevor who finally ejaculated, from her whirling chaos of thoughts and plans, "Deborah shall be fetched at once. Vincent, you will arrange the settlements." Claude started with astonishment, and young Trevor rose. "M. de Mailly, you may speak to Deborah. She has free choice as did Lucy. She is now in the rose garden, I think." Claude sprang to his feet and moved forward a pace or two, looking easily from one to the other of Deborah's guardians. He could not refrain from taking snuff, nor, having finished, from remarking, slowly, "I shall certainly, Madame and Monsieur Trevor, endeavor to show myself worthy of the trust which you so readily place in me." Thereupon, with two very polite bows, he left the parlor, alone. On entering the hall he was greeted by the sound of pawing hoofs, a negro's voice, and the steps of two men on the portico. The half-closed door was flung wide open, and Benedict Calvert, with Fairfield at his heels, entered the house. Claude stopped and turned to them. "The devil," said Sir Charles, his brows growing heavy. "Monsieur, your eyes deceive you," responded de Mailly, pleasantly. Calvert laughed. "What's your business here?" demanded Fairfield in an ugly voice. He had been in no pleasant humor on his ride, a fact explained by his red eyes, pallid face, and slouching dress, and the unexpected presence of Claude was not calculated to render him better-natured. "My business here, Sir Charles, concerns myself. However, if you are curious, I am about to offer myself to your cousin, Miss Travis." Claude spoke with muscles tense, prepared to evade a sword thrust, for he himself wore no rapier today. To his amazement, his words for a moment produced no effect whatever on his quondam rival. Then, suddenly, while Calvert gazed at his comrade, Fairfield burst into a laugh. It was not a pleasant laugh, but it served its turn. "What a household 'twill be! You and Deb, I and Virginia, Lou and her Puritan parson for whom Benedict's come to plead. A fine matchmaker yr, Calvert. Why, monsieur, if t'adn't been for him," pointing to the dark-browed ex-commissioner, "I would ha called you out. As 'tis now, I'll marry in a week, and be off for God's country, the Mall, St. Paul's, and White's as soon as a vessel will sail, and be damned to the colonies." "Hush, Charlie. Get to your room," whispered Calvert, laying a quiet hand on Fairfield's arm. "I wish you good afternoon, messieurs," added Claude, bowing. Fairfield leered at him, with a glint of desperation in his eyes, and started off to the west wing, with Benedict Calvert at his elbow, while Claude de Mailly, musing gently, passed out into the golden mist of early twilight, on his way to the rose garden and Deborah. Chapter 11. Distant Versailles. He walked, quite leisurely, over the turf beside the house, past the western wing, towards the terraces that led into the garden. The sunset faced him in a blinding, hazy radiance. At the top of the little flight of white steps he paused. Silence, perfect, lonely, was all about, undisturbed by the bird notes from the woods, or the murmurous lapping of the river along its bank. Once or twice he breathed, long and deeply, delighted with the pure fragrance of the air. Then, without haste, he passed down into the garden. What a chaotic mass of color it was! All the common garden flowers, perennials and exotics, were at his feet: clove pinks, sweet williams, marigolds, blue iris, candy tuft, cornflowers, purple stock, cyanus, carnations, poppies, balsam, fragrant herbs innumerable, the last sweet peas, pansies and dahlias all in a disorderly tangle of glory. But beyond these bourgeoisie of the flowers, in stately rows, with only here and there a blossom in their dark and lustrous foliage, was the noblesse, the court of the flowers, the rose garden. In the midst of this, upon a little rustic seat against the northern wall, in a tumbled, forlorn heap, her face hidden in her arm, her unkempt curls all loose upon her neck, lay Deborah, poor Deborah, whose little colonial world had crumbled about her, and left her alone, wretched, hopeless, in space. In the afternoon despair overcame her. Her work was over, and she was at liberty to think unprofitable thoughts. So, after an hour of tears here in the drowsy garden, the day finally brought what peace it had to give, and she was sleeping now, in the twilight, while Claude and her new world came to her. He had discovered her almost as soon as he entered the garden, more by instinct than observation. And he made no haste to go to her, not because he was indifferent, but because he could not bear to mar the perfect progress of the hour by haste. It was almost with regret that he left behind the lower half of the garden and entered the turfy walk between the rose bushes. From a perpetual he plucked one full pink rose, infinitely beautiful in its solitude, from where it glowed, half hidden, beneath the leaves. Gazing half at it and half at her, he softly approached the rustic bench, till his knee touched her gown. "Deborah," he whispered, and then again, a little louder, "Deborah." She stirred in her sleep, under the spell of a wandering dream. "Deborah." In slow wonderment the tangled head lifted, the white face, with its tear-stained cheeks, was raised, and the grey-blue eyes fell open sleepily. He did not speak while she looked at him, the actual presence corresponding, with startling accuracy, to her dream. "I thought you had gone away," she said, softly. "I could not go while you were here," he answered, seating himself beside her. She sighed like a child. She seemed today many years younger than usual, and Claude looked at her curiously, wondering at her manner. "Deborah," he said, gravely, without offering to touch her, "I am going back home. Will you come with me? Will you trust me? Will you let me make a new life, a new home, for you?" She caught her breath, as a child, after a long crying spell, sobs, reminiscently. Then she sat silent while he waited. "I can't be happy here after last night," she said, at length. "I will try to make you happy." She made no answer, but perhaps he read her mind, for he grew troubled. One thought held each of them. It was that of the fair and stately Duchess La Chateauroux, whom Claude had loved. And which picture was the fairer, Claude's memory or Deborah's imagination, it were hard to tell. After a moment or two the pause became more than uncomfortable. Both sat in growing rigidity, looking straight before them, thinking, helplessly. Then, all at once, Deborah, with fearful hesitation, turned her head and looked into his face. And suddenly, when Claude's poor hope was all but dead, one of her hands, cold and tremulous, crept into that passive one of his that lay beside her on the seat. It was her answer. How the promise was sealed need not be told. Twilight deepened over the shadow of the dead day. Behind the black, lacy tree-tops of the forest a sunset flush pulsated in crimson and gold. From the still garden the evening fragrance, intoxicating, heart-stilling, to which neither the sunny morning odors nor the night's holy incense could be compared, floated in warm, rich breaths about the figures of the man and woman whose lives had come to join each other over wide seas and many lands. The spell of the evening was over them both. Their eyes wandered. Their thoughts were still. Hand in hand, two of God's pilgrims met here to rest a little ere they moved on again. They sat, silent, nerveless, feeling, perhaps, more of the universal love than that of individuals. No prophecy of storms to come disturbed their hour. Only the garden and the timeless twilight enfolded them. The birds' songs, one by one, melted away. The waves whispered unutterable things. And so, out upon the pale sunset, hanging tremulous as by a thread of heaven, came a fair silver jewel, the evening star. Deborah's eyes beheld it, and were riveted upon its liquid beauty. "Look," she breathed, gently, "they call it the emblem of hope." "Hope, dearest? What need have we of hope?" She made no answer, only her hand tightened within his, as the evening wind blew softly from the west. Book 3, the post chapter I from Metz. Good morning, Belle Isle. Is it good morning? What news from the royal apartments? None. None. Ah. Then Madame is still on guard, sees none but her own servants, and Richelieu, of course. Then it is unchanged. I fear not. There fly rumors that His Majesty grows hourly worse. If this continues, the army will be in revolt, the women will be mobbed, and Quesnay may be permitted to prolong the reign. Madame is playing a losing game. She is daring France. I am going to seek Richelieu, if he is accessible. This suspense cannot continue. I return to Saxe and the council. Au revoir, then. Au revoir. I wish you fortune with Duplessis. You are one of the few who can risk his anger. The two marshals uncovered ceremoniously. Jules de Coigny passed into the Château de Metz, and Belle Isle continued on his way to the camp. It was August in the same year of 1744, and the heart of France, her army, her court, her king, and her château, was at Metz, in Alsace, a resting place sought after Dettingen and the long summer campaign. And here at Metz, whence all had thought to depart a week before for Nancy, on the road to Strasbourg, Louis XV fell ill. That had been upon the 8th day of the month. Now, on the 14th, slow gathering consternation was spreading through city, court, and camp, though, since the morning of his seizure, not a single soul save Madame de Châteauroux, her sister Madame de Lauraguise, their personal servants, and Louis Armand de Richelieu had seen the king. Dim rumors that the illness was feigned at first circulated through the chateau. Then, latterly, more vivid and more startling theories, originating none knew where, but spreading with the conviction of truth, voiced the insistence that Louis was ill, worse than anyone knew, and that the favorite, coercing Richelieu into her service, desperate with the fear of dismissal from court when His Majesty's condition came to be discovered, was at Louis' side, keeping at bay the army, the court, and the kingdom. Marie Leczinska and her Dauphin were still at Versailles, praying and fasting, along with the Jesuit fathers and the wearied dames du Palais, who, in the absence of La Châteauroux, had not a single crumb of gossip with which to comfort their souls till the return of the court. Marshal Coigny, much disturbed by his short conversation with Belle Isle, yet anxious for confirmation of his fears before taking any possible rash steps, hurried into the morning room of the chateau, temporary residence of Majesty. The place was crowded with familiar faces, mostly men, for the women who took part in the campaign had learned that their proper place in it was background. 2 or 3, however, had been drawn hither from curiosity. Among them was a certain pretty Madame Lenormand who, to the displeasure of La Châteauroux, had, for the past year, figured often in royal hunts, and, latterly, played a very conspicuous part in certain Thanksgiving services at Lille after the first siege. So far as it could be surmised, she had never been addressed by the king, but she was well enough known at court to obtain bows from most of the men and 1 or 2 of the women. This morning she remained beside her husband at one side of the room, watching the throng that eddied about the young Duc de Chartres, who, as son of the pious d'Orleans, was at this time sole representative of the blood in Metz, and, consequently, was vested with a power which made him of the highest consequence. He alone, of all these nobles and courtiers, had the right to proceed to extreme measures, and force an entrance to the royal apartments when such were closed to the world. He might also, if he dared, demand of Majesty's self, in the face of a created duchess, his wife's friend, whether such duchess alone were Majesty's will and pleasure. But the man who did this, though he were of king's blood, must have grave reason ere he should so risk the royal anger. As d'Orleans' son perceived, from the midst of the throng of courtiers, the openly curious anxiety with which he was regarded on all sides, the expression of care and responsibility in his youthful face deepened. Looking about him uneasily, while he talked, he perceived that de Coigny had entered the room and was coming towards him with rapid steps and preoccupied manner. "What news of His Majesty's condition?" asked the Marshal, abruptly and aloud, with a directness that startled the room. The throng about Chartres pressed silently closer, and the salon waited breathlessly for reply. The young Duke turned a shade paler, and did not open his lips. "His Majesty is worse," muttered de Coigny, half to himself. "His Majesty is worse," responded a sudden voice from behind. The entire company turned sharply around. De Richelieu, who had entered from an inner door, stood before them, snuff-box in hand. His face was nearly as pale as his wig. His eyes were heavy. He looked haggard and anxious. "Monseigneur de Chartres, if I might be granted the honor of a word with you." "But too gladly, monsieur." "Come." Chartres hurried forward through the respectful but eager throng, seized Richelieu's arm with a whispered sentence, and drew him out of the salon to a room inaccessible to courtiers. Behind they left a tumult of excitement. Above them, back of closed doors, Marie and Amélie Nesle, together with her sister, leaned over the bedside of the King of France, alone with a great fear, yet unspeakably dreading company. "Ah, Marie! Marie and Amélie, a dangerous, a desperate game hast thou played for 6 days 6 ages, rather past." On the one hand Louis prayed for recovery, on the other, banishment, perhaps worse, for you, what for him the Almighty knows. Here in this sultry August morning, in the second story of the ancient Château de Metz, you stand at the bed of the king, not thinking of much, it must be confessed, anxiety and sleeplessness having taken the poignancy from thought. These last days have been very wearing ones. On the morning of Saturday, the 8th, that morning when headache had driven the king from prospective gaieties to the solitude of his own apartment, he summoned his duchess to his side to bear him company. The morning was tedious. He could not be amused. In the afternoon, together with fever, came Richelieu and graceful, caustic-tongued Elise de Lauraguoise. And upon that afternoon, when no one dreamed how ill Louis already was, and Madame and the Duke were alone with him, Richelieu the daring, now owing half his prestige to the favourite whose sponsor he had once been, and who, without her, would have found his court life infinitely difficult, had thought, foreseen, dreaded, decided, and easily drawn the woman into his plan. The admission of any other to the rooms must mean, eventually, the confession, absolution, and unction of His Majesty. Before the performance of this last, Louis must repent of his irregular life, and as proof of repentance Madame must receive her congé, for such was only customary at the great court of France. And so, Anne, Richelieu said to her, in a low, menacing tone, "we keep our places here, you and I. If the king recovers, our power is unlimited. If he is worse—" She looked. It is destiny. When we play for lives, we must risk them. So Madame stayed. She thought of that momentous little conversation now, as she sat watching the sunlight play over the drawn bed curtain. She and her sister had removed from their rooms in the Abbaye Saint Arnold beside the chateau, where they had lodged at first, and taken possession of the royal suite. Their own servants prepared the sick man's food, their own hands smoothed the hot pillow. They had shut the clamorous court away, letting rumor fly as she would. During the first 3 days Louis, for the most of the time, sat bravely up, in satin lounging robe, cap, and slippers. None could have striven more anxiously to distract and please him than the two favorites and the sister. Notwithstanding, upon the 4th day, Wednesday now the day before yesterday, his body had mastered his will, and he did not rise. Since then time had not moved, eternity seemed settling down upon the trio of watchers. The king wanted no amusement now. He was perfectly content to lie, half sleeping, through the whole day, smiling faintly when Madame brought his food, accepting a few mouthfuls with an effort, because they came from her fingers, otherwise unmoved, unspeaking, unthinking. Thursday was the same, longer than ever, and as the three sat silent in the dusk, beside the open window, they had not much cared to talk. Only Madame, with what composure she could gather, asked of Richelieu, who had for a moment that day seen de Gavre's, "What are the people saying, good uncle?" And Richelieu, nervously smoothing his knee, looked at her with grim significance. "We stake high," he said. The Duchesse de Lorraguoise gave a little cough. Then silence fell again, while the lips of La Chatoureau closed more firmly, and a rarely seen light came into her eyes. Richelieu's expression, however, did not change. Was it possible that her courage in desperation was greater than his? No. It was this. Richelieu was not yet desperate. There was, for him, still one move that was not left to her. He would not necessarily be banished from court if it came to a point of extreme unction and Madame. But if the King of France were to expire here alone, with them, then Louis Armand du Plessis might, indeed, tremble for what happiness life held for him. He said nothing, however, yet. Twilight mingled with the dark. From many windows glimmered forth the city lights, and Madame finally swallowed a cup of chocolate and sought her rest. Richelieu was left to watch alone, in the darkness, by the king. Louis XV slept, now and then restless with fever, but for the most part quietly. The Duke sat in his chair by the window, the sultry night air stealing into him, not asleep, but thinking of many things, of much history known to him alone, of court, of camp, of street, and of the lives of real men. All men, beneath their masks of manners, are very real. What a little game these courtiers played! How lives were broken and intellects stunted for the sake of being, for one little hour, associated with that single man born, willy-nilly, to immortality in history. This very king, for whom he, Richelieu, was living a life envied and unenviable, what was he but a disagreeable fellow, handsome, rather sulky, either really or unaffectedly stupid, lazy, unutterably weary of himself and his business, with more of a taste for turning and cookery than for governing a kingdom or managing an army. After all, these Bourbons might have made an excellent line of workmen, all but Louis XIV, who would have been the ne'er-do-well of them. Not one but had his taste and real talent for an honest profession. And how were France today, we wonder, had Louis XV turned chef and Louis XVI cultivated to its utmost his no mean ability for locks and clocks? The night grew hotter as it advanced, and rain was promised for the morrow. At midnight, suddenly, the king woke, and demanded, in a voice much changed, "something to drink." Richelieu hastily brought wine and water, not too cool. His Majesty drank thirstily, and lay back once more, but with eyes open, till the Duke had put away the glass. Then, with unusual directness, he said, "Here, Du Plessis, sit by the bed. I want to talk with you." "Will you have light, sire?" "No. It disturbs my eyes." "Listen to what I shall say." "You are here?" "Yes." "Well, then, I am going to die." "Sire! For God's sake let me call some chut." "I want no one. It'll be a comfort to go in peace." "I am going to die. I have always feared the thought, but when one really arrives at the time it is not much. I am not afraid, Du Plessis. I wish to express to you my gratitude for having kept the court and the doctors and the Orleans lot away from me. They are bores. What I would say is this: when I am really gone, there will, of course, be a scandal concerning my sickness and death, having none but you and her to attend me. You'll get through it, Du Plessis. Parbleu! There is no nation that can withstand your manner. My dear Dauphin ought to love you. But where will she go? What to do for her? Richelieu, I love her. Yes, truly, as no woman before. Take her, then, under your protection. I leave her to your care. Get her from here safely. Send her for a little to her estates, or one of yours. Say that I command her title to remain to her. But, my friend, do not let her marry. Keep her from that. Parle seal. If I dreamed that she would Diagenoise, or that Demele, or any other promise, Du Plessis. Your will, always, sire. More wine, then. Diable. My head is on fire. More wine, and I sleep again. Richelieu refilled the glass, which his master drained to the last drop. Then he sank back to the pillows, turned restlessly half a dozen times, whistled a bar or two in the darkness, and so dozed again, while the Duke, with a new and very heavy weight upon his heart, returned to the window. The king had frightened him more than he dared confess to himself. Certainly Louis' words had been unmistakably sincere. He believed that he was going to die. The king's fear of danger to his favorite duchess was well founded, unquestionably. But the king's confidence in Richelieu's ability to rise again in the world, Richelieu himself held in very decided doubt. If matters were come to this pass, it were well to act. When a man's Damocles has actually got to the single hair state, that man, if there be any way in which to move, does very well to get from under it, though he must leave a companion behind, helpless, in his place. The king must live till morning, must absolutely live till morning, and then Richelieu would once more prove himself a wise man. He must turn traitor to his personal trust with Madame and the king, too, for the sake of the safety of the king, and, therefore, his own. If he regretted the inevitable consequences in the career of La Châteauroux, he was philosopher enough to wave them aside without difficulty. Something one must lose in such a place. It should be as little as possible. On Friday morning the king awoke to find his 3 attendants all beside him, and what repast he might take: chocolate, a roll, a jelly not too well prescribed, waiting. From his manner one could not have told whether or not he recalled that midnight conversation with Du Plessis. Certainly he looked ill enough this morning. His flushed face was haggard, his lips cracked, his blue eyes dull, his brain feeble, but half working. Madame looked upon him with a pang of grief and fear. While she smoothed out his bright yellow locks, freed from their wig, and bathed his unpainted face and dry hands with scented water, her sister holding the silver basin, Richelieu disappeared. An hour later, when the room was again still, a fly or two buzzing at the window, Madame de Lauraguais purfling, Marie and beside the drowsy king, the Duke had not yet returned. It was the longest absence that he had made from the bedside, except for sleep. That he was not asleep now, Madame knew very well. His bed in the royal suite had been made. He had let himself quite out of these rooms, and was gone to whom? Whither? And Madame de Châteauroux, though she trusted Richelieu as she did herself, became, after a little, nervous with anxiety for his return. Presently she moved over to Madame de Lauraguais, her puppet shadow. Elise, Duplessis is absent still. I am disturbed. Why should he be so long away? Do you think I think that he has gone to de Gavre's? He will bring us back some news of the court. It will be something to divert His Majesty this afternoon, and something for us to listen to this morning. Hey ho! At this moment the king's hand slipped through the bed curtains and drew one of them aside till his face was visible. Smiling faintly at the Duchess, he motioned her to him with a peculiar glance. Duplessis is out, you say? Madame nodded. Send for him, then. Recall him at once. He is here, interrupted Elise. The door from the broad hall to the anteroom had opened. For an instant Madame's heart stood still. Then Richelieu, patchbox in hand, came leisurely in. Ah! The relief in the sigh was very apparent. You have been absent so long, we became anxious. The Duke smiled pleasantly and shrugged. His Majesty is awake, he asked, seeing that Madame was by the bed. Louis suddenly dropped the curtain, hid himself from view, and so signified that he was not to be disturbed. He has just been speaking with us, whispered La Châteauroux, moving again across to her sister. Richelieu nodded. You have not yet dined, he asked, idly. It is still an hour to 1. Ah, true. I had not noticed the clock. You are exhausted from having watched all night. Go and rest. I will call you when dinner is served. A long, slow smile stretched itself over Richelieu's imperturbable features. I go, then, but it is on condition that Madame calls me when dinner is served. With which enigmatically spoken commonplace, he forthwith disappeared. It is his habit to make significance of manner count for wit, observed Elise, turning to the window. For half an hour there was silence, perfect, drowsy. Madame de Lauraguais' hands fell passively into her lap. The king, under his great canopy, was still. None could tell whether he slept or no. La Châteauroux, her eyes half closed, watched the sunlight play over the roofs of the houses in the town, and listened absently to the noon murmur that rose from its streets. Only Richelieu, in the room beyond, was alert, waiting, as he lay on his extemporized couch. At 12:30 the king demanded wine. Madame poured it out and carried it to his side. He had not taken it from her hand when the door to the anteroom opened vigorously, and 4 men appeared on the threshold of His Majesty's bedroom. The glass dropped from the suddenly nerveless fingers of Madame, and crashed down upon the wooden floor. Elise, with a low exclamation, rose from her chair, her face colorless. La Châteauroux, leaving the king's side, moved slowly over to her sister, and stood facing the intruders. After the first instant calmness came to her. M. de Chartres had forced the consigne at last. With him were the king's chaplain, Bishop of Soissons, Fitzjames, Père Perusseau the confessor, and M. de Maurepas, possibly as representative of de Barrière. These 4 men stood facing the Duchess, who regarded them steadily, death knocking at her heart. "Why do you come?" she asked, dully, knowing well enough the reason. "It is time, I think, madam," returned Maurepas, with something ill-advised in his tone. "His Majesty is here," interposed Chartres, sternly. "Naturally," she replied, with curling lip. "And M. de Richelieu?" "I have the honor, monseigneur." Richelieu spoke from the doorway of his bedroom, where he stood, quite still, a little stiffer than usual, eyeing de Chartres as though he would have impressed something upon him. Perhaps Monseigneur understood. At any rate, the hesitation became a pause, and the pause grew into a hopeless stillness as the Duchesse de Châteauroux turned slowly about and faced the companion of these last days. "Duplessis you," she faltered, actually unsuspecting, speaking as if to a companion in trouble. "Madam," he responded, brokenly. "Can you do nothing? Have you no help?" she whispered. Richelieu bent his head. "Nothing." Maurepas smiled sarcastically, but no one noticed it. Fitzjames of Soissons advanced into the room, his robes trailing, his manner lofty and severe. "Madame Marie, and you Madame de Lauraguais are requested to retire to the apartment which you have occupied since quitting the Abbaye. There later someone will go to you." He raised his hand and pointed to the door which led into the ante-chamber, and so to the corridor. For the shadow of an instant Madame hesitated, her eyes passing in a long glance from Richelieu's unreadable face to the great, silent bed. Then, with a slight gesture to her sister, she moved slowly, unsteadily, towards the door which the bishop designated. In silence the five men saw them go. Louis XV, closed in by his curtains, silent, passive, heard all, and guessed the unspoken, surmised Richelieu's loyal treachery, read Madame's heart from her steps, realized that his time for repentance approached, deplored the necessity, thought of his dinner, and rather hoped that existence might not be too much prolonged. While Falconet was hastily summoned to attend the king, while Monseigneur made humble explanation to his relative, and Richelieu adroitly assisted in carrying out the bishop's ideas for the forthcoming confession, absolution, and unction of His Majesty, the two sisters had gained their apartment. Elise, by this time on the way to hysterics, threw herself desperately on the bed. The sister watched her with pale, silent scorn. Her arms were folded. Her foot tapped nervously on the floor. She said not a word. The king's consulting physician. "Madam," whispered Antoinette, at last, "what shall I do?" Madame's eyes turned towards her for an instant. "Nothing," she said, shortly. Elise's woman was busy over her with sal volatile, tears, entreaties, and a fan. By degrees she grew quieter, forgetting herself sufficiently at last to look at her sister. "Marie, why do you look so? What are you doing?" she asked. I am waiting." "Waiting? For what?" The Duchess, who had studied well the ways of courts, and who knew each step of an affair like this, did not answer. Her lips straightened into a bitter smile. Madame de Lauraguais might read it if she would. Matters were at this juncture when the waiting was ended conventionally. In response to a rap, Antoinette, having received the nod of permission from her mistress, opened the door and admitted Marc-Antoine Voyer, Comte d'Argenson, a man closely associated with Maurepas, and hence not loved by the favorite. He entered the apartment with perceptible hesitation, and stopped not very far inside to turn to Madame. She sat regarding him like a sphinx, immovable, unspeaking. Poor d'Argenson had been in few less happy situations. Here were four pairs of feminine eyes fixed upon him in dread anticipation. How near to explosion from one of them matters had gone, the young man did not know. He perceived by the expression of La Chateauroux that there had been no going to pieces yet. Even while he faced her, fumbling for words, she put out her hand to him, saying, "Give me your letter, monsieur," or the hand dropped, or was it in words that the order was given? "No, madam. Here is the paper." He took it from under the hat which he carried in the left arm, and gave it to her. It was not long, and the ink upon it was scarcely dry. Yet its seals, those of Orleans and France, precluded any possibility of disobedience of the command it expressed. As her sister read it through, Madame de Lauraguais sat up on the bed, a growing sense of terror coming over her. Not the smallest expression crossed the face of La Chateauroux. Her mouth was firmly set. She read slowly, as one who forced herself to see written out something of which she was already thoroughly cognizant. When she had finished the last line, Madame opened her fingers, and the paper fluttered to the floor. "That is all, monsieur. Have the goodness to retire." "Pardon, madame, it is not quite all." "What further, then? What insult can be added?" "It is no insult, but an offer of assistance." "From whom? For what?" "From the Marshal de Belle-Isle, of his carriage to convey you as far as Nancy, where you may obtain a post-chaise." "Ah! Coward! So he would patronize me now." Madame's nerve was failing her at last. Her face had grown suddenly scarlet, and from her attitude D'Argenson believed that she would gladly have flung herself upon him to end the matter after the fashion of the Court of Miracles. But young D'Argenson was a diplomat, educated in a famous school, and he had a manner of steel that would not melt before the white-hot fire of a woman's wrath. Eye for eye he met the gaze of the Duchess, and, as her quivering muscles grew still under the spell of his calm, he said, quietly, "Pardon me, madam. I think that you do not quite comprehend your situation. If you but reflect, you will instantly perceive how much of wisdom there would be in making the departure of yourself, of madam your sister, and of your two women as quiet as possible." Whether it was his air or his eminently unemotional words that impressed the woman before him, D'Argenson never knew. It was enough that, after a long and troubled silence, La Chateauroux finally raised her head and answered, in a tone but little above a whisper, "I thank you, Monsieur le Comte. If the Marshal de Belle-Isle will have his coach at the Abbaye door at 4 o'clock, we will take our departure as quietly as possible." D'Argenson breathed deeply with relief. Bowing low, he backed towards the door, pausing only an instant to repeat, musically, "At the Abbaye door, madam." "That is most wise." At the Abbaye door. Chapter 2. The disgrace. While Madame de Lauraguais lived, she remembered the journey from Metz to Paris as the most utterly wretched affair of her life. For the Duchess, she expressed no opinion on the matter one way or the other. On leaving the coach of M. de Belle-Isle at Nancy, where they were to engage their own post horses and chaise, they found that not only word of the king's illness, but also news of the dismissal of the favourite, had preceded them, and was in every one's mouth. Moreover, all France was in a state of the wildest grief and anxiety over the bien-aimé, as he was commonly known. All churches were open, and in them masses, repeated by priests actually weeping with excited sorrow, were continually said. Men and women of every class left their business and pleasure to join in the universal prayers for the recovery of the king, and the queen and dauphin set out together from Versailles with a company of Jesuits, to hasten to Louis' side. It was when news of His Majesty's danger was carried to the queen that the eldest son, boy as he was, bethought him nimbly and made that intensely priggish and uncalled for remark, the one reason that France really had for rejoicing that their Louis did recover. "Poor people! You have, then, only me. It was said that he had a catalogue of similar phrases for various occasions written down for him by Pere Griffith, and dutifully learned by heart. At Epernay the carriages of Her Majesty and La Châteauroux passed each other. By that time Madame, in terror of the people who had threatened to mob her along the way, was travelling incognito in the humblest possible manner, changing places, when going through towns, with Antoinette. Even as it was, their progress was extremely difficult. 4 women journeying alone, with no man but an attendant valet seated on the box, to manage for them, were treated with none too much respect in the France of those days. Ere they reached Paris, however, and before the Queen had arrived at her lord's side, a triumphant courier tore along the road on his way to the metropolis with the word that Louis' danger was over, that he would recover. Madame de Châteauroux had arrived at Meaux, and was resting there overnight, when the news spread through the town. Madame de Lauraguais had doubted its effect on her sister. When it was told her, however, the Duchess said, very quietly, "I thank the good God that it is so," and lapsed again into that silence which she had persistently maintained since leaving the king. Later in the night, however, she dispatched to Richelieu one of those strange, bourgeois epistles that have come down to us to be marvelled at as written by a gentlewoman **** lettres autographes de Madame Châteauroux Library of Rouen. I can well believe that so long as the king is feeble he will be in a great state of devotion, but, as soon as he is better, I bet I shall trot furiously through his head, and that in the end he will not be able to resist, but will quietly send Bachelier and Lebel to see what is become of me. Meaux is not a great distance from Paris, but it was almost the 1st of September before the sisters reached their destination. They did not go to the Hôtel de Mailly, for the reason that Henry's wife, never fond of her superb sister-in-law, would very possibly fail to know her now in the time of her adversity. Rather, Mesdames de Lauraguais and Châteauroux retired to a small hotel in the Rue du Bac, which the favorite had inhabited before. On August 28 they arrived, travel-stained, weary, but mightily relieved in heart at being safe at their journey's end. The little house was desolate enough when they entered it, but, with the combined efforts of the 2 maids, the valet Fauchelet, and the concierge, a supper was contrived, some beds prepared, and a little fresh air, hot as it was, let through the musty rooms. At 1 o'clock of the next day Madame de Lauraguais, much refreshed by her sleep and revived by her chocolate, entered her sister's bedroom. Marie-Anne was still in bed, wide awake, however, and meditating on getting up. "Good morning, Anne. Here is the latest nouvelles à la main from Madame Doublets. Jean obtained it for me, I don't know where, possibly at Henry's. And what does it say? What of Louis?" Elisa's expression changed. "Oh, there is little of him. Tell me at once. What has been done now? I am, perhaps, no longer Duchess. No, no. You mistake. There is only his expression of regret for the flagrancy of my former life, the bad example I have set my people, a promise to amend for the future, God granting me a life to lead with justice and righteousness. Asterisk, that is all. Asterisk, the old regime, Lady Jackson, Volume I, p. 309. Madame de Châteauroux's lip curled, but she said nothing. After an instant's pause she struck a little gong at her side, and, at Antoinette's quick appearance, observed, languidly, "I rise now. My garments at once." As the maid disappeared, she turned again to her sister. "Is that all your news?" "No. Here is something which you will wish to hear. The Duc d'Agenais, arrived in Paris a month ago, is suffering an attack of fever at his hotel in the Rue de l'Évêque." "Ah! François again." Again the Duchess was silent, and presently a curious smile came to play about her lips. Elise interrupted the reverie. I do not understand this, N. His exile was for 2 years. It is ended. He served me well before, Elise. It is an omen. Through him I shall rise again. I tell you so. Be considerate this time, then. Do not banish him a second time. Tell me, how are you going to occupy yourself today? One will perish of ennui here. One must expect it. Let us become philosophers. I am going to write presently to Duplessis. If Claudine de Tencin is in the city, we will go to her. She will not refuse to receive me. Tomorrow I think that I will go to Francois. Yes, I mean it. Do not be shocked. Today I dispatch Fauchelet to Versailles with a billet to Madame de Boufflers to send me my furniture, my toys, the rest of my wardrobe, the dogs, and my servants. If we must live here, Elise, we will do so. I am a little tired of camps and of being continually interested in guns and armaments. This will be a rest, a relief, for a time. And after, when the court returns, peste. That will be monstrous. Yes, responded La Chateauroux, with a vague smile, that will be hard. We shall see, however. There will be always Francois. Send now to the Hotel de Mailly and have Henry come to dine with us off what we have. Half an hour later Madame de Chateauroux sat in the salon of her hotel composing, with some difficulty, the epistle to Madame de Boufflers, who, as mistress of the palace of the Queen, was obliged to remain at Versailles during the Queen's absence. It was not an easy thing to make acknowledgment of her disgrace to the woman who, next to herself, was the haughtiest at court. But the letter was written in some way, and Fauchelet directed to depart with it as soon as he had finished serving dinner. Then Madame de Lorraguise rejoined her sister, and they sat quiet, together, listening to the hum of the city of the world, around them. Presently a bell sounded below. Someone was admitted. The two listened for a moment, and then Elise rose as the salon door opened and Henry de Mailly Nesle came in. Dear Henry. You are so good. Elise. You are well. The Marquis embraced the Lorraguise with some affection, and then turned to his youngest sister, who had not risen. Madam, you wished me to come, I believe, he asked, gravely. But certainly. It is 3 months that we have not seen each other. Is it so unusual that I wish to behold you again, she asked, loftily. It was not often that Henry attempted to reprove her even by a tone, and she would not permit it now. Her manner gave her brother his cue, and, with a mental shrug, he accepted it. His manner was entirely different as, after certain conventional remarks, he asked, You have not heard, perhaps, of the return of M. D'Agenois after his exile. I learned it this morning, she responded, indifferently. He is ill, it seems. The air of Paris still does not agree with him. Henry took a meditative pinch of snuff. Apropos of D'Agenois, and, have you heard from Claude? Claude? No. Surely he is not also returned? Not he. He is in one of the English colonies at a town with some impossible Homeric name. Ah! I warned him that he would perish of ennui among those savages. On the contrary, he would appear, from a letter which I have received, to be very well amused. From his accounts he has met there some delightful people, a charming girl by name Peste. I forget the name, it is no matter. Claude among the bourgeois. Who could fancy it? Eh bien, let us dine. The dinner was not protracted, for none of the three found it very comfortable. At its end Madame de Chateauroux rose abruptly, snapping a finger for Fuchelet, and turning to her brother with the dismissing command, "Summon our chairs, Henry." Mélie Nesle went off obediently to see that the chairs and link boys were ready, while the sisters adjusted their scarfs and caps. The brother handed them out, gave directions as to their destination, and himself started to return on foot to his hotel. The ladies were going to Madame de Tencin, who lived nearby, not far from the Orleans Palais Royal. Though they had dined at an unconventionally late hour, it was not yet dark, the sunset just fading into a twilight that played in softening shadows about the old streets, with their high, gabled wooden houses, and the occasional buildings of stone. The streets were quiet, for all Paris was at supper. A few chairs, a chaise or two, and now and then a coach with some familiar coat of arms on its panels passed them. Foot passengers were few. In crossing the Place du Palais Royal, however, Madame de Châteauroux, looking out of the open window of her chair, encountered the glance of a priest going the opposite way. She bowed, and he uncovered with a respect less marked than usual, walking on without any attempt to speak to her. It was the Abbé de Bernis. "Victorine is here, then," concluded Madame. "I wonder how she will receive me." And at the question a pang smote the Duchess's heart. Her fall was accomplished, but its consequences she had not yet endured. Twilight rose rapidly now, and it was dark enough for the torches of the link boys to be lighted by the time the slow-moving chairs stopped at their destination. The Hôtel de Tencin was not imposing from the outside. It was narrow and high, with a larger building close on either hand. Inside, however, it was furnished like a palace, and, indeed, most of the guests who entered it spent the greater part of their lives in or about the abode of royalty. Claudine Alexandrine Guérin de Tencin, the foremost figure in the salon life of the day, was a devoted friend to Madame de Châteauroux. The favorite's grand manner and unapproachable bearing were after her own heart, and, since Marie Anne's accession to the highest post at court, the leader of the salons had actually curbed her wit on behalf of her friend, and refrained from two excellent epigrams that would have seemed to slur the favorite's beauty and taste. It was but this afternoon that, in her small boudoir, Madame de Tencin, with Victorine de Coigny and François de Bernis, had carried on a very animated discussion relative to the recent affair at Metz. After tea the Abbé returned to the Lazariste, while Victorine, who had no life left after his departure, promised to remain with her friend during the evening. Paris was empty at this season, and the regular salons were closed. The Duchesse du Maine had carried off all her pet philosophers and literati to Sieyès. That small portion of the court which had not contrived to follow the army was scattered over France. The very opera was shut. And thus Madame de Tencin and Victorine resigned themselves to the most stupid of evenings after their small supper. At something after 7 o'clock, however, the first valet appeared on the threshold of the small white and gold room, with the announcement, "The Duchesse de Lorraguoise." The Duchesse de Châteauroux. Madame de Tencin sprang to her feet. From just outside came the stiff rustle of feminine garments. "Marie! Claudine!" The two women flung themselves into each other's arms, touched cheeks, first on one side, then on the other, and finally Madame de Tencin held the Duchess off at arm's length, gazed at her through a river of tears, and murmured, in a transport of grief, "My poor Anne! Claudine! C.L. Auden!" Thereupon Madame de Châteauroux closed her eyes and gracefully fainted away. Elise screamed. Madame de Tencin, with moans of compassion, supported her beloved friend, and Victorine, shaking with inward laughter, ran away for sal volatile, a glass of wine, and a fan. When she returned with these necessaries, La Châteauroux, reclining upon a satin sofa, was aristocratically reviving. After a few moments' application of the fan and salts, coupled by the consumption of the cordial, she was sufficiently restored to greet Victorine affectionately, and to recount, with 1,000 airs and as many variations, her own story. It was a pathetic recital. Elise wept unrestrainedly, and even Madame de Coigny became absorbed before the climax was reached. And so, actually, it was Maurepas, and, who betrayed you? Actually, ma chère. There is no doubt of it. I have vowed his ruin. If anyone could accomplish that, you are certainly the one to do so. But he is called indispensable to the ministry. He is the most implacable enemy in the world. But I also am implacable, Claudine. Madame de Tencin shook her head and reflected mournfully. What will you do? Inquired Victorine, with some curiosity. I have a plan. It turns upon whom do you think? I never think. Tell us at once. I burn to know. François Diagenois? Marie? Again. The latter exclamation came from Victorine. The Duchess smiled at her. Yes, again. The first time he was a complete success. I will make him so this time. Poor boy. Yes, he will be banished for life. But there is no one else. What a pity that your cousin, Count Claude, is still away. Ah, yes. Henry says that he is in America. Imagine it. However, Claude was less useful. I had more feeling for him, my cousin, you understand. When do you visit the Duc d'Agenais? Really, I do not know. I had thought of tonight. That would be a romance, would it not? But I am too fatigued. Our journey from Metz was frightful. You cannot conceive it? My poor darling. But do let us have some amusement. Victorine is in despair. There are no men in the city. I saw M. de Bernis in the Place du Palais, observed Elise. Victorine colored delicately. Dear Duchess, he is not a man. He is a priest, she said, lightly. And M. de Coigny, he is no longer a man, but a marshal, retorted Madame. This time the little marquise made no reply. She suddenly turned serious, and a pause crept upon the four. Madame de Tencin, after waiting nearly a minute for someone to speak, herself exclaimed, Come, let us play at piquet. It is the only thing left. Cavanole is impossible. Madame de Lauraguise, I leave you to the miracle. Victorine, you will be becoming a second Mirepoix soon. Marie, you shall play with me. Come, the tables are here. La Chataureau sighed. She intensely disliked cards. Ah, well, I will play till I have lost 10 louis. That, since I have already lost one, is all that I can afford. Then we will go home. François must wait till tomorrow. Poor man. Madame de Tencin led the way to the gaming room, which, to tell the truth, was a principal feature in her hotel, and here the four ladies seated themselves at two tables. It took Madame de Chataureau a little more than an hour to lose her stipulated sum, for stakes among women are not high. That being done, true to her word, she rose. It is necessary to depart, dear Claudine. I am frightfully sleepy. You have given us the most delightful evening possible. Come, Elise, finish your hand. How much have you won? Come, we must really go. And I also, rejoined Victorine, rising from her place. There is wine in my boudoir. We will drink to you, Marie-Anne, and your great success with the Diagenois. So they all rustled back to the little salon, adjusted their very light wraps, partook of the liqueur and cakes prepared, and then departed, each to her chair, with many affectionate adieus. Victorine, yawning mentally, went her way to her lonely abode in the Rue Fromentin, while the others returned to the Rue du Bac, where Madame was greeted with news that made her furious with mortification. Fouchelet had returned from Versailles with the word from Madame de Boufflers that Madame de Chateaurou's wardrobe and dogs should be dispatched to her on the following day. As to the furniture and toys in her apartments, and her private chef and footman, they had belonged to Madame de Chateauroux not as woman, but as favorite of His Majesty. They were really the insignia of office, and no longer belonged to one who had been publicly dismissed from her post. The letter in which these things were said was perfectly cold, perfectly polite, and perfectly unreasonable. Its tone, however, was not to be mistaken. It was the first deep wound given to the deposed sub-queen, and its sensation was too fresh to be easily borne. At something after 2 o'clock in the morning she fell into an unquiet sleep, and then Madame de Lauraguoise, who had attended her, crept away to her own room, too tired to scold her maid. On the following morning La Chateauroux had, apparently, recovered from her chagrin. She ate an egg with her chocolate, laughed at her sister's clouded face, sent Alexander to a furniture house with orders to refurnish completely her present abode, advised her sister to make a round of the toy shops that morning, and at 11 o'clock redressed herself preparatory to the forthcoming visit to her old-time lover. François Emmanuel Frédéric, Duc d'Agenais, returned from a long Italian exile to Paris and fever, had left his bed this morning for the second time, and, wrapped in silken dressing gown and cap, with a couvre pied to correspond, reclined upon a small couch in his most comfortable salon, indulging in a profound fit of melancholy. His history certainly warranted an occasional turn of despair. Unfortunate enough to have fallen in love with her who was destined to become favorite of France, unwise enough to have kept his passion alight in defiance of the king of this, his adopted country, unforeseeing enough to have offered the woman marriage, by all these things winning a 2 years' banishment, he had now been absurd enough, after the exile, to return again to the very den of the lion. More than this, having, even in illness, learned the story of the disgrace of the favorite and her return to Paris, he was now capping the climax of folly by daring to wish that she would come to him. What benefit he could possibly derive from such a proceeding, the rash youth did not stop to consider. He only lay upon his couch, very weak in body and very flushed of countenance, hoping one moment, utterly despairing, as was sensible, the next. Really, according to fate's usual laws, the idea of her coming was utterly absurd. And yet she came. About noon Diogenes heard, with sharpened ears, the great front door open and close. Then there was silence again, while he nervously fingered the tassels of his gown and stared at the ceiling more hopeless than ever. Presently his valet hurried in, with an anxious expression on his lively face. Passing to his master's side, he whispered a question in the duke's ear. "See her," cried Diogenes, leaping up. "Nom de Dieu, Jean, fly. Fly, I tell you. Admit her, admit her, admit her." Jean ran back across the room, pushed open the door, and stood aside. Madame de Chateauroux, clothed in clouds of white muslin that floated about her in fold after fold, luminous, filmy, her golden hair unpowdered, curling upon her shoulders, her eyes lustrous, an expression of tender melancholy on her face, appeared on the threshold, framed in the bright sunshine that streamed through the windows. And the man gave a faint cry and began to move towards her, dizzily, both arms outstretched. He had loved her faithfully throughout the 2 years. Had he not a right to tremble now, at their reunion? The Duchess smiled slowly into his eyes, and moved towards him in a fashion peculiar to herself, not walking, floating rather. "And, You are not changed, you are not changed at all. You are just as I have thought of you. You are my angel. You came, you did not forget I have been so ill, have suffered so. Ah, you are adorable. With nervous eagerness he drew her to the sofa beside him, and sat looking into her face, delightedly noting every feature, every shining hair tendril, counting the very breaths that passed her lips. Madame, who had known him so well in the old days, who thought of him always as one much younger than herself, ran her fingers through his dark hair, smoothed the forehead that was so hot, and insisted on his lying down again. This being accomplished, she seated herself near him, one of his hands fast holding hers, his eyes smiling up at her. You know my story that I am nothing, now, François, she asked. I know only that you are my angel, and what more could I wish? Thus this first visit passed off to the highest satisfaction of Madame. Dieudonné had always pleased her, was ever obedient to her way of thinking, was singularly unselfish and unsuspicious, and his blind devotion to her was perhaps the only reason why she did not care for him as she had seemed to care for Louis of France. The young Duke was, moreover, still far from well, and La Châteauroux was enough of a woman to have a taste for humoring a patient who threw himself, utterly regardless of consequences, upon her mercy. The first, then, became the beginning of an infinite series of visits, none of which was short. Madame had not been in Paris a week before she discovered that nothing but the boldest possible course was open to her now. The story of her dismissal from Metz, exaggerated in every way, was discussed from palace to fish market. She was pointed out in the streets and accosted with insulting remarks. The haute bourgeoisie itself sneered at her, and as for the noblesse, those who in the old days had schemed for weeks to obtain an invitation to her salon, could now have seen the moons of Saturn with the naked eye more easily than they would behold Madame de Châteauroux in her chair. Madame de Mailly-Nesle refused to admit either sister to her hotel. Henry at intervals went to the Rue du Bac out of duty, not pleasure. Madame de Tencin, while she frequently summoned both sisters to her side when she was alone, was always singularly unable to receive Madame la Duchesse during one of her evenings. Of all the former friends and sycophants, Victorine de Coigny was the single person who allowed herself to be seen in all places, at all hours, with the deposed favorite, without finding her popularity thereby lessened. But the little Miracle was a peculiar case. It was her role to be unusual, unconventional, and this one thing added to her risque list could not harm her. Even had there been danger in it, Victorine would have clung to the other woman, for the sake of their old friendship. But Victorine had a rash nature. Amid her little turmoil Marie-Anne moved with apparent serenity. Certainly her world, what part of it was still in Paris, must at first have suspected the pangs of mortification that they daily caused her. But, so far as outward evidence was concerned, there was none. A woman who had had the wit and the unscrupulous fortitude to attain to the position once occupied by Marie-Anne de Mailly-Nesle, possessed enough strength of character to accept the circumstances attendant on her fall with excellent philosophy. She was the talk of all Paris, of Versailles, and of Sieyès. Her attitude was unceasingly watched and commented on, and, after 2 weeks, a new idea began to dawn in the various salons. It was the startling one that Madame had found a new string for her straightened bow. The idea originated when, one evening at the Hôtel du Tours, the discovery was made that 5 people, on 5 consecutive days, had seen the chair of Madame de Châteauroux waiting in the Rue de l'Évêque at the door of the Dieudonné's hotel. 3 of these people, moreover, had seen her herself issue from the hotel door, had refused recognition to her, and gone their ways. The salon of M. Vauvenargues gasped. What a plan of action! How daring! How truly like the whilom favorite! Was she in love with him, after all? What were the arms of Châteauroux and Diegenois? Were the quarterings harmonious? By the middle of September the wedding was discussed as a surety, and many a grande dame wondered if she might not throw hauteur to the winds and go. Who would not wish to study the bridal dress? And then after question of questions, what would accrue when His Majesty returned? The salons gasped again, wondered, and waited. Matters also waited for some time. There occurred one of those aggravatingly hopeless standstills when society purfled and shrugged and created tireless smoke at a rate which science could not easily measure. No wedding announcement was made, neither did His Majesty return to Paris. Fribourg had proved to be a city possessed of rather better resources of defense than the court before its walls had of amusement. After 2 weeks of cannonading and unsuccessful sorties on the part of the besieged, the court grew very bored indeed, and most of the ladies followed Her Majesty back to France. If the Queen had wished to stay longer at Louis' side, she did not voice the wish, for her husband entertained a different notion. Among the few departing gentlemen was a certain M. Leonard Mandedioles, a nonentity to history, who very joyfully accompanied his wife away from the occasional sight of His Majesty, to an estate at Meudon, where Madame deigned to reside for 1 month. The last siege of the campaign was at last triumphantly concluded on the 28th day of October, and 3 days later came the first rumor of the king's approaching return to Paris. France received the news with hysterical joy. It was odd, considering his ways, how universally adored throughout his youth this king was. To his people he was a warrior hero. And, indeed, his personality, since the first time that he had appeared in public, in a golden robe 1 yard long, with violet leading strings about his little shoulders, had been beautiful enough to inspire worship. The portraits of his old age are hideous enough, but that of Van Loo, which the great painter declared he could not do justice to, is the one which should stand out above all others as the true picture of this king of lotus eaters. Preparations were made to give His Majesty, and what of the army was with him, a magnificent reception. An evening procession was arranged, during which all Paris and her river were literally to roll in fire. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine turned out en masse for the occasion, and, stranger still, not a noble in the city but contributed certain louis d'or for fireworks, and arranged windows and a party to view the procession. Madame de Châteauroux was addressed by no one on the subject of these preparations. The royal coach would pass neither the Rue du Bac nor the Rue de l'Évêque. Madame de Mailly-Nesle did not dream of asking her sister-in-law to sit at her windows overlooking the Pont Royal, which Louis must cross on his way to the Tuileries. But even had the invitation been given, the Duchess would have refused it. It was not in her plan that the king should find her face among those of the throng, but eagerly she prayed that its absence might be felt. François, upon the 13th of November I shall stay all day here with you. Nay, better, you shall come to me, and I will serve you such a little supper as n. Who could touch food in thy presence? Madame smiled at him, and they ceased to speak. They could sit silent now for uncounted minutes, Madame knowing every thought that flitted through the brain of the young man, Diegenois fancying, perhaps, that he knew as much of the Duchess. If this were not so, what mattered it? He was supremely happy. He had lost all jealousy, even of royalty, for he willingly believed what she told him with every look, that she loved him, only, at last. At the time of their short conversation relative to the homecoming of the king, they were in the Hotel Diegenois, returned half an hour before from a drive. The Duke lay upon a couch, idly watching his companion, who sat toying with a bit of découpure, her back to the windows, a soft light falling upon her hair and shoulders. It had been a quiet half hour, and Madame was beginning to be tired. She was contemplating a return to her own hotel, when an interruption occurred. Someone was admitted below. Someone came hurriedly upstairs, and Madame de Lorraguise, unannounced, ran into the room. "My dear Elise, your breath is quite gone. Is there a fire, a scandal, a death?" "None of them." "Wait." She sank into a chair to regain her breath, while Francois sounded a gong, intending to order wine. "It is only Henry, who sends us an urgent note to come at once to his hotel. I received it, and came for you. The coach is outside." "He sent it?" Madame shrugged. "What startling thing can have happened?" she said, smiling. "Perhaps Laure is dying, and wishes for me. However, I come." And, after a gentle farewell for the day to Diegenois, Madame went. The Maly-Nesle coach bore the two ladies at a rapid pace across the Rue Saint-Honore, out upon the quay and onto the Pont Royal, on the opposite side of which, just across from the Thetans, was the Hotel de Mailly. During the drive the sisters scarcely spoke. Madame de Châteauroux certainly did not seem curious as to the reason for Henry's imperative summons. To tell the truth, she was not thinking of it. She was finishing a dream. Henry himself met them at his door, smiled at Marie-Anne's languid greeting, refused to reply to the eager question of Elise, but conducted them rapidly upstairs into the grand salon. Here stood the marquise, Henry's wife, with two people, a man and a woman. As she caught sight of the man's face, Madame de Châteauroux gave a little cry, and turned suddenly colorless. "Claude," she said. Claude came forward, raising her hand to his lips, and saluting Madame de Lorraguise, who was staring at him as at one raised from the dead. Then de Mailly went back, and took the woman by the hand. A slight, straight, girlish figure she had, a fair complexion, and a pair of large greyish eyes, that were presently lifted to the face of La Châteauroux. "And," said Claude, quietly, "let me make known to you my wife." "Your wife?" Deborah, with rather a pathetic little smile, courtesied low. Chapter 3 November 13th. It was thus that Claude brought home his wife. 2 months before he had been married to her in Dr. Carroll's chapel by Ames St. Quentin, with all Annapolis to witness, and next day he left America on the Baltimore, in company with Deborah, and her very modest little traveling coffer. Truly bridal weather was theirs. The skies were fair, seas calmly blue, and continuous light western winds, sent by the very gods themselves, carried them straight to the English coast. All told, they were on the ship but 6 weeks, 6 strange, half-terrible weeks to the colonial girl. She was learning to know her husband, and he her. In a way, not always, but by spells, Deborah was happy. She loved the sea, and she grew to be very fond of the ship, clinging to it during the last days of the voyage as she had not clung to her far Maryland home. She had become dimly apprehensive of the life into which she was going, of which Claude had lately told her so much more than he could do during their comradeship in Annapolis. He also made her speak with him much in the French tongue, which she did readily enough at first, in a manner caught from St. Quentin, her first instructor. But when it came to using no English, to hearing none from Claude, her tongue faltered, and she would remain silent for hours at a time rather than appear awkward before him. Claude was very gentle. He made her finally understand, however, how much easier it would be for her to make mistakes now, than to do so in the land to which they were going. He told her the story of Marie Leczinska, who had acquired all her knowledge of the language of her adopted country from a waiting maid who spoke a Provençal patois, and how the queen was ridiculed by all the court till she studied secretly, many hours a day, with her confessor, and was now, when she chose to exert herself, one of the most excellent linguists in France. So Deborah took heart, and tried more bravely, until, by the time they had crossed the English Channel and landed in Calais, none but a close observer could have found a flaw in her ordinary conversation. Claude de Mailly himself passed a very contented 6 weeks on the Atlantic. A day or two after his marriage, the realization of that marriage, its haste, its rashness, its short-sightedness, the fact that his wife had not one drop of blue blood in her veins, came over him in such a wave that he was half drowned. What was it that he had done? Who was he carrying back with him to the most fastidious, the most critical court in Christendom? A bourgeois? A Provençal? A child? And Claude, with angry, anxious injustice, for 3 days avoided his wife, and barely saw her except at meals. The thing that reattracted his attention to her was the fact that, during this time, Deborah never made the slightest attempt to force her presence upon him. If she were unhappy, he did not know it. He never saw her weep, he heard no word of complaint. And this unusual thing piqued his interest. On the 4th morning he found her sitting alone in the stern of the vessel, gazing back at the western horizon with far-off eyes. Seating himself beside her, he leaned over and took one of her hands in his. She turned towards him instantly, looked at him for a moment, and then drew it quietly away. "You needn't do that," she said. And then it was that Claude knew how glad he was to do it, to have the right to do it. And thereupon he threw care to the winds and became her slave. He, too, regretted the end of the voyage, when it came. Nevertheless, he had, in the past, suffered severely from homesickness, and Paris, Versailles, Henry, Elise, and, more than all of them together, his other cousin, were constantly in his mind. He dreamed and talked of them when he slept, and, if Deborah had been proficient enough in French to make out the half-coherent sentences that passed her husband's lips at night, she would probably have learned still more about her approaching life in this way. Unquestionably, Deborah dreaded the new life. She had reason to, not alone because of the natural shyness attendant on a country girl's first appearance at a great court. She knew that Claude's whole existence was bound up there. She believed that he cared rather more than he actually did about this life that she had never lived. In consequence, upon the drive of several days from Calais to Paris, Deborah grew more and more silent, more and more definitely apprehensive, with each new stage. On the evening of November 8 they arrived at Issy, and there spent the night. Next morning Claude rose with the sun, some time before Deborah even awoke. He went outside of their post house and walked delightedly through the familiar streets, listening to his own language spoken with his own accent on every hand, discovering well-known shops and buildings, and returning in the highest spirits to Deborah at 9 o'clock. They had their chocolate and rolls together, Deborah eating little and silently, Claude jesting and laughing continually till she was roused out of her apathy by his thoughtlessness towards her. It was not, however, till they were rolling along the Paris road that she spoke in English. "Well, Claude, you have brought your Madame the Countess home to the king. He'll be satisfied, I hope." Apparently both the illusion and the bitterness were lost upon him. He only answered with a bright smile, "I am satisfied, my Deborah. What the king thinks is not my concern." "Oh, I had not told you, had I, that the king is not here? He is coming home with the army next Saturday, the 13th, from Strasbourg. You know he has been fighting all summer. They are going to give him a triumph on his return. There will be a procession through the street, and the king will ride in it. You will see him then, Deborah. Shall you like it all?" "I don't know. I never saw a king," responded the girl, interested in spite of herself in the anticipation of these hitherto scarcely dreamed of glories. At 11:30 their chaise passed the barrier, and they rolled down the narrow street towards the river, in Paris at last. Claude himself was quiet now. He was a little anxious, he could not be sure just what he should find at home. Moreover, the familiar streets and sounds no longer raised his spirits. Instead, they came so near to bringing tears to his eyes, that he was relieved when Deborah asked, "Where are we going?" "To another inn." "I am not sure. I have directed the man to the Hotel de Mailly. But, if no one is there, we must go to an inn. Look, Deborah, there is the Seine, there is the Pont Royal, and there, just ahead, is Henry's house, where we are going. Are you glad, little one?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was 10:30 that night before Claude and his wife were again alone together. They had left the salon thus early through weariness, leaving the rest of the family party to disband as it would. Neither the Count nor Deborah spoke till the suite of apartments assigned them on the second floor had been gained and the door to their antechamber closed. Deborah was going on to what she supposed must be their bedroom, when Claude caught her hand. "Surely you are going to say good night?" he asked, smiling. "Good night? Why, I don't understand," she said, quickly. Of a sudden the smile left Claude's face. He had not thought of this before. "There, Debbie, is your room, on this side is mine. A maid whom Madame de Mailly Nesle has kindly lent you is waiting for you. Henry's valet is there where I sleep. We do not occupy the same room. It is not the custom. Therefore sit here with me for a few moments, and tell me how you like them all, my family." Deborah stared at him in bewilderment during the explanation, but, true to her nature, she accepted it without comment, permitting herself to be drawn down upon the little sofa where he sat, and passively leaving her hands in his. "Tell me now, do you like them?" Deborah hesitated. "What mistakes did I make?" she asked, finally. "Not one, my Deborah, save that you were not insolent enough." She smiled faintly. "I like Monsieur le Marquis. And he you?" "Yes, you must love him for my sake. He is more than my brother." "And his wife? Is she his wife, Claude? Why does he always call her Madame? Why did you call me Madame?" And she treated him so formally. "Parbleu! You are right, they do not know each other very well, else she could hardly help loving him, and she would not be so bourgeois as that. Do you like her? She was kinder to you, Debbie, than I have ever seen her to any woman. Answer me, dost like her?" "Yes, I liked her. She never looked at me when she spoke, and she scarcely spoke to anyone else." "True. She does not approve them. But Elise, Madame de Lauragouise, yes, she is very pleasant, and a little pretty, too. And now you met Madame de Châteauroux. What do you think of her?" Claude asked the question firmly, after a struggle with himself. Deborah turned crimson, and started to rise from her place, but de Mailly gently held her back. He would have his answer, and it was given him. After all, he had married a woman, and one whose feelings, though often unexpressed, were none the less acute. She voiced them now. "Claude, I hate her. She is not pretty. Her face is hideous. She was rude to me, to her sister, to the Marquise, to everyone but you. And you sat beside her almost the whole afternoon. Ah! I cannot bear her. Madame de Mailly told me why she was in Paris, how she had been made to leave the king. Claude, are you not ashamed that she is of your blood? Deborah was on her feet now, and flung her words straight at her husband. He sat silent, quite still, rather pale, through the outburst. After it he did not answer her question, but only murmured to himself, "Why do women so seldom like her?" Then, looking up at his wife, he said, kindly, "Deborah, you know that I have always been fond of my cousin. I have been very proud of her. So have we all. Was it unnatural that she should wish to talk with me after we had been separated for so long?" Deborah jerked her head impatiently. "I do not like her," she reiterated, with dogged displeasure. Claude rose, with a faint sigh. "Your French was wonderfully good. I was very pleased, dear. Tomorrow you shall have some costumes ordered. Naturally, yours are a little ancient in mode. Good night." "Good night." He kissed her upon the forehead, and would have turned away, but that suddenly she flung her arms about his neck passionately, and, raising her lips to his ear, whispered, "Claude, Claude, I am a stranger here. You are all I have of the old life. Be kind to me." It was almost the first emotion that he had ever seen her display, and his heart was warm as he took her tenderly into his arms again, whispering such words as only lovers know. 5 minutes later Deborah crept away to her room happier than she had been before upon the soil of France, and not even the somewhat terrifying stiffness of Madame's maid, nor the loneliness of this strange room, had power to banish the memory of her husband's good night. The 4 succeeding days passed both rapidly and slowly. From late morning till late night Deborah's hours were filled. She and Claude were to remain at the Hôtel de Mailly till the return of the king, after which they would take an apartment in Versailles. For the purpose of selecting one, they went together to the little city on Thursday. In the Rue Anjou, near the Piece de Suisses, they discovered a very pretty abode in the second floor of a house rooms once occupied by the Chevalier de Rohan, of dualistic fame, furnished and hung in perfect taste, with precisely the number of rooms desired. Then Deborah went to see the monstrous, silent palace and park, after which she and Claude dined together at a café in the open air, quite à la bourgeois, somewhat to the unspoken apprehension of Claude, who was not pleased with the unconventional affair, which, however, unduly delighted his wife. They returned to Paris in the early evening by coach, well satisfied with the day. To Deborah's consternation, Claude next engaged a maid for her, a woman whom she was supposed to command at will, who was to dress and undress her, arrange her coiffure in the absence of the regular hairdresser, care for her wardrobe, and conduct Madame's affairs of the heart with discretion. To the little countess's great delight, however, her first person in this line left her service after 3 days, for the reason that Madame de Mailly seemed too devoted to Monsieur the husband, and, in consequence, there were no chances for fees of secrecy such as she was accustomed to count upon as among her perquisites of office. By the time of their removal to Versailles, another attendant had been found who pleased her mistress better. Julie was lively, young, rather pretty, and not long from the provinces. If her modes for hair and panniers were not so Parisian as those of her predecessor, at least she and young Madame de Mailly took a fancy to each other from the first, and Deborah was more than content. Meantime Claude had happily discovered and re-engaged his former valet, and thus, with the addition of a chef and scullion and 2 lackeys, their little menage would be complete. Before all these matters were arranged, however, the Marquise de Mailly Nesle, who had taken an unaccountable fancy to Claude's wife, accompanied Deborah to a milliner, to whom was entrusted the task of preparing a wardrobe for the Countess. Deborah watched the selections with delight and a secret consternation. Could Claude afford such things, and such an infinite variety of them? Finally, unable to hold her peace about the matter, she drew the Marquise one side, and stammered out the question of prices with pretty embarrassment. Mon Dieu! Child, why should I ask prices? If the bill is reasonable, be assured that Claude will pay. If it is too large, poof, he will refuse to look at it. That is all. Do not be alarmed. Deborah, surprised and disturbed, felt that she must stop proceedings at once, for the Maryland School of Economy had been strict. But a shimmering blue satin, with cloth of silver for petticoat, and ruffles of Venice point, was now under consideration. Blue was her own color. She had never worn satin in her life and dearly she loved its enticing swish. Why, unless Claude forbade, should she refuse it? And Claude did not forbid. When she confessed her doubts during their anteroom conference that evening, he laughed at her, cried that she should live in blue satin if she chose, and asked what she was to wear on the morrow at the royal procession. Oh, it is something that Madame got at once: white silk brocade with pink flowers, and a petticoat with lace. And I am to have a lace cap with pink ribbons. Charming, and good night. Sleep late tomorrow, in preparation. Upon this Saturday, the 13th of November, Paris did not wake up until afternoon. By 2 o'clock, however, Saint Antoine had left its domicile and was dispersing itself in unkempt groups along those streets which, as it had been posted, His Majesty would ride through in his triumphant homecoming, on his way to the Tuileries. Marie Leczinska and the Dauphin spent the morning in prayer, and were off together, after a hurried dinner, to join their lord at the southeastern barrier. On the previous day Louis had been at Meaux, but left that town in the afternoon, and spent the night at no great distance from Paris. To tell the truth, he was not too well pleased at the information that his metropolis was desirous of giving him a heroic welcome. Certainly his title of bien-aimé was anything but his own choice. Nothing bored him so thoroughly as affection taken in the abstract. All through his early life he seemed to be unfortunate in having about him people to whom he was totally indifferent, yet who persisted in blindly worshipping him. In the case of his wife, it had not always been so. As a boy he had been devoted to her. But for the Dauphin, with his Jesuitical manners and phrases for all occasions, his father had never pretended to care. The daughters were more amusing. This afternoon Louis would have been very well pleased to see them when Her Majesty's coach came up with the royal staff, in the midst of which Louis sat on horseback. The Queen, after alighting, stood looking at her husband with wistful yearning, but young France, dropping on one knee in a dry spot in the road, cried out, with very good expression, "Sire, regard me as the representative of that nation which, with tears of devotion and thanksgiving, greets its father, its hero, and its king." There was a little pause. Then Louis remarked, casually, "You will catch cold without your hat, child," after which he turned to one of his marshals with some remark upon the day. How the Dauphin arose from his knee is not recorded. Like all much prepared for cavalcades, this one was slow in starting. His Majesty objected to the length of the route planned. He was anxious to be at home again, and he was tired of people. Had somebody sent for his turning lathe? He would do a bit of work when he reached the Tuileries. Why could not Richelieu take his place as representative, and let him get quietly through the city in a public coach? It was nearly dark now. Only after an endless series of expostulations was he at last persuaded to conform to the wishes of his people, and show himself in all the real beauty of his manhood. Paris had waited very patiently through the bleak November afternoon, shivering and laughing in anticipation of its pleasure. Now the windows of every house along the way were gleaming with candles and dotted with heads. On either side of the street torches began to be lighted among the standing throngs. Presently, as the heavy twilight fell lower, officers of the police began, here and there, to illumine the long chains of lanterns that were strung along the walls of houses, and, at short intervals, across the streets, for Paris would admit no night yet. Every now and then, down among the standing throngs, dashed the coach of some nobleman on the way to his own viewpoint. The drivers of these vehicles took no heed of the people in their paths. They were allowed to scramble away as best they might, or left to be crushed beneath the horses' hoofs if they chose. No one murmured, for the affair was quite usual. By 5:30 a goodly company was assembled in the salons of Madame de Mailly-Nesle, ladies who, in their eagerness to behold the return of their king, were very willing to forget the fact that they had ever failed to recognize the marquise, for reasons connected with the relative duchess. Upon their arrival at their hostess hotel they found awaiting them a new sensation in the person of Claude, and a 2 week subject of gossip and discussion in Claude's foreign wife. Deborah, arrayed in her brocade, her rebellious hair fastened stiffly in place with 1,000 pins, the enormous hoops of her overdress annoying her as much as possible, patches and powder upon her face and hair, with the customary rouge on her cheeks, stood beside Victorine de Coigny, the only newcomer with whom she did not feel ill at ease. Mesdames de Mirepoix, Rohan, and Châtelet stared at her unceasingly, found her dress in good style, and her face, on the whole, not bad. L'Abbé de Bernis, who, to Henry's fruitless rage, had accompanied Victorine hither, looked upon Deborah approvingly. As to Claude, he did not approach his wife, but he watched her, quietly, from wherever he chanced to be, involuntarily admiring her presence, but undeniably dreading possible faux pas. Of these there had been as yet no signs. Deborah certainly was frightened, but she did not show it. Obeying her husband's last behest, she kept her head well up and her eyes on a level with those of the person to whom she talked. Madame de Coigny, lively, good-natured, bored, but never supercilious, conversed with the little countess for some moments upon her journey, upon Paris, and upon the return of the king. Deborah bravely answered her questions, and, less uncertain of her French than she had been a week ago, even hazarded a few remarks of her own with which the little Miracle seemed pleased. Their tête-à-tête, however, was checked in its early stages by the beginning of a general conversation opened by one of the dames d'etiquette, Madame de Rohan, who cried to her hostess, from across the room, "Truly, Madame de Nesle, you have here all the world but two people." "And who are those?" responded the marquise, graciously, while the salon grew suddenly quiet. "Those, why, the Duc d'Agenais and your cousin, Madame de Châteauroux." "Where, if one may ask, are they?" There was a vaguely indefinite murmur of interest from every part of the room. Then from La Mirepoix came another remark, one such as only she was capable of making. "M. de Mailly, oh, I mean the Count, you were formerly always cognizant of the whereabouts of the dear Duchess. Can you not inform us of them now?" The company lifted its brow and a dozen glances were cast at Deborah, this new little creature from the Americas. She does not comprehend the allusion, was the general thought, when they saw her attitude of large-eyed, inattentive innocence. Only Claude, as he came forward a little, snuff-box in hand, turned white. "Ah, Madame la Miracle, you speak of bygone days. I know the engagements of Madame de Châteauroux." "Impossible. Am I my cousin's keeper?" "Perhaps," murmured the Marquise de Châtelet, sweetly, "she is to form part of His Majesty's escort." Silence followed this remark. Madame de Rohan glared with displeasure at her companion, and the marquise flushed a little beneath her rouge. It was too much, for once. Madame de Mailly-Nesle, with commendable haste, turned to her near neighbor and reinstated the tête-à-têtes. "Ah," murmured Madame de Coigny to Deborah, "these dames d'etiquette are insufferable." They should be stricken with the plague. Deborah smiled very faintly, and could make no reply. One of her hands was tightly clenched. Otherwise she appeared unconcerned enough. At this moment M. de Bernis, having decided the new countess to be rather presentable at a distance, drew nearer, with intent to converse with her. The abbé was, today, in his clerical dress, and thus Deborah acknowledged Madame de Coigny's introduction with great gravity. When Victorine presently turned aside to Coiler, de Bernis began his conversation. Come to the window, here, madam, and look at the crowd upon the quay. In your country I dare swear you have no such canaille. Poor things! How dirty and ragged they look in all the light, murmured Deborah, in English. You should one day drive through the faubourg where they live, it would interest you, returned the abbé, in the same tongue. Deborah looked at him with a quick smile. English sounds very dear to me. Thank you vastly for speaking it. One would learn Sanskrit to gain a word of praise from your lips, madam, was the abbé's unnecessary reply, whispered, not spoken. The young girl was embarrassed. How could a priest say such things? Turning her head uneasily, she found Madame de Coigny close to her, and beheld a new expression on that childlike, fretful face. It was as well that, at this moment, the distant shouting of the throng proclaimed the advance of the royal procession. Under cover of the general hastening to the lantern-hung windows, Victorine took occasion to murmur in de Bernis' ear, "Why are you always cruel, François? Why will you continually torture me so? This child, now. Have pity on her." De Bernis shrugged impatiently. "You are silly, Victorine. It is not my fault that you are jealous every time I speak to a woman." They were silent for a moment. Then Madame de Coigny, as she stared into the torch-lit street below, sighed. "Those faces, the rags, the dirt, François, do they not remind you of our first days together in the Court of Miracles?" For reply the abbé silently kissed her hand. All of Madame de Mailly-Nesle's guests were by this time arranged in the windows along the front of the hotel. Claude, escaping from the women who would have questioned his heart away, sought Deborah's side. She received him with a friendly little smile that relieved him of many fears. A silence of expectation had fallen now over the room, for the distant sounds of shouting and cheering were increasing in clearness. To his intense relief, Louis' long ride was nearly over, and, almost at its end, when there should remain only a bridge to be crossed to the Tuileries, he was hoping for something that should repay him for all his sacrifice of time and comfort. Since the day of the dismissal from Metz the name of La Châteauroux had never crossed the king's lips. But silence is not indicative of forgetfulness. On the contrary, with every passing day Louis felt his life more intolerably lonely, in the absence of her for whom he really cared more than anyone else. Now, as he drew near to the Hôtel de Mailly, which he knew well, expectation and hope increased his speed, and he passed the Thetans at a lively trot. "See, Deborah, here is the royal regiment. Those, there, at the head, just coming under the lights, are the marshal's eye, that is Coigny." "Madam, your husband," murmured de Bernis in Victorine's ear. "And there are the court pages in uniform, look on the white horses Richelieu, d'Epernon, de Gavras, de Mouhy, Trudaine heavens, how familiar they all are. And here is the Queen's coach. Voila!" She looked out just then, at the shouts. "The Dauphin is with her, they would not let the child ride. He's all of 15 now, is he not, de Bernis? And now, Deborah there, alone in front of the corps with the torches around him, that is the king." Deborah Travis bent her head forward towards the window till the light from the lantern that hung above her shone full in her face. In the street, directly below, she beheld a great sorrel charger caparisoned in white and silver, bearing a rider also in white, with laced coat, cloth breeches, shining black riding boots, white hat à la garde française, and across his breast a wide blue ribbon, fastened with 3 orders. The eyes of Claude's wife flashed over the figure and to the face, which was markedly distinct in the light of the torches. "Is that the king?" she whispered to herself, unconscious of speaking. At the instant that Louis passed beneath the string of lamps across the way, Deborah's eyes fell upon his bright blue ones. As though she possessed magnetic power, the king responded to the look. It was not the face that he had hoped to find here, but it was one as fair. The royal hat came off, the royal figure bent to the saddle-bow. And then he was gone. Deborah's cheeks were redder than her rouge. Every woman in the room had turned to look at her, but some eyes, perhaps, stopped at sight of Claude. His face was deathly, and upon it was plainly written new, quickening dread, while both of his white hands were tightly clenched over his polished nails. Chapter 4 Claude's own The Nouvelles à la Main of the 15th of November announced, among many things, that the Count and Countess de Mailly had entered their apartment in the Rue d'Anjou at Versailles. Deborah, who for some time had been secretly caressing the thought of home, went into the little suite of rooms with a glorified, colonial sense of mistress-ship. Madame Trevor's method of housekeeping was familiar to her in every detail, from candle dipping to the frying of chickens, and, while she felt rather helpless, having no slaves at her command, she determined to do what she could with the 2 liveried lackeys, and to demand others of Claude if she found it necessary. She and Claude had never discussed housekeeping together, for the reason that Claude had no conception of the meaning of the word. They arrived and were served with dinner in their little abode on Monday. Tuesday afternoon found Deborah seated helplessly in the boudoir, with her husband, rather pale and nervous, before her. He had found her, utterly oblivious of the consternation of the chef, the lackeys, and the scullion, washing Chinese porcelain teacups in the kitchen. And it was then that Deborah received her first lesson in French great ladyhood, by whose iron laws all her housewifely instincts were to be bound about and imprisoned. She must never give an order relative to the management of their ménage. She must never purchase or arrange a single article of food that was to be prepared for their table. She must never dream of performing the smallest act of manual labor. She might designate the hour for meals, or inform the first lackey how many were to be served, or what beverage should be passed at her toilette. She might keep her appointments with costumers, milliners, hairdressers, furriers, jewelers, toymen, and she might see that her engagement book was filled. That was all that was expected of her in the way of labor. She had made a great false step today, and it must not occur again. And Deborah listened to Claude's explanation in silence, with her pretty new world all tumbling about her ears. "We might, then, as well have stayed at your cousin's house. This is only our tavern, kept for our convenience," she said, at last. Claude nodded, and paid no attention to the sarcasm. "This is where we sleep, where we change our clothes, where we receive our friends. We've no home. On the contrary, we make all Paris, all Versailles, our home." Deborah folded her hands, and her face grew suddenly helpless in expression. "I don't like it," she said, faintly. "Dear, you do not know it. Wait. You will soon be too much occupied to think of it. Why is your coffer still here? Has not Julie unpacked it? You must not permit laziness. She has done all that I would allow. I will finish it myself. Claude, may I have something?" "What?" "You shall have it. You know in our salon there is, near the mantel, a little cabinet against the wall, a little cabinet with 2 shelves, and a door and key. Yes, yes. 'Tis for liqueurs, if we want to keep them. Well, I want the cabinet to use for myself. Just heaven. Have you then so many valuables, or so many secrets? He laughed, but there was curiosity also in his tone. You know that I have neither, Claude. But I want the cabinet. Claude shrugged, never dreaming what she intended the place for. It was but a little thing to ask, and besides, curiously enough, Claude, who had been brought up among the most unreliable class of women in the world, had yet been so little affected by their ways that, 10 weeks after their marriage, he was beginning to trust his wife. She was as honest as a man when she did not like a thing, or when she wanted one. She was not talkative, she did not make scenes. He had beheld her angry, but it was not with a malicious anger, and, more than all, she never complained. So far Claude had found nothing to regret in his marriage. He realized it now as he stood there in her dressing room, while she sat looking at him expectantly. Well, the cabinet and its key are yours. You'll not forget what I have been telling you this afternoon. No. He smiled again, went to her side and kissed her. Goodbye, then. I am going out. You will not be lonely. Madame de Coigny may come. After your presentation to the Queen, you know, there will be no idle moments. He left her with a little nod and smile, and, donning hat and cloak, departed towards the Avenue de Sieyès, from which he turned into the Rue de Chaniers, bound for a little building at the end of it, not far from the Deer Park, which was much in favor as an afternoon assembling place for gentlemen of the court during the unoccupied hours of the afternoon. Here one might gamble as he chose, high or low, drink coffee, rum, or vendée, fight his duel, if need be, or peruse an account of the last one in a paper, if he did not want to talk. It was a comfortable and ugly little place, kept by M. Berkeley, of fame somewhat undesirable in London, but of gracious personality here. Today, for the first time in months, the little place was creditably filled with its customary patrons, noblemen, and lords to whom camp life had lately become more familiar than the court. Here were assembled all those gentlemen who, 2 days ago, had ridden into Paris with Louis, and a good many more who mysteriously reappeared out of the deeps of Lower Paris, where they had been hidden from salon gossip and too many women. That morning Richelieu, d'Epernon, and de Givry left the Tuileries in despair. The king, clad in a stout Leithern suit, was shut into an empty room with his friend the carpenter, making snuff boxes with all his might, and admitting neither silk, velvet, his wife, nor the Dauphin into his presence. His gentlemen were now less harmlessly occupied. De Givry was opposing d'Epernon on the red. Richelieu, in a mood, played solitaire à la Charles VI. Against himself, the sums that he lost being vowed to go to Mlle Nicolet of the Opera Ballet. De Mouhy, d'Argenson, de Coigny, de Rohan, Maurepas, Jarnac, and half a dozen others were grouped about the room, drinking, betting, and gossiping. The conversation turned, as it was some time bound to do, on La Châteauroux and Diegenois. The king has not yet, I believe, discovered the renewed relationship, drawled d'Epernon, mildly. Perhaps not. But in a week imagine it. Madame la Duchesse is fortunate in having gentlemen scattered over most of the civilized world on whom she may cast herself for protection in case of need, returned Richelieu, crossing glances with Maurepas. There was a little round of significant looks and nods. Evidently the Duke's sang-froid had not deserted him. Everyone knew very well that the deposed favorite and her former preceptor were soon bound to be at opposite ends of the scales, and that her rise now meant his fall. I wonder, began Coigny, thoughtfully, when again, for the 20th time, the door opened, and someone entered whose appearance paralyzed the conversation. "Well, gentlemen, I am thankful only that I am not a debutante at the opera. Such a reception would ruin me. Am I forgotten? Forgotten?" It was a chorus. Then one voice continued, "When one sees a ghost, Claude, one fears to address it hastily. It might take offense. I think it is a weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition?" "Thanks, truly," observed Desmailles. Richelieu then strode forward and seized his hand. "He's in the flesh, messieurs. I am delighted, I am charmed, I am somewhat overcome, dear Claude. I should have pictured you at this moment flirting in Spain, storming a seraglio at Constantinople, toasting some estimable Fräulein in beer, drowning yourself in tea and accent in London, or fighting savages in the West. Anything but this. Your exile is over, then." Claude smiled, but, before he spoke, Maurepas had come forward. "My faith, gentlemen, you seem to be but slightly informed of the last news. Monsieur has been in Paris for a week with Madame the Countess his wife, and his wife. Diable! Come, then, I was not far wrong. Is she Spanish, Turkish, German, English, or by some impossible chance French? Speak." "I have not before had the chance, my lord," returned Claude, bowing. "However, my tale is not so wonderful. When I went upon my little journey the king was so gracious as to express the hope that I would return to Versailles when I should be able to present to him Madame my wife. Well, in the English Americas I was so happy as to have engaged the affections of a charming daughter of their excellent aristocracy there. We were married nearly 3 months ago in a private chapel by the Father Aime Saint Quentin, and so, Madame being pleased to return with me to court, we set sail shortly after the wedding, and behold me. Bravo, bravo! You have been making history. Madame, of course, is not yet presented." "Scarcely, Chevalier, since Her Majesty is barely returned." "Are you stopping in Paris?" "We have Rohan's former apartment in the Rue d'Anjou here." "Aha! Madame possibly brought a worthy dot, is it not so?" If the question displeased Claude, he did not show it. Shrugging and smiling with some significance, he moved towards a card table, and instantly the estimate of Madame Desmailles' prestige went up 100,000 livres. The room was now all attention to Claude. He ordered cognac, and his example was followed by a dozen others. De Gavras and d'Epernon ceased their play. Even Richelieu seemed for a moment to be on the point of leaving the interests of Mlle Nicolais, but eventually he continued his amusement, only stopping occasionally to glance around at the group of new sycophants, biding his own time. "Of course, you have seen La Châteauroux, Claude?" questioned Rohan, a little intimately. Desmailles stared at him. "Of course, as you say, I have seen her." "Diagenois' reign will be short, then," muttered Coigny to Maurepas. Claude heard, flushed, and turned again to Rohan. "Chevalier, will you dice?" "With pleasure." Cups were produced, and the rest began betting among themselves on the outcome of the first throws. Odds were not in Rohan's favor. "1,000 louis, Chevalier, that my number is less than yours." This was an unusual stake. Rohan's eyebrows twitched up once, but he took the wager calmly. Deborah's reputed fortune went up another 100,000 francs, and advanced still further when Claude won his throw, for they only win who do not need to do so. De Rohan made an effort to retrieve himself, but failed. Then the stakes diminished, for Claude had had his revenge for an impertinent question, and did not desire to gain a new reputation for wealth. However, he was 3,000 louis to the good when Richelieu came over and touched him on the shoulder. Enough, Claude, enough for the time. Come with me. I need you now. M. Berkeley will be always here to welcome you. I shall not be here every day. Come. Claude rose, good-naturedly. Certainly I will come, Duplessis. Au revoir, gentlemen. Au revoir. Au revoir. When do you present us to Madame? We shall be delighted to see you as soon as Madame de Mirepoix has bestowed a card upon us. A few further goodbyes, and Amélie and his old-time friend left the house together and moved slowly down the street, the Duke leading. Claude did not speak, for it was for his companion to open conversation. This Richelieu seemed in no haste to do. They had proceeded for some distance before he remarked, suddenly, "It is cold." "Most true. What hangs upon the weather?" "This. It is too chilly to wander about outside. Take me to your apartment and present me to the Countess." "With pleasure, if you wish it." "Many thanks." They turned into a cross street that led towards the little Rue Anjou, when Richelieu, after a deep breath, began quickly, in a new strain, "Claude, do you know that my fall is imminent?" "What?" "Oh, it is true. My fall is imminent. I am frank with you when I say that never before has my position been so beset with difficulties. You would learn soon, at any rate, and I prefer that you hear now, from me, what every member of the court save Madame de Châteauroux herself knows, that it was I who, beside myself with anxiety for the king, was the instrument of her dismissal from Metz." Claude opened his mouth quickly as if to speak. Thinking better of it, however, he remained silent and waited. "As I have said, Madame, now out of touch with court circles, has not yet heard of what she would term my treachery. But during the first conversation she holds with a courtier she must learn the truth. Of course, you perceive that, if she comes again into favor I am dismissed. Of course, also, her every nerve is strained towards the natural object of returning to her former position. My dear Claude, I am speaking to you in my own interests, but they are yours as well. Your cousin is just now playing with Diagenois in order to rouse the possible jealousy of the king. It is her method. It may, for the third time, prove successful. But if the success does come, it will be over my fallen body. I shall oppose her as I have opposed nothing before, because never before have I been so deeply concerned. I would ask you, Claude, which side you will espouse, hers or mine?" Claude was silent for a few steps. Then he said, musingly, "A battle between my cousin and my friend. You ask me a difficult question. Perhaps you are thinking that, if a Diagenois alone fails with his majesty, a Diagenois and a D'Amélie might do her work. Is that your notion? Hein. Your astuteness is as perfect as of old. That is my notion. And I would beg of you that you do not allow yourself to be played with again. As a D'Amélie I might be willing. As the husband of my charming wife I do not need your pleading to decide me." Richelieu laughed, and there was relief in the tone. He had secured himself from one danger, and, out of gratitude, he should befriend this unknown wife if she were in the smallest degree possible. "And now for Madame d'Amélie," he cried, gaily, with lips and heart, as they approached the house in the Rue d'Anjou. "She will be delighted. I fancy her afternoon so far has been lonely." In this Claude was wrong. Deborah's afternoon had been far from dull. Quite without her husband's assistance she was learning something more of this court life, this atmosphere in which he had lived through his youth. When he left her, early in the afternoon, after the gentle lecture on manners, Deborah's first move had been to take from her trunk those articles which Julie had been forbidden to touch, to carry them into the empty salon, and place them in the little black cabinet by the mantel, where she stood regarding them for some moments absently. They were 10 crystal phials, of different sizes, filled with liquids varying in tone from brown to limpid crystal. Upon each was pasted a paper label, covered with fine writing, which told, in quaint phraseology and spelling, the contents of the bottle, and the method of obtaining it. Beside the flasks was a small wooden box with closed lid, containing a number of round, dry, brownish objects, odorless, and tasteless, too, if one had dared bite into them. They were specimens of Amanita muscaria and Amanita phalloides which Deborah, still catering to her strange delight, had brought to her new home, together with the best of her various experiments in medicinal alkaloids. To her profound regret, she had been unable to pack Dr. Carroll's glass retort. But here, sometime when Claude was in humor, she would ask him to get her another, for surely, in this great city of Paris, such things might be obtained. Then, even here, in her own tiny dressing room, she would arrange a little corner for her work, and so make a bit of home for herself at last. Poor Deborah was young, heedless, enthusiastic, and in love with her talent, as, indeed, mortals should be. She did not consider, and there was no one to tell her, since she did not confide in Claude, that no more dangerous power than hers could possibly have been brought into this most corrupt, criminal, and intriguing court in the world. Reckless Deborah. After a last, long look at her little flasks, she closed the cabinet door upon them, locked it, and carried the key into her dressing room, where she laid it carefully in one of the drawers of her chiffonier. From this little place she did not hear the rapping at the antechamber door, nor see her lackey go through the salon. It was only when, with a slight cough, he announced from the doorway behind her, the Miracle de Coigny, that Madame de Mailly turned about. "Oh," she said, in slightly startled fashion. It was very difficult for her as yet to regard white servants as her inferiors. As she entered the little salon with cordial haste, Victorine, cloaked and muffed, rose from her chair. "You are very kind to come. Clm de Mailly is out. I was quite alone." "That is charming. We shall get to know each other better now, is it not so? May I take off my pelisse?" "Thank you. M. de Coigny and I have just come out to Versailles, you know, for the winter. Later, we may be commanded to the palace. If so, I shall have to be under that atrocious buffalers, and, in that case, life will be frightful." While Victorine spoke she had, with some assistance from Deborah, removed all her things and thrown them carelessly upon a neighboring chair, after which she seated herself opposite her hostess, smiling in her friendliest manner. "I should like to be able to offer you something, madam," said Deborah, hesitatingly, unable to banish the instinct of open hospitality. "What would you like?" Victorine smiled again, with a quick pleasure at the unaffected offer. "Thank you very much. A dish of the à l'anglaise would be delightful." Deborah's heart sank. In Maryland tea was a luxury drunk only upon particular occasions. She had not the slightest idea that there was such an article in her kitchen here. Bravely saying nothing, however, she struck a little gong, and, at the appearance of Leroux, ordered, rather faintly, 2 dishes of bohea. Leroux, receiving the command with perfect stoicism, bowed and disappeared, to return, in a very short space of time, with 2 pretty bowls filled with sweet, brown liquid. These he deftly arranged on a low stand between the ladies, placing beside them a little plate of rissoles. Madame la Comtesse decided at once that such a servant as this should not soon leave her. "Ah, this is most comfortable. I am going to remain with you during the whole afternoon. It is wonderful to find someone who is neither a saint, an etiquette, nor a rival. My faith, madam, one might say anything to you. Deborah smiled, sipped her tea, and could find nothing to reply. Her face, however, invited confidence, and the miracle sighed and continued, "You seem to be almost happy. The look on your face one sees only once a lifetime. It is youth, and innocence, I think. How old are you?" "Oh, pardon. I am absurdly thoughtless. But you look so young." "I am 18, responded Deborah at once. "And I 19. Beside you I appear 30. It is because I have lived here for 3 years. Ah! How I have been bored. It must have been very lonely all the summer. But now, with Monsieur the Marshal returned, it will be better." "Oh, you are right. It will be more difficult now, and so, more absorbing. But Jules lets me do almost as I please. If he were but more strict, less cold, Francois would have more interest. He is growing indifferent. Dieu! How I have worked to prevent that. But it is imbecile of me. I care so much for him that I cannot behave as I should." "I do not understand," said Deborah, indistinctly, with a new feeling, one of dread, stealing over her. Instinctively she feared to hear what this pale, big-eyed little creature was going to say next. For an instant Victorine stared at her. Then, leaning slowly forward and looking straight into Deborah's honest eyes, she asked, in a low tone, "You did not know that de Bernis that I..." Deborah sprang up, the empty tea bowl rolling unheeded at her feet. She had grown suddenly very white, and, as she returned Victorine's own look, searchingly, she found in the other face what made the horror in her own deepen, as she backed unconsciously towards the wall. "You don't know, mon Dieu, why, Claude was mad, to have brought you here. Why, Madame Deborah, we're all alike. You mustn't look at me like that. I am not different from the others. Henri de Mailly, the Marquise de Mirepoix, Madame de Rohan, Madame de Chateauroux, child, it is a custom. The King Claude himself before ah." Deborah made a sound in her throat, not a scream, not an articulate word, but a kind of guttural, choking groan. Then she covered her face with her hands. For a moment that seemed an eternity she stood there repeating to herself those last cruel, insensate words, Claude himself before, and then Victorine, looking at her, came to a realizing sense of what she had done. Moved by a half impulse, she started up unsteadily, swayed for an instant, and then fell back upon her chair, covering her head with her hands and arms, and bursting into a passion of sobs so heartbroken, so deep, so childlike forlorn, that they roused Deborah from herself. Letting her hands fall, she looked over towards her visitor. There was a note in the miracle's voice, and a line of utter abandon in her position, that brought a pang of woman's sympathy into the heart of the woman-child who regarded her. Putting away from her all selfishness, even that miserable thought of Claude, forgetting the brutal openness with which Victorine had spoken, she suddenly ran across the room and took Victorine into both her strong, young arms. Victorine's head found a resting place on her shoulder. Victorine's aching, hopeless, impure heart beat for an instant in unison with that other one. Victorine's racking sobs ceased gradually. She gave a long, shivering sigh. There was a quickening silence through the room. Then the frail little figure loosed its grasp on Deborah, straightened quickly up, and turned to move to the chair where her wraps lay. Dully, Deborah watched the miracle tie on her hood and pull the cloak about her shoulders. Then, picking up gloves and muff, the visitor turned again and moved back to where Deborah stood. In front of her she stopped, and her eyes, in which shone two great tears, rested in dim pity and sorrow upon Deborah's white face. The look lasted for a long moment. Then, slowly, without a word, the miracle picked her handkerchief from the floor where it lay and began moving towards the door. Before she had reached it, Claude's wife spoke again, more steadily, "Madame de Coigny, you must not go yet." The Marechale paused, with her back to Deborah, and stood hesitating. "You must not go yet," repeated the voice. "You must tell me, first about Claude." A little moan came from Victorine's lips. Claude, I see, cannot tell you about him. I know nothing. I lied to you. He is not like the rest." "No, madam, that is not so. You try to be kind." "Was it, tell me, Madame de Chateauroux?" "Yes. Now I know. That is true." Victorine faced quickly around, the tears coming again into her eyes. Madame de Mailly had begun to walk up and down the room, speaking in a monotone, twisting and untwisting her fingers as she went. "I see. I know. Claude was exiled because the king did not like him." Here she turned about and looked her companion squarely in the face. "Claude married me so that he might return to court. In his letter the king said that he might return when he could present his wife at Versailles. Yes. Claude read that letter to me, and still I married him." "Oh, madame," a nervous laugh broke from her. "Did M. de Coigny do that to you?" Victorine stared at her in horror of her tone. Deborah, don't look so. Claude isn't like that. And you are good. You are pure. I cannot forgive myself while I live for what I have done. Is there anything that I can do? Tell me, is there nothing that I can do? Oh, madam, may we not help also? Is it a new costume, or it was Claude who spoke?" He and Richelieu had entered the antechamber just in time to hear the last phrase. Madame de Coigny faced about sharply. She knew that Deborah must have time to recover herself. It was not a garment but a secret, messieurs. "Monsieur le Duc, I am offended that I meet you for the first time since your return in the apartment of a friend. Have you struck me from your list? Ah, madam, one does well to keep from your side, since one does not fight an abbé. M. de Bernis has more enemies from jealousy than any man about the court," returned Richelieu, a trifle maliciously. Claude, much displeased with the Duke's ill-timed pleasantry, glanced anxiously at his wife. Her manner was composed, but her expression he did not know. "Madam, allow me to present to you M. de Richelieu, of whom I have so often spoken." "Monsieur, Madame de Mailly." Deborah courtesied, and Richelieu bowed profoundly. For some unaccountable reason, the Duke's ready gallantry suddenly deserted him, and he could conjure up no fit compliment for this girl with the unrouged cheeks and the calm, frigid self-possession. Deborah's mood was new to Claude, and he regarded her with amazement, as she stood perfectly silent after the introduction, her glance moving slowly from Richelieu's immaculate shoes to his large brown eyes and the becoming curls of his wig. Once more it remained for Victorine to save the situation. She was wondering anxiously if her eyes were very red, as she asked, "Gentlemen, you have been to Berkeley's, that name, have you not?" "Yes, madam, and we left your husband there. He lost to Claude here, I think." "Morty, Claude. The gods are too good to you. If you would not have Madame de Mailly carried off by some stricken gentleman, you should keep her locked in a jewel case. Are you to be presented soon, madam, and by whom?" Deborah blankly shook her head. "I do not know, monsieur." Claude looked at her, more puzzled than ever, and Richelieu commented mentally, "Beauty and presence, without brains. It is as well." Madame de Mailly-Nesle may present her, is it not so? Asked Victorine, again ending the pause. Certainly I believe so. She has been a lady of the palace. I should advise Madame de Conti, Claude. Her price is about 2,000 francs, but she does it with an unequaled manner. She will direct the courtesies, the train, the kiss, the retreat, everything perfectly. Besides that, you have her patronage forever after, particularly if you supplement the 2,000 with a small jewel, or some such gift. Her rents are mortgaged, and she lives now on her presentations. When does the king leave Paris? Asked Claude, contemplatively. Richelieu shrugged. On Wednesday, we trust. He is now making snuff boxes by the score, and if a fit of cooking succeeds, that heaven knows. He may remain at the Tuileries till Christmas. Deborah stared at this information, and Victorine turned to her, laughing nervously. Has not Monsieur told you what an excellent cook His Majesty is? He rivals Marin, and it is said that, could he win a cordon bleu, he would wear no other order. His bonbons are delicious. I once ate some of those that he sent to. She stopped suddenly. Madame de Châteauroux, finished the Duke, fearing that her hesitation was for him. Victorine nodded hastily. Well, dear madam, she continued, turning to Deborah, I must go, I have been with you an eternity. It grows late. Do you return to Paris, madam? Inquired Richelieu. No. We are already living here. My chair is below. Permit me, then, to escort you, said Claude, seeing that Deborah did not press her to remain. My dear Count, you must resign that happiness to me, observed Richelieu. I am to sup with the king, and I have just time to reach Paris. Madame de Mailly, I trust that our first meeting may prove our shortest. That is safe gallantry, monsieur, since one could scarce be shorter, returned Deborah, with something of her usual manner. Ah! That was better. Perhaps it is only embarrassment, thought Richelieu, as he made his farewells to Claude and bowed to Deborah's courtesy. A moment later de Mailly and his wife were alone together. The sound of steps in the outer hall had died away. The little salon was quiet. Then the man and woman faced each other, Deborah mute, heavy-eyed, expressionless, her husband curious and expectant. After 2 minutes of uncomfortable silence he spoke, What is the matter, Debbie? What has Victorine de Coigny said to you? Then, to his utter amazement, for he had never imagined her doing such a thing, he saw the girl's lip tremble, her face work convulsively with effort at control, and finally, as an ominous drop suddenly rolled over her eye and down her cheek, she turned from him sharply and ran into her boudoir, shutting the door after her. Before Deborah consented to come forth from her retreat, His Grace de Richelieu had arrived at the Tuileries, made a necessary alteration in his dress, and was admitted to the presence of the king, who, in company with de Givry and Maurepas, awaited him in the small supper room. The Duke made proper apologies for tardiness, which Louis graciously accepted on condition that, during the entremets, he should recount the adventure that had kept him. Ah, sire, it has been my fortune to encounter the lady whom you deigned to salute on Saturday, in the window of the Hôtel de Mailly. There was a murmur of interest from the other two as the king looked up. By my faith, Duplessis, you are phenomenal. Who is she? What is she? Is she eligible or not? Ah! A sudden thought crossed Richelieu's mind. He answered very slowly, crumbling a bit of bread the while, she is the Countess de Mailly, Claude's wife, and so a cousin to Madame la Duchesse de Châteauroux. There was a pause. The atmosphere was dubious. De Givry and Maurepas rejoiced to think that they had been wise enough to voice no curiosity. Richelieu, perfectly calm, inwardly calculating, finished his soup. Suddenly Louis's mouth twitched, his eyes twinkled, and he permitted himself to laugh. Parbleu! He has taste in women, this Claude. Have her presented, Duplessis, and Amélie shall have back his place. Her Majesty holds a salon on Sunday the 21st, Hein. Have her presented at all hazards. By my faith, the fellow has a taste in women. Chapter V2 Presentations upon the 18th of November Their Majesties, the Dauphin, the royal suites, and, in a word, the French court, returned to Versailles and took up its abode in palace or town for the winter. The little city was alive with nobility and nobility's servants. Every fourth person one met bore with him, as a mantle of dignity, some 15 generations of ancestry, and every third man with whom one came in contact was one whose forebears, for 15 misty and not wholly glorious generations, had been accustomed to the honor of adjusting nobility's wig and helping him on with his coat. The great park of Versailles, with its leafless bosquets, its bare avenues, its deadened terraces, its lifeless fountains, was forlorn enough. But within the monster palace hard by everything hummed with preparation for the gayest of winters. Here was a hero king returned from the scene of his heroisms, bored with doughty deeds, waiting to be entertained with matters strained to less heroic pitch. There on the second floor, behind the court of the grand staircase, with a little private stair of its own, empty and desolate behind its locked doors, lay the deserted suite of the favorite's rooms. And who shall say how many a great lady, honorable to her fingertips, with some honor to spare, cast a mute, curious glance at that closed door in passing, and went her way with a new question in her heart. Who shall tell the germs of intrigue, struggling jealousy, rivalry, hatred, ambition, and care that were fostered in this abode of kings during that third week in November, when the season was budding, and would, on Sunday night, at the Queen's first salon, open into a perfect flower. During that week, ever since Richelieu's visit on Monday, one would scarcely have thought that Deborah de Mailly had had time for thinking. There was never an hour when she could be alone. Claude's words were proven true. She had known nothing of what this life would mean, and she possessed not one leisure moment which she could have given to the care of their abiding place. Slightly to her husband's surprise, certainly much to her own amazement, she had become a little sensation, and almost every member of the court followed the speedy example of Madame de Mirepoix and called upon her during that first week. The tale of the king's salute, of her forthcoming presentation, and, more than all, a story whispered behind Richelieu's hand of a possible favoritism, had wrought this result. Deborah bore herself very well at the innumerable afternoon visits. Claude was always with her, but, after the first 2 days, she ceased to watch his eye, and found herself able to pay some little attention to the characteristics of the different people. She had small fancy for the Maréchal de Coigny, and an equally accountable dislike for de Bernis, who, for some reason of his own, paid her assiduous attention. Each morning Deborah went to Paris, to her milliner's, where the presentation dress was being made. Claude almost always accompanied her on these trips, and during the long drives there should have been more than enough opportunity for them to discuss her first impressions of the new life. Though Claude could not tell why, such conversations never occurred. He felt, vaguely, that his wife was holding aloof from him. She was perfectly courteous, sometimes merry, in his company, but she was never confiding as she had been. At home there was no longer any necessity for them to linger in an ante-chamber before retiring, for the sake of being alone together. After 11 at night they had their apartment to themselves. But, oddly enough, they now never saw each other alone. Deborah was occupied, was too tired, was not in the mood any of 1,000 things. Claude wondered, and was disappointed, but never pressed the point. Not once did it occur to him to connect her present impenetrability with the singular crying spell on Monday evening, after her afternoon alone with Victorine de Coigny. He put her new manner down rather to the growing influence of the court customs. And perhaps, to some extent, he was right. Just now Claude's attention, like that of the rest of the court, was concentrated upon the approaching Sunday evening. He was ambitious for Deborah. He wanted to make her success as great as possible. The danger of success he knew, perhaps, but the other alternative was worse, and, besides, not a hint of Richelieu's careful gossip had reached his ears. As to the royal salute which had, at the time, so annoyed him, he had now all but forgotten it in the renewal of his old connections, his old associations with every foot of this ground that was home to him. He had played a good deal during the week, to such purpose that there was now small cause to fear the necessary expenditures for the winter, and out of his first day's winnings at Berkeley's he could pay for Deborah's entire wardrobe. Claude took more interest than his wife herself, perhaps, in the presentation dress, which had been especially designed to emphasize her freshness, her youth, and her slender figure. She was to wear very small hoops, which articles of dress were now in their largest possible state, preparatory to a long-needed collapse to the graceful puffs of the Pompadour era. Her petticoat was of white India crepe, embroidered in white. Her overdress was of lace, maid and princess, with the train falling from the shoulders and flowing behind her for more than a yard, like a trail of foam in the wake of a ship. The busy week ended almost too soon, and Sunday dawned about an hour before His Majesty rose. During the morning Versailles was deserted. Not a lady had risen, and the gentlemen went shooting, after Mass, with His Majesty. Deborah, greatly to her displeasure, had been commanded to stay in bed till 3 in the afternoon, at which hour she might begin her toilet. Claude was with the hunting party, however, and his wife rose at 10 o'clock and had her chocolate in the dining room, to the bland amazement of the first lackey. A little later, however, Madame la Comtesse regretted her wilfulness, for she had nothing to do. Despite Madame de Conti's reassuring instructions, she was extremely nervous as to the evening. She had already practiced the presentation at home, with Julie for Her Majesty, chairs for the ladies of honor, and the king rather inadequately represented by her dressing table. This morning, however, Deborah was not in the mood for the tiresome maneuvers, but instead sat disconsolately at the window, rigorously keeping her thoughts from home, and trying to fasten them, for want of a better subject, on the lady who was also to be presented that evening by Madame de Conti. This, as history would have it, was a person of somewhat humbler birth than Deborah herself, styled in the beginning Jean Poisson, later wedded to solid Leonard Mandedioles, and at some day now neither dim nor distant to become that Marquise de Pompadour whom an Empress of Austria should salute as an equal. Deborah mused for some time on this unknown lady, ate her solitary dinner without appetite, and lay on her salon sofa for 2 hours more, thinking unhappily of Maryland, before Julie roused her to begin the momentous toilet. Evening drew on apace. Claude, returning at something past 5 from his royal day, found the hairdresser at his task, and so proceeded to dress before he visited his wife. Supper was served to Monsieur and Madame in their rooms. Claude ate heartily and gossiped with his valet while his wig was being adjusted, his face powdered, and his suit, the most costly that he had ever worn, together with his diamonds, put on. When all was to his taste, he dispatched Rochard to inquire, with much ceremony, if Madame would receive her lord. Madame would. And so Claude, with a smile of anticipation, drew from a little cabinet a large, flat, purple morocco box, and, with this in his hand, crossed the passage and tapped gently at the door of Deborah's boudoir. Julie opened it. Within, facing him, her back to the toilet table, stood his wife. The room was not very light. Only 4 candles burned in it, and the disorder of the little place was but dimly exposed. Deborah was quite dressed. Her figure looked taller than usual, from the smallness of her hoops, and, in her delicate, misty robes, with the uncertain light she appeared like some shadowy spirit. Claude stopped upon the threshold and looked at her in silence. She did not speak. And Julie, who had rightly thought her mistress the most beautiful woman in France, stood back in quick chagrin that Monsieur le Comte did not go into ecstasies of delight over Madame. More light, Julie. She is very well so, but there will be a trying glare in the Queen's salon, was his first remark. Deborah herself felt disappointed, and turned aside as her maid hastily lit the various waxen tapers in the brackets on the walls. When the little place was as bright as it could be made, Claude went to his wife, placed a hand upon her shoulder, and drew her gently about till she once more faced him. Then he stood off a little, critically examining her, and carefully refraining from any expression of his pleasure. Finally, when he had decided that art could do no more, he merely said, with a little smile, "You wear no jewels, Debbie." She was silent with displeasure, knowing him to be well aware that she possessed none. He passed behind her, however, picked up the box that he had brought in with him, and put it into her hands. "It is my presentation gift," he said, a little wistfully. "Claude," she whispered, without lifting the cover. Open it and put it on. It is growing late." Quite breathless now, she opened the box, and gave a low exclamation. Julie shrieked with rapture, and Claude, reading his wife's expression, was satisfied with the reception of his gift. "Oh, they are much more beautiful than Virginia's," murmured Deborah, as, half afraid to touch them, she lifted the jewels from the box. They consisted of 3 rows of white pearls, clasped with a larger one, the first string passing just comfortably about her throat, the second somewhat longer, and the third touching the lace edge of her dress. The ornament was simple enough, but the stones needed no pendants to set them off. In size, evenness, and purity they were incomparable. Deborah's heart was touched. He was very kind to her, as kind as any real lover could be. Why must she always remember that she was a secondary object to him? Why could she never forget that he had only brought her here that his exile might be ended? "Well, then, you are pleased?" he asked, still wistfully. "Oh yes. You are too good to me, Claude." "A kiss, then." As she kissed him gently upon the forehead, he seized one of her hands, clasped it tightly for an instant, and then, putting it quickly away from him, let her go. Julie approached with her wraps, and the lackey announced that the coach was waiting. The apartments of the Queen in the Palace of Versailles were on the south side of the rez-de-chaussée, in the body of the palace, looking out along the south wing. They consisted of 5 rooms, the Salon de la Reine, where so many royal functions were held, being between Her Majesty's bedroom and the Salle du Grand Couvert, while a third door on the north side opened into the ante-chamber which led out to the court of the staircase. This last small room was, to Her Majesty's circle, what the Œil de Bœuf was to the general court. The reception planned for this evening of Sunday, November 21st, was to be rather more ceremonious than such affairs became later in the season. There would be 6 presentations, a large number, and, to the Queen's delight, not only her usual small circle of friends, but the entire court, had assembled here for the first time in more than a year. Judging from her smiling appearance, it was not probable that the Queen guessed that the reason why her rooms were so frequented was that certain tongues had set afloat the rumor that a new candidate for the favourite's post was to be presented tonight to Queen and Court, to be judged by them as eligible or not. At one side of her salon, upon a raised dais, beneath a golden canopy, sat Marie Leczinska, royally dressed, looking only like the gentle Polish woman that she was, talking in low tones with Madame de Boufflers, who would have liked very well to escape for a few moments into the throng. In two semicircular lines, from the throne to the door of the anteroom, leaving between them an open space, stood the dames d'etiquette, or, more properly, the ladies of the palace of the Queen, among whom, magnificently dressed, with the proceeds of her forthcoming task, was the Princess de Conti. Behind these formidable rows the rest of the court stood, packed in such close masses that many a hoop toilet was threatened with collapse. About the throne were gathered the Queen's immediate friends, the saints, as they were termed by members of the King's set, Madame de Boufflers, from necessity, the Duke and Duchesse de Luynes, M. and Madame de la Vauguyon, the Duke and Duchesse de Luxembourg, the Cardinal de Tencin, the Cardinal de Luynes, Madame d'Alincourt, the inevitable Père Griffith, and President Henault. One person, however, who was becoming a very familiar figure to the Queen's household, was not with them tonight. This was the Abbé François de Bernis, whose connection with Madame de Coigny had never been discussed in that part of the palace. M. de Bernis was not, however, absent from court on this interesting occasion. At the present moment he was in the antechamber, conversing in his peculiarly charming manner with a lady to whom he had just been presented by Richelieu, and who was to be presented